evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our play. But first, a brief message from the National Safety Council. The Council says that drinking was a factor in 1 out of every 5 fatal traffic accidents in 1943. Nearly 5,000 Americans might be living today and contributing to the war effort if irresponsible motorists and pedestrians had not yielded to their thirst while walking or driving. Moreover, says the Council, there is considerable reason for believing that officially reported figures, high as they are, understate the true importance of alcohol as a traffic accident cause. So, friends, isn't it just plain common sense never to drive or walk on public streets or highways after drinking, and especially observe the no-drinking rule at night? Figures show that 1 in 3 fatal night accidents involve drinking. Perhaps you yourself have a thought that will help prevent driving while drinking. If so, listen to the new Safety Limerick contest at the end of tonight's drama. It's murder. It's murder. Another exciting mystery drama presented by the National Safety Council in cooperation with the Blue Network. Tonight we follow the eminent retired actor and amateur criminologist Rex A. Starr as he and his niece, the Broadway columnist Joan Adams, go to an artist colony in Maine to spend a peaceful vacation and find that death is no respecter of peaceful ambitions. It is late morning of a clear July day, and we find Rex and Joan hurrying along the quaint and colorful main street of the tiny town.
Joan, I can't persuade you to give up this fantastic idea. You don't know the first thing about sketching.
I don't have to. I'm full of inspiration. Oh, here's Jonathan Bixby's art supply store. Let's get that sketching pad and pencils. Rex, before we go in, one favor?
2, if you'll forget you're a female Da Vinci.
Listen, if Jonathan gets off on his favorite subject, you know, he thinks all artists are bad. Don't argue with him. I don't want to lose a minute before getting to work.
Okay.
I feel genius pounding at my temples.
I hope it doesn't give you a headache.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh, good morning, Miss Adams. Mr. Starr.
Good morning.
Nice to see you.
Perhaps you won't be when you learn what's just happened to my niece.
Huh?
Don't pay any attention, Jonathan. Uncle Rex just doesn't understand the impulse to create beauty.
Have you got it, Miss Adams?
Powerfully. All I need is a sketching pad and pencils.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Adams. I got thinking that you was different from the strangers that have sullied this respectable town. Oh, I don't hate 'em, Mr. Starr. I feel sorry for 'em, heading for perdition. Besides, I have to make a living.
Oh, thank goodness we've come around to that. Now about the sketching pad and pencils.
Yes, all right, Miss Adams. Oh, by the way, did you print that piece I give you for your column?
Oh, for pity's sake, Jonathan, I forgot all about it.
What piece, Joan?
Oh, just a bit of scandal that Jonathan picked up.
About what?
Here's the pad and pencils, Miss Adams.
Thank you, Jonathan. That's fine.
Dad! Oh, Dad!
Well, what's the matter, Annabelle?
Oh, something terrible's happened.
Well, stop crying and tell me.
I was walking along the beach, and I came to the part that thought was deserted, and I saw an easel standing there, so I walked over it. And there on the beach, his face buried in the sand, was Mark Turner.
Mark Turner, the illustrator?
Yes, he's dead. He was murdered.
Well, there's the easel, and there's Mark Turner's body. Still, I'm glad to be on flat ground again.
I wonder how Annabelle knew that Mark had been murdered, Rex.
There must have been some evidence. And there it is.
What?
This wire around his neck.
Oh, how awful.
Now, why should anybody want to kill Mark Turner? He minded his own business.
I don't know. Oh, but I do.
What do you mean you don't, but you do?
You remember Jonathan asking me about a piece that he gave me for my column?
Yes, what's that to do with the murder?
Everything, perhaps. I'll tell you about it, and you can draw your own conclusions. First, you know that Mark married Felice Morgan about 5 years ago.
Of course. Felice used to be his secretary,
That's
and
right.
she and Mark were incurably happy.
They weren't.
What?
According to Jonathan, Felice and Mark had been on the Alps for more than a year.
I don't believe it. They were 2 of the most loving lovebirds I've ever seen.
An act, my dear uncle, to protect Mark's pride.
Nonsense.
Actually, Felice was madly in love with Paul Bradford, the playwright.
Now, look here, Joan. I know Paul Bradford, too, and if anything like that had been going on, I'd have seen it.
Maybe, maybe not. At any rate, Jonathan's story goes like this. Felice wanted a divorce from Mark, so she could marry Paul.
I can't believe it.
Well, Mark would have none of it, naturally. Then Felice and Paul were furious, not to mention frustrated.
Where did Jonathan pick up that fabulous yarn?
Paul told him the other night.
Paul?
He came into Jonathan's store, drunk, and said he had to talk to somebody he could trust.
Somebody you could trust, eh?
That's beside the point, Rex. Mark's been murdered. What do we do about finding the murderer?
Well, I suppose I'll have to give that fable some credence. Come on, we'll climb back into town and have a talk with the writer. No sign of him, Joan?
No, I searched the whole cottage. Paul has flown the coop.
I was hoping it wouldn't be true.
What about the garage?
Car's gone. Everything points to a quick getaway.
By this time, he must be miles away.
I don't think so. Why did Paul kill Mark Turner?
To get Felice, Mark's wife. But I told you that story.
Would he run away without calling on the fair Felice? For whose hand he'd blooded his own?
Hey, you've got something there, Uncle.
I think I have.
What are we waiting for? Her cottage is just down the street. No answer, Rex. Let's open the door and rush them.
Yes, if they're still there.
One of them's here. Look.
Where?
Over there, by the window.
Good heavens, Billy. She's dead.
Rex, is that picture wire around her neck?
Yes.
Why should Paul kill Felice, too?
I don't know. Joan, here. Read this note in the typewriter.
See. To whom it may concern. What? This is really a bad typing job.
Worst I've ever seen. Obviously done by an amateur.
Rex, this is a suicide note.
So it seems.
And it tells the whole story. Felice strangled her husband, Mark Turner, with picture wire while he was doing an oil on the beach. She had to get rid of him so she could marry Paul Bradford. But when she told Paul what she'd done for him, the ingrate refused to have anything to do with her. Felice couldn't go on living, and so she killed herself in the same way she killed Mark. Well, this solves our case, Rex.
Not quite. There's some paintings on these walls that might fascinate you.
What kind?
A woman with her face cut off.
With her face? Are you kidding? Look at those paintings. Somebody's cut off all their faces.
That's what I said, remember?
But why would anybody want to do that?
I don't know. I'm going to have a look around the studio. I'd like to know who the woman in those paintings is.
How do you know it's the same woman?
Look, Joan. Is that a birthmark or a flip of a brush?
It's a birthmark, Rex. It's on each picture in the same place.
Ah.
Did you find something?
Only the answer, my dear. Yes, this canvas is standing against the wall, evidently overlooked.
Has it got a painting on it?
It's a picture of Annabelle.
Annabelle? Annabelle Bixby, Jonathan's daughter?
Correct, Joan. And that telltale birthmark hasn't moved an inch.
But I don't understand.
When we don't understand, Joan, we must look for an explanation.
Oh, where's Jonathan? I guess he must be in the back room of the store. I'll call him, Rex. Why?
Listen, there's life in the back room. Let's get closer.
There, Annabelle. Now, don't take it so hard. He wasn't your kind, anyway.
But I loved him, Dad. He loved me. I just know he did.
It would have come to no good, daughter.
How can you say that? Mark promised to marry me. He was going to divorce his wife. He was going to marry me.
He was
Get that,
lying to
Rex?
you, Annabelle.
Mark and Annabelle, of all things.
We're going to write
He
a full
wasn't lying
column
to me.
for you.
He wasn't lying to me. Only yesterday he made me promise to wait for him till he got his divorce. And then he said we'd get married. We'd go to live in New York.
He was not aiming to get a divorce from his wife, and I can prove it. Paul Bradford told me all about it. Mrs. Turner wanted the divorce so she could marry Mr. Bradford. But Mr. Turner wouldn't give it to her out of spite.
That's not true, Dad.
So Mrs. Turner had to kill her husband to get rid of him. That's what happened, Annabelle.
Oh, Dad, you're not helping me at all.
Isn't she putting on a beautiful act,
Stand
Rex?
up, Joan. We're going to the back room for the capture.
It'll be a pleasure. Imagine that, Annabelle, giving us a merry runaround.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh, Mr. Starr. I didn't hear you come in. Annabelle and I was just having a
It
little
was touching enough to be a second act curtain. But the third act, I'm afraid, will have to be played in the sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office.
Yes, Jonathan, and before you take a bow, let me tell you your exit will be permanent.
Rex, will you sit still, please? And how can I sketch you if you keep fidgeting like a Mexican jumping bee?
When I'm restless, I fidget.
What are you so restless about?
Aren't you interested in knowing how I solved the mystery?
But you told me, Uncle Rex. Sit still. You told me that Jonathan was afraid that Mark was turning Annabelle's head. Then when he found out that Mark was using her as a model, Jonathan decided to save his daughter from that fate worse than death.
Your memory amazes me.
So, Jonathan followed Mark to the beach and strangled him. Then he went to Felice's cottage and... Rex, how did you know that Felice didn't commit suicide?
Because she didn't type that note. Remember how badly typed it was?
Yes.
Well, Felice was Mark's secretary before he married her.
And Paul Bradford is a writer and also an expert
Exactly.
typist. So it couldn't have been him or Felice.
You reason well, my dear.
But how did you know Annabelle wasn't the murderer? She had the motive.
Yes, but Jonathan gave himself away when he told Annabelle that Felice had to kill Mark in order to get rid of him.
But we thought that too now, didn't we?
Yes, but we were the only living people who read that fake suicide note. We and the picture wire murderer who wrote it.
Oh. Tricky, aren't you? All right, Rex. Let's get on with the sketch.
What do you expect to do with that masterpiece if you ever finish it?
Hang it up on the wall?
With picture wire, huh?
Mm. Why, Uncle Rex, you're horrid. You've just murdered the genius in me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the details of this week's Safety Limerick contest. Prizes consist of a $50 war bond and 10 $5 cash prizes. All you do is submit your idea of the most original last line to our limerick. And now, are you ready? Here we go, line by line. The first line is, Bill decided to take one more nip. Bill decided to take one more nip before driving his car on a trip. Before driving his car on a trip. But that one extra snort. Cut his trip extra short. Cut his trip extra short. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dip. Remember the last line rhymes with nip and trip. To repeat the limerick again, Bill decided to take one more nip before driving his car on a trip. But that one extra snort cut his trip extra short. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dip. Now send your most original concluding line or lines to the National Safety Council, Chicago 6, Illinois, before midnight, Monday, August 14th. Submit as many last lines as you like. The decision of the judges is final. All entries become the property of the National Safety Council. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in case of a tie, and winners will be announced on August 24th. And now, here are the winners of the National Farm Safety Week Limerick Contest. Winners of $5 cash prizes are Thomas H. Larkin of Milwaukee, Mrs. Jean Weingarten, Van Ness, New York, Robert Trefallet, Toledo, Mrs. Mary Pearson, Chicago, Mrs. Virginia J. Holliday, Madison, Wisconsin, Mrs. Les H. Lechner, Robbinsdale, Minnesota, Mrs. Sally Benefield, Decatur, Illinois, Miss Mary Sale, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Charles Shapiro, Los Angeles, and W.B. Achenbeck, Muncie, Indiana. And the grand prize winner of a $50 war bond is Lawrence Wolf, Staunton, Wisconsin. Congratulations to you all. We invite you to join us again next week at this same time for another of our series, It's Murder. Tonight's story was written by Stedman Coles and directed by Stuart Buchanan. This is George Gunn speaking. This is the Blue Network. Blue Network. Blue Network.
been here so long, even the seagulls must recognize me. They must pass the word along about me from generation to generation, from egg to egg. Friends of mine, college classmates, people my own age, have gone out and made their mark in the world. They've become artists or businessmen or editors, and yet here I am, still a waterfront reporter.
I Cover the Waterfront. Stories from the files of a newspaperman's memory, based upon the best-selling book by Max Miller, starring Larry Thor.
I'm called a good waterfront reporter, but so far I've escaped the word veteran. When I'm called not only a good waterfront reporter, but a veteran, then for sure all hope is dissolved. And I need look ahead only to the day when the paper presents me with a gold watch and a final check. But meanwhile, life is not without its compensations along my waterfront. The sun sparkles across this bay more frequently than on many another. And when the rain comes, it is gentle, and the fog is a gray caress which doesn't strangle. Then, too, I have my friends. There are the gulls, squeaking, squawking, and ceaselessly hungry. And the pelicans, gray of head and silent upon their whitened pilings. There are other friends, too, without wings. There's Gino Mello, who owns the game fishing boat, Genoa.
Hey, Lee, you come on down the dock, huh? You see the marlin I bring in today. You put it in the paper. What do you say, huh, Lee?
And there's Mrs. Morgan, whose boarding house for girls is a rendezvous for the boys when the fleet's in.
I keep telling her she's in the wrong business, Lee, but she won't listen to me. Maybe you could find her a healthier job. Something out in the open, you know, like a car hop or cashier in a drive-in.
And Johnny Trompado, the Portuguese. After 2 weeks of fishing Mexican waters, both Johnny and his tuna clipper come home loaded.
Hey, Mr. Moran.
Oh, you have a good trip, Johnny?
Good. Jesus mío, those albacore, they jump in a boat like they don't care to live in the ocean no more. Hey, Lee. What's happen around here while I go away?
Oh, nothing much. Nothing much ever happens around here, Johnny.
Don't try to fool, Johnny. You see my woman around?
Carla? No, why?
I got an idea she making monkey business when I go away.
Oh, I doubt it, Johnny.
You hear anything about her?
Not a thing.
I think she make monkey business. I go home now and find out.
You better go home and sleep it off.
I got plenty of time to sleep after I find out. Look, you my friend.
Well, sure.
You are my friend, ain't you? Now listen. Listen to me. There ain't nothing worse than a woman make monkey business behind her man's back.
Johnny.
Nothing worse, Lee, nothing. You don't know, maybe you don't got a woman. But I tell you, a man's bones turn to jelly. His blood, it turns to water. And he ain't no longer a man.
But, Johnny, you haven't any proof.
What I need with proof, I got suspicions.
What characters? Some simple and direct, some confused, some venal saints, others haloed harridans. All of them pass by my office in the waterfront. I call it an office. It's just a stuffy room in a warehouse with an outside stairway, which I share with a publicity agent for the deep-sea fishing barge. And looking out on the harbor, there's a window behind which I spend many hours looking, too, and waiting for something to happen. It doesn't very often, something unusual, that is. But today, it did. The door opened. She stood there. I didn't recognize her at first. 10 years had changed her. Her black hair was sleeker, her dark eyes deeper. And the smart cut of her gray traveling suit marked her as a stranger to my waterfront, if not to me.
Hello, Lee.
Edith, what are you doing in San Diego?
Business and pleasure. This part's pleasure.
I can't believe it's you.
Well, have I changed so much?
Well, not changed, but different, maybe.
Well, you don't seem very glad to see me.
Glad? I'm delighted, but it is a shock. You walking in like this.
I think I always shocked you.
Here, sit down. Tell me all about yourself.
Oh, no, I want to find out about you. How long you've been married, how many children you have, things like that.
They're all in this drawer. diapered with rejection slips.
Well, then you're not married.
No. How about you, Edie?
Only to my career.
And just what is your career, Edie?
What it started out to be while we were still in college.
Fashion designer?
That's right.
And a successful one, I'll bet.
Well, that all depends. Commuting between Paris, New York, and Hollywood can get mighty dull.
It can?
You know, sometimes, Lee, I think I'd like to give up the whole thing and open my own little dress shop in some quiet little town.
Like San Diego?
Maybe. Well, where have you been all this time?
Right here, this quiet little town.
Doing what?
What I started out to do in college.
Oh, then you're a journalist.
I'm a reporter.
Oh. Well, but that must be terribly exciting, interviewing famous people, writing about fires and political scandals and...
Come here. Look out there. See those little boats?
Yes?
They're fishing boats. They don't smell very good up close.
But, Leah...
And that big, ugly thing, that dredger?
Yes?
And that minesweeper tying up at the Navy dock? That's what I write about. How many cubic yards of muck that dredger sucks up to make our new turning basin. How many tons of sardines or tuna or mackerel those fishing boats bring in. And I write about the Navy, too, and what ships are due in port, and which ships leave. And each year in the anniversary edition, I rewrite the story of how Cabrillo discovered San Diego Harbor in 1542. And then, when the Grunion are running in the dark of the moon, I write about them. And when a Portuguese fisherman gets married, or has a baby, or dies, I put his name in the paper. Sounds pretty dull, doesn't it?
No.
But you know something, Edie? I love it. I'd never said it that way even to myself, but I do love it. And I had to say something to this girl who had been everywhere and seen everything. And she seemed to understand. She didn't say anything. She just stood there in that close little room with the sunny reflection of the water dancing on the ceiling. She looked at me the way she used to. And I knew she understood. For an instant, we'd found what we had lost 10 years ago. When the phone rang, and it was lost again. Moran speaking.
This is Barker on the city desk. I got a shooting for you.
Well, you got the wrong reporter, boss. This is Moran on the waterfront.
So's the shooting.
That's out of my line. And anyway, I've got a very important luncheon date.
Break it. You've been yelling to do a front page story. This is it.
But, boss...
The victim's name is Trompato.
Trompato? Johnny Trompato?
His wife. Know him?
Yes, I know him. I was best man at his wedding.
And you know the address?
I know it.
Okay, get going.
Sure, boss. Sure. Edie, I was going to ask you to have lunch with me, but something's come up.
Well, won't it wait until after lunch?
I'm afraid not. A friend of mine just shot his wife.
Oh, how awful.
I talked to him just this morning. He was drunk and jealous and suspicious, but I didn't think he'd do this. I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, I understand.
Can you have dinner with me tonight?
Well, I was going back up to Los Angeles on the 420 plane.
There are later planes.
Yes, I suppose there are.
I ought to have this story wrapped up by 6:30, okay?
Okay, Lee.
As I climbed the hill to the Trompato shack, an ambulance passed me going down, a morgue ambulance. So it wasn't just a shooting. It was murder. There was a crowd of neighbors standing around talking in low tones and looking at the house the way people do after an act of violence, as though they were waiting for the second show. Inside, in the kitchen, the police were busy gathering the jigsaw pieces they would try to fit into a picture, dusting for fingerprints, digging a spent bullet out of the wall, taking pictures, asking questions. It was like a scene in a movie. Lieutenant Hayes of Homicide is the director.
Well, what did it say on the truck?
Plumber it say.
What plumber?
I don't know. I not read English good.
What was the license number of the truck?
No sé.
All right. That's all for now. Oh, hello, Moran.
Hello, Lieutenant. What have you got?
Not much. The victim's Carla Trompato.
Yeah.
Somebody pumped a couple of 38 slugs into her. Hey, what are you doing here? I thought you covered the waterfront.
The victim's husband is a fisherman.
You know him?
Slightly. Have you talked to him yet?
How can I talk to him? He and his brother have been out fishing for 2 weeks. They aren't due back for a couple of days yet.
So Johnny wasn't a suspect. Maybe he didn't come home this morning after all. Maybe he was sleeping it off down on the beach or out on his boat. The police would catch up with him soon enough. Maybe I could catch up with him sooner. Lieutenant, what was it you were asking that woman about a truck?
Say she saw a truck parked out in front.
Yeah.
A plumber's truck. She heard the shots, and then she saw a man run out of the house and drive off in the truck.
How long do you think it'll take you to pick him up?
Who knows? Have to check every plumber shop in town.
Try to make it for the final audition, huh?
Oh, sure. Anything to oblige. Hey, you can do something for me.
Glad to.
You keep an eye on that waterfront of yours. Let me know when Trompato and his brother get back from that fishing trip. I want to talk to him.
Sure thing, Lieutenant. You'll be the first to know. There wasn't much time. If I'd seen Johnny that morning, other people must have seen him, too. As soon as the news broke, they'd talk. But as long as the police were looking for a plumber, I had a little time to look for Johnny. He and his brother Frank moored their boat out at the Point Lome end of the bay. It was there, and Frank was aboard.
Hi, Lee.
Hi, Frank. Is Johnny around?
No. He beat it for home as soon as we tie up. He can't wait for to see his Carla. You know how that Johnny is about his Carla.
Yeah, Frank. Hang on to something and listen. Carla's dead.
Dead? Dio mio, Jesus Christo, son.
She was murdered less than an hour ago.
Oh, no. Johnny was crazy jealous, but Johnny won't kill her. You know that.
The police aren't looking for Johnny. They don't even know you're back in port.
Oh, Dio mio.
Where's Johnny, Frank?
I don't know, Lee. I don't know. I ain't seen him since we tie up. But you know Johnny, he love her. He won't kill her. Oh, he say crazy things sometime, but he love her too much.
Frank, you carry a gun on board?
Sure.
What kind?
38 Colt.
Where do you keep it?
Right here, in this tackle locker here. Lee, it ain't here. The gun, it's gone.
Tomorrow night at the same time, we continue Brother's Keeper, one of the stories from the files of a newspaperman's memory based upon the best-selling book by Max Miller, I Cover the Waterfront. This is the CBS Radio Network. I Cover the Waterfront. Stories from the files of a newspaperman's memory, based upon the best-selling book by Max Miller, starring Larry Thor. Tonight we conclude the story of Johnny Trompato, which we have called Brother's Keeper.
Murder stories aren't my line. I cover the waterfront. But this murder happened on my beat, and it happened to the wife of a fisherman I know, so I had to cover it. It made a good enough story, plenty of mystery, lots of loose ends, a yarn that would sell papers for 2 or 3 days to come. But if it wasn't up to my usual standards of repertorial mediocrity, there were a couple of good reasons. One was that I knew more about the murder than the police did. The other was Edith Wright, whom I hadn't seen since we graduated from college, who had promised to take a later plane up to Los Angeles so we could have dinner together, who was waiting for me now in the corner booth at Angelo's downtown on Fisherman's Wharf. I didn't even bother to proofread the copy. I spiked the story on the city editor's desk, and before he had time to read the lead, I was on my way. I had business elsewhere, unfinished business. Hi, Edie.
Hi.
I hope you haven't been waiting long.
I've been consoling myself with the first martini of the day.
Good, I'll join you. Angelo,
Si, Senor Moran.
2 more, and make them my way this time.
Subito, Senor.
Your way?
All the difference in the world. No vermouth.
Oh, you want to pour me on that plate?
I wish you didn't have to leave tonight.
Do you?
Yes,
I might come back sometime if you ask me.
I ask you.
I'll think about it. Seriously. Well, how did it go today?
What?
The shooting.
It wasn't a shooting. It was a murder.
Oh.
Mrs. Tempado died before I got there.
Well, who did it?
Well, the police are looking for a plumber.
A plumber?
There was a plumber's truck parked in front of the house. The next-door neighbor heard shots and then saw a man run out and drive off in the truck. That's the story.
What about the husband? Didn't you tell me you saw him this morning?
That's right, drunk. Talking crazy about his wife making monkey business while he was away fishing.
Why, aren't the police looking for him?
No, they think he's still out fishing. They don't know he made port this morning.
But you do.
That's right.
Didn't you tell them?
Oh, no.
Well, why not?
Does Macy's tell Gimbels?
Ecco, Senor. 2 martini alla Moran.
Oh, they look dry enough. Huh?
Just the zest of vermouth, Senor. A whisper, a caress. No more.
Good boy, Angelo.
Senor Moran.
Here's to you, Edie. May we see more of each other in the next 10 years than we have in the last.
I'll drink to that. Wow.
You like it?
Oh, I can tell better when I laugh.
It's the olive, Italian olives. Very powerful.
Well, Lee, this fisherman, this
Trompato?
Trompato, do you think he killed his wife?
Probably. He's a very sick man.
What's the matter with him?
He suffers from a disease that can be fatal. Jealousy. Every time he came back from a couple of weeks fishing, he thought his wife had been cheating on him.
Well, had she?
As far as I know, the only man she ever saw was the padre when she went to church to pray for a safe return. Of course, it's the first time for everything. There's this plumber. Maybe Carla decided she might as well have the game along with the name. I don't know. I just wish they'd assigned somebody else to the story. I know these people too well. I like them too well.
Maybe you're in the wrong business, Lee.
Yeah, maybe. Remember our senior year in college when we thought we were in love? Remember I had a job lined up carrying pipe in the oil fields down in Oklahoma?
We were going to live in a trailer.
But only for the first year.
Until we found the right
With
house.
a yard for the kids to play in. I might have been a lot happier carrying pipe in an oil field.
Lee?
Yes, Ian?
Scusa, Senor. Scusa.
Yes, Angela.
There is a fellow wants to talk to you. I tell him you are busy. Say it's important.
Who is it?
I don't know. He's standing over there by the door.
Oh. Yeah, well, tell him to come over to the table.
Si, Senor.
Who is it?
It's Frank Tempado, Johnny's brother. They own the fishing boat together. Something's happened or he wouldn't come over here looking for me. I'm sorry, Edie. This isn't much of a reunion, is it?
Well, it's my fault for dropping in on a murder.
Por favor, Senor Lee. I interrupt, but I've got to talk to you.
Well, that's okay, Frank.
Excuse me, miss. I'm most sorry. Maybe we talk outside, Lee?
No, sit down. Miss Wright's an old friend of mine. What's the matter?
Johnny just telephoned me.
Where is he?
Hiding out down near National City.
What do he want?
He wants me to bring him money so he can get away. What I ought to do?
If you help him get away, you'll be in trouble with the cops.
I know, but he's my brother. I can't turn my own brother
Let me handle it.
What you going to do?
Talk to him.
You're going to turn him
I
in?
said I'm going to talk to him. Where is he?
You my friend, Lee.
If I wasn't, I'd let you stick your neck out. Where's he hiding?
You know Grady's slough that runs back behind the Navy lumber yard?
Yeah?
A friend of Johnny's got his bait boat tied up down there. Yesterday. He said he would wait for me there. He said, come quick. Bring money. He sound crazy.
You go home. And don't talk to anybody. If the police show up, don't tell them anything. I'll take care of it.
You fix everything?
I'll fix
Lee?
everything.
Oh, thank you, Lee. You are my friend. I'm sorry I interrupt, lady. Very, very sorry.
I'm sorry, too, Edie.
For what?
I got to get down there and talk to Johnny right away.
Don't they call this obstructing justice or accomplice after the fact or something? Why don't you just tell the police where he is?
And let every paper in town in on it? I got to get the story first.
And then turn him over to the police after you've gotten what you want out of him?
I don't know.
You said he was your friend.
I also said I didn't want the assignment, but I'm stuck with it. It's my job, and I've got to do it even if it is unpleasant.
Unpleasant? I think it's dirty, rotten dirty.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Well, I gotta get going. I can drop you back at your hotel.
I wouldn't think of taking you out of your way.
Now, look, Edie, please
I'll just sit
understand.
here, have another martini your way, maybe a couple.
I'll try to get back in time to drive you
Don't
to the...
put yourself out. I'm perfectly capable of pouring myself on that plane.
Her eyes brimmed with angry tears. The softness of a moment ago was gone. There must have been a word or a gesture that would have brought it back, but there wasn't time to search for them. I had to talk to a man about a murder, not in the interest of justice, but in the interest of circulation. As I drove down the bay toward National City, things got more and more confused. Maybe Johnny wasn't guilty. Maybe the plumber, or as they say, a person unknown had killed Carla. I pulled into a gas station and phoned Lieutenant Hayes of Homicide to see if there were any new developments. There were.
What kind of a waterfront reporter are you, Moran?
What do you mean?
The Trompato brothers made port early this morning.
They did?
Yeah.
I understood they weren't due back for 2 or 3 days.
Well, it's not the first time a suspicious husband got back from a trip early. Only this one murdered his wife.
Well, Johnny, what about that plumber?
We found him. His story checks. He'd never laid eyes on Mrs. Trompato until he showed up this morning to fix the sink. Trompato walked in 5 minutes later full of booze and suspicion. Yelled something in Portuguese at his wife. She yelled something back. He whipped out his .38 and let her have it. The plumber left by the back door, fast.
Well, just goes to show you never tell about people.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Hey, you picked up Trompato yet?
No, but we will. Don't worry.
I won't. I have great faith in you, Lieutenant. It was a good hideout, that slough. The Navy lumber yard bulked black on the opposite shore, blanking the glow of the city to the north. On the south side, 100 yards of stinking tidal flat stretched from the little-used dirt road to the channel where the Estrella was tied up. You crossed it by a creaking, rickety catwalk 4 feet above the muck. The tide was going out, the fog was coming in, and you couldn't see the light in the tiny cabin until you stepped onto the unsteady float. Johnny? Johnny Trompato? Johnny, I want to talk to you.
Who is it?
Lee Moran.
What are you doing here?
I want to talk to you. Can I come aboard?
Sure. Come ahead. But I got nothing to say to you.
Hey, Johnny, put down that gun. I'm your friend.
I got no friends no more. How did you know where to find me?
Well, Frank told me.
Did he send the money?
No.
Got no friend, got no brother no more.
Haven't you done enough already? Do you want to get Frank into a jam?
He sure don't want to help me out of one. Okay. I'll make it all right. I'll make it by myself.
Why did you kill her, Johnny?
I tell you this morning. She make monkey business when I'm fishing. I go home, I find a guy there.
The guy was a plumber. He was fixing the sink.
Fixing the sink. If we don't have an electric refrigerator, maybe you tell me he was ice
Johnny,
man.
it's the truth. He never saw Carla before in his life.
You know, I make one big mistake, Lee. I killed Carla first. I should have killed him first. Big mistake. He got away.
Biggest mistake you made was to suspect your wife.
Yeah. What do you know about wives? How many wives you had, huh?
Well,
then don't talk to me. You go back to town. You tell the police. Write the story in the papers. You'll be big man. But Johnny, he be gone when the police get here.
Where? You can't run away from this.
Ocean's different south of here. Oceans belong to Mexico. Johnny okay in Mexican Ocean.
Sure, Johnny, sure. Maybe you can get away from the San Diego police. Maybe you can get away from the U.S. Coast Guard. But can you get away from Carla?
What are you talking about?
You loved her. You loved her very much. I know. I remember the day you met her. You told me how much you loved her. You were going to marry her and have a whole flock of kids, all boys, and they were going to grow up and be fishermen. And then finally, when she said yes, remember how happy you were? Remember how you and Frank and I went out and celebrated, Johnny? Put that gun down. Listen to me. Remember your wedding? What a party, and nobody went to bed until the next day except you and Carla. You can't run away from Carla, Johnny. Come on now. Be sensible. Come on back to town with me. I'll get you a lawyer.
Oh, sure, a lawyer. Maybe I don't get the gas. Maybe I get life. Maybe I sit in San Quentin the rest of my life. No, not
Listen to me.
I listen long enough. Now I'm going to tell you something. I killed today. I killed my woman. My woman I love. It makes no matter now if I kill again. They can't give you the gas twice. So shut up and get off the boat. I'm gonna...
His conscience and the memory of Carla. And one of them had to go.
One of the stories from the files of a newspaperman's memory, based upon the best-selling book by Max Miller, I Cover the Waterfront.
It's a jackpot.
Watch out.
It's a racket.
Thousands of ruthless, vicious gyp artists are just waiting for a chance at your money. They're smooth. Their schemes sound like easy money. They know their filthy business. Your only protection is vigilance. And to show you what to watch out for, the American Broadcasting Company presents It's a Racket, with Frank Graham exposing the methods by which the tricksters, crooks, and confidence men take their annual toll of honest capital and savings. Listen, learn, and watch out.
It's a racket.
Here's Frank Graham.
When rancher Henry Forsyth stepped into his Cheyenne bank,
$4 for every 3 you put into them. Take advantage now of the opportunity to buy United States savings bonds. They can be purchased at banks or post offices or through the payroll savings plan where you work. Think of your future today and buy United States savings bonds. Now here again is Frank Graham.
the ranch and desert lands of Wyoming flew by as Henry Forsyth drove his station wagon along the highway. He was driving into Cheyenne from his ranch more than 50 miles out. This was a ride Forsyth took once a week, every Thursday morning, to get his hair cut, do some bank business, and chat a little with the boys down at his club. Forsyth was a rancher, and he had a reputation for being a smart one. Hadn't he built a small and neglected ranch into one of the biggest and best in the county? As the outskirts of the city became visible, he slowed his car down to comply with the speed laws. A few moments later, he was riding down one of the main streets, heading for his barber shop, when suddenly, from between the cars parked along the curb, a man stepped out, right out in front of Henry Forsyth's car.
Hey, did you get hurt there?
No. It's quite all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming out from behind those cars.
Perfectly all right. It's my fault. I guess I was busy looking the town over and didn't watch myself crossing the street.
Oh, stranger here?
Yes, I was looking for a good barber shop. I need a haircut so badly.
Well, hop in. I'm just going to the barber myself.
Right. My name's Buell, Dr. Buell. I'm hoping to start an office in town.
Good. Can always use another good doctor. My name's Forsyth, Doc. Henry Forsyth. I've got a ranch out of town away. Maybe I can help you.
That's how it began. An accidental meeting on the street. Or so it seemed. But it wasn't accidental to the man who called himself Dr. Buell, and whose knowledge of medicine was limited to administering an aspirin for a hangover. No, Dr. Buell was no doctor, and the accident was no accident. For Buell knew that Forsyth came to town every Thursday to get a haircut. After an hour at the barber shop, two men were friends. They'd talked about their families and their various business problems, and had made a date to meet the following Thursday for lunch. The two men shook hands and parted. Forsyth to go about his business, firm in the belief that he'd made a new friend. Dr. Buell back to his hotel, smiling inwardly at the knowledge that by this simple, seemingly innocent maneuver, he had taken the first step in his operation to fleece Henry Forsyth. The week went by rapidly, and on the appointed day at lunchtime, Dr. Buell and Henry Forsyth met as they had planned. They shook hands warmly and walked into a restaurant to get their lunch and discussed Buell's problem of opening his office. But as they sat down at their table, something very strange happened. Something very peculiar indeed.
Hey.
What's the trouble, Henry?
I don't know. There's something on my chest. Let's see. Well, I'll be. It's a wallet.
A wallet?
Yes. Someone must have lost it. Say, look at this money. Whoever lost it is certainly a rich man.
What about a name? Identification?
And there's a letter here. Look at this letterhead, will you? The Department of the Interior of the United States of America to Mr. George Clark, Cheyenne Hotel. From the Secretary of the Interior. Confidential.
From the Secretary himself? What's it about?
Let's see. Seems to be about a new tungsten mine. Yeah, in Alaska.
You better not read any more, Henry. It says confidential.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Well, at least we got the fellow's name and where he's staying. Come on, we better get this wallet to him.
As the two men left the restaurant and headed down the street for the Cheyenne Hotel, Forsyth's mind was spinning from the few sentences he'd read in that confidential letter to George Clark from the Department of the Interior. The confidential letter which talked about a big strike in a new tungsten mine in Alaska. Being a businessman, Forsyth knew what a thing like this could mean. He knew how a new vein of ore could bring up the value of a mine. He knew that money would be needed to further explore the resources of the mine. He knew the value of tungsten, and that stocks would be sold by the mine operators. Even as he walked through the traffic, Henry was walking in another world. At the Cheyenne Hotel, inside room 312, Mr. George Clark, tall, good-looking man with ruddy cheeks, the executive type, had been peering out the window. Through the curtains, he'd seen Forsyth and Buell come hastily across the street and into his hotel lobby. The fish had been hooked, he thought to himself. He turned from the window in a quick movement, loosened his tie, lighted a cigarette, and prepared to play the worried man, just as the door buzzer rang. Clark waited for the buzzer to ring a second time. Then in 3 quick steps, he went to the door and flung it open.
Yes? Mr. Clark?
Yes?
Dr. Buell here and I found something that belonged to you.
My wallet?
Yes.
Thank heavens. Man, I've been looking all over creation for that thing. Come in, both of you. Please.
We knew right away that you'd be worried about it.
I can't tell you how worried I've been. Won't you sit down?
Well, thank you.
Let's see now. Bad enough to lose the money, but there's a mighty important letter. It's here. What a relief.
That letter was the only clue to who owned the wallet. I had to read a little of it to find out who you were.
Oh, I see.
I realized it was a confidential letter.
That's all right. It's all right. I don't quite know what to do.
Oh, there's no need to worry about us. We'll just forget the whole thing.
But I'm afraid you've stumbled onto something that will be pretty hard to forget.
I'll admit this looks like big news in a business way.
It is.
Don't worry about us, though.
Now look here, I'm in a spot. But I am terribly indebted to you, gentlemen.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Clark. Anyone would have done the same.
I'm not so sure. Well, since you've entered the picture, I might as well tell you the whole story.
Well, not unless you want to.
I think I'd better. The situation is this. A few days ago, there was a new discovery in the ALASKO tungsten mine. The news isn't out yet. You see, we've been cooperating with the Department of Interior in keeping it quiet for a few days. Now, ALASKO tungsten has been selling for as low as 3 cents a share. And it'll continue to sell that cheaply until the news is out. Then the price will skyrocket. Yes, sir, it'll go sky high.
To Henry Forsyth, the rancher, the inside story of the tungsten strike in the ALASKO tungsten mine sounded like a fabulous stroke of luck, if he could capitalize on it. Yes, a stroke of luck that happens once in a lifetime. But before the two men left George Clark's apartment, they were sworn to secrecy. Mr. Clark even went so far as to make a deal with them. A deal whereby he might be able to cut them in for a chance to buy stock in return for their keeping a secret from the public. He praised their business judgment, but pleaded with them to be patient until he could wire the Department of the Interior and get permission for them to buy the stock. That night, Henry Forsyth slept very little. He realized that he was on the threshold of one of the biggest strokes of fortune any man had ever had. The inside news of a fabulous tungsten strike. The inside news and a chance to operate first. A chance to buy stock for as low as 3 cents a share. A chance to make a fabulous sum of money in the flick of an eyelash. The next day after breakfast, the telephone rang in Forsyth's ranch house. He ran to it and yanked it off the hook.
Hello?
Henry, Dr. Buell.
Yes, any news on the...
I just talked to Mr. Clark on the telephone. He wants us both to come down with our money.
What?
Yes, he said the ALASKO tungsten stocks are at 10 cents a share and climbing.
Well, there must have been a leak someplace.
Yeah, it's still a wonderful chance. And since the stocks are on the open market, he's been authorized to sell us as much as we want.
How much you putting into it?
All I've got, Henry, every cent. About 10,000.
Well, yeah, I can't do as well as that, but I can go in for 8,000.
Well, whatever it is, you better hurry. I told him we'd meet him at his hotel in a couple of hours.
2 hours later, Forsyth, Dr. Buell, and George Clark sat around a small table in Clark's hotel room. Spread before them was a telegram from the Department of Interior authorizing Clark to sell some ALASKO tungsten stock at 10 cents a share. Spread before them also was the assayer's report on the mine, and a bundle of stock certificates.
See, ticket, Forsythe. I've already told it to Buell over the phone. You can buy the stock if you want to.
I see.
Only Dr. Buell made a little mistake when he said you could buy all you want. You can't. You can only go up to 20,000.
Well, Dr. Buell wants 10,000, and I can handle 8. So we're just inside the limit.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, looks like this is your lucky day. Is it a deal?
Sure it is, Clark. And believe you me, it's one of the best deals I ever made in my life.
One of the best? Oh, no, Forsythe. The best.
When Forsythe walked into his bank the following Monday morning to deposit his stocks in a safety deposit box and to tell the bank manager of the killing he made, he learned the terrible truth.
Sorry, Henry, there's no such thing as the ALASKO tungsten mine. You've been taken for a ride.
Taken for a ride. Yes, Henry Forsythe had been taken for the same merry ride that has been the fate of so many others. The smooth-talking, believable confidence men had baited the trap perfectly. When the banker exposed the racket, it was too late. The phony Dr. Buell and the honest-appearing Mr. Clark were gone. And so was Henry Forsythe's $8,000. Instead of investigating before he invested his money, Henry listened to the build-up and tossed away his savings. It would have been so easy, to be sure. He could have followed the lead of thousands who every day consult their Better Business bureaus, police departments, or their bankers. He forgot the warnings. He tried to get rich in a hurry. And he found out. It's a racket.
Every day, Monday through Friday, the American Broadcasting Company presents It's a Racket, with Frank Graham exposing the methods of the shysters and crooks who yearly take millions of dollars from a gullible public. This program hopes to save much of this money for you who earned it rightfully. Follow these stories closely, day by day. Learn how the get-rich-quick schemes and the plausible-sounding rackets operate. Check your own business relations carefully, and remember, before you invest, investigate. The more plausible it sounds and the easier it seems, the more likely you'll find out
it's a racket.
I'll be back again tomorrow with the inside story of a racket that is right now being worked on unsuspecting veterans. It sounds like a way to get started in business with Uncle Sam putting up all the money. If you're a veteran, or if you know a veteran, listen to tomorrow's story on
It's a Racket.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Don Wilkins, Johnny. Tri-Mutual Limited.
Oh, hi, Don. Thanks for the Christmas present.
Well, just don't take out the cork near an open flame.
Yeah.
Say, do you know anything about a guy named Mel Pryker?
Nothing good about him. Why?
Got himself killed last night. Murdered.
Pryker was born to be murdered.
Maybe so, but not at our expense. We're holding a $100,000 policy on him.
Wow. Who's the beneficiary?
His partner, Nick SHURN.
Nick SHURN. You picked a fine pair of rats.
Yeah, I know that now. The New York police are holding SHURN, but they've got no evidence. Go down there and check it out for us, Johnny. If Nick did the killing, we're off the hook.
Any witnesses?
One, apparently, the hat check girl in that nightclub of theirs.
What's her story?
I wish I knew. She's disappeared. We've got to find her, Johnny, before some of Nick's hoodlums find her.
Don, maybe they already have.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the Nick SHURN matter. Item 1, 2280, transportation to New York, tips and incidentals and taxi fare to the office of Lieutenant Ed Rafferty, Homicide Division, the man in charge of the case.
Oh, hiya, Johnny. How have you been?
Not bad, Ed. How's the homicide business?
Terrible. Would you look at that teletype? Shoplifting. 5 complaints right in a row. The week before Christmas, that's all we get. Shoplifters.
Mel Pryker wasn't shoplifting.
Oh, you working on it, Johnny?
Yeah, the insurance angle. Nick SHURN's the beneficiary. $100,000 policy.
Well, you got a tough one, boy. SHURN killed him all right, but I don't think we're going to be able to stick him. Come on in the office. Hey, you know what that kid of mine wants for Christmas?
Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, next year, Johnny. He's only 10, you know. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
No, he wants a motorbike. Can you tie that? 10 years old, and he says he needs a motorbike. Have a chair.
Okay. Well, look, I know a factory representative here who'll make you a good deal on one, eh?
Oh, now, forget it, Johnny. No, I was 14 before I even had a pair of roller skates. And then I had to buy them myself. No, kids are spoiled today. That's the half of what's wrong with them. There's the file on the case. What little we've got.
Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, how'd it happen, Ed?
You mean, how do I think it happened?
That's good enough for me.
Mel Pryker and Nick SHURN were both in the rackets for years, as you probably know.
Yeah, I've heard rumors.
Well, a while back they teamed up and opened a string of supper clubs. That's where Pryker got it, in their main club, the Ches Colette.
Strictly legitimate, huh?
Yeah, more or less, I guess. They could afford to be. The dough they were making and arguing over, according to the word around.
That's the reason for the killing, the way you see it.
Sure. Nick figured if half was good, all the take would be twice as good.
And the insurance on top of it.
You're a fast one, Johnny. Anyhow, several people heard the shots about 2:30 in the morning, it was, right after the club closed, but none of them bothered to report it. The clean-up crew came in at 3 and found Pryker's body. He was lying in his office, shot twice, gun on the floor beside him, no prints. It was his own gun, and it was kept there in his desk.
Where was Nick SHURN?
Well, we picked him up an hour later at another one of their clubs. The manager was with him, and, Benny Stark. Now, he used
Benny, yeah, I know. Trigger man for Nick's mob in the old days. 15 years overdue for hanging.
That's our Benny. Anyhow, they both swear that Nick was there from 1:30 on.
Uh-huh. What about a paraffin test, Ed?
Positive, clear to the elbow, and you can throw it out the window.
What do you mean?
Earlier that evening, Nick spent 2 hours at a shooting gallery uptown, firing a pistol.
Ooh, smart, huh? He really planned for it.
He really did. If without a witness, we haven't got a chance.
I understand there was a witness. Some girl who was mixed up in it.
Easy, Johnny. You're talking to a Rafferty.
So the girl's Irish.
Miss Kathleen O'Dare. Old country, back 3 generations. County Kildare.
Then naturally she's as innocent as a newborn babe.
Naturally.
Then how does she figure?
Well, a taxi driver who knows her said that he saw her leave the club 5 minutes after the shots. She denied it, said she left at closing time. Well, now, in my book, she was lying.
Scared to talk, huh?
Paralyzed. And with plenty of reason. You know SHURN's reputation.
Well, what about the cab driver?
Now, I changed his story. He said it might have been some other girl he saw.
Oh, no, don't tell me, Ed. Let me guess.
That's right. His name's O'Toole. And I forgot to mention that Kathleen's pretty.
Naturally.
Anyhow, I let her go. I had to. And when I went around to talk to her this morning, she'd flown the coop.
Any chance some of Nick's boys grabbed her?
I don't think so. It looked more like she came home, packed in a hurry, took her kid, and blew.
Kid?
8-year-old daughter.
Irish and a mother, too. I was on sacred ground.
Oh, I was fingering me gun. No, seriously, Johnny. Would you find her? She may be able to break Nick's alibi, and it's our only chance.
And it might be her only chance. Nick SHURN's not the boy to leave a loose end lying around.
I know. I've got 30 men checking bus depots, airlines.
And no luck, huh?
In this mess at this time of year, I'm a hard-boiled cop, Johnny. I've got no Christmas spirit. I'm glad it only comes once per annum.
Well, there's not very much to go on, that's for sure. I'll see what I can turn up, Ed. Check with you later.
All right, that's fine. Oh, by the way, Johnny.
Yeah?
About that friend of yours.
What friend?
The guy with the motorbikes. How would I be getting in touch with him?
Oh, yeah, his name's Ralph Sterner. He's in the phone book office in the Mackley building. Hard-boiled cop.
Well, the kid's only young ones.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you find that O'Dare girl. Find her, keep her alive, and get her to talk.
How long have I got to find her?
What do you mean?
Nick SHURN. How much longer can you hold him?
Johnny, he was turned loose an hour ago.
So that was it. A lot of maybes, a lot of questions, and a lot of pressure. A job to be done and done fast. Find one Kathleen O'Dare, former hat check girl at the Chez Colette. Keep Nick SHURN's hoodlums away from her, and persuade her to talk. And 3 to 1, Nick was looking for her, too. He was free now, on the loose. And he might be anywhere. Only the way it turned out, he wasn't just anywhere. He was in one particular place.
Johnny.
Parked right smack in front of the precinct station.
Over here, Johnny.
He was sitting in the back seat of a sedan, and his trigger man, Benny Stark, was at the wheel.
Been there a long time.
time, hasn't it, Johnny?
About 5 years, as I remember it, Nick. It was that warehouse robbery over in Queens when you got away with $40,000 worth of furs.
You've forgotten. I was acquitted on that one.
Oh, yeah, I know. After they pulled the only witness out of the East River, his feet in a bucket of cement.
Just coincidence. I never seen him before.
You've seen Miss O'Dare before.
Sure I have. She works for me. She's a good kid, Johnny.
So I hear.
Well, I wouldn't harm a hair on that girl's head.
She'll be relieved when I tell her that.
Get in. I want to talk to you.
No. Sorry, Nick. I like it fine just the way it is. In the car, I'd be outnumbered.
You got me all wrong, Johnny. I don't play that way anymore.
What about Benny? Has he reformed, too?
Well, if that's what... Benny, go take a walk.
Yeah, boss, but...
I said go take a walk.
Okay.
Get in, Johnny.
What's on your mind, Nick?
You working on this case?
Yeah, I'm on it. Why?
That's what I figured. I was talking to my lawyer in there and saw you go to Rafferty's office. I guess the insurance company's going to try to welch on that claim.
It's your party, Nick. You talk.
I got a better idea.
What's that?
You know, it's real nice out in Las Vegas this time of year, Johnny. A man could have a lot of fun out there for the next month with maybe $10,000 to play with.
What man are you talking about?
You.
I don't have $10,000.
You will. 30 minutes from now, if you say the word.
Oh, Nick, you're lucky we're not standing out there on the sidewalk. In a car seat, I haven't got room to swing.
Still a fool, huh?
I don't know. Why don't you write me about it? You'll have plenty of time. Up there in the death cell.
Suppose I didn't make any claim on that policy. And you wouldn't have any reason to stay on the case.
No sale, Nick. $100,000 is a lot of money. I'd want to find out why you didn't make a claim.
You know why. You're out to pin this on me, and so are the cops. A man with a record hasn't got a chance.
You should have thought of that before you killed Mel Pranker.
Want to know something, Johnny? I didn't kill him.
Well, I'm betting you did.
What do you care who killed him? You're not shedding any tears over it.
No, but I'd sure hate to see you get away with it. And I'd hate it even more if anything happened to that girl.
Kathy O'Dare? Now, what could happen to her?
She just might fall in the river. She probably thinks she's safe as long as she hides from the police and refuses to talk. She doesn't know you very well.
You had me all wrong, Johnny.
You know, you hear a lot about peace on earth, goodwill toward men around this time of year. Well, I don't have much goodwill toward the kind of rat you are. And I figured there'd be more peace on earth if you weren't on it. Push me, and maybe that's what'll happen.
Well, at least that's fair warning.
Yeah, it's fair warning. I'm going to tag you for this, Nick. You can count on it. Expense account item 2, $2.40. Taxi to the East Side rooming. I didn't have much hope of turning up anything. Ed Rafferty and his men had already been through the place inch by inch. But it was the only starting point I had. The landlady was out, and a uniformed policeman led me into Kathy's flat. I spent an hour and a half and got nowhere. I went through her mail, bills, advertisements, casual notes from men she'd met at the club. But nothing personal, not even a postcard. There were no pictures, photographs of Kathy or her daughter anywhere in the flat. She'd made a clean sweep, then left in a hurry. And obviously, she didn't mean to be found. But I had to find her, and fast. It was dusk when I left. The street lamps were on, and the colored Christmas lights in the windows along the block. Snow was falling in big, soft, gentle flakes, and there was a holiday feeling in the air. It was neither the time nor the setting for murder.
Big contribution, son? Give a little something to help poor?
Oh, sure. How's it going this year, Santa?
Oh, it's better than usual, but it just seems there's never enough to go around, no matter how... Well, bless you, son. Thank you kindly.
Don't mention it. Good luck, Pop.
Thank you, son.
Well, the city ought to clean the streets better.
I've been waiting for you.
Sorry, Benny. It's not my day for punks.
Got some friends want to talk to you. Start walking, Johnny, down the alley.
It's dark down there.
Start walking. This ain't just my hand in my pocket.
It better be, Benny, with 2 cops standing up there on the porch watching.
What are you talking about? There ain't no cops.
I smashed him in the mouth and knocked him flat, followed it up and kicked his gun in. I got it. He rolled over, came to his feet, and rushed me. I was hoping he would.
He had that coming, son?
He had it coming.
Well, he sure did get it.
Yeah. Hey, you know something, Pop? I think Benny wants to make a contribution to help the poor.
Well, he ain't saying no.
Oh, he's a good boy, at the moment at least. Here you go. That ought to help some.
$3, $4, $500.
Put it where it'll do the most good.
Well, Merry Christmas, son. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you, Pop, and many more of them. Hey, taxi!
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the next SHURN matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, an old lady with a broken arm, a shivering girl, and bullets in the snow. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mrs. Gottler speaking.
Gottler?
I'm Kathleen O'Dare's landlady.
Oh, yeah.
I left word you wanted to talk to me.
That's right. I'm trying to find Miss O'Dare. Do you know where she is?
You a friend of hers?
I think I will be once I meet her. I'm an insurance investigator. I want to help her.
That's what the other one said.
What do you mean? What other one?
Fella that come up here a while ago, short, mean-faced, shifty-eyed.
Benny Stark? Was that his name?
He didn't say, Mr. Dollar. I guess he was too busy.
Busy? Doing what?
Breaking my good right arm.
I'll be right over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, New York City, to the Home Office, Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick SHURN matter. Expense account continued. Item 5, $2.30. Taxi to Mrs. Gottler's rooming house, the place Kathy O'Dare had called home until she disappeared.
Come in. Get your hands up.
Mrs. Gottler.
That I,
Well, look, I'm Johnny Dollar. I talked to you on the phone. It's all right. You can put that gun down.
Well, I guess it's you all right. I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but I've only got one good arm left, and I'm aiming to keep it. Pull up a chair.
Thanks. Oh, kind of rough boy, huh?
I'd have showed him who was rough if I could have got a hold of my gun. I'd have blasted him, Christmas week or not. I'd have blasted him, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
And me with all these presents to wrap. How can you wrap presents with one arm? Bad as being a paper hanger.
Well, I'll be glad to help out, Mrs. Gottler. I won't guarantee what they'll look
well,
like.
Well, I sure do appreciate it, and don't worry about their looks. I got to get them wrapped, that's all. Oh, let's see now. This paper goes on that one.
Oh, all right.
It's a water muffler for my nephew over in Brooklyn. You know them terrible winters they have over there.
Oh, yeah, they're frightful. Of course, it may be better this year. The Dodgers won the pennant.
Nothing but luck. It won't happen next year.
You never know. Hey, tell me something, Mrs. Gottler. How come Benny worked you over? Why did he break your arm?
Here. Stick this card on it as soon as you get the ribbon tied.
Oh, okay.
No time of year like Christmas, Well, he wanted to know where Kathy went. When I said I didn't know, he jumped onto me. Said I was lying. If I could have got hold of that gun...
Where did she go, by the way?
You aiming to break my other arm, Mr. Dollar?
With all these packages to wrap? Here, hold your finger on that knot.
Tie it tight now. Them postmen in Brooklyn are always busting things open.
I know. There. Well, that's one down. Where did you say she went?
Oh, I didn't. No, this one I'll deliver myself, so it don't need to be wrapped so careful.
All righty.
Kathy lit out of here in the middle of the night. You think I'd sit up 24 hours a day spying on my roomers?
You might, if the rumor happened to be one of your special favorites.
Who told you that?
What's the difference? She was, wasn't she?
Kathy was everybody's favorite. Anybody that ever met her. Oh, you'll meet them as make remarks about a girl that works in a nightclub, but I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Dollar. Kathleen O'Dare is as fine a lady as you'd ever care to find.
And I would care to find her.
Well, good luck to you, then. And if you do, let me know where she is.
You helped her pack, didn't you?
Now, how did you know that?
Here. That's about as good as I can get it. Be careful when you deliver it, though. It's not tied very tight. I didn't know, Mrs. Gottler. I was guessing, but it figured. Kathy was scared half to death when she packed up and left here. All she had on her mind was to run and hide. She wouldn't have thought of stripping that flat, taking out every bit of personal identification. Somebody had to help her. Now, where'd she go?
I don't know.
Look, you don't get the idea. I'm on her side. She's up against a rough deal and doesn't even know it. You've had a sample of the way those boys play, and that was only a sample. With Kathy, it'll be a whole lot worse. They're looking for her, and sooner or later they'll find her. Her only chance is for me to get to her first, so you...
I'm not lying, Mr. Dollar. I don't know where she went, and that's the truth to help me. I tried to get her to tell me, but she wouldn't. She said if I knew it would be dangerous for me. I helped her pack, yes, but I don't know where she was going.
Well, that's that, I guess. I don't know where to turn next. She apparently didn't have any other close friends. I don't even know what she looks like. I've never even seen a picture of her. I was hoping you
Well, if that'll do you any good, I've got one right here in my sewing basket.
One what?
A picture. What did you think? She gave it to me about a year ago. But she'd never had many taken, but here it is.
Thanks.
Real pretty girl, don't you think so?
Yeah, she's lovely. Well, at least I'll be able to When was this taken, Mrs. Gottler?
Now, how should I know? 3 or 4 years ago, I guess, before she come here to the city.
This photographer's address, the name of the town, is that where she came from? Branbury, Michigan?
Why, yes, that's her hometown, Branbury. I'd forgotten the name of it. And she was just talking about it a week or so ago. She wanted to go home for Christmas, but she said she couldn't see. Mr. Dollar, do you think she might?
Maybe. It's the most likely place a scared girl would run to, home. Anyway, it's worth a chance. Mrs. Gottler, I love you.
Why, Mr. Dollar. Why, Mr. Dollar.
Expense account item 6, $88.35. Hotel and incidentals in New York and transportation to Branbury, Michigan. Branbury turned out to be a lumber village, half hidden among the pine-covered hills. It was a little bigger than a wide spot in the road, but not much bigger. A foot of new snow had fallen within the past 24 hours. A fluffy white blanket lay softly on the trees and the housetops and filled the deep hollows in the frozen ground. Men in bright red flannel shirts drove horse-drawn logging sleds through the forest trails, and their shouts sounded sharp and clear, a crystalline tinkle in the icy air. Branbury looked like the place where Christmas was invented. It was beautiful. And very quiet when it came to putting out information. I found it out first when I tried the local telephone operator.
Number, please.
I just checked in here at the hotel operator. There doesn't seem to be a phone book, so...
People steal them, that's why. Traveling people going through.
Oh, souvenir hunters, I suppose.
How's that?
Look, I wanted to call the O'Dares. Could you put...
Not O'Dares. There ain't but one. That's old Mike.
Oh, and that's the one I want to call. Would you mind ringing him?
Won't do no good. He ain't there. He's slabbing up at number 4 mill today.
Well, actually, it's his daughter I want to talk to.
Daughter?
Yeah, that's right, Kathleen. Do you know her?
Just growed up with her's all.
Oh, well, would you mind...
You a friend of hers?
No, I've never met her,
Where
but...
you from?
I came here from New York, but
What's your name?
Johnny Dollar. Now, will you please ring Kathleen?
She don't live here. She lives in New York City.
I know where she lives.
And what give you the idea she'd be up here?
I'm psychic.
You're what?
Look, where can I get in touch with her?
I wouldn't know anything about it, Mr. Dollar, and I can't give out that kind of information. You better go on back to New York and write her a letter.
Let me talk to your supervisor.
Supervisor? Well, I'm all there is, so I guess that's me. Start talking.
Forget it.
You're welcome.
I got the same kind of runaround from the hotel proprietor. As soon as I mentioned Kathy, he suddenly forgot his own name, age, and the time of day. One thing sure, this town took care of its own. I wondered if the law in Branbury would take the same attitude. I decided I'd better go find out. As it happened, I didn't have far to go. On the sidewalk in front of the hotel, the law came to me.
Just a second there, mister.
Like
to have a little talk with you, if you don't mind.
All right. Quite a change to find somebody here who wants to talk.
I understand you just got in from New York. Here on business?
Look, you know why I'm here, but now everybody in town knows.
Got any identification on you?
Yeah. Have you?
My name's Martin. Dan Martin. I'm the deputy sheriff in charge of this part of the county.
Oh, then you're just the man I was looking for.
Is that so?
I'm Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. I'm looking for a girl named Kathleen O'Dare. Do you know where she is?
What do you want with her?
I'm working on a murder case. She's a witness.
Is there any kind of a charge against her?
No, I just want to talk to her.
What makes you think she's here?
Are you a friend of hers, Mr. Martin?
I've been in love with Kathy since we went to grade school. I'd be willing to die for her. Does that answer your question?
All right, let me put it this way. You think you're helping her by hiding her out. All of you think so. But you're wrong. You're helping her right into her grave.
Kathy doesn't figure it that way.
She's scared. She doesn't know what she thinks. I know these boys who are after her. They don't play kid games. And sooner or later, they're going to find her. So if you love her and if you know where she is, you better take me to her before it's too late.
I don't know. I don't know what it is Kathy's mixed up in. I didn't want to ask her. But I know it isn't the police she's afraid of. And I don't think it's you.
No, at the time she ran out, I wasn't even in the picture. I'm on her side, too, Mr. Martin, and I've got to see her.
Go talk to her father, old Mike. See what he thinks. He's not at home right now.
Yeah, I know. He's out at number 4 Mill. How do I get there?
The county pickup truck is parked down the block.
The tire chains bit into the packed snow and pushed the 4 miles of logging road behind us. It was late afternoon, and the sun had dropped behind the timbered slopes, throwing a pale sheet of cold yellow against the western sky. Here and there, a few scattered lights were coming on, in the windows of the village and the bunkhouses of the lumber camps. Bright white sparks against the darkening shadows. Emptiness, loneliness, and somewhere in it a frightened girl in hiding. A girl who'd run away from the city of 100 million lights and from an unsolved murder. Mike O'Dare was winding up a job working at the big slabbing saw, and I stood by and waited for him to finish.
Be right with you, Mr. Dollar. This is the last one.
Okay.
Well, that's the last of it now till after Christmas. Yeah, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right, Mr. O'Dare. My name is Johnny...
Never mind. I know all about you. Dan Martin phoned. Said you was on your way out. Mr. Dollar, the answer is no.
I see.
I've had it over since Dan called. Before I'd have anything happen to Kathy, I'd rather see 10 murderers go unhung.
Now, look, hiding out won't help. As long as Nick SHURN is free, Kathy's in danger.
He can't hurt her if he can't find her.
I found her, Mr. O'Dare.
Just by luck. There's not one chance in a million of... Sounds like a car. Ooh, the tarnation would drive out here this time of the evening.
We walked over to the big doors. The car had stopped about 20 yards away. A man got out and turned toward us. I was standing under the dock light, so he recognized me before I got a good look at him. He jumped back in the car and went for his gun. Benny Stark. Get back, Mr. O'Dare. It was too dark to get a decent shot. I tried once more. and missed, and the car disappeared behind the trees.
Mr. Dollar, who was it? Was that one of them?
That's right, Mike. They found her.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Nick SHURN matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a lonely vigil in the snow. A killer prowls the night. And a lovely lady vanishes. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dan Martin here. I was up the street when you
Listen,
called.
Sheriff, they've traced Kathy O'Dare here to your nice little town of Branbury.
Who has?
Nick SHURN's boys. One of them, a trigger man named Benny Starr, came out to the Sawmill Hill a few minutes ago. I traded a couple of shots with him, but he got away in a car.
Did he head north or back toward town?
Toward town, I think. You can't see the turnoff from here.
All right, Dollar. You're packing a gun. Will you take the pickup truck and block that turnoff? Hold it until I can get somebody out there to relieve you?
Right. How many deputies you got?
Deputies?
Uh-oh. What about volunteers?
Is this Benny Stark the man Kathy's afraid of?
He's one of them.
Then I'll have volunteers. 20 men within a half hour, armed with deer rifles. And every one of them a dead shot.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Branbury, Michigan, to the Home Office, Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick SHURN matter. Expense account continued. Item 8, $3.60 for 2 packs of cigarettes and a pint of Applejack, borrowed from the foreman's locker at the sawmill. I figured these as standard equipment for holding down a roadblock at 10 degrees above zero. And Mike O'Dare agreed with me 100%.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They can make it out of corn, rye, barley, make it out of gold if they want to. But they'll never come up with anything better than what they make out of apples. Here, have a short one, Johnny.
No, thanks. I'll save it for later.
Well, I'll just, It's got the taste of Indian summer in it. You ought to see this country around that time of year, Johnny. Breaks your heart, it's so beautiful.
Well, it's beautiful now with the snow on. And it would be more so if there wasn't a killer running loose in it.
Johnny, I want to ask you something about my daughter. And I want you to answer me honest.
All right.
It's no use trying to fool you. She's here, all right.
I know.
But she hasn't told me what it was that happened in New York. What she ran away from. And somehow I figured it was just as well not to ask her.
Your sheriff, Dan Martin, said practically the same thing.
Dan's been in love with Kathy since he was 12 years old. He's a good man. Solid.
So I figured.
Anyway, she was scared. Scared half to death. And she'd come home for help, so we tried to help her.
What was it you wanted to ask me, Mr. O'Dare?
You mentioned a murder case, Johnny. You didn't give any of the details, just said that Kathy was a witness. Is she mixed up in this murder?
And you wanted an honest answer. All right, I'm not sure.
I see.
That's why I wanted to talk to her, get her story, the truth. I realized from the start she might be guilty. I don't think so, but it's a possibility. You may as well know about it.
I guess you realize it wouldn't make any difference. Not to me or to Dan.
Oh, yeah, I figured. In other words, you're with me as long as I'm trying to protect her. But you'll fight me if I find reason to think she's guilty.
That's about it, Johnny.
Well, at least we know where we stand. And I hope it won't come to...
What's the matter?
Car coming. Light on the trees there at the bend.
Yeah. Do you suppose maybe...
Probably not, but you can't tell. Better get behind the truck just in case. You'll have to shift into low to edge past us. And let me get that spotlight on.
I guess I'll just have another quick one. That wind cuts right through your bones.
It's a dark-colored sedan. It might be him.
Funny. I've been hoping for 2 months that Kathy'd come home for Christmas. And I didn't figure I'd be out here in the woods, hiding behind a truck, waiting to shoot it out with somebody that wanted to kill her.
It's a crazy world. Keep your head down, Mr. O'Dare.
Yeah.
Just the driver by himself, wearing a dark hat. I don't know.
You know, that kind of looks like...
Huh?
Why, Carly, it is.
What?
That's Ted Perkins, all right. No doubt about it. And
All right, you better wave him out past. He probably thinks we need help.
It's all right, Ted. It's Michael there. Go ahead. We don't need anything. Yeah, we're all right. Thanks anyway. Well, there's one thing about people around here. They mind their own business and don't ask no questions.
And they don't answer them often either. How's that Applejack holding out? Two long hours went past. Only 3 cars came out from the village. And each time a long moment of tension while we waited to identify the occupants. But all of them were townspeople. Benny didn't show. One truck came down the logging road from the back hills loaded with dwarf spruce and fir. Peace on earth, goodwill toward men. We were waiting for an assassin, but the truck only carried Christmas trees. The night was crystal clear with bright stars hanging low in the blackness, but it kept turning colder and colder. And to leave on the Applejack didn't help much. And the wind, too, changed gradually and blew fitful and gusty and strange.
It's going to storm. Come a blizzard, maybe. Not tonight. Tomorrow sometime or tomorrow night. I know this country. Know the signs.
There's an odd feeling in the air, all right.
There's an even odder one in my leg. Log rolled over on it pretty near 6 years ago. Bothers me some in the winter. Till that worse, though, right before a storm.
Well, that's kind of a handy thing to have.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, I guess. Like one time when Kathy was little. When her ma was still alive. God rest her soul. We had a big measles epidemic here in Branbury, and every night Kathy used to add a line to her prayers. She'd say, "And please let me catch the measles so I can stay out of school like the other kids." Now she's wanted as a witness in a murder case. And somebody's prowling out there in the dark trying to find her and kill her. Little Kathy, who never harmed anybody in her whole life. Some things just don't make sense, Johnny.
Some things never have. There was another time once when men like Benny were prowling in the dark, trying to find a little child and kill him. And he hadn't harmed anybody either. That was nearly 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, so it was. I like you, Johnny. Kathy will like you, too, and little Jill. Oh, now there's a pair for you. That kid looks more like her mother did at her age.
Another car coming, Mr. O'Dare.
Yeah, so there is. And this just might be the one.
Maybe.
I sure wish that Applejack hadn't run out.
But it was only a couple of men Deputy Martin had sent out from town to relieve us and take over. Big men, calm and quiet, wearing plaid mackinaws and heavy lace boots and carrying Winchester 94s over their arms. They told us Benny Stark had been seen. He'd come up from the west, driven onto one of the roadblocks unexpectedly. In a flurry of shots, he'd broken through. The men couldn't understand his persistence. They thought he'd run for it, get out of the area once his presence was known. I didn't bother to explain, to put him straight, but I knew Benny had never run, not now. He was a trigger man, a professional killer with a reputation at stake. And he had his orders to silence Kathy O'Dare. A half hour later, we were back in town, turning into the main street around the village square. Strings of colored lights on a tall pine in the center of the square blinked and sparkled as they swayed in the wind. Around 100 cars and trucks were parked in the street and in the lot behind the town hall. And the sound of singing drifted out from inside.
They're practicing carols and things for the big doings on Christmas Eve. Ain't it beautiful?
The men at the roadblock had given a description of Benny's car and the license number. It was just barely possible.
Got something in mind, Johnny?
Yeah, let's take a look through those parked cars.
I don't know. If it was me, I sure wouldn't be hanging around here. I'd stick to the tall timber.
Yeah, but you're not a city boy, Mike. Tall timber is foreign soil to Benny. He's only comfortable when he's close to a crowd.
He the fellow that's supposed to have done that murder?
No, it was the man he works for, a cafe owner, ex-gangster, a man named Nick SHURN. Let's check that lot around at the side. I don't think he'd show here in front.
He'd be taking a big chance showing anywhere. In a town this size, people know each other.
It's his job to take chances. And he probably doesn't realize... Wait a minute. That sedan against the building with the side window broken.
7821. That's his car, Johnny.
Yeah, wait here. I eased my gun out of the holster and started toward the car. There were no lights in the lot, only the soft glow reflected from the packed snow underfoot. And the car itself stood in the dark shadows next to the building. I couldn't see whether anyone was in it or not. The singing seemed to swell louder as I approached. I moved slowly, watching for any sudden movement. The car was empty. It was time, past time, to talk to Kathy O'Dare. And with the pressure tightening, the danger close to home now, her father was ready to take me to her. We drove over to Dan Martin's house, where it turned out Kathy and her daughter were staying. Dan's mother had been looking after her. Dan was there when we arrived, busy on the phone.
Yeah, I know the car all right. The one Jed bought last spring down in Bay City. 7392. Where was it parked? All right, keep an eye out, Charlie. So long. Benny Stark has stole himself another car.
Huh?
Took Jed Wharton's station wagon.
Well, what for? That was a better one he had.
Charlie says the steering gear was sprung. I guess it happened when he crashed that roadblock.
Well, how's Kathy and the young'un?
Oh, fine. They're asleep upstairs. Mom's next door helping Mrs. Barton stuff a turkey.
Johnny, you figure it could wait till morning.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Dare. I've got to talk to her tonight.
All right. I'll go wake her up.
Mr. Dollar, no matter what she's done, don't hurt her any more than you have to.
As far as I know at the moment, Dan, all she's guilty of is withholding information. And most people would have done the same thing. Nick SHURN's a rough boy to tangle with. She was scared, that's all. Lost her head.
She never did belong in a city. She belongs right here in Branbury. This is her kind of life.
Why did she leave?
Well, we argued one day, and she said she'd show me. So she ran off and married that fellow. He treated her bad. Finally left her. But she was too proud to come back. She wouldn't have come back now if she hadn't have been so scared.
Well, maybe it'll work out now.
She ought to stay. Her kid ought to grow up here. Learn the outdoors and the woods like Kathy used to know it. Why, she roamed through those hills like a young Indian. Knew every trail in that forest. Every timber camp and trapper's cabin from here to the ridge. I remember one time the two of us were up toward...
Dan!
What's the matter?
What is it, Mr. O'Dare?
You said Jill and Kathy were asleep upstairs. Ain't that what you said, Dan?
Of course that's what I... Mike.
What's happened?
They're not up there. They're not up there or anywhere else in the house. They're gone.
be another intriguing episode in our story of the Nick SHURN matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a little girl who believes in Santa Claus, a big girl who believes in very little, and both of them facing death. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar? Mike O'Dare, Johnny. Any sign of Kathy? No, the boys at the highway turnoff haven't seen her or Benny, either one. Not a soul out that way in the last hour. What about there at the sawmill? Nothing, Mike. No fresh tracks on the logging road, no sign of her. And the worst thing is it's starting to snow again.
Yeah, here in town, too. Dan Martin just phoned. No luck. She hasn't shown up at any of the roadblocks. She's around somewhere, and we've got to find her.
We will, Mike.
And it's got to be fast, Johnny. There's a blizzard coming up, and that gunman Benny Stark is around, too. Maybe he's already found her. Maybe he even took her from the house, her and Jill both. Maybe she didn't get scared and run. Maybe it was him. Maybe he
Mike, stop it. That kind of thinking's not going to help any.
Well, what is going to help?
I don't know, but I've got a half-baked idea, and I may be right. Stay there at the house. I'm coming back to pick you up. And one thing you can do while you're waiting.
What, Johnny?
Pray.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Branbury, Michigan, to the Home Office, Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick SHURN matter. Or more important, find Kathy O'Dare. Item 12 on expense account, $4.90. A tank full of gas for the county pickup I'd borrowed from Deputy Sheriff Dan Martin. The falling snow was thickening now, and the wind was rising and steadying in the northwest. The night had all the makings of a blizzard. And wherever Kathy and her daughter had gone, we had to find them before it hit. It was 10:14 p.m. when I pulled up at the side porch of the O'Dare house, and Kathy's father came hurrying out to the truck, leaving the door open behind him and buttoning his heavy mackinaw as he ran. Any news, Mike?
Not a thing.
All right, get in. Shut the door.
Yeah, we'll get a foot of snow before morning, with a zero wind behind it.
Now, listen, Mike. I think we can forget any idea that Benny found her and got her out of the house. In that case, she wouldn't have taken your car. He's already got one.
I know. I thought of that.
And he wouldn't have given her time to dress herself and Jill the way she did, with heavy clothes and snow boots. And she wouldn't have taken the rifle.
Then what has happened?
She knew I'd be there to talk to her sometime this evening. I think she lost her nerve, couldn't face it, decided to run again.
Maybe so, but where, Johnny?
That's what I want you to tell me.
What?
No, I don't mean you knew what she was going to do and where she was going to go or
then
help
how do you think I can tell you?
Look, Kathy knew about the roadblocks Dan Martin set up to trap Benny Stark, knew where they were. So if she didn't want to be seen, then naturally she'd avoid them.
She couldn't. Not if she wanted to get away, take the highway to Flint or Detroit. She'd have to pass one of them at least.
But she hasn't passed any of them, so she's still in this area. And I don't think she ever meant to leave it.
But then...
Dan Martin said Kathy used to spend a lot of time in the woods when she was growing up. He said she knew every back trail in these hills, logging camps, trappers' cabins.
She did. She used to worry the dickens out of me the way she...
Yeah. Now, where would she go, Mike, if she wanted to hide out back in the hills somewhere?
There's a lot of places. Chippewa Canyon's one. 3 or 4 timber camps abandoned in the winter. Some cabins along the... No, she couldn't make it. There's a roadblock before you get to the turnoff there.
It's got to be someplace she could reach without being seen.
Well, there's Barker's Flats. Oh, but that's 12 miles of a foot trail. She wouldn't try it in this weather, not with Jill along, anyway. Then there's Lake Pine. No, it's over the other way. Pine Lake Road.
Where's that?
Runs northwest of town. Not much better than a wagon road. Dan didn't put a block on it because it dead ends at the lake about 5 miles out.
What's out there?
Nothing at the lake, but you can go on up Pine Creek about 4 miles on foot, and there's some cabins. Maybe a waste of time, Johnny.
Let's get going. Expense account, item 13, $6.90. 1 dry cell electric lantern, an extra pair of batteries picked up at the Branbury Hardware Company on the way through town. The falling snow, driven by a bitter cold wind, formed a dense curtain in front of our headlights. And from the turnoff all the way up the narrow twisting road to Pine Lake, I had to keep the truck in second gear. There were car tracks in the road, all right, several of them. But they were covered now by the new blanket of snow. And it was impossible to tell whether they'd been made earlier tonight or a week ago.
The road ends a couple of yards past this next turn.
We'll soon know.
There's 4 or 5 side turnoffs. Clearance where you can park. We'll have to check all of them, I guess.
All right.
That draw there on the right. That break there in the trees, that's where the Pine Creek Trail starts.
Well, we'll swing in it. Mike, I guess we won't have to check those turnoffs.
Huh?
Is that your car over there under the trees?
Yeah. That's it.
I left Mike waiting in the cab while I went over to look inside the car. It was empty, abandoned. And there was no note, no clue of any kind to tell where Kathy had gone. I raised the hood and felt the motor block, ice cold. The car had been here for some time. I flashed the lantern on the ground and followed the faint tracks made by 2 pairs of snow boots. They entered the deep draw that led back into the hills, the start of the Pine Creek Trail. I snapped off the lantern and stumbled through the snow back to the truck.
What'd you find, Johnny?
It's them, all right. They've headed up the trail. I found tracks in the snow.
Well, then we'd better get started.
No, wait. I'll go after them, Mike. You take the truck, go into town, find Dan Martin. Bring help as fast as you can. That storm's getting worse.
No, you don't. I know the risk. Starting up that trail with a blizzard coming on. And if you think you're going to protect me by sending...
Knock it off, Mike. There's no time, and you're wrong. I'm not protecting you. I'm protecting myself.
What do you mean?
That bum leg of yours. I don't want you on my hands, too, along with the girls.
All right, Johnny. I'll go after Dan.
And hurry, Mike. I'm depending on you.
Yeah. Good luck, Johnny.
See you, Mike. I stood there in the snow watching the headlights of the truck move away. Finally, they swung around the bend and disappeared. And I suddenly felt more alone than I ever had in my life. I'd gotten rid of Mike deliberately, sent him away on purpose, because I hadn't told him everything. I could see no point in tearing his heart out. There was another car parked on beyond Kathy's, nearly hidden by the trees. Jed Wharton's station wagon. The car that had been stolen by a killer named Benny Stark. It took me half an hour to cover the first mile, and the storm kept getting worse. The beam of the lantern penetrated a bare 30 feet ahead of me before it was smothered out in the white blackness of the night. After a few hundred yards, the tracks I was trying to follow had nearly disappeared, snowed over and blotted out. I gave up looking for them and stuck to old Mike's description of the trail, following the left bank of the frozen creek. The drifts were deeper down along the creek bottoms, and the going was rougher. But I didn't dare leave it to look for better footing. It was my only landmark. The trail itself was buried. And any man who lost his way tonight and wandered off into one of those side gullies would wander straight to his death. An hour passed. Then an hour and a half, or 2 hours maybe. I lost all track of time and distance. The wind cut through my clothes, and the numbing cold crept into me deeper and deeper. Gradually, the walking, stumbling, breathing, even thinking became automatic and without feeling. The world itself seemed to narrow down to a tiny circle close around me, And all beyond was chaos, blackness, and roaring storm. I tripped over fallen logs and floundered back to my feet, dropped my lantern and recovered it, broke through the crusted drifts and struggled for footing, and kept on moving. In the weird nightmare of the blizzard, I could hardly recognize reality when I came face to face with it. When the beam from my lantern touched him, crouching by a tree a few yards away. I could barely accept him as being real. He'd been watching my light as I approached, waiting for me. It was Benny Stark with his gun leveled and aimed. Don't be a fool, Benny. Drop that gun! A curtain of snow swept between us then, blotting out the sight of him, and I was grateful. I turned and stumbled on into the storm, moving in pitch darkness now, except for the ghostly glow from the snow-covered ground. The second shot had smashed my lantern, and I had nothing left to go by but instinct and luck, and they weren't enough. Within 15 minutes, I was hopelessly lost. That's when I started hearing the music. Miles from no place where there couldn't be any music, except inside my head. The cold and fatigue were finally doing their work. I knew the signs. The next step was to start wandering in circles, smaller and smaller ones, and the last step, to drop exhausted and go peacefully to sleep. Peacefully and permanently. But the sound kept growing louder, and I moved in the direction it seemed to be coming from. It couldn't be just illusions. It had to be real. Hello! Hello there! Then suddenly, only a few yards away, a brilliant blaze of light exploded from the darkness. And it seemed that a golden-haired girl was standing in the middle of it. And for a moment, my sanity tottered.
Who's out there?
My golden vision was wearing blue jeans and a flannel shirt and was holding a rifle. She looked exactly like the photograph I'd seen of Kathy O'Dare. And the blaze of light came from an open cabin door.
Who is it? Speak up or I'll shoot.
Oh, thank heaven. Hold it, Miss Dare. It's Johnny Dollar.
Are you getting warm now?
I don't think I'll ever get warm again.
You will if you don't move away from the stove a little. The back of your shirt is starting to smoke.
Yeah, I thought I was beginning to feel something. How's the firewood?
There's plenty. And plenty of food.
And a radio. If I hadn't heard that music, I'd have blundered right on past this cabin.
Oh, we've got everything. We can hold out for a month if we have to. And I hope we have to.
What about your daughter? Is she all right?
Sure. She's fine. It's a picnic for her. A camping trip. And she's sound asleep back there in the lean-to. Dreaming about Santa Claus, I suppose. I wish I could. How did you find me, Mr. Dollar?
A hunch. Guesswork. I was born under a lucky star.
I wasn't.
Oh, I don't know. I think you've been pretty lucky, considering everything. More so than your landlady back in New York.
Mrs. Grottler? What do you mean?
Betty Stark went to see her. Tried to find out where you were. When she wouldn't tell him, he broke her arm.
Oh, no. Oh, the poor woman.
Oh, it's a rough game, Miss O'Dare, trying to play it cozy with a mobster like Nick SHURN. You know, of course, that he sent Benny here to find you.
You'll have a hard time finding me in this place.
He did find you.
What?
Maybe he followed you from the house or saw you drive through town. Anyway, I ran into him back down the trail a ways.
I thought I heard shooting a while ago.
You did. He tried to ambush me. He thought he had the drop, and he wouldn't give up. I had to kill him.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Nick SHURN matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the showdown. Victory, and then disaster. When a visitor to the little town of Branbury turns out to be death. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar? Spell it.
JOHNNYDOLLAR.
That's not right. You forgot to capitalize.
Hey, you're right, honey. Let me hear you spell your name.
Okay. Capital J-I-L-L, Jill. Capital O, apostrophe.
Apostrophe.
I never can say that. Capital D-A-R-E, or Dare. Of course, my last name's actually something else. I forget. But my mother says I'm really an O'Dare.
Not the least doubt about it. I could see it in a minute.
I like you, Johnny Dollar.
And I kind of like you, too, Jill O'Dare.
You think my mother's pretty?
I think she's lovely.
Why don't you get married to her so I can have a daddy?
Well, that's certainly something to think about. And not a bad idea. Now, be quiet before you wake her up.
I'm already awake, and with a plot like that being hatched, I think I better stay awake. Is there coffee, Johnny?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location, a small cabin in the timber outside Branbury, Michigan. To the Home Office, Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick SHURN matter. Expense account, final page. Item 15, $1 million for a certain feeling. I realize, of course, that the amount of this item is somewhat unusual and may be cause for mild criticism by your accounting department, unless the accompanying report includes an adequate and detailed explanation. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary correspondence and delay, I am attaching said explanation herewith. Here's your coffee, Kathy.
Thanks. How long did I sleep, Johnny?
Oh, a couple of hours. It's around 4 in the morning.
The storm hasn't let up at all, has it?
Oh, it's worse, if anything.
Jill, honey, it's 4 o'clock in the morning and your eyes are just about to fall out. Now you go back there and go to sleep.
Do I have to, Mommy?
You have to. Run along now.
Mr. Johnny Dollar and me were having a lot of fun till you woke up.
Well, that's life, sweetie. Night now.
Good night, Jill.
Good night.
Proud of her?
I'm crazy about her. That's what you mean.
She's a great little girl.
She's the only thing I ever did in my whole life that turned out right.
That bad, huh?
Johnny, it's no good. I know why you're here. I know what you expect from me, and the answer's no.
You're jumping the gun. I haven't asked you anything.
You will. You haven't done all this for nothing. You're going to ask me to come back to New York and testify against Nick SHURN.
I might ask you to tell the truth. Is that just another way of wording it?
I didn't see anything, hear anything. I don't know anything about it, and I have nothing to say.
So Nick SHURN gets away with another murder.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
And sooner or later, of course, he'll kill you, too. He sent Benny Stark out to do it, and Benny missed. But he's got other boys, or he might even handle the job himself.
Why?
By now he ought to know that I'm not going to tell.
But there's always that chance you might change your mind. And Nick's a gambler, but he likes the odds on his side. He doesn't take chances. Whenever he can, he stacks the deck.
I wish I could help you, Johnny. But I don't know anything about it. I left before it happened.
How long have you worked for Nick SHURN? Known him?
2 years. I'm not wide-eyed about him, Johnny. I've heard what he's been, what he may even still be, a gangster, hoodlum, racketeer, but that's none of my business. The club was legitimate, and my job there was on the level, and he never got out of line once.
And no doubt he's always been kind to his mother and loves dogs and children.
I wouldn't know, except children. He's crazy about them. He was always buying something for Jill, asking about her.
And he also shot and killed Mel Pryker.
I couldn't say.
I see. Well, you're letting a lot of people down. People here in Branbury that you grew up with, people that love you, your father, Dan Martin.
What have they got to do with it?
You know, it's a great country up here. I'd like to spend more time in it. And it's big country, big and beautiful and dangerous. Like that blizzard outside there. It's not the kind of country that turns out cowards.
Cowards?
Your father said something yesterday. That some people belong in cities and some don't. And that you're one of the second kind. He was right. The city's made a coward of you.
You don't understand.
And they know it. Old Mike, Dan, all of them. Of course, they'll never mention it. But you're letting them down, and they know it. And you know it, Kathy.
They don't have a daughter to think of.
It's not her fear we're talking about. It's yours.
All right, I'm scared. I've got reason to be. It's easy for you to talk. You don't know what fear is, what it can do to you.
I don't.
It can push you and drive you and make you do things you hate yourself for.
And it can destroy you.
How would you know? How would any of them know? Who haven't felt it, who haven't been there.
Kathy, you're not alone. We've all been there. It's not the fear that's important. It's the courage you bring up to fight it.
I've tried. I've nearly gone crazy trying to think it out. But it always comes back to one thing. Jill. She's what counts. Nothing else matters.
And if you love her, teach her to grow up without fear. Sacrifice anything if you have to, even your life, but teach her courage. There's nothing greater you could do for her. It's all right, Kathy. It's all right. It's all right.
I knew what was right, Johnny. I knew all the time.
Sure. Of course you did. All you needed was a little push. Want to tell me about it now?
I was there at the club that night. When it happened, I stayed after closing. I had some presents for Jill, and I wanted to wrap them before I took them home. Nick and Mel Pryker were upstairs in the office.
Nick was there?
Yes. I could hear them arguing. They didn't know I'd stayed, and then...
Go on.
I heard Mel yell out. He said, "No, Nick, no." And then I heard the shots.
Yes?
I didn't even think. I ran up to the office. Mel was lying on the floor, and Nick was standing there with a gun. He told me to get out and to keep quiet if I wanted to keep on living.
That's it, huh?
Yes.
Would you make a statement to the police, testify at the trial?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Will you help me, Johnny? Will you stand by me?
You know I will.
You've got to, because I'm scared. I'll be scared all the way, but I'll do it if you'll help me.
I'll help you, Kathy, all the way. Why don't you curl up here and get some sleep? Come on.
Maybe now I can sleep.
It's going to be all right.
Thanks, Johnny, for giving me the push.
Oh, sure, honey.
You know something, Johnny? I'm with Jill. I like you, too.
She went to sleep with her face against my chest. And after a while, little Jill came tiptoeing in and curled up on the other side. And I sat there holding them both, thinking and waiting for the dawn. So that's what I mean about $1 million feeling. True, it wasn't my little girl, or my big girl either. But for the moment at least, well, that item still goes. I'll still tag that feeling at $1 million.
Are you there?
And I was sorry when the storm was over and a rescue party came out from town. Because I felt I'd had one moment in a lifetime that I'd never find again.
Good King Wenceslas looked down on the feast of Stephen.
The big event of the year in Branbury was the Christmas Eve show in the town hall. There was music and a pageant and singing, and everybody took part in it, from the youngest kid in town to the toughest old grizzled lumberjack from the back hills. Jill was in the children's chorus, and old Mike was to operate the spotlight, so they went on ahead. I took Kathy. And since she wasn't quite ready to face people yet, we made a point of getting there late. I didn't care when we got there, as long as I was with her. We slipped in quietly and took seats at the back of the room. The string group from the high school orchestra was playing, and no one noticed us. Not even old Mike, Kathy's father, who was working the spotlights.
I hope Jill does all right. She hasn't had any time to practice with
Oh,
them.
she'll do all right. We'd been there about 10 minutes when somebody else came in and slid into the one seat between us and the door. I didn't look around until I felt Kathy stiffen beside me.
Oh, no.
It was Nick SHURN.
Nobody gets excited now or makes any sudden moves. We just sit here quiet like.
He slid his hand over to feel inside my coat under my arm.
Now packing around, huh? Perfect.
I'd left my gun at Kathy's house. Old Mike had been dubious about it, but with Benny dead, I'd seen no reason to carry it. And after all, it was Christmas Eve.
All right, now we're going to ease out of here now without attracting no attention from anybody.
You're crazy, Nick. You're crazy.
Shut up. And just don't forget one thing, now. I'm not holding this gun on you. It's aimed right at the middle of Kathy's back. Let's go.
Johnny.
No choice, Kathy. Come on. The back of the room was dark. Nobody paid any attention, and somebody was always leaving or coming back in.
Come on. I got a car over at the side here.
Johnny?
Watch your dollar.
We'll be right back, Mike. Just gonna get some air.
All right, Johnny. But don't go running out before I give you your present.
Huh?
Here. And don't uncork that until you're ready for some serious business.
All right, Thanks, Mike. Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. Good luck, Johnny. Yeah, come on, let's get away from here.
Johnny, he's going
Take it easy, Kathy.
For me!
Now, what?
Oh, no. Jill, go back.
I want to see Uncle Nick. Why did you tell me you were coming here to hear me sing, Uncle Nick?
Well, listen.
Pick me up. Please, Uncle Nick. Take your hands out of your pocket and pick me up.
Look, Jill, you run along now. Who's that?
Dan Martin. He's a deputy sheriff, and he's a dead shot. Better do like she says, Nick. Take your hand out of your pocket and pick her up.
Uncle Nick?
All right, reach in my pocket, Johnny, and take my gun.
Later, Kathy and I walked around outside. We could still hear the children's chorus singing inside.
Jill saved our lives tonight.
No, she saved Nick's life.
What do you mean?
That present your father gave me, up there at the spotlights. He could see what was happening, and he thought real fast. That present was a gun.
Then you...
I had Nick covered from the time we stepped off the porch.
I'm glad he didn't move. I'm glad it happened like it did.
Yeah, so am I.
I thought we'd never see those stars up there again.
You kept hold of yourself, Kathy. You showed a lot of courage.
No. But maybe I can learn to show it. I was just thinking, Johnny, looking at the stars up there. There was fear in the world then. 2,000 years ago. And he had courage.
Expense account item 16, $230.40, incidentals in Branbury, and transportation for 2 adults and 1 child, Branbury to New York. Expense account total, $486.20. End of account, end of report. Remarks? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all of you, from all of us here on the program. And God bless you. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Virginia Gregg, Peggy Weber, Don Diamond, Ben Wright, Jack Crucian, Barney Phillips, Sam Edwards, and Ken Christie. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is Harry Branson of Philadelphia Mutual.
Harry, what are you doing in town?
I'm not. At least not in your town.
But you've got a case for me.
Do you know anything about violins?
Oh, don't tell me. So he opened up his fiddle case and out came a submachine gun, that it?
John, that technique went out with Prohibition. Now, seriously, this case contains a genuine Amati.
Good. What's an Amati?
One of the finest, most expensive violins ever made. This one was insured for $30,000.
Was?
Yes. Now, someone has to find it for us. What's more...
Okay, Harry, I'm on my way.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. The following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the RICARDO Amerigo matter. Expense account item 1, 1240, train fare and incidentals to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I took the train because Harry Branson didn't seem to be in any particular hurry, and I kind of like a slow look at the countryside this time of year. When I got to Philadelphia, I checked in at the Bellevue Stratford, shaved and showered, then went over to Harry Branson's office in the Security First building on Walnut Street.
You deceived me, John. I thought when we talked long distance that you'd be here right away. But instead of flying down, you took
Old
the
sober-sides Branson hadn't changed a bit. Hair a little grayer than the last time I'd seen him, perhaps.
I hear further from Amerigo,
but still the same serious lad who always acted as though he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Now, I feel a deep personal concern over the whole matter because it was a man I put in this office myself who issued the policies, both of them.
2 policies on this fiddle you were talking about?
No, John. One on the Amati violin, $30,000.
Yeah?
And one on Ricardo Amerigo himself for $20,000.
Who is Ricky?
Who?
Well, isn't that what you said his name is?
I'm sure I didn't mention anyone by the... Oh, Ricardo Amerigo, yes.
Well, where's he playing? The Purple Cat, or maybe Wee Willie's joint over on
John, this man is a concert violinist, or was. He's disappeared. Now, please, no more levity.
Sorry, Harold.
It's Harrison.
Sorry, Harry.
All right. I'm quite all right. Now, I realize that you have quite a sense of humor, John, but in a matter as important as this...
Yeah, sure. Now, let's have the story.
Very well. A few years ago, Ricardo Amerigo was one of the world's leading concert violinists, as famous in London, Paris, Rome, as in the concert halls of this country.
Uh-huh.
Such virtuosity, almost unbelievable. I shall never forget one evening here in our Academy of Music. He had just finished a perfectly brilliant Wieniawski. Amazing technical performance.
Yeah, well...
And for an encore, he played Sarasate Sapatialo. Even more brilliant.
Harry...
But the audience wouldn't let him leave the stage. Ricardo Amerigo...
has disappeared.
Oh, yes.
And you're in a hurry to get on with the case.
I'm sorry. Now, thinking of his superlative performance that night carried me away. Yes, he's dead. Disappeared. And the violin? No trace.
Dead? You didn't say that before.
I know. You see, there's no proof of death. No body. Disappeared.
Well, don't let me shock your finer sensibilities, Harry. Murder?
We have thought of that, of course.
Who's we?
The Port Morris police. Port Morris, New Jersey, that is.
Oh.
Yes, you see, since Amerigo's car went through the bridge rail, crashed right through it, and plunged into the river, stream...
Trying to tie Harry down to pertinent facts that would help me in my investigation was, futile. At least 3 times during the next half hour, he went off on glowing descriptions of violin recitals he had known. Heifetz, Selman, Chrysler, and so on. But he did come up with 1 or 2 things I wanted. First, Amerigo and his fiddle had been driving down from Philadelphia to some spot on the South Jersey seashore. Crossing an old wooden bridge over a little stream, an inlet from the ocean, the car had smashed through the guardrail and gone to the bottom of the inlet. The car, of course, was found. Amerigo and his violin, no. Second, and just as important, the name of the beneficiary of Amerigo's policies. Item 2 on expense account, $1 even. Taxi to the Harnell building, also on Walnut Street, in the office of Peter Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent. The building was plush, but Corbin's office was about as bare as I'd ever seen. An old beat-up desk, a battered filing cabinet, and a couple of straight chairs. That was it.
Come in, Dollar. Come in. Sit down.
Corbin was chewing the stub of a cigar that he'd forgotten to relight for at least a couple of days. We made with the usual howdy-do's.
Well, your man Branson told you exactly right, Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo's sole and only beneficiary.
Well, isn't that a bit unusual for a man's agent to be his heir? Or, was it because you were old personal friends?
I'm going to give it to you straight. I brought Amerigo over to this country. Myself, my own sole expense. I actually gave him the build-up. I started his whole entire career. I kept him on top, all at my own expense.
Well, didn't you collect a regular agent's commission on his earnings?
Oh, sure. Plenty more. Why kid about it? Sure, while he was working.
What's that supposed to mean?
Bottle.
What?
Yeah, started hitting the bottle. Bad, not good. And believe me, the word gets around fast. Instead of making me money, himself too, of course, he started costing me money. But you see, he never saved anything, even when he was earning big. You know how these artists are.
Yeah, I've heard.
Well, it's the same with all of them. He got in debt actually up to his ears. And nobody, no family, no relatives, nobody to pull him out. Nobody but me. Big-hearted Corbin.
So you had him take out a lot of insurance and name you as beneficiary?
Well, that was his idea, actually. Of course, he always did have the Amati insured. That's his violin.
Oh, so I've learned.
Oh, you know about violins?
No.
Oh. Well, but the life insurance, that was his own idea. Double indemnity, all that sort of stuff.
Double indemnity?
Oh, yeah. But guess who had to dig up the moolah for the last couple premiums?
Big-hearted Corbin.
You're right.
Not a bad investment, though, was it?
What? Hey,
couple of
wait
$1,000
a minute.
in premiums, and you stand to collect plenty. If we can find proof that he's dead, and if we can't recover
I don't like
the...
that dollar.
I don't either, Corbin. It doesn't smell good.
Oh, you think me, his own agent, actually rigged something like that for one of my best friends? You think that... Listen, wise guy. Even if I did have any of a such idea, it'd be crazy. Anything actually as obvious as that.
Well, sometimes the most obvious is the best cover.
Oh, get out of here, Dollar. Unless you want somebody to start collecting on your insurance.
Even if it isn't you, huh?
Get out! So help me.
Yeah, pretty obvious. And every time you open your mouth... Oh, no, you don't. Why is it that people who telegraph their punches are always the first to start swinging? I don't know. Anyhow, I left Corbin to pick himself up and start thinking about some alibis he might need. And in the cab back to my hotel, I did a lot of thinking myself. Sure, the obvious off times is the best cover-up. And yet it might be too obvious. Far too obvious.
Branson here?
Johnny Dollar here.
Oh, John, good. Listen, at least there'll be no double indemnity to pay in the Amerigo matter. For accidental death, that is. You see...
Wait a minute. About an hour ago, you weren't even sure he's dead. Did somebody find the body?
No, unfortunately, but I've just received a call from the Port Morris police. They completed their examination of Amerigo's car. After they pulled it out of the creek, of course.
I hope so.
John, they found conclusive evidence of murder.
Harry, I'll call you from Port Morris. Expense account, item 2. Subway, ferry, train, and bus fares to South Vineland, New Jersey. South Vineland because Ad Bowles lived there, and I knew that if anything at all happened in the heart of sunny southern Jersey, Ad would know about it. Retired and raising some of those wonderful South Jersey sweet potatoes and peaches with plenty of hired help, he amused himself by moseying around, getting to know everybody and everything that happened in his section of the state. He had an insatiable curiosity and money enough to keep it satisfied.
Hi, you conniving, chiseling son of a gun. I've been waiting for you to get here. What took you so long?
Hey, what was that conniving, chiseling crack, son?
We're still on expense account, aren't you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, and so help me, nobody in history ever had the knack of padding out an expense account the way you can. And collect those fancy commissions on top. When I was a private investigator...
Who is retired?
You call this retired 270 acres of sandy soil from which to try to wrestle the poor living?
Oh, no, wait a minute. That Cadillac Eldorado out front, that belongs to one of the hired hands.
983 peach trees.
And isn't that a landing field I see out there through the window?
A lot of sweet potato land to be cultivated. Well, yes. Say, why didn't you fly down or let me know and I'd have picked you up? Look, with all the time I have on my hands...
I thought you said you were very busy.
Yeah. How long you going to stay? So I can figure out where we'll go or what we'll do.
Ed, I'm on a case.
Well, sure. Ricardo Amerigo and his priceless fiddle.
Oh, no.
It was easy. When I heard about him going over the bridge, I contacted Barney Peters of the Port Morris PD. From Barney, I learned all about the next of kin. His agent, that is.
Pete Corbin.
Right. And that boy at Philadelphia Mutual, Harry Branson. And I knew Branson wouldn't call anybody but you in on the case. So here you are.
Still a private eye, aren't you, Ed?
Gotta have some way of killing time.
And I suppose you have the whole case solved.
Yep.
Well, according to Harry Branson, who heard from the Port Morris police just before I left Philly, it was murder.
Oh, you point killer. I thought I'd be the one to tell you that.
No, sorry. The cops knew it first.
Second, I told them.
Huh?
Yeah, I showed them where somebody'd used a hacksaw on the steering arm of Amerigo's car when they dragged it out of the creek.
Uh-huh, so that was it.
Yep.
And who wielded the hacksaw?
Well, Pete Corbin. Who else?
Why?
Who else stood to benefit by Amerigo's sudden trip to the great beyond?
Ah, no. It's too easy, Ed.
What's more, he's the only one who had constant and complete access to Amerigo's car. Why, he not only mothered little Ricky, clothed and fed him and kept him in booze, but he paid his rent, swept out his apartment, serviced his car.
No, it's too easy.
And Johnny, that car was even kept locked in Pete Corbin's own garage. And Corbin had the only key.
Where did you learn that?
From Corbin's landlord, by phone, of course. Said he thought Corbin did that so Ricky couldn't go out driving when he was drunk. And me? I think it was the other way around.
He'd only let him drive when he was drunk, huh? Instead of a good chance of smashing up what would look like accidental death.
So that Corbin would collect the double indemnity. It's open and shut.
Any proof, Sherlock?
Just get to Corbin, throw it all at him, and break him down. Maybe he'll even find the hacksaw tucked up his sleeve.
Too easy.
Any bets that it isn't Corbin?
Yeah, I'll bet you.
You name it.
My commission on the case.
I'll match it. Oh, and plus your expense account.
Look, Ed, I want to see that car and the bridge and the creek, anything else I can find.
Sure, I'll fly you down there. Then we can go on over to Atlantic City, hit some of the night spots. Your treat. You know, so we can build up the expense account enough for me to collect plenty.
Ed Bowles had been a pretty good investigator in his day, seldom gone off half-cocked. Yet all his evidence was purely circumstantial. And where was the body? What's more, Pete Corbin acted anything but scared. Or so I thought until I put through a routine call to Harry Branson. He was worried. He had a right to be. Pete Corbin had packed a bag, jumped into his car, and disappeared.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a soggy day in a soggy South Jersey swamp. And a discovery almost too good to be true. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Sergeant Barney Peters, Port Morris Police.
Oh, hi, Sergeant.
Thought you and Adam Bowles were coming over here to look at the evidence in the murder of Ricardo Amerigo.
We are. Ed's out warming up his plane. That's why I answered his phone.
We got a visitor here in Port Morris.
Who?
The guy Ed thinks did the job.
Pete Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent?
That's right.
In Port Morris?
That's right.
Well, are you holding him?
I can't. No legal reason to, in spite of Ad's suspicions.
Well, what's Corbin doing there?
I don't know unless Ad's right about him.
Huh?
And Pete knows you're on his trail.
Well, what's that mean?
What could mean he's down here gunning for you.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Port Morris, New Jersey. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Item 3, $1 even. For whatever it was, the local druggist recommended to pull my stomach back together after the flight in Ad Bull's private plane from Ad's farm in South Vineland to Port Morris. In a sense, I'm glad we flew. In a car with Ad at the wheel, we'd have been all over the road. As it was, we were only all over the sky.
Oh, beautiful day for flying, isn't it, Johnny?
Can't you hold a straight course, Ed? What's the matter with this ship?
Not a thing. I like to weave around a bit. I like the feel of it. You know, all that power under you.
Yeah. Sure you're not just trying to scare me into welching on our little bet?
I'm going to win that bet, Johnny. Your commission on the case, plus all that goes on that well-padded expense account of yours. You just get busy and find the body.
Why don't you forget your dark past as a private eye and stay retired?
What, and leave an old friend like you floundering around with a case that's...
Hey! You don't watch your steering, we'll be floundering around in those salt marshes down there.
Sorry. But can't you see, Johnny, Pete Corbin, Amerigo's agent, has to be the heavy. He's the beneficiary of Amerigo's policy. Amerigo owed him a lot of money.
Too easy.
And Pete's the only person we know of who was with Amerigo constantly. You got motive, opportunity.
Too easy, I tell you. But I wonder what under the sun Pete's doing in Port Morris.
That we'll be finding out. We'll land there in a couple of minutes now.
The little town of Port Morris was set on the edge of one of the wide salt marshes that border a lot of the South Jersey shore. Just a vast expanse of salt hay indented with little coves and inlets. Soggy, swampy country. Ideal breeding place for the famous Jersey mosquitoes. And I guess for me, the ideal breeding place for trouble. Sergeant Barney Peters met us at the mucky little landing strip just outside town. And we headed out on a narrow, muddy road across the marshes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dollar. If I were you, I'd try to pin down this Corbin.
Well, where is he now?
Back in town. Got Alf McCracken keeping an eye on him. Alf's the boy you saw Amerigo crash through the bridge that night, you know.
Barney, I still wish you'd cooked up something to hold him.
But what, Ed?
Sure, Ed. Every bit of evidence you think you've got on Corbin is purely circumstantial.
What else have you got to go on, John boy?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. After I have a look at the bridge Amerigo busted through in his car.
It's just up ahead a bit. Crosses the Lucky Hoe Creek.
I'd also like to know who could have... Well, I'd like to know what could have happened to his body. To that $30,000 Amati violin.
You'll see. Just keep in mind that there's a mighty big flow of water in the creek from the tide coming in and going out.
Tell me, Sergeant.
Johnny, I checked it.
Huh?
Tide had just turned, was on its way out to the ocean at the time Amerigo's car went over the bridge. Right, Barney?
That's correct, Ed. Right now, though, it's probably about as low as it'll... Whoa!
What's the matter?
Just pulling over to let this car that's coming past us. Otherwise, one of us might sheer off into the swamp.
Yeah, these roads weren't meant for two-way traffic.
Darn fool's coming pretty fast for a road like this. He isn't careful.
Hey, look, Pennsylvania plates.
Huh?
He's right.
That's Corbin's car.
Corbin, huh?
Swing across the road. Block him. Quick! Son of a gun.
Oh, no, where's Corbin, all right?
Well, then swing around. Go after him.
On this road? He'd slide off into the swamp so fast. By the time we go on up to the bridge and turn, he'll be halfway back to Philadelphia, blasted.
Well, we had the bird in hand and didn't know it. What are you going to do now, Johnny?
Just exactly what we started out to do.
You're losing valuable time. Now, if I were still in this...
Ed,
racket...
why don't you stay retired? We drove slowly on up to the bridge, stopped and got out. And although the tide was almost low now, it was easy to see how that rush of water would easily carry a violin or a body or most anything right out to sea. Or could it?
The tide was running this same way when it happened. Out.
Yeah.
And the current was a lot stronger than it is now, so you can imagine what it would... Huh?
Yeah. What's the matter, Johnny?
Well, that big bird nest, whatever it is, down there at the side of the creek, 50, 60 feet.
Oh, that's just where the reeds and hay got matted up. It does look like... Hey.
Yeah. If that isn't a fiddle case propped up on top of it.
Sure looks like
Sure
one.
it is. Sure. The tide was higher then. The fiddle's stuck in those reeds. Wait here.
Well, now, Johnny, don't. You come back here.
Dollar, it's like quicksand. Stay out of it.
Are you darn fool?
It was like quicksand, too.
You'll never make it.
Black, glowy muck. And I sank into it up to my knees. I almost had to swim through it, hanging onto it, pulling myself along by the reeds and bulrushes. But half of this case hung on that $30,000 Amati violin, and I wasn't going to let it slip out of my hands. A couple of times I dropped into soft holes, almost up to my shoulders, but somehow I kept going. Pulled the fiddle case off the pile of matted weeds and started back. I'd used up most of my strength, with only one hand to pull myself along to... Ed!
Johnny, try and grab this rope. Here.
Can't reach.
Try it again, Ed. Drag it back. Try it again.
Johnny, use the violin case. It'll keep you afloat.
I'll try.
You all right, Dollar?
Here, Johnny. The rope again. Johnny!
I hadn't passed out. So help me, I hadn't. Not entirely, that is. Or I'd never have been able to grab the line that Ad Bowles threw to me. Needless to say, I took a lot of kidding from Ad and Barney Peters on the drive back to Port Morris, especially since I didn't really know what had happened until I came to in the back seat of the car, clutching the fiddle case.
Jerk. If you'd held onto the rope with the death grip you have on that violin case, we'd have got you out of that muck before you swallowed half the salt water in that inlet.
Yeah, sure.
I'll say this for you, Mr. Dollar. You don't give up easy.
The fiddle. The $30,000 Amati. At least I had half of this miserable case in hand in my hands. There'd be no insurance collection on that violin. And then I saw it.
Well, what's the matter, Johnny? You passed out again?
No, Ed. You should have cleaned me up before you piled me into this car.
What?
Look.
Well, what is it?
Piece of shirt. Ricardo Amerigo's shirt.
Is that?
Yeah, look. Monogram on the pocket, R.A. And what looks like bloodstains.
Hey, you're right. Where'd you get that?
I must have picked it up when I picked up the fiddle.
Well, at least it proves that Amerigo went down with his car. There's no doubt of it.
What I didn't tell him was that the piece of cloth from Ricardo Amerigo's shirt was fastened to the violin case. Deliberately put there. But by whom?
By Pete Corbin, Johnny. That's your man. Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Beneficiary, confidant, caretaker of both Ricky Amerigo and his car. Who else could have sawed through the steering bar that made the car run off the bridge? And a guy who was smart enough to have it happen in this godforsaken salt marsh.
Now, just a minute, Ed.
Okay, Barney. In the heart of sunny southern Jersey, where he expected nobody'd find car or body or even the fiddle until long after the insurance claim was met. Thanks to a tide that'd carry everything out to sea. For indeed, my friend, if your deputy Alf McCracken hadn't actually seen Amerigo's car slip through the bridge rail... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. If Pete Corbin had planned this whole thing, he would have made sure the corpus delicti would be found.
Johnny, that's why he had the accident happen where somebody saw it.
Yet that somebody, Alf McCracken, didn't see the fiddle float away, didn't see the body float away from the car.
Oh, stop it, John, boy. You know as well as I do that this whole thing was engineered by Corbin.
All right, tell me, investigator, what was he doing down here today?
Lord knows, and I don't care. Probably to plant that piece of shirt. Johnny, I've given you all the help I'm gonna on this case. From now on, you either follow my tip and lose your bet to me, or you don't and give yourself a black eye with insurance company.
Johnny.
Oh, yeah, Barney.
Ed's a good detective. He'd have to be to retire on that nice farm of his over in South Vineland. He even broke a burglary case for me once here in Port Morris a couple of years ago when I couldn't break myself.
Pastime.
But you've got guts. I like you for it.
Thanks a lot.
And to me, the Pete Corbin theory looks Well, too easy.
Oh, not you, Barney.
That's what I've been trying to preach to that stubborn egghead sitting beside you.
I'll lend you a suit of clean clothes, and you can chase this thing down in the way you want to, without the dubious help of somebody who is just trying to win a bet from you.
Traitor.
And if I were you, I'd hunt up a few other people who knew Ricky Amerigo besides his press agent, Pete Corbin.
You are a mind reader.
Gentlemen, I have only one thing to say. And, Johnny, it's addressed to you. When you finally find that Pete Corbin done it, you know where to send the check to me.
At Port Morris, we learned that Alf McCracken had lost track of Corbin when the former dropped in at Osborne's Oyster House for a dozen and a half show. Hadn't even seen him take off in his car, much less leave in a hurry after spotting us on the road to Lucky Hole Creek. I took advantage of Barney's offer, borrowed a suit of his clothes, and accepted a ride from him to the crossroads of Woodbine where I could get a bus back to Philadelphia. Sure, half my job was done. I'd recovered the $30,000 Amati violin. But I could still hear the oh-so-pleasant voice of Ad Bowles, ex-investigator, not so retired.
You know where to send the check to me, Johnny boy.
Expense account item 5, $4.95. Bus fare from Woodbine to Philadelphia. And believe me, it's a long bus ride. As soon as I got to my hotel and changed into my own clothes, I called Harry Branson at the insurance company.
Mr. Branson here?
This is Mr. Dollar, Mr. Branson.
Yes, Mr. John.
Yeah, I'm back at my hotel, music lover. And I've just won the $30,000 Amati.
What?
Yeah, I got the fiddle for you.
Well, thank heaven you recovered it. What of Ricardo Amerigo?
Later. Do you want the Amati?
I'll be right over. Where is it, John? Where is it?
Right here, Harry, right here. Case, bow, and all.
Oh, thank heaven.
And by some miracle, it's dry as a bone and all in one piece. Voila.
Oh, thank heaven. John. John?
What's the matter?
This? An Amati? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the results of a poker game. And believe me, there are times when the cards can be really stacked against you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Pete Corbin, Dollar. I found your message when I got in, but I don't know why I'm returning your call after that lacing I took from you.
Well, at least you haven't run out on us.
Why should I?
How would you like to explain what you were doing in Port Morris, New Jersey yesterday afternoon at the scene of the so-called accidental death of your client, Ricardo Amerigo?
Oh, yeah, I thought that was you I saw in that car down there.
It sure was. Are you in your office?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you wanted
Well, stay
to know...
there. I do want to know. That and a lot of other things. I'll see you in about an hour after I've made another call.
Okay, I'll be here.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses during my investigation of the RICARDO AMERIGO matter. Expense account item 6. $33.75. Dry cleaning and new shirts, socks, and so on, including one pair of shoes to replace the ones I lost in the South Jersey swamp while rescuing what I thought was a priceless Amati violin in a muddy tidewater inlet called Lucky Hole Creek. But when I showed it to Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual, well, at least he promised to have an expert look it over and pass final judgment. That's the reason for item 7, 85 cents. Taxi to Harry's office in the Security First building.
Oh, come in, John, come in.
Hi, Harry. Well, what have you found out?
Nothing yet, but I should hear from the violin man any minute. John, I do hope I was wrong. Sit down.
Thanks. Harry, I could have committed mayhem when you told me that fiddle I picked up in the swamp isn't the Amati.
To think you nearly drowned retrieving it.
Oh, brother, that's putting it mildly.
But I'm sure Foresto will know.
Foresto?
Foresto's Negliario, however he pronounces it, the violin man.
He really an expert?
Well, he's the one who okayed the $30,000 policy on Amerigo's violin.
Let's just hope this one's it.
Did you learn anything in Port Morris?
Only confirm what you'd already learned from Sergeant Peters down there.
That someone had sawed through some steering connection on Amerigo's car before it crashed through the bridge.
Yeah.
Still no sign of the body?
Nope.
Oh, a man named Adam Bowles called.
Oh, he's an old friend. Used to be a private detective and just can't get it out of his system.
Oh. Well, he called me, you know.
I know.
And I must confess, John, that I'm inclined to agree with him.
That Peter Corbin, Amerigo's agent, did it?
Agent and beneficiary, John. And apparently the one person who knew Amerigo well enough.
I said it to Ad Bowles until I was blue in the face, Harry, and I say it again. Too easy.
But who else?
I don't know. That's what I came back here to find out.
All the evidence.
Circumstantial evidence. The kind of man that'd be a fool to let pile up against him if he really was guilty.
Even so.
Harry, let me do it my own way, huh?
What if this Corbin tries to skip out?
Then will be the time to...
Excuse me. Yes.
Mr. Scherniero to see you, sir.
Scherniero. I knew that was it. Send him in. Man is here, John.
Foresto?
Yes, sure. Oh, well. Come in, Foresto. Meet Mr. Dollar.
Yes, how do you do, Mr. Dollar?
You brought the fiddle?
Yeah.
Right here on the desk. Well?
Thank you. I'll open up the case.
Well, is it?
Mr. Bronson, Mr. Dollar, I'm sure.
Well, Mr. Scherniero?
Scherniero. Look, you've only got to look now that I've cleaned away some of the mud and the salt from the swamp where it was found. We're lucky it did not do any real damage to change the appearance. But nobody could tell the way you gave it to me.
Well, how about now that you've cleaned it up?
Yes.
You see here. The shape of the F holes. The curve to the belly.
Yeah?
The beautiful shape. The signs of age. And above all, here, you see, the label.
Label?
Through the F hole, you can see it. There. Niccolo Amati.
Then it is Amerigo's.
See.
You're sure, Mr. Scherniero?
The label says.
And Foresto says.
Well, look, I talked with a fiddle player in the orchestra at my hotel last night. He told me there are literally thousands of imitations of every important violin ever made. Shape, size, label, and all. Now listen, Foresto.
Yeah.
Tell me the truth. Do you really consider yourself an expert?
Well, I'm selling violins in my store. Violins, harmonicas, ocarinas, victrolas.
How good are the violins you sell?
Oh, so good ones. Some as high as $65.
Harry, do you mean to tell me... With all due apologies, Foresto, do you mean to tell me he was your authority for a $30,000 policy on Ricky Amerigo's violin?
Well, of course, a representative from the Wurlitzer collection in Chicago verified Foresto's opinion at the time.
See, the Wurlitzer know every good violin in the world.
Yeah, Harry, let me have it. I'll give you a receipt for it. I'll bring it back when I'm through with it.
Whatever you say, John. I assume you want to check further on the authenticity.
And you are right.
John.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly, you've still not accomplished very much insofar as Amerigo himself is concerned.
With this fiddle under my arm, I think maybe I will. See you later. Maybe Harry'd been right in the very beginning. Maybe I should have known a little more about music, or more specifically, violins. Or maybe I should have left this aspect of the case to someone else and concentrated on the disappearance death of Ricardo Amerigo. Maybe well... Expense account item 8, 80 cents. Taxi to booking agent Peter Corbin's office.
All right, Dollar, let's not waste either your time or either mine. You want to know what I was doing?
That's right, Corbin. The Amati. I found it right where you planted it. In that swamp near Port Morris.
You actually found it. What do you mean where I planted it?
What else were you doing down there in the South Jersey swamps?
Is that where you found it?
Well, you ought to know. But frankly, Corbin, I think you overplayed it a bit when you tucked part of one of Amerigo's monogram shirts there with it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, I mean it.
Then what were you doing down there? And, brother, you better make it good.
The same thing you were. Trying to find out what happened to Ricky Amerigo. I tell you, Dollar, I was his best friend. It's a true fact. If his fiddle was down there, too, I didn't see it.
I wish I could believe you. But the way it looks from here, you were willing to have the Amati violin found lying out there in that salt marsh because you couldn't get rid of it without exposing yourself. It didn't put any money in your pocket the way you figure Amerigo's death will.
The way it looks from here, Dollar, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah?
Yeah, actually wrong. If Amerigo's dead, I collect in his insurance as his beneficiary.
That's what the policy says, but believe me...
All right. But you think I wouldn't collect on the Amati fiddle, whether it was found or if it wasn't found. That's where you're wrong.
What are you talking about?
Because I'm also a beneficiary to his will.
How do you know?
Because I'm not only the sole and only heir in his will, I'm also the executive of his estate, too.
Oh.
Yeah. So if I was the heavy, what would I take a chance leaving a $30,000 fiddle laying around in some swamp?
Cover up?
$30,000 worth?
All right, what did you do with the hacksaw?
You mean somebody sawed up the fiddle? Oh, no, let me see.
No, easy, will you? Somebody sawed partway through a steering arm on Amerigo's car to make it crash.
Murder?
That's a pretty fair question.
Oh, no, Dollar, no. Oh, no, who would murder a nice, sweet guy like Ricky? Maybe he was a drunk, maybe he hit the skids, but he had no enemies. He couldn't have.
Okay.
Maybe he was just a drunken bum, worthless. He threw away a concert career, but he was a gentleman. An actual gentleman. And he was a sweet guy. Nobody could have murdered him. Oh, no, Dollar, not Ricky.
Pete, will you...
Who was it? Tell me, huh? Who was the lousy punk? I'll kill him.
Okay, Pete, I believe you.
I don't care whether you believe me or not. Will you tell me who done it?
Pete. Pete, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Now, look here. Look here and tell me. Is this Ricky's Amati violin?
Yeah, that's it. Ah, poor Ricky. Poor drunk.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
All right, Pete, I'm going to give it to you straight.
All I ask is you
now,
tell
listen to me,
me
will
who...
you? We don't know who killed Ricky Amerigo. We haven't even found his body. The Port Morris police are still trying, of course, but it could have been carried by the tide through that inlet, the Lucky Hole Creek, right on out to the sea. Or, of course, it may appear somewhere along the creek. It'll take weeks to search that swamp thoroughly. Anyhow,
if they do find him, I want to see he gets a decent burial. Will you promise me?
Okay, I'll try, but listen, will you? Because of the sawed-through steering arm, his death was made to look accidental. Double indemnity. And you're the beneficiary. He not only wasn't making you any money because his drinking kept him off the concert stage, but he owed you money, plenty. Now, that's a motive. As for opportunity, who else had as much as you?
Nobody, but I love the poor guy. I try to keep him alive, to get him back on his own.
You told me, and I believe you. But the fact remains that the insurance company, the police, even a pretty smart private detective I know, all figure you for number one suspect. And they hope to accumulate enough evidence to move in on you.
And you're with them, huh?
No.
What? Yesterday right here you told me...
Sure, I know I did. But I've had time to think it out. Now, pinning it on you is just too easy, much too easy. I'll say it to your face, Pete. You're no mental giant. But only an utter fool would let circumstantial evidence like that pile up against him and then commit a murder like that. I may be wrong. Lord help you if I am and find out. But I think you're clean.
I swear I am.
I'm going to play it that way unless I find solid reason to change my mind.
Because, Pete.
Yeah, Johnny?
You're the one person who can help me in this case.
I'll do anything. Actually, anything. Just ask me.
All right. Now, first tell me where you were last Friday evening when Amerigo's car made that dive off that bridge.
Alibi?
That's right, brother, and you can be sure I'll check it.
At Willie's.
All right, who's Willie?
Willie Elliott. So he's a saxophone player, one of my clients. He was a friend of Ricky's, too.
Well, where can I find him? What's his address?
I'll write it down for you. We had a four-handed poker game.
Who else in the game?
Jerry Goldsmith, 120.
He know Ricardo, too?
Oh, yeah. Composer, conductor, violin player.
Fiddle player, huh? Who was the fourth?
Eric Snowden.
Who's he?
He's a fiddle maker. He lives at his shop. I'll write that down.
Fiddle maker, did you say?
Yeah. Here you are. Yeah, he was the sole and only man Ricky would ever let touch his amati for repairs and fixing up, you understand?
Who else were good friends of Ricardo's?
While he was making it, plenty. Lately, nobody.
You sure?
Oh, nobody, Johnny, I know. Of course, he hung around a lot of bars. He was a regular.
Give me a list.
Well, let's see. There's a little place over on Pine Street called the Yellow Lamp.
Expense account item 9, $370. A quick sandwich for Pete Corbin and myself and a flock of phone calls to Pete's poker pals. Just to make sure they were in and available when I could get around to see them. I had to phony up an excuse for seeing each of them. A friend of Pete's, just in from out of town, suggested I give you a call, that sort of thing. And apparently it didn't arouse any suspicion. At least it was a start. And for the first time, call it a hunch or whatever you like, I felt I was going to get somewhere in this case. As it turns out, I was. Believe me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a trio of musicians. The question, which one's story was playing a little flat? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
You are investigate.
Hello? What'd you say? Who is this?
You are investigate Ricardo Amerigo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm investigating the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Who are you? Hello? Hey, listen, do you have some information, a tip on the case? Who are you? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what is this, a gag?
Yeah.
Or is this supposed to be some kind of a cockeyed threat, a warning for me to get off the case?
Believe me, this is no gag.
Hello? Hello?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 10, $21 even, for drinks, for me alone. And believe it or not, I'm cold sober. But the least I could do was buy one at each of the bars on the list Pete Corbin gave me. A list of all the places Ricardo Amerigo used to hang out before his disappearance in a South Jersey swamp. In spite of all the circumstantial evidence pointing his way, I still wasn't convinced Corbin had engineered an accident to kill Amerigo. Pete had also given me a list of Amerigo's closest personal friends, 3 of them. I told him I'd see them later. Meanwhile, I hoped to learn something helpful from the places where he apparently spent most of his time during his last few months on this earth. But the result can pretty much be summed up at the last bar on the list, the Hangover Club.
There you are. Cost you 80 cents.
Here, keep the change.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just like I tell you, mister. He'd come in here, buy a few drinks, sit and drink them, leave.
Well, didn't he ever talk to anybody?
Not even me. Just sit there and get plastered till one of his friends would come in and drag him away.
Who? Did you know any of them?
Oh, sure. Willie Elliott, saxophone player at the Crystal Room.
Oh. Who else?
Jerry somebody, fiddle player.
Jerry Goldsmith. Yeah, they're on my list.
Huh?
Anybody else?
No. Oh, yeah, wait, sure.
His agent, Pete Corbin.
Yeah, that's... Hey, if you knew that, why'd you ask me?
I've heard the same thing exactly 20 times so far today.
Yeah, well, I'll say this for him. They must have loved Amerigo. They might have fought and argued with him when they caught him in here, but it was all for one thing, to try and straighten him out. But, mister, he was too far in.
Yeah.
Yeah, shame for a talent like him, concert violinist, to hit the skids the way he'd done, but nobody couldn't seem to help him.
The story had been exactly the same in every bar on the list. Apparently, the only friends, the only associates that Ricardo Amerigo had were those Pete Corbin had named. Expense account item 11, 110, cab fare to the apartment of William Elliott over on Callowell Street. Same story. No new names of friends or even acquaintances. He and Corbin and Goldsmith and the old English violin maker, Eric Snowden, had known Amerigo for years, good times and bad. Had all tried to help him, straighten him out, were deeply grieved over his death. Item 12, 570, cab to a suburb called Lanark to see Jerry Goldsmith, where, I'll admit I expected to get the same story, the same names, no more no less. This time I took the Amati violin with me.
Hi. Who are you?
I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, you called. Come in. Friend of Pete Corbin's, you said. Sit down.
Mr. Goldsmith, I'll get right to the point. I'm an insurance investigator, and I came in...
That violin case. That looks like Ricardo's.
It is.
And the Amati?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
I found it down in a South Jersey swamp where Amerigo's car plunged off the bridge. It had been lying there, hidden by the marche for several days.
Is it all right? May I see it?
Well, one reason I brought it along was so you could substantiate identification.
I make no bones about it, Mr. Dollar. I coveted this violin like nothing else in the world. I've played many fine instruments, Strads, Guarnieri, even this, my Stainer.
I see.
But Ricardo's Amati, there was something between that violin and myself that could exist for no one else. Not even Ricardo Amerigo when he was at his greatest. And when he started his terrible downfall.
You, wanted it even more, huh?
Yes, more than anything else in the world.
Enough to kill for it?
Mr. Dollar, I should kill you for even thinking such a thing. I loved Ricardo.
Okay, sorry. The fact remains somebody sawed through a steering arm on his car.
I still can't believe that. No one could have killed Ricardo, no one. Only 3 others beside myself even knew Ricardo these past few years. Corbin, Elliott, and Eric Snowden. Pity him, feed him, clothe him, try to fight him away from the liquor that had ruined his brilliant career, yes. Even hate him at times for what he'd done to his life, but murder...
I'm sorry.
May I?
Sure. It, is the Amati.
Yes, I know it as well as I know my own. May I play it?
Sure. What's the matter?
I don't know. Mr. Dollar, it isn't here. The tone, the brilliance, the response, it isn't here. Something's wrong.
You're sure this is the Amati?
Oh, of course I'm sure, but something's wrong. Something's happened to it. It isn't the same.
Well, you think the dampness of the swamp might have done...
No, you can see. It's all right, but it isn't.
Well, I don't know anything about violins.
There are no cracks, no marks, no damage. Well, even the sound post.
But you're sure it's Ricardo Amerigo's Amati?
Yes, I told you so. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. But something is... Mr. Dollar.
Well?
I don't know.
You know something? I don't either. I'm afraid I left Jerry Goldsmith rather abruptly, and in a rather distressed condition. But I had plans, and the sooner I could carry them out, the better. Item 13 on expense account, $420 taxi fare back into town to the shop of Eric Snowden, violin maker. The only man who'd been allowed to touch Ricardo Amerigo's Amati, except, of course, for the music store owner who'd cleaned it up after I found it in the swamp. Yeah, it was possible he had done something to it that would destroy its tone. But for some reason or other, call it a hunch if you like, I hope not. Snowden's shop was located on a colorful little side street. Really not much more than an alley called Eisminger Street. Right in the middle of one of the busiest sections of the city, surrounded by skyscrapers, office stores, and all the traffic that goes with them. This one little alley. Except for Snowden's place, the tiny buildings packed side by side are all residences, left over from years gone by when this was a residential section, and still unspoiled by the bustling activity around it.
Thank you, Mr. Romandi, and I'll be sure to hear you at the Academy of Music Saturday night. Sir!
Mr. Snowden?
Yes, I'm Eric Snowden, but that violin case...
I'm Johnny Dollar. I phoned you.
Oh, please come in. Mr. Dollar.
That's right. It's Ricardo Amerigo's.
It's been found. Please let me...
Mr. Snowden, I'm an insurance investigator. Part of my job has been recovery of this violin.
It's possible loss was the most heartbreaking thing I ever contemplated, but you found it.
I think so.
You think? I don't understand.
Well, here, take it. Examine it.
Yes, but not here. Come, we'll go up to my workroom on the second floor, where I can check it thoroughly. I'll lock this front door so we won't be disturbed. Now, come with me, please. I can't believe it. It's so wonderful you found it. It would have been a terrible loss to the world.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're not a violinist yourself?
No. I'm afraid the only violin music I know is what I hear in...
Now, here we are.
Oh, quite a shop.
Most of the finest violins in the world have been here, one time or another. The Stradivarius of Yasha.
It was quite a shop.
The violins
The
of...
walls were lined with fiddles in the making, and with tools. Some familiar and some that were... Wait a minute. Hacksaws. A couple of them small and delicate, but one a big one and dirty. As Eric Snowden turned away to open the violin case, I ran my fingers over the blades. There was grease on one. Axle grease.
Now here.
Well, Mr. Snowden?
Yes, Mr. Dollar. This is Ricardo Amerigo's violin.
You're certain of that?
Eh? Do you think that I, of all people, wouldn't know? Mr. Dollar, aside from Ricardo himself, I am the only person who has touched this magnificent instrument for years now. I must confess I resent your least question of my judgment.
All right, I'll be honest with you. I don't pretend to know much about violins, so I had somebody play it a while ago.
Sacrilege.
All right, be that as it may. It didn't sound to him, or even to me, like a $30,000 violin.
And whom did you permit to lay hands on this priceless instrument?
A friend.
He should be horsewhipped. Only an artist, a great artist, should be permitted to handle a thing like this. But I suppose you understand that, Mr. Dollar. I don't suppose you...
Well, go on.
Mr. Dollar, someone has tampered with this.
Oh?
Of course it doesn't sound right. Did this friend of yours presume to be a violin maker, too?
What do you mean?
The sound post, the placement of the bridge. Of course it doesn't sound right. Now, Now, why does somebody have to...
Do you want to answer that?
No, let them wait. This is more important. No wonder you or your friend or anyone else question the validity of this instrument.
Hey, whoever that is down there, he really wants you.
Look here, a simple adjustment here and here. Oh, bother.
Go ahead, I'll wait.
All right, I shall be right back.
It was a quick suspicion when I spotted the hacksaw on the wall, and I couldn't forget the warning over the phone. While Snowden waited on his customer, I poked around the shop some more, looking for goodness knows what. And I found exactly nothing. No doubt Snowden was telling the truth. Until I started to sit down to wait for him, and as I pulled over a stool, I knocked open the door of a cabinet next to his workbench. I started to close it again, and then I saw it. Hanging there on a hook was a violin. I grabbed it out of the cabinet and held it under the light beside the one in Amerigo's case. I held them up together. It was unbelievable. The shape, the color, the markings, nicks on the little pegs you tune them up with, a spot of stain on the scroll, even a tiny, almost indiscernible scratch on the back, an old pencil mark on the inside near the label. It was impossible, but it was true. These two violins were absolutely identical.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, it's a wind-up. But believe me, a wind-up with a real twist. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is...
Don't tell me. Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual.
Yes, it is. Listen, John, I know you found his Amati violin.
Are you sure?
But Ricardo Amerigo himself, nothing. And after all, there's not only the $20,000 policy on him, but... What do you mean, am I sure?
Are you sure it was Amerigo's Amati violin I found?
Why, of course... What do you mean?
What if it wasn't? What if it was just an imitation?
John, stop it. That's What do you mean?
That $30,000 well-insured fiddle I picked up in the South Jersey swamps may be a phony.
Oh, no. For heaven's sakes, come over here to the office and tell me...
Oh, take it easy, Harold boy, until I've had time to find out a few things.
John?
See ya.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is a final accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. When Ricardo Amerigo's car was hauled out of a swamp somewhere near Port Morris, New Jersey, there was no sign of his body. Only a sawed-through steering arm on the car that indicated somebody had done him dirt. However, I did find the fiddle, the $30,000 Amati that had helped him become one of the world's top concert violinists.
Anyhow, with a fiddle under my arm, I ended up at the shop of violin maker Eric Snowden for final confirmation that it was the genuine Amati that I'd found. This Eric confirmed. However, while we were in the second-floor workroom of his shop on Eisminger Street talking about the fiddle, somebody pounded on the street door downstairs.
Oh, bother. I'll be back in a moment, Mr. Dollar.
And that's when I accidentally, and so help me it was accidental, I knocked open the door of a cabinet and discovered another violin, identical in every respect with the one I'd found in the swamp at the scene of Amerigo's accidental death. Okay, so I did exactly what you would have done. I put the one in the cabinet into Amerigo's case and the one from the case into the cabinet. One of them was the genuine Amati. But which one?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but he was so insistent. I thought he was one of my, shall we say, better clients. As it turned out, it was just a youngster who wanted to see one of the new G-strings.
A youngster?
Oh, I see you're joking. But now, let me take this magnificent instrument, readjust the sound post and bridge so that...
No, wait, Mr. Snowden. It's later than I thought. There are some things I must do immediately. Suppose I come back here later.
Very well. Meantime, I shall make the adjustments on the Amati to restore its tone.
No, I've got to take it with me.
But I don't understand.
There are a few things in this case I don't understand right this minute, but I hope to before very long.
Mr. Dollar, you talk in riddles. Why don't you leave the violin?
No, thanks. I'll see you later.
But please be careful with it. If anything should happen to that priceless...
Don't worry. Nothing will happen to it. I found that I'd almost spoken too soon, for I pounded down the stairs, across the floor of the store, and out of the door, without the caution the book says one should exercise when leaving a suspect in a case. I'd no sooner got out on the street... It was a flower pot big enough to have killed a horse in its fall from the upper story window ledge.
Oh, no. Good heavens, wait, Mr. Dollar. That was an accident.
But I didn't wait. Expense account item 14, 10 cents. Phone call to Harry Branson at the insurance company to have the police put a man on Eric Snowden's shop immediately to make sure he wouldn't try to skip. Item 15, $7.50 for a cab to the house of fiddle-playing Jerry Goldsmith out in Lanark.
Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Goldsmith.
I didn't expect it. Like you left in rather a hurry earlier.
Sorry, I had to keep a date. Hey, look, Jerry, when I was here before...
You still have the violin?
Yes, when I was here earlier and you played it, you didn't seem to think it was really Ricardo Amerigo's Amati.
No, I didn't say that. At least
at least it didn't sound like it when you played it.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, that's right.
Now, think a minute. You were a bit upset, excited, whatever you want to call it, when I brought it to you.
Yes, that's true. Nevertheless...
And I think you were also afraid I might have suspected you of Amerigo's murder when you admitted his violin was the one thing you wanted more than anything else in life.
Except, of course, to have Ricardo straighten out. Become himself again. Become the artist again. Deserve to have this... Oh, I don't know. Whatever I say seems to make it sound like a... I don't know.
I know, look, Jerry, calm down, will you? I'm not trying to pin a murder rap on you. Calm down and do something for me, will you?
Why, yes, of course. What?
Here.
Have you had something done to it to restore the tone it used to have?
It hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. But I want you to play it again.
Yes, of course I will. But didn't you say that some old fool with a music store cleaned it up?
Jerry, it hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. Now play it.
All right.
Go ahead, Jerry. It's the Amati, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's the Amati. A beautiful, wonderful...
Funny. I never realized what a violin could. Can you hear me, Jerry?
Yes. Yes.
And to think it's taken something like this to lead me to a killer. Expense account item 16, $4.20. Cab to Philadelphia Mutual, the office of Harry Branson.
But if you're right, John, you mustn't go out there alone. Don't you understand if he's the man who planned the murder of Ricardo Amerigo? He wouldn't stop. Yes, I had the police put a man out there to cover his shop. But, John, I still think it's...
Expense account item 17, $1.60. The buck was a tip for going through a couple of red lights. Back to the shop of the violin maker, Eric Snowden.
Mr. Dollar.
Hi, Mr. Snowden. I'm afraid I left you rather abruptly a while ago.
Mentioned, Mr. Dollar, it's you. That near accident when you left that flower pot, I don't know how it possibly could have shifted on the window ledge up there.
On the third floor window ledge of this little combination store, workshop, and home of yours. That much I did notice while I was ducking it. If it had come off a second floor window, you know I might have suspected you of giving it a helpful shove.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Dollar, you can't possibly mean that.
All right, forget it for the moment.
But how can...
Let's go up to your workshop on the second floor. Come on.
Well, yes, of course. But may I ask why?
I want to show you something, and I think you know what.
No, I certainly don't. Unless something has happened to the Amati.
Oh, something certainly has.
You damaged it since you were here.
No such luck.
Mr. Dollar, please, what are you talking about?
Okay, here. Now tell me, the truth. Is this Ricardo Amerigo's Amati violin?
Yes. I've told you so.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
You know something? You aren't, but I am.
What?
Now open that cabinet there beside your work table.
What for?
Because I tell you to.
But just what are you getting at, Dollar?
Are you going to open it or shall I?
No. Get out of here. This is my shop, my place. You can't do this sort of thing to me.
Would you rather the police did? They're on their way.
The police? But I...
Well?
There's no need to open it. Ricardo Amerigo's Amati is in it.
Well, that's where you're wrong. This is the Amati. In this case, the one in the cabinet is the identical copy of the Amati that you made.
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Why, Snowden?
Because the loss of this priceless instrument would have been unthinkable.
$30,000 insurance on it.
Oh, money doesn't buy a violin like this. It must be played by an artist, by many artists, like the artist Ricardo was. So when Ricardo disappeared...
Or was murdered?
When Ricardo disappeared, I had to make sure that the Amati would still... I didn't murder him.
Isn't this the hacksaw that cut the steering rod on his car? Well, Snowden, isn't it?
Yes. No, I mean...
And because of it and your crazy plan to keep the real Amati, you and you alone are going to take the rap for Amerigo's murder.
No, please. Ricky.
No use, Eric. That's right, Mr. Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo.
You're what?
The dirty, drunken has-been that started all this. Sawed through the steering rod on my car, wrecked it in the swamp, left some of my clothing there. That phony fiddle was my idea. Not to collect the insurance on it, not that alone. But to make sure it could come back again. Be played again by somebody that deserved to play it. The way perhaps one time I deserved to play it.
But, Ricardo...
A man disappears, murder, or whatever. There's a fuss about it for a while, and it's over. But this, no, this must live. This violin, it will now. The world will be the better for it.
But you, and this apparent murder...
The insurance was my last hope of paying back Pete Corbin, my agent, and the others who tried so hard to straighten me out. Pay back some of the money and the heartbreak they spent on me. Or let your insurance company pay them back. Because I never could. I couldn't even leave my hiding place here in Eric's house. Because I knew that sooner or later he'd pity me enough to give me more of the drink that's been all I've been living for. Eric, God bless him, Eric knew, of course, but only he. Be kind to him, if you can.
Ricky.
That's all, Mr. Dollar. Oh, unless... Will you buy me a drink before you call in the police?
Expense account item 17, $8.50. One bottle of the best I could buy. before I called in the police. Item 18, hotel in Philadelphia, miscellaneous fare back to Hartford. Total expense account, $182.65. Remarks? No insurance payment necessary on either the Amati or the man. And I guess he really was a man. More than he knew. What the courts will do about him and about Eric Snowden, well, the courts will do. And I'm glad I have to have no part in it. You know, it's funny. Somehow I think I have a little better appreciation for music now than... Oh, well. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, the Duke Red matter. A racehorse that could only be stopped by a killer. And the killer didn't stop with horses. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Victor Perrin, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, Eric Snowden, Herb Vigran, and James McCallion. Musical supervisor and violinist, Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
If a dead man reappears on the scene just to get into the spirit of things, isn't it a crime? WNEW presents the 13th in a series of famous mystery stories relating to the gentle art of mayhem and the less gentle art of murder. Isn't it a crime? This is Jerry Marshall speaking. Now, not only will you hear the exciting story of Speaking of Murder, but you will be invited to join our radio detective force and be given a chance to solve the crime before the answer is revealed, just as if you might have been there on the scene. When all the clues are in, we'll return to the scene of the crime for the solution of tonight's mystery, Speaking of Murder. It's nearly noon. Sunlight pokes inquisitive fingers under the window blinds of the penthouse apartment of Glenn Winthrop, writer of mystery stories. But Glenn isn't having any. His face is buried in the pillow and he sleeps with sound effects. The door opens, framing a lean, melancholy face. The owner of the face peers at the figure on the bed, then approaches, holding at arm's length an infernal machine, destroyer of sleep, shatterer of nerves.
Answer the door, Smithers.
It's not the door, Mr. Winthrop.
Then answer the phone. I want to sleep.
It's not the phone, sir.
Whatever it is, answer it.
It's an alarm clock, sir.
Oh, no. No alarm clocks. The curfew shall not ring tonight.
But it isn't night, sir. It's nearly noon.
It's merely a figure of speech, Smithers.
I don't care if it's night, morning, or midwinter. Go away and take that instrument of Satan with you. For heaven's sake, Smithers, turn that confounded thing off.
Yes, sir.
Now, go away.
But, Mr. Winthrop, sir, I must shave you. You'll just sit over there.
I'll grow a beard. I'm not going to shave for a month.
But you must, sir.
Archibald, what's got into you?
I do wish, sir, that you wouldn't call me Archibald. As I told you, sir, when I entered your service, I detest the name. My name is Archie.
And I wish, Archibald, that you'd go away and let me sleep. I detest alarm clocks, and I'm beginning to detest you.
Surely, sir, you don't want to entertain a lady with that ghastly stubble on your chin, especially your fiancée.
What's my fiancée got to do with it? She's in Florida.
Oh, no, sir. Miss Southwood phoned a few minutes ago.
Frances phoned? Well, why didn't you say so?
I hadn't as yet had the opportunity to do so, sir. She said she'd be here in 30 minutes.
Here in 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Just my luck, and I was all set to go on a hunting trip tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't realize that you didn't wish to see her, sir. Shall I refuse her entrance, sir?
Shall you what?
Shall I turn her away, sir?
Of course not, you dope. Where's my robe?
Here, sir. If you'll just sit over here, I'll shave you in no time. I have everything ready.
Archie, I apologize. I'll never call you Archibald again. You're a lifesaver.
Thank you, sir. Now, just sit here, sir.
I wonder what brought Frances back.
She didn't say, sir. Now, if you'll just turn your head so, I'll lather your face.
In the middle of the season, too. Doggone it, Archie, you put this shaving soap in my mouth.
I'm sorry, sir. If you keep your mouth closed, it won't happen again.
Oh, Glenn, darling, I'm so glad to see you. Kiss me again. What is it, Archibald?
Shall I bring some coffee, Mr. Winthrop? Darling.
I'm afraid Archie doesn't approve of romance before breakfast.
Well, he'll just have to approve. After we're married, I'm sure I shall insist upon being kissed before breakfast.
Shall I bring the coffee, sir?
Oh, yes. By all means, Archibald. Bring the coffee.
Thank you, sir.
Your valet is sort of weird, darling.
Oh, he's all right. He's fussy about his name, that's all. I don't think he liked it when you called him Archibald.
But you just called him that yourself.
I always do when I'm annoyed with him.
And you were annoyed with him just now?
When anyone interrupts the most beautiful woman in the land and the best actress just when she's about to kiss me, why shouldn't I be annoyed?
Oh, you're crazy, but I love it.
Now, tell me, darling, what brings you back to the city so soon? When your show closed last week, you told me you were going away for a month.
I got a wire from Robert that I must be at my uncle's house tonight.
In that gloomy old ruin out in the suburbs? But why? I thought that house was closed after your uncle died.
It was, but Robert stayed on there.
Who's Robert?
He was Uncle Ned's confidential secretary. He had charge of all my uncle's affairs. He and my cousin Irma nursed Uncle during his last illness. Robert wired that it was urgent that I come to the house tonight. Irma's to be there, too.
Be taken care of by mail.
I don't know what it is, but Robert's wire states that if I hope to participate in Uncle's estate, I had to be there tonight. Anyway, there's something funny about the way Uncle died. I almost think sometimes that it was murder.
That sounds like the beginning of one of my mystery stories.
I know. I dread going out there. The place has always made me so uneasy. That's why I want you to come with me.
Ah, I see. I just spent 3 months writing a book about a spooky old house. Now I have to visit one. And me on my vacation.
Is this the place, mister?
Yeah, this is it.
Oh, thanks, mister.
Yeah.
Gosh, what a spooky dive. You wouldn't catch me going into a place like that.
Are you hinting for an invitation?
Oh, no, not me, buddy.
Well, tastes differ. Be seeing you, cabbie.
I hope so, but I ain't holding my breath.
Cab driver gives me the creeps the way he said he hoped so when you told him you'd be seeing him.
Oh, he was just kidding. But this is a spooky-looking place.
Why'd your uncle with all his dough want to live in a house way back from the street like that?
He built the wall all around the grounds so he'd have privacy.
Well, he might as well have lost himself in the jungle. Oh, here's the gate. Oh, watch out you don't stumble, Fran. Gee, it's sure dark around this place.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, it's just a hoot owl, darling. We're really in the jungle. But don't let it get on your nerves.
Oh, but it is scary. After that gate shuts us off from the street, we might as well be in another world.
Say, by the way, is there a dog here?
Oh, yes, Uncle's dog, Hamlet. Robert kept him after Uncle died. He's a Great Dane. Hamlet, I mean, not Robert.
That's not so good.
Well, why? Don't you like Great Danes?
I don't mind them in the daylight, but I certainly don't fancy a young elephant jumping on me in the dark.
Oh, Hamlet won't hurt us. He knows me.
Yeah, but he doesn't know me.
I can't understand, though, why he hasn't barked. He usually raises the roof when anyone comes into the grounds at night. Look, Glenn. There by the tree in the porch, there's a huge dark shadow and something white. Oh, Glenn, let's get out of here.
No, wait a minute. I'm going to see what it is.
No, darling, don't.
Come out of there, whoever you are.
Is that you, Mr. Winthrop?
Archie.
Yes, sir. When Miss Southwood screamed, it nearly scared the wits out of me.
Well, Archie, I can't say that your sudden appearance was a sedative to our nerves.
Oh!
That outlandish creature, it seems to be a bird, sir. It's been roosting over my head ever since I got here.
Incidentally, Archie, what are you doing here anyway?
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. It quite slipped my mind in my discomposure. You see, sir, after you and Miss Southwood left for dinner, I discovered an appalling thing, a terrible oversight.
What is it?
I hope you'll forgive me, sir, but when you were dressing, I was guilty of a terrible bit of negligence.
Well, Archie, what is it?
It was an oversight, sir, and I'm terribly sorry. I didn't know where you were dining, so I came out here to meet you.
Here, Archie, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's horrible, sir. I let you come out in public without a handkerchief in your breast pocket.
Oh.
And here it is, sir.
Well, I'll forgive you this time, Archie. Just so you don't let me go out in public someday without my pants.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, come on, Glenn. Let's go inside. This dark yard frightens me.
That house looks just as dark. Are you sure Robert said he'd meet you here?
Yes, I'm sure. Look, there's a light, that window at the side. That used to be Uncle's den.
I beg pardon, sir.
Robert said he'd meet you here?
Yes, I'm sure.
You'd mind walking to the gate with me? It seems that the nocturnal aspect of this place appalls me. I feel that my nervous system has been sadly deranged.
Well, you may as well come in with us, Archie. We shan't be here long. I hope. Miss Southworth is planning to fly back to Florida tomorrow, and I want to start on that hunting trip. God, I almost fell down. Confound it. Somebody left a rolled-up rug or something on that porch. Why can't they have lights on when they're expecting company?
Well, there never was any furniture on the porch when Uncle was alive.
Where in blazes is that bell?
There isn't a bell, dear. Uncle could never stand bells ringing. He wouldn't even have a telephone for that reason. Here, the big door knocker.
Well, let's see how this contraption works. I've got it. Oh, echoes through the house like the crack of doom. You suppose there's anybody there?
Well, I'm sure I saw a light in the den. Knock again.
Okay.
It's as silent as a mausoleum, sir.
Archibald, your choice of words is unfortunate under the circumstances, but you're right. Fran, I think someone's been playing a practical joke on you.
Bringing me out to this gloomy old house when there's nobody here isn't my idea of a joke. That isn't funny.
Practical jokes rarely are.
I beg pardon, sir, but there seems to be someone with a candle moving around inside.
Oh, good evening, Miss Francis. You're a little early.
Good evening, Robert. This is my fiancé, Mr. Winthrop.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Why the candle? What's happened to the electric lights?
A fuse blew out, Miss Francis, and I had no spare. We'll have to make out with candles tonight. Who is this other gentleman?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Smithers, Mr. Winthrop's man.
Great Scott, Archie. What's the matter with you? You're shaking like a leaf.
Look, sir. There on the porch. That's what you stumbled over.
Hold the light higher, will you, Robert, please? Thanks. It's a dog.
It's Hamlet. No wonder he didn't bark at us. He's dead.
There's not a mark on him. Wonder what happened to him.
The dog grieved for his master. Probably died of grief. He was very old.
No. Glenn, I'm frightened. There's menace in the air here tonight. I can feel it. Something terrible will happen here tonight. Midnight. I wonder where Irma is.
She's probably coming with Dr. Blade. Perhaps he's been detained on a call.
Dr. Blade? You mean young Dick Blade, Uncle's doctor? Why is he coming?
Irma's been working in his office since your uncle died. He promised to bring her.
I never liked Dick Blade.
He's been very kind to Irma.
Yes, probably feathering his nest. Probably wants to marry her for her share of Uncle's fortune.
Perhaps if you had been your uncle's nurse instead of Irma, you might feel differently about Dr. Blade.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robert. That was a terrible thing to say. I'm not myself tonight. This place gives me the creeps. It almost seems that Uncle is here tonight, reproaching me because I wasn't with him when he died.
I'm sure your uncle understood that you would have been with him had it been possible. You were very thoughtful. You sent fruit and flowers nearly every day.
Fruit and flowers. It meant nothing. Oh, I should have left the show and come here.
Your uncle wouldn't have wanted that. He was proud of your career.
Oh, why doesn't Irma come?
It was just a month ago tonight that he died. At 1:00, it's just an hour from the... Why, Miss Francis, you're shivering. Are you cold?
No, I was just listening to that wind. It has an eerie sound.
It's been a sultry day. Probably a storm brewing.
What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, listen.
You're upset, my dear. I heard nothing.
But I tell you, I heard something. It was the sound of something banging, like someone pounding on the wall. There it is again.
Miss Francis, you're overwrought. You're imagining things. I must have Dr. Blade prescribe something for you.
No, I don't trust that man.
Oh, hello, darling. Sorry I scared you.
Glenn, where have you been?
Archie and I were moving Hamlet's body so your cousin wouldn't get a scare when she arrived. Oh, by the way, Robert, Smithers is out in the hall. If you'll be so kind as to show us where we can wash up.
No, don't leave me, Glenn.
Why, Francis, what's wrong?
I don't know. I just don't want to be left alone.
All right, I'll stay.
I'll show Smithers the way upstairs.
Thanks.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you came back when you did. That man gives me the creeps.
Oh, Robert? Yeah, he is sort of strange. I suppose it's just his way. Gee, you're sort of nervous. I've never seen you like this before.
Oh, that wind. That unearthly screeching wind. It's almost as though Uncle were trying to speak to me from his grave.
Oh, see here, young lady. You've got to get a grip on yourself. You mustn't go to pieces this way.
If only Irma would come, then we could get this business of Robert's over with and go home.
I thought you said that your uncle never had a phone. Gave me a start, too. I guess I'm developing your nerves. Oh, all right. I'm coming. Well, where is the confounded thing? It's over in this corner somewhere, but I can't find it.
Oh, there it is, in the wastebasket.
It's a fine place to keep a phone. Hello. That's funny.
Did they hang up?
No, that's the funny part of it. There wasn't even a dial tone. The line's dead.
Oh, Glenn, darling, take me out of here. There's something horrible going on in this place.
I'm beginning to agree with you. There's something mighty funny about a phone hidden in a wastebasket ringing when the line is dead.
And Hamlet. I'm sure somebody killed him.
There wasn't a mark on the dog's body.
He could have been poisoned.
Yes, that's true. Did Robert tell you why he sent for you to come here tonight?
Well, he said we'd have to wait until Irma got here. She and I are Uncle's only surviving relatives, and it has something to do with the will. Robert drew it up, you know.
Yeah, but why should your uncle's secretary draw up his will? Why not a lawyer?
Well, Robert was more than Uncle's secretary. He was an old friend. He gave up his law practice to handle Uncle's affairs.
You know, Francis, this is all very strange. I feel as though I'm living in the pages of one of my own crazy books. I've written this story 12 times myself.
Your man will be down in a minute, Mr. Winthrop.
Thanks, Robert. Robert, when did you have a phone installed in this house?
Phone?
Yes. A little while ago, a phone rang.
Oh.
I had trouble locating it, but finally found it in the wastebasket. When I answered, the line was dead. It did seem rather strange.
I had the phone put in shortly after your uncle's death, Miss Francis. I was working at the desk today and remember putting it in the basket to clear the desktop. As to the line being dead, are you sure of that, Mr. Winthrop?
Quite sure. Try it yourself.
Oh, that's probably Irma. Excuse me, I'll let her in.
You know, Francis, I believe you're right. There is something fishy about that man. That strange gliding walk. That flat voice.
And that pale face. Glenn, he looks like a dead man.
So you're Glenn. Dear Francis has told me so much about you.
Never mind trying to make a play for him, dear Irma. He's mine.
Oh, you talk, Francis. Well, Robert, suppose we get down to business. Dick and I want to get back to town.
Phew, we had a wet trip out. It's pouring in town. Bad storm. I tried to call you, but couldn't get you. Saw the reason later. There's a tree down right across the telephone line.
Must have fallen while you were calling. The phone rang, but when I answered, the line was dead.
Ooh, don't talk about dead things. This house always gives me the willies. I don't see, Robert, why we had to come out here. Why couldn't we meet in town?
This really concerns only Miss Irma and Miss Francis, but the rest of you may as well hear it. You know, of course, that I drew up your uncle's will.
Yes, of course.
And you know, too, that for some time before his death, your uncle was interested in spiritualism.
Yes, it always gave me the creeps to hear him talk about it.
Well, your uncle's will contained a strange clause. I, as executor, was instructed to request his heirs to be present here tonight, exactly 1 month after his death.
Cute little idea Uncle had. Did he order a storm, too?
Please, Miss Irma. I was further instructed to inform you of the terms of his will. I'll read it.
Oh, skip all the legal stuff. Just tell us how it affects us.
Very well. Aside from some minor bequests, the bulk of the property is to be divided between you two girls.
And you hauled us out here to hear that.
Wait, Miss Irma. Let me read the paragraph which refers to your inheritance. In the event that at exactly 1 month from the hour of my death, my two nieces, Frances and Irma, are living and unmarried, and in the event they have not been involved in any scandal that would besmirch the name of Southworth, the residue of my estate shall be divided equally between them. But should either of my nieces fail in these conditions, said niece shall forfeit her inheritance, and the entire estate shall go to my niece who fulfills said conditions. Should both nieces fail...
Oh, no need to read the rest of it. We're both alive, we've been in no scandals, and I'm certainly not married. How about you, Francis?
Of course not.
Then that's that. Come on, Dick, let's start back to town.
1 moment. Your uncle specified that both Francis and Irma should be here in this house at exactly 1 month from the time of his death. He died at 1 a.m. 1 month ago. We've still half an hour to wait. The conditions of the will are not effective till 1 a.m.
Well, that's pretty silly. Neither of the girls is going to die or get into a scandal in half an hour.
Well, as a doctor, I grant you that marriage or scandal are unlikely, but who can be sure about death?
10 minutes of 1. Now we must fulfill the final conditions of the will.
What do you mean, final conditions?
I will explain. Your uncle's interest in spiritualism prompted one other request. We are all to sit around this table. Miss Irma, sit here beside me. Dr. Blade on my other side.
Very well.
Thank you. Miss Francis, next to Dr. Blade.
Yes.
Mr. Winthrop and Smithers at the foot of the table. Thank you. Good. Now I am instructed to place this loaded revolver on the table in front of me. So.
What's this all about?
At exactly 1 o'clock, the hour of his death, your uncle will endeavor to speak to us from the grave.
Oh, this is so silly.
If you wish to forfeit your inheritance, you may withdraw.
Oh, not on your life.
You will note that a fire is laid in the grate. If your uncle succeeds in returning to us, he will light that fire.
Must we go through with this ridiculous farce, Robert?
You have heard the terms of your uncle's will.
Oh, that's a lot of tummy rot.
Perhaps. But it was your uncle's wish. I intend to carry out his wishes.
Oh, all right. Get on with it then.
Now, each one clasp his neighbor's hand. All right?
Yes.
Then our circle is complete. I will now blow out the candle.
That clock. That monotonous clock. Tick, tick, tick. It's driving me crazy.
Your uncle was very fond of that clock.
Well, I don't like it.
It must be nearly 1. We must be quiet.
I tell you, I can't stand this.
Shh. Quiet, please.
Robert. Robert.
Oh.
Yes?
You have done well.
Is that you, Mr. Southworth?
On Earth, that was my name. Now I have no name. I cannot free myself from Earth until my work is done.
Your work? What is your work?
Vengeance. Only one here need fear me. The one who murdered me.
Murdered?
Yes, with a slow poison. One of you murdered me. Robert, you brought me whiskey. Was the poison in that? Or was it in the medicine Dr. Blade gave me? Francis, you sent me the fruit nearly every day. Was it the fruit of death?
No.
Irma, you cooked my food. One of you murdered me.
It wasn't I tell you. I didn't do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jerry Marshall speaking. We take time out now, in fact, 60 seconds time, to allow you amateur detectives to solve the mystery of tonight's story. To help you along with the solution, here are a few leading or misleading clues. First, is there anything that Robert said that might shed light on his innocence or guilt?
The dog grieved for his master. Probably died of grief. He was very old.
Now, how about Dr. Blade? Do you recall him saying...
Well, as a doctor, I grant that marriage or scandal are unlikely. But who can be sure about death?
Then there is Francis, a very definite heir to Uncle Shekels.
There's menace in the air here tonight. I can feel it. Something terrible will happen here tonight.
Or could it have been Irma who was heard to say...
Must we go through with this ridiculous farce, Robert?
Well, the 60 seconds are up. Do you think you have the answer? All right. Hold on to it, and we'll return to our play and see if you're right.
It wasn't I tell you, I didn't do it.
Ned, don't you know who killed you?
I do not know, but I have ways of learning. At the stroke of one, I will light that fire in the fireplace, and the finger of death will touch my murderer. The flame will sear into the treacherous brain that planned my death.
Robert, light that candle.
Quiet. Tell me, Ned, who killed you?
I can't tell you, but in a moment you will know. In a moment the finger of death will touch the guilty one. There is a gun on the table. That is the only chance for the murderer. That is the only escape from eternal suffering. That is the only expiation.
No.
The finger of death is approaching. Confess your crime. Confess your crime. You murdered me. Confess. Confess before it's too late. The hour is at hand. Confess.
Look, the fire is lit.
The finger of death is upon you.
I did it. I killed him. I hated him. He made me a slave.
Robert, quick, the lights.
Oh, it's Irma. She shot herself.
Doctor, is she...
Yes, she's dead.
We felt for a long time that his death was not natural. And so Dick Blade and I got an exhumation order, and Dick found signs of poison in the body. We suspected both of you, Miss Francis. It had to be either you or Miss Irma. So we set the stage for our ghost. The banging shutter, the candlelight, the seance. It was all staged.
But Hamlet...
Well, the dog died this afternoon. I put the body on the porch.
Oh, and the fire lighting itself?
Dick released my hand, and I set off a charge of flashlight powder.
What about the ghost boys?
That was Dick. We planned to scare a confession from the guilty one. And it worked.
Poor Irma. It's horrible.
It's better the way it happened.
Won't there be legal complications and publicity about all this? After all, Irma committed a murder and then committed suicide.
No, the police have informed me that no one need remain for questioning. No charges will be pressed. There will be no publicity. In fact, an inspector from the homicide squad was present in the West Room. It was he who removed the body.
Oh, Glenn, I'll be so happy to get out of this awful house. Listen, darling, I'm not going to go back to Florida. Let's get married tomorrow.
Francis, you darling, of course.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What is it, Archie?
Mr. Winthrop, sir, speaking of tomorrow, have you considered you were going on a hunting trip?
Speaking of murder, have you considered what a swell corpse you'd make? Archibald?
Please, don't call me Archibald, sir.
We have brought you the 13th of a series of mystery stories. Tonight's drama, Speaking of Murder, was written by Don Thompson and directed by Milton Bernard Kay. The cast featured Casey Allen, Eleonora Reed, Leonard Scherer, Jason Johnson, Eileen Court, and Merrill E. Joels. Musical settings were by Kay Reed. This is Jerry Marshall speaking and saying good night for Isn't It a Crime? This is WN New York.
Johnny, I don't like this. Something tells me we should have ought to minded our own business.
Look, Sam, helping a damsel in distress is your business, my business, everybody's business.
Oh, what's a damsel?
It's, a dame.
Okay, then it's your business. I don't want no part of it.
Yes, it's time for another Johnny Fletcher Mystery. Brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company and starring Albert Decker as Johnny Fletcher and Mike Mazurki as Sam Cragg in Frank Gruber's best-selling murder mystery, The Navy Colt. Mid-afternoon, and we find Johnny and Sam on a busy street in New York making a fast pitch, their customary method of earning an honest dollar whenever they're broke, which they usually are.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. You see here the strongest man in the world, my pal and partner, Sam Cragg. A short time ago, Sam was a puny weakling who weighed only 98 pounds. Now look at him, a magnificent specimen of manhood, 6'5", 250 pounds of brawn and brawn. As evidence of his enormous strength, Sam is going to fill his mighty lungs with air and snap that 2-inch log chain wrapped about his chest. Are you ready, Sam?
Yeah.
Then go on and break it, my boy, and let the links fall where they may. Observe, ladies and gentlemen, the ease with which he pulls apart that symbol of slavery. For the love of Pete, busted.
I'm trying to, Johnny. You must have melted that link too strong.
There you are, my friends. There you are. A miracle of strength has been performed before your very eyes. A broken chain lies at my feet. A man, a real man, has released himself from the fetters of masculine weakness. Ladies and gentlemen, you too can be marvels of strength like Sam Cragg. This book of mine, every man a
Ixnay. Here comes that cop again.
Where?
Other side of the street.
Oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get out of here, Sam.
What a life. A man can't try to make an honest living anymore, but what some flat-foot crabs the act.
You know something, Johnny?
No, what?
We wouldn't be broke all the time if you was to stick to one thing or another. Why, you got brains. You got the gift of gab. And you got me.
A three-way handicap, if I ever heard one.
No fooling, Johnny. You got all the makings of a big business typhoon. Why don't we decide either to be a businessman or an amateur detective? One or the other, but not both.
Go on, Sam. You interest me strangely.
Oh, nuts. You know what I mean, Johnny. But it happens continuous all the time. We get a good start selling books or some kind of business that looks easy, and what pursues? Somebody gets their throat cut or found dead in a trunk or something, and you horn your way into the act.
That's my way of having fun.
I know, Johnny, but a guy can't have much fun on an empty stomach. And that's what usually happens. We got nothing else but... Johnny, something tells me we're being followed.
Mister.
Oh, hello, miss.
May I speak to you a moment, sir?
Oh, why not?
Well, I saw you gentlemen break that chain back there, so you must be awfully strong.
Oh, you want to buy a book, huh? Get one out, Sam.
Oh, no, not a book. Do you gentlemen want to earn $10?
Lady, right now for $10, I'd go over Niagara Falls in a mustache cup. How do we earn the sawbuck?
No, Johnny, no. This is like the way it always starts.
You're right, Sam. Sorry, sister. Some other time, maybe.
Oh, please. You gentlemen must help me.
Look, sister, let's get this straight. We're not gentlemen. I'm just a guy named Johnny Fletcher, and this rugged character is Sam Cragg, my pal.
I'm happy to know you, Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Cragg. My name is Hilda Nelson.
Oh, yeah? Where do you live?
Park Avenue.
Park Avenue? Well, is that anything to feel bad about? Well, Park Avenue is just another word for millionaire.
Oh, I know what you mean, but honestly, $10 is all I can give you.
Say, how did you get those nasty-looking bruises?
Well, I'd rather not say.
You mean somebody did that?
Yes. That's why I asked if you wanted to earn $10.
Why didn't you say so in the first place? Now, what is it you want us to do?
Uh-oh, here we go again.
You mean you'll do it?
Yep, you've talked us into it.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's $1 down.
Oh, thank you. And what are we supposed to do in return for this shower of wealth?
I want you to go to 205 East 63rd Street, Mr. Maxwell's apartment. It's on the 12th floor. You just ring the doorbell.
Oh, sure. I'm quite a hand with doorbells. Is that all?
No. When Mr. Maxwell opens the door, I want you to hit him just as hard as you can, right on the nose.
Oh, that sounds like fun, doesn't it, Sam? Oh. Anything else?
Yes. As you hit him, I want you to say, Hilda sends this with her compliments.
Oh, better and better. But I'll let Sam hit him. He hits harder than I do, don't you, Sam?
Oh, now listen, Johnny,
Never mind. A man that'll abuse a girl ought to get the stuffings knocked out of him.
Just on the nose will be enough. Oh, but I want proof that you did it.
Oh, sure. I'll bring you Sam's bruised knuckle. That do?
No, that won't be quite enough.
Any suggestions?
Well, let me see. Mr. Maxwell always wears red neckties, ugly red ones. That's it. Bring me one of his red neckties. Then I'll give you the other $9.
A bust in the nose, a red necktie. Then where do we meet you to get the other $9?
Well, how soon can you finish the assignment?
Oh, Sam and I haven't any really pressing engagements at the moment.
Very well. I'll meet you at the Grand Central Station in an hour.
Here it is. James Maxwell. Ring the bell, Sam. Now, remember when he sticks his puss out, let him have it.
Well, what do you guys want?
Now, Sam, now.
You heard that, Johnny?
Oh, nothing a couple of hospitals and a bunch of doctors can't fix. Help me up, Sam.
White-eyed rat in cheap clothing. Hitting a guy when he ain't looking. I'll fix him.
Oh, you had your chance, Sam. He won't come out again.
Then I'll bust that door down.
So you two jerks want more of the same, huh?
Look out, Sam. He's got a gun.
No. Grab the gun when I hold him.
Okay. There you go, I tell you. I got it.
Now I'll sock him. Here you are, fella. Hilda sends this with her compliments. Now get in there.
That was a narrow squeak.
I guess he didn't shoot you. I don't see no blood.
Of course he shot me, you lunk. Right through the coat sleeve. Look at that hole.
Gee. Oh, well, maybe you can get it rewove. Remember that sport coat that I had? What?
Who shut the door down the hall?
I don't know.
Somebody's been getting an eyeful. No telling who saw us. We gotta get out of here. Let's don't keep Hilda waiting.
This is John Storm. You're listening to the Navy Colt, a Johnny Fletcher mystery. But before we rejoin Johnny and Sam, you would place your first sales message here. You have presented the first of your sales messages, so we return to our own job of selling you the Johnny Fletcher Mystery Series. We catch up with Johnny Fletcher and his pal Sam Cragg at the Grand Central Station, where they were to meet Hilda Nelson and collect an additional $9 for hitting, as Miss Nelson so naively put it, a certain Mr. James Maxwell on the nose.
Let's scram, Johnny. The kid ain't gonna show up. I'm tired sitting here. And besides, I'm hungry.
So am I.
We got enough to eat on?
Well, not great big baskets full.
Hey, maybe we can hike that gun you took off Maxwell. And he done that a couple of times.
Could be. It's big enough.
Yeah, what a rod. Must be 2 feet long. I never seen one that big before.
Neither did I, except in a museum. It's what they call a Navy Colt.
Colt? It looked growed up to me.
Sam, a Colt is a revolver. You know, what's got me puzzled is this microfilm I found in one of the chambers of the gun.
What is that stuff?
Well, it looks like a photostatic copy of some legal documents.
You took the words right out of me mouth.
They must be important. After we collect our $9 from Hilda, we'll take them to a photographer and have him blow them up big enough to read.
Uh-oh. Look who's here.
Oh, I'm so sorry I'm late. I was afraid you'd leave.
No, we like it here.
Well, did you, sock him?
Sister, how can you ask? Look at this thing I used to call a jaw.
Oh, dear.
Hey, what about our $9?
But did you get the red necktie?
Red necktie? Red necktie? Sam, did we get his red necktie?
Nah, he wasn't wearing no necktie.
That's right, lady. Please, the $9.
Well, that's what I came to tell you. I couldn't get the rest of the money.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, really, I am. Here, I'll write a check.
Oh, not for me, sister.
Why not?
A check means getting identified. And getting identified means, you get it?
Yeah.
Well, come on, Sam, let's eat. Goodbye, Hilda, dear. Nice to have had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Gee, with that big bundle of chow in me, I'm a new man.
Don't tell me you're not going to have another piece of pie.
No, I'm filled up clear up to here.
Cigarette?
Thanks.
Hold the light.
Sure. Here you are. You know, Johnny, you did all right hocking that old gun for $4. Funny speed it gives that old guy about it belongs to your grandfather. Present from Jesse James. You really think him up.
Paper, latest edition. Paper, mister. Read all about the East Side killing.
Yeah, here's some.
Thanks, mister. Read all about the big murder. Read all about it. Paper here. It's the latest edition. Paper.
Uh-oh. Hold on to your chair, Sam.
What goes?
Get a load of this. James Maxwell, 205 East 63rd Street, was found dead in his apartment late today. According to the police, his death resulted from a gunshot.
Hey, that's the guy we popped.
And listen to this. Miss Cornelia Spatz, living in an adjoining apartment, told the officers she was an eyewitness to the killing.
Say, that's who slammed the door right down the hall.
Hey, how do you like this? Miss Spatz testified that one of the men was tall and slender with dark hair. Tall and slender with dark hair. And the other was a huge hulk of a man, about 6 feet 4 inches, weighing about 250...
The nerve of that dame. Saying I'm 6 feet 4. I'm 6'5".
Let's see what else they know. The police say, continued on page 4. Here it is. An old-time Navy Colt revolver is missing from a gun rack on the wall and may have been the murder weapon. They are scouring the city for such a gun, which may provide a clue to the killers. Come on, we gotta move fast.
Where are we going?
Get the gun out of hock before the cops beat us to it. It's got our fingerprints all over.
What an alley. Black as your hat.
Yeah. Come on! Open up!
Maybe the old guy don't live in the back.
Yes, he does. There goes a light. Here he comes. The Navy Colt man. I want to get the gun out of hock. No. I keep dreaming about Indians. And I got to go back and shoot them.
Come in.
Let's make this fast, will you, Pop? Here's your $4.
Getting me up out of such a nice sound sleep. Yes, $4 it comes to.
All right, here's your 4, and here's your ticket.
I'm glad to get rid of this thing. It scares me to look at it.
See you later, Pop.
I hope not.
Gee, I never seen an alley so black.
Yeah, pretty dark.
Hey, Johnny, I forgot our newspaper. I left it laying there on the counter in the hock shop.
Oh, let it go.
Oh, no, I gotta go back and get it.
What for?
I ain't read the funnies.
Oh, for the love of Pete. All right, I'll wait here for you.
Hey, Pop, don't lock up yet. I forgot the funnies.
What a character. At a time like this, he forgets the funnies.
Hey, Bud, get a match?
Yeah, guess so. Hey, where'd you come from so quick?
Never mind that. See what this is, fella?
Yeah, the gun. Anybody could tell that. Stick up, huh?
That's right.
Well, if it's dough you're after, chum, I'm broke.
Take it easy. All I want's that Navy Colt.
Sure. Help yourself.
Okay, Bud, here's your payment.
Hey, Johnny, where are you?
Over here. A guy stuck me up.
Which way did he go? I'll go get him.
No, don't go after him. All he got was our gun.
What's any guy want with that old broken-down horse pistol?
Sam, do you believe in ghosts?
Huh? Ghosts? Well, kinda. I'm human, I guess. Why?
The guy that held me up was James Maxwell, the man we're supposed to have murdered.
Holy cow!
R-I-2-8-4-2-2.
How do you know that's Hilda's number?
Gotta be. The only Nelson in the phone book on Park Avenue.
Kind of tough waking the kid up this time of the night.
Wake her up. She better wake up. I'll drag her up with her hair, the little double-crossing.
Hello?
This is Johnny Fletcher. I want to see you right away to have a talk.
Oh, why, that's absurd, Mr. Fletcher. I ought to hang up.
Smile when you say hang, sister. You got us in plenty of trouble.
Well, I didn't tell you to kill Mr. Maxwell.
Kill Mr. Maxwell. Are you screwy? Now, look. You meet us in the waiting room of the Grand Central Station in 1 hour.
But, Mr. Fletcher, it's so late.
The Grand Central in 1 hour. And you better be there or else. Sit down, Miss Nelson. Sam, keep an eye out for anything that looks like a cop.
Okay.
Now, young lady, what was the idea of trying to frame me and Sam for the murder of this Maxwell guy?
Frame you? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You fixed it all up with a spat stain to poke a schnozzle out of a door in time to catch Sam and me doing your rough stuff.
That, I don't even know her.
Don't give me that. Sister, I want it right on the line. Who is this Maxwell and why did you want him socked?
Mr. Fletcher, I don't think
Look, babe, this is no time to kid around. Any minute now, the cops are liable to move in on us, so spill it all. All of it. What about this Maxwell guy?
Mr. Fletcher, I've kept it all back for such a long time. It's going to be a relief to tell someone like you. I know I shouldn't.
Who was Maxwell?
Well, he was the son of a man who was once my father's business partner.
Well, why did you want Maxwell socked?
He kept forcing me to give him money. Lots of money.
Blackmail, huh?
Yes.
Well, why did he hit you and put those bruises on you?
Because I couldn't get any more money for him. He was furious, so he began to beat me. I managed to get away. It was right after that I saw you and Mr. Cragg.
You weren't ever in love with this baboon by any chance, were you?
In love with him. I despised him. I loathed him. I always have.
Well, how did he force you to give him the dough?
Well, he showed me a letter his father wrote when he was dying. It accused my father of killing his father.
Why was your father supposed to have killed him?
So my father could take over the business they started.
Well, who is your father and what business is he in?
He's Helmer Nelson, one of the biggest manufacturers of railroad ties in the country.
Oh, I see. Well, why didn't you tell your father?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Mr. Maxwell said he'd kill Dad, and me too, if I ever did.
Hilda, there's something maybe you can explain. The man Sam and I socked was not the man who was killed.
What?
The man we thought was Maxwell. The guy we hit. Held me up last night and took a Navy Colt revolver away from me. The one I took from the guy I thought was Maxwell.
Honestly, Mr. Fletcher, I can't explain that. What kind of looking man was he?
Oh, a big gorilla about the size of Sam there. Had a red mustache and a scar across his forehead.
Why, that's Carl Streeter. He and Mr. Maxwell hated each other.
You sure your old man didn't suddenly get wise to what was going on?
I don't really know.
Who do you think killed Maxwell?
Carl Streeter.
You know where I can find him?
Yes. He lives at 804 West 14th Street. Why?
I'd better have a little talk with him. Come on, Sam, let's go.
Looks like Mr. Streeter ain't home. We better try again some other time.
Let me have that skeleton key.
Now, look, Johnny, that ain't honest. Here.
Like the inside of a hothouse. Shut the door, Sam.
Hey, that looks like our gun on that table.
Yeah. We'll take it along so he can't shoot us with it, like he did Maxwell.
Gee, Johnny, what if he used to barge in right now?
Shh. You think of the most unpleasant thing.
Look, that door's shut. Maybe he's in there.
Let's find out.
Do you think we'd better? This is housebreaking or something.
Open the door and quit pretending you're scared.
Who's pretending? Who's pretending? Hey, that's him on the bed. Looks like he's taking a nap.
Yeah, a good long one. The guy's dead. Look, he's been shot.
You are listening to The Navy Colt, a Johnny Fletcher mystery. Here is the place for your second sales message. You have completed your second sales message. Catching up with Johnny Fletcher and Sam Cragg next morning, we find them outside the apartment door of Cornelia Spatz, the woman who described them to the police as the killers of James Maxwell.
Johnny, I think you're nuts. Sticking your neck out like this.
Maybe so, but if this dame can really put the finger on us, it's going to be a tough winter. We got to find out.
But I'm worried.
So am I. Here's the apartment. Miss Cornelia Spatz.
Get out of sight.
Okay, but be careful.
How do you do, Miss Spatz?
Yes?
Miss Mallory down on the 10th floor asked me to be sure and see you. I'm selling nylons.
Nylons? Oh, my goodness. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. You were certainly busy with that typewriter, Miss Spatz.
Yes. I'm just finishing up a story.
Oh, a real author. What kind of stories do you write?
You'd never believe it of me, but they're about crime. Murders, mostly.
A charming young woman like you? Well, somehow you're just not the type.
Well, they're not exactly fiction stories. You see, I'm the New York correspondent for a Chicago magazine called Cunning Crimes. They use short articles each month about actual crimes.
What crime are you writing about now?
Oh, I had such a wonderful experience. I witnessed a murder right out in the hall.
You actually saw the murderers?
Yes, indeedy. And I gave the police a perfect description of them. You know, one of them looked a teensy bit like you.
Like me?
Yes. But he wasn't nearly so good looking.
Oh, Miss Spatz. I can hardly wait to read your story when it comes out. Now, how about the nylons? Shall I write up your order for, say, 6 pairs?
Oh, no, I'll take a dozen. And I'm sure I can get a lot more orders for you from the girls. You see, I'm president of the Pen and Eraser Club. We're all writers, you know. And they'll be simply thrilled to death when I tell them about you. I mean selling nylon.
Oh, that's wonderful of you, Miss Spatz.
How can I get in touch with you when I've seen the girls?
Oh, here, I'll write it down for you. Johnny Fletcher, Eagle Hotel.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fletcher, and I'm awfully glad you stopped in. Goodbye.
Oh. Goodbye, Miss Spatz.
And do stop in again. Anytime.
Thank you. Well, that's a load off my mind.
Didn't recognize you, huh?
With those thick cheaters over her eyes, that crackpot wouldn't recognize her own self in the mirror. Mr. Nelson, I'll get right to the point. You've been paying a lot of dough to a guy named Maxwell. The guy that got bumped off the other night.
There's only one answer to a stupid remark like that, Fletcher. Get out of my office or I'll have you thrown out.
Take it easy, Nelson. Whether you know it or not, your daughter got herself into one dilly of a mess, and what's more, she got me into it, too.
Just who are you and what do you want?
I told you. I'm the guy that got into a jam trying to help your daughter.
Ridiculous. I'm perfectly capable of giving my daughter any help she needs.
That's a laugh. Did you know that for years Hilda has been blackmailed by Maxwell?
Hilda, too? Why, that...
Now, Mr. Nelson, don't speak ill of the dead. Especially when you may have had a hand, shall we say, in hastening his death.
Are you accusing me of Maxwell's murder?
Could be.
Well, you're wrong.
That's what they all say. But
What do you want?
Your side of the story, Mr. Nelson. Did you ever see the letter Archer Maxwell wrote accusing you of his death?
Yes. James Maxwell has held it over my head for years. But I didn't kill his father. It was an accident. Archer must have been out of his head when he wrote that note.
Just what was in the letter?
Oh, I don't remember the exact wording, but it accused me all right. Strange part about it, a piece of the letter was missing. Torn off.
Did you see the torn piece?
No, but Maxwell had me. He could smash my business and send me to the chair on the strength of that letter. So I kept dishing the money out to him.
How does Carl Streeter tie into the setup?
He and James Maxwell were two of a kind. I don't know what Streeter had on Maxwell, but he got a cut in the money. Fact is, once in a while, Streeter came up here to collect.
Well, thanks, Nelson. That's about all.
Ain't it funny, Johnny? Even an old hotel room like this seems good to get back to if you get tired enough.
Yeah, just like home if you're up with your rent. Johnny Fletcher speaking.
Oh, hello, Mr. Fletcher. This is Cornelia Spatt. I have some good news. I saw some of the girls, and I have quite a few nylon orders for you. Could you come over right away?
Thank you very much, Miss Spatt.
I'll be looking for you. Come as soon as you can. Goodbye.
Bye. That Spatz character wants to see me right away.
I knew what the dames felt for you, like they all do. You ain't going, are you?
Not a chance.
Hey, how's about me going to get them orders? Is she a good looker?
Say, now you got something, Sam. We'll both go in, and if she doesn't recognize you either, we got nothing more to worry about.
Now, please, Johnny. I was only kidding. I don't want to see her.
On the way, we'll pick up the enlargements of those microfilms. Come on, you big...
Sam, you're about to lose those pictures. Shove them down further in your pocket.
Yeah, I'll watch them. Johnny, I'm worried. By yourself, this Spatz dame didn't recognize you. But the both of us together like this?
Forget it. Let me do the talking.
Don't I always?
Oh, do come in. I've been waiting for you.
Miss Spatz, may I present my friend Sam Cragg?
How do you do, Mr. Cragg? It's indeed a pleasure.
It sure is. Get those hands up, both of you.
Hey, what is this?
It's the law, Bud. Frisk 'em, Riley. I'll keep 'em covered. They're clean, huh?
Hey, what is all this about?
We're arresting you two for the murder of James Maxwell and Carl Streeter.
Who says?
I do. I definitely saw you do it. You thought I didn't recognize you when you came snooping around the other day, pretending to sell nylons. I'm not that stupid.
And I thought you liked me, Miss Spatz.
Don't be absurd.
And I'm afraid all those crime stories you write have gone to your head.
Please get these men out of here, officers. I have work to do.
Sure, lady. Put the cuffs on them, Riley. Let's get moving.
Now, just a moment, officers. Miss Spatz, you know we didn't kill Maxwell and Carl Streeter.
Tell it to the judge. And don't forget, fella, anything you say now will be used against you.
The trouble is you have too much imagination, Miss Spatz. Or may I call you Mrs. Maxwell?
How dare you say such a thing?
Oh, I'm impulsive that way. Officers, I'll leave it to you. Sam, give me those photographs. Here, take a slant at this. It's a photograph of the marriage license of Cornelia Spatz and James Maxwell.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, suppose Mr. Maxwell and I were married. What of it?
Nothing. Except that you would have cause to become very jealous when you imagined your husband was falling for Hilda Nelson.
Well, he was falling.
Maybe so. But Hilda Nelson's a swell kid. Your husband couldn't get to first base with her.
It's beginning to look as if you're the one who has too much imagination, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, no. The fact is, you've been masterminding the blackmail deal against Hilda and her father for years, and you were getting fed up with having to split the dough 3 ways.
Everything you say is absolutely absurd, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, no. You really worked it out slick, Cornelia. You took the apartment next to your husband so you could keep everything under control and still not be suspected of anything. Then...
Officers, will you please take these men away?
Lady, looks like that guy's got something. Go on, Bud.
Well, Cornelia, you were scared of being tied into the deal if anything ever went wrong, so you had a copy of your marriage license made on microfilm and hid it in the chamber of the gun. Then you destroyed the license. Look at this other film, officer.
What's it all about?
It's the photograph of the original letter that Cornelia and her playmate blackmailed Hilda Nelson and her father with. It was made before the corner was torn off. You see, the letter actually clears Nelson of any suspicion of killing Archer Maxwell. That's why Archer wrote it. But the way it's worded, with the corner missing, it becomes a perfect accusation.
Gee, Johnny, you never cracked to me you had this all figured out.
I didn't. Till we picked up those film enlargements on the way here.
What's all this leading up to, Fletcher?
To the fact that Sam and I didn't kill James Maxwell and Carl Streeter. It was Cornelia Spatz.
I did not. You can't prove that I did.
How do you think she killed him, Bud?
Oh, that little fracas Sam and I had with Streeter, thinking he was Maxwell, was just what the doctor ordered for her.
She waited till Carl Streeter had gone, then she stepped across the fire escape to her husband's apartment and shot him.
But what about Streeter?
Oh, she got afraid of what Streeter might say if the cops picked him up. So she went to his apartment and killed him. That's right, isn't it, Cornelia?
Here's my answer to that.
Get her gun, Sam.
Oh, let go of me. Let go of my arm. Oh.
Well, sister, that settles it. Same as a written confession. Put the bracelets on, O'Reilly.
Oh.
Nice going, fella. You done some nice figuring on this one.
Thanks. I'm sorry it had to be a dame.
Before we return to Johnny Fletcher and Sam Cragg, we pause again to mention that this is the spot where you present a final brief sales message. Now, back to Johnny Fletcher and Sam Cragg. They have just entered their hotel room.
Sam Cragg speaking.
Oh, Sam, this is Hilda. Dad and I just heard the wonderful news about what you did. We're so happy.
Oh, it was nothing.
Sam, Dad and I were just wondering if...
Sam. Hold the phone, Hilda. Go away, Johnny. You bother me. Yes, Hilda, go on.
Well, Father and I want you and Johnny to come over and have dinner with us.
Why, sure. Love to, honey. Sam, no. Just a moment, Hilda. Listen, you dope. We're invited to the Nelsons for dinner. Eat. E-T-E, eat. Remember?
We can't go.
What's the matter with you, Johnny? Why can't we?
Because there's a dead guy in our closet.
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
Be sure to be with us next week when we bring you another best-selling Johnny Fletcher mystery by Frank Gruber entitled The Mighty Blockhead, and starring Albert Decker and Mike Mazurki. Tonight's story was The Navy Colt. This program was produced in Hollywood's Radio City. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Yeah, that's the old ship sitting out there. The SS Sumatra. A good ship, but I never want to sail with her again. I was her captain for many years. Mostly the South Pacific, Surabaya, the Philippines, Java, Ceylon, and up and down the west coast of India. Ah, we had adventures, this old steel lady and me. But the last one was the worst one. It was a long time ago, but I'll never forget it. I still wake up at night screaming, and I don't scare easily. The newspapers carried the story of Kong. King Kong was what Denham called the beast. Who was Denham? I'll tell you the story about Denham, Driscoll, Anne, and the monster, King Kong. I first met Denham, I think it was in 1932. Yeah, we were laid up here in New York Harbor. No cargo, no credit. A full crew to pay, and I had no money. It was winter, a heavy snow, Christmas coming. And if the devil came up that gangplank and asked me to sail him to hell, if he had the money, I would have given him the best cabin and sailed on the first tide. This was my cabin. I remember sitting here very worried when Driscoll, my first mate, knocked on the door. Come.
The man came aboard, Captain, says he must see you.
Mr. Driscoll, if he's a bill collector, tell him I've jumped ship.
He drove up to the dock in a chauffeur-driven car.
So? Well, don't stand there. Tell him I'll be delighted to see him.
That's what he said. Come in, sir. Captain Engelhorn, Mr. Denham.
Sit down, sir.
Thank you.
And what can I do for you?
Captain, I want to charter your boats. I'm Denham of Denham Motion Pictures Incorporated. My company makes travel films.
I want you to take me, my cameraman, an actor or two, to the Southwest Pacific. I've been told you're familiar with the area.
More than familiar. The Pacific is where I got my sea legs and learned my trade. Where exactly is your destination?
That's something I can't tell you until we get there.
Well, her ship must have a destination, a point on the chart to sail to, Mr. Denham.
I have the exact longitude and latitude. I'll give them to you after we reach the East Indies. Now, for the services of your ship, crew, yourself, I'm prepared to pay a more than generous sum.
A more than generous sum. Well, times were bad, and a sailor might just as well be a farmer if he's not at sea. I agreed to Mr. Denham's deal, but if I could have seen ahead, I would have thrown Mr. Denham overboard.
Secure that number 3 hat. Right up. Roll away. Easy now.
Mr. Driscoll.
Sir?
I want to hoist anchors and sail on the ebb tide.
Anxious to get underway?
I get sick living on shore too long.
Well, engine room reports steam is up to full.
Well, I'll be glad to get away from this cold.
Oh, heading south then?
South and east. And that's all I know. Well, Mr. Denham is punctual. Send 2 men down to help him with his gear, Mr. Driscoll.
Aye, sir. There's a woman with him.
I recognize the outlines, Mr. Driscoll.
2 men to the dock. Aye, sir.
And make ready to cast off, Mr. Driscoll.
Aye, sir.
Denham and his movie people came aboard and were shown to their cabins below decks. Anne Darrow, a beautiful young lady, was an out-of-work actress who asked no questions. She had a job, and the idea of spending time in the tropics appealed to her. Stand by to cast off all lines. Single up, Mr. Driscoll.
Single up. Fore and aft.
Cast off, Mr. Driscoll.
Let's go. Fore and aft.
Helmsman. All astern, slow. Let the tide take her.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hard port.
On port, she is, sir.
Now, midships.
Midship, she is, sir.
All ahead, slow.
All ahead, slow, sir.
Take over the helm, Mr. Driscoll. I'll give you the new course when we clear the ambulance light.
Aye, sir. I relieve you now, sir.
I'll be below to check with our passengers.
Aye, sir.
I tried very hard to be friendly with Mr. Denham, but that was very difficult. So we arrived at a working agreement. He was in charge of his crew, I was in charge of the ship. But nothing I could say would get Denham to give me the slightest hint of our destination. I even had Driscoll speak with the girl. He was, at that time, a handsome young man, and I knew he upheld the traditions of the sea by having a girl in every port.
No, I'm not much of an actress, just a beginner, and this is quite a chance for me.
What are you supposed to do? Has Denham shown you a script?
No, he said we play the scenes as they happened. It's a travelogue, so I suppose I'll be sitting around watching natives dance, or fish, or hunt, or something like that.
Well, that doesn't seem like too much.
I'm the only actor in the company, so it'll be plenty for me.
I see.
Well, Mr. Driscoll, what do you think of our star?
As pretty as I've ever seen, Mr. Denham.
I thought sailors only talked that way in books.
Oh, there's a bit of truth in everything, Miss Darrow.
I might be able to use that line, Mr. Driscoll. And I want to run some film tests. The camera's set up front.
Forward, Mr. Denham.
Yeah, forward. Up ahead in the nose of the boat.
The prow is what it's called.
Oh, you know what I mean. And put on some makeup, eyeshadow, lipstick. We'll take a look.
He's not much of a sailor.
He'll learn, or Captain Engelhorn will toss him to the sharks. Well, you better go along, up to the nose of the boat.
Denham had set up cameras up forward on the foredeck. He had the girl leaning on a bulwark. The weather was getting warmer as we headed south. A good ship, a calm sea, and people going about their work.
Okay, Ann.
Yes.
Look around. Roll the cameras. Action. Ann, look to your right. Now look left. Now look at me. That's right. Now, you see something.
Oh.
You don't know what it is. Slowly now. You're amazed by it. Hold that. Now you become frightened. It's nothing you've ever seen before. It's coming closer. 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 You're too frightened to run. You're helpless. You can't scream. You're trying to hide it from your eyes. Good. Now scream. Scream! Scream for your life! It was only a simple screen test, just to see how well Ann can follow direction.
But, Mr. Denham, it would seem to me you had some purpose.
The poor kid was terrified. She's in her cabin now. Won't let anyone come near her.
Oh, that just means she's a good actress.
There's something you're not telling us, Denham.
That's perfectly correct, mister. And I don't intend to tell you until I'm ready.
You'll tell us now, Denham.
Now, look, mister. I chartered this ship. You go where I tell you to go, and when I tell my actress to scream, she screams. And it's none of your business, sailor.
Mr. Driscoll! Relay that! Mr. Driscoll! Stop that!
Mr. Driscoll, you will go on deck and cool your temper. Mr. Denham, you will go below to your cabin.
Oh, don't give me any orders. I don't go downstairs for anybody.
The expression is below, Mr. Denham. I am master of life and death aboard this vessel, and you will go below, or I will have you locked in the brig. A brig means a prison, Mr. Denham. Mr. Driscoll?
Aye, sir.
You better behave as a first mate should. If you expect to command your own ship, you cannot make clear decisions when your mind is muddled with personal feelings. The safety of the ship and her crew is your first concern. You can break Denham's neck when we're safe in port. Is that clear?
Aye, aye, sir. Very clear.
Somewheres off Hatteras, we ran into bad weather. The waves were running high and the sea broke over the bridge. As sometimes happens in a storm, we shook loose some of the cargo. I sent Driscoll below to make everything secure. He was a good sailor, so I left it all in his hands. But below decks, in number 2 hold... This is the captain.
Will you come below, sir?
Problems, Mr. Driscoll?
Yes, sir. You better come and take a look.
In the older type ships, you had to cross the deck to get to the cargo hatches. Safety lines were rigged, and I held on for dear life. As I crossed the deck to number 2 hold, I was annoyed with Driscoll, but I knew he would never call me unless he had a good reason.
These crates tore loose, Captain. This one broke open.
Gott in Himmel! Denham has enough here to start a war.
Dynamite, hand grenades. There's a case of high-powered rifles, ammunition, gas grenades.
Why would he need these to make movies?
Yes, sir, that's what I was wondering.
Just nail up the crates and say nothing.
Aye, sir.
Denham said all he was carrying was motion picture equipment and supplies for 6 months. As far as I'm concerned, that's all he is carrying.
Aye, sir.
We know of nothing else. None of these guns and dynamite will be unloaded from the ship. Keep the hatch closed and locked, Mr. Driscoll. And give me the keys. We made good time on our way through the Panama Canal into the Pacific, through every type of weather. Now the skies were clear and blue as the days grew from warm to hot. On a course of south by west past Pitcairn Island, Rapa, then along the Tropic of Capricorn, almost to the Fijis. Then at 20 degrees south latitude and 160 degrees longitude west from Greenwich, with New Caledonia dead ahead. Come. Ah, Mr. Denham.
Captain, I believe we've been making excellent time.
So it depends on where we're heading.
You know Lord Howe Island?
Dead south of us, Mr. Denham.
Then change course southeast of Howe Island to 40 degrees south and 140 degrees, 20 minutes east latitude. That's our destination.
My charts show no islands there?
That's the fault of the charts, Captain. I assure you that there is an island there, and that is our destination.
And for what reason, Mr. Denham?
The weirdest, wildest, most impossible thing you've ever seen. I'm going to make a movie the likes of which has never been made before. Have you ever heard of the word Kong?
There are many things I haven't heard.
And I, Captain. I first heard about Kong some 5 years ago. The man who told me was mad, raving. I would have dismissed the whole story if I hadn't seen a few feet of film he brought back. What I saw was enough to start me on my way. And frankly, Captain, now that we're almost there, I'm a little scared.
You aren't the first man to be scared by a rumor.
Now, you forget the film.
I include the film. You know, lights and shadows make strange images. That is all your Kong is, believe me.
Part of me would like to believe you, but the other half knows better.
Then what is Kong, if not imagination?
Not imagination, Captain. Kong is some strange kind of giant beast.
Helmsman, all ahead slow.
Shoaling up fast, Captain, so run aground.
Helmsman, all stop. Let go the anchors, Mr. Driscoll.
Let go, boat!
Captain Englehorn. Captain Englehorn. Do you hear the drums?
Nothing unusual about drums in this part of the world. Call away number 1 boat, Mr. Driscoll.
Stand by, number 1 boat!
We headed for shore, and the closer we came to the island, the more I was sorry we left our guns aboard the Sumatra. The beach was lined with native warriors, armed with spears and shields. I would not call it a hospitable welcome. Behind the beach, the forest began, and rising above the trees, a most incredible sight. A wall perhaps 40 feet high, made all of stone and running the length of the island as far as I could see. I looked at Denham and remembered the story he had told of Kong. For the first time, I began to believe that he was telling the truth. Anything seemed possible now.
Mr. Driscoll, look. That native girl.
Captain, there in the center. There's a girl tied hand and foot.
Stand to, Mr. Driscoll. Don't try to be a hero. These people have their own customs. Listen now, all of you. If you're frightened, don't show it. This is good acting practice for all of us, Mr. Denham.
You go. This land taboo. Stranger not belong. Many death here.
Chief, we come from far away. Ship sails very long time. We hear of Kong.
Kong, not for you. Kong mighty killer. We give girl. She go stay alone with Kong. 1 year time.
The girl's a sacrifice.
Your woman with gold hair. You give to great Kong. I give you many things.
Driscoll, get Anne out of here, back to the boat. Move. Great Chief, Woman with golden hair, not for Kong. She belonged to us. Denim, start back slowly. No panic. Mighty chief. Very powerful. Me, chief. I'm more powerful. Girl with golden hair belongs me. Denim, move back. He's thinking it over. Then he makes up his mind we'd better be off this island. It was a close call. We had raced the boat beyond the breakers when the natives reached the beach. Safe on board the ship, I tried to get Denham to leave the island, but his desire for making movies got the better of his judgment. I agreed to stay when he promised he'd leave Anne aboard ship. The drums sounded throughout the night. We could see the flickering campfires on the beach. I thought of that poor native girl tied up as a sacrifice for Kong. We slept fitfully that night. Then, sometime during the middle watch, Driscoll informed me that Anne was missing. We searched the ship, but she had gone. Anne had been taken by a war party of natives who had climbed aboard and captured her. Anne was to be a sacrifice to Kong. From the sounds coming from the island, there was little time for action. Mr. Driscoll! Aye, sir. Get 5 men, open up number 2 hold. Mr. Denham, I will overlook your bringing arms aboard this ship without permission. You will come along with the party. On the double, Mr. Driscoll. See that rifles, ammunition, hand grenades, gas grenades are issued to all the men.
Now, you go to Kong. Say him leave village in peace.
No!
We'll make song. Tell children story of woman with gold hair. Ali! You wait. When all quiet, come, take you.
I've never seen anything that huge, Mr. Denham. We should have brought cannon. Rifles will be of little use against a monster that size.
We must get Anne. We can't leave her.
No one is leaving the girl. But can we fight that beast?
You can stay here and discuss what you're going to do. I'm going after Kong.
Kong, like a heavy tank, broke through the rainforest. Trees had fallen before him, and he left footprints 12 feet long. From time to time, we could see Kong's great head over the treetops. This was a nightmare world we had come to. We were now in what seemed to be a slice of prehistoric times which somehow found a way to survive until now. All around us were gigantic ferns, strange trees to animals, great lizards that should have been long since dead. Had it not been for the thought of the girl, I would have turned back many times. I am brave enough in the world, I know, but here... The trail of Kong led us through what looked like a prehistoric wing of a museum come to life. Denham, in spite of the dangers, took time to identify the beasts as we saw them. Stegosaurus, Triceratops, Megatherium, Megacerops, Hyanodon, flying things, crawling things. It would have interested me more if they didn't look at us like we were a good meal on the move.
He's up ahead, Captain.
What about Dan?
Alive so far.
How far ahead?
Kong is across a deep ravine, about 1,000 feet drop to the bottom. Maybe 100 feet across. There might be a way to go around it.
If the girl is alive, we cannot take the chance of going around. I had the men cut down a large tree and drop it across the chasm to use it as a bridge. On the other side, I could see Kong. I was certain we were near his lair. First, I sent 4 of my men across. The beast saw them. He gently placed a hand down on the ground, and then he started for the log. Those 4 men held on for dear life as that giant monster shook and rolled the log. Finally, Kong lifted the 100-foot tree and slammed it back on the ground. The log was cracked, but in place across the chasm. The 4 men were dead. And Kong guarded the far edge of the chasm. We had no choice but to go back. Anne was lost to us.
Look! Over there. What kind of beast is that?
It's going for Anne. Tried to scare it off.
Kong sees it. What is that thing? Can't tell exactly. It's something like Tyrannosaurus. Paleosinkus. A man-eater.
This was a battle of prehistoric monsters come to life, while we modern men, armed with modern weapons, stood powerless to do anything. While the 2 giants fought, Driscoll picked up Anne, who had fainted from shock, and raced across the cracked tree which lay across the chasm. Kong had defeated a 30-foot lizard that stood 18 feet tall. Kong would catch us. There was no escape, no place of safety, except maybe one. That was down the side of the chasm to the rushing river. We started down. Kong stood above us, glaring down at us. The huge ape pulled us, but trying not to kill us. I couldn't understand why he let us live. And then I realized that monstrosity, that relic from 1 billion years ago, had a heart. It didn't want to hurt the girl. Kong seemed almost human then. I almost knew what he would do next. He would meet us downstream, someplace where he could get Anne without harming her, and kill the rest of us. We dived deep to the middle of the river while Kong followed us along the banks, roaring and beating his chest. And then we saw the rock cavern that led the river underneath a huge wall out to safety. Kong left us little choice. We tried smiling at each other, then took deep breaths and let the current carry us through to the other side of the wall and safety.
Anne, are you all right?
Oh, that thing, that horrible thing. I thought I was losing my mind. I'll never be able to forget it. Never. Never as long as I live.
Anne, don't think about it. That's the end of Kong.
Captain, we'd make a fortune if we could bring Kong alive to the States.
I'd rather be a live sea captain, Mr. Denham.
Just think about it. Denham Enterprises presents King Kong.
Bravo. I don't think that big ape would sign a contract, Denham. Go ahead, ask him.
Run to the shore.
He sees us.
Go on, run. I'm going to try and get him.
He'll rip you to bits, Denham. Come on.
Let go. A couple of gas grenades ought to stop him dead. One over, one under, one in front.
He's still coming.
3 of those would have put a regiment to sleep. It's impossible.
Complain to the company who made them. Get to the boat. Come on, Denham.
Wait! The gas grenades! They're working!
Mr. Denham, I think you're a very brave but foolish man. He's all yours.
Yeah. He's all... Oh.
And Denham is all mine. I'll take him to the boat.
Poor Kong. He looks so harmless now.
It took most of a day to get Kong out to the ship and placed in the hold. I had anchor chain welded over the hatch. We had a pretty good prison for the giant ape. Kong was beaten and he knew it. He did nothing except now and then trying to knock out the sides of the ship. Only Anne could calm him down. She would stand by the hatchway and speak to the beast.
Poor thing. Poor Kong. No one will hurt you. Anne is here.
Couldn't hurt him if we tried.
It's a little sad to see anything in captivity.
Oh, he's done enough damage in his day, Anne.
He was only protecting himself.
And we were only trying to protect you.
Were you?
Let's get away from your friend before we have to do that all over again.
There is an old sailor's wish, calm sea and prosperous voyage, which we had going back. Mr. Driscoll and Anne asked me to be best man, but I was captain and couldn't marry them if I accepted that honor. Mr. Denham was best man. Anne and Driscoll became man and wife. When we sailed into New York Harbor, we were a happy ship carrying the strangest cargo ever to come into that port. Denham had a theater rented in the middle of New York City, in Times Square. There were plenty who'd pay to see this prehistoric killer, and just as many who thought Kong was a fake, but would pay just to ooh and ah. Kong was no longer the beast from that prehistoric jungle. He was frightened and beaten, and he went wherever Denham took him. Kong seemed like some monstrous organ grinder's monkey. It was the first night that Kong was to be shown. The theater was plastered with signs. King Kong, the name Denham had given the great ape. Denham asked me to be in the audience, to introduce me as the captain who shared all the dangers. Driscoll and Anne were also there. Denham said love interest was very important. In spite of himself, he was a brave man, and that we had to respect. The curtain went up.
Ladies and gentlemen, a beast out of history, out of place, out of time, a sight once seen by cavemen, but never before viewed by modern man. Ladies and gentlemen, King Kong!
Kong, frightened by the sounds of a strange world, began pulling at his huge chains. He looked out into the audience, and he saw Anne. We rushed her out of the theater. As the crowds panicked, Kong trampled them as he went after Anne. Kong loose in the city, police and fire departments useless as Kong began his search for the girl. The city came to a stop. No place was safe. There was no place to hide as Kong raged up and down the streets, crushing everything in his way. Driscoll and I hurried Anne back to the ship with the idea of getting underway and out to sea, but we never would have made it. Kong, with that logic peculiar to the great apes, made his way to the river and to the ship. He saw us. He saw Anne. And then the great monster reached out. He took Anne.
Army Air Force, Roosevelt Field, Officer of the Base B. Yes, sir, there's a fighter squadron. Well, I suggest you call the zoo. We don't handle monkeys here. What? You're kidding. Right away.
All pilots, man your planes. Condition red. Repeat, condition red. This is not an exercise. Repeat, this is not an exercise.
Kong destroyed all in his way. All we could do was to follow. It was impossible to shoot at him for fear of hitting Anne. Kong, in a panic, looking for safety, found the only place he thought he would be safe. Slowly, carrying Anne gently in one paw, he began to climb the Empire State Building, 102 stories into the air, over 1,000 feet from the ground. The crowds below were silent with fear. The only sound was Anne. Suddenly, from a long way away, the sound of hope for the city, and maybe the end for Anne. The fighter planes were coming in, biplanes, each with 2 machine guns and a few bombs. Driscoll heard them and started into the building, pushing through the line of police. Dawn was just breaking, and there they were, 9 fighter planes flying straight towards Kong. He held the girl high up in the air. The planes zoomed away.
Red leader, that thing's holding a girl in his paw. Check. Come around for another pass. Don't fire until I signal. Red leader to all elements. Forget the girl. Shoot to kill. Can't do that. 8 million people in that city down there. Only one girl up here. Follow me in. Peel off. He's putting her down. My God, what kind of a thing is that? You name it. I'll feed it. Here I go.
I could only see Kong put the girl down and hope that Driscoll had pulled her to safety. The fighters, with 1 plane missing now, continued making their runs on Kong. And he stood there pawing at them, trying to swipe them out of the air. Modern bees against a giant. How much could Kong take? How many bullets? I don't know how long it took. All I could see was Kong weaving back and forth, always trying to fight off the planes. A monster fighting for his life. And then Kong began to topple, to stagger. The police pushed the crowds back. The planes made one more run. And that is all. The story of Kong. King Kong, a yesterday that lived today. A story to frighten children? Unbelievable, impossible, incredible, whatever you choose to call it, but I know it to be the truth. And now you know it. Believe what you want. You can't change the truth.
Lady of the Press, of Sandra Martin, radio's newest romantic mystery serial. Friends, do you ever come to the end of a hard day's work saying to yourself, what a day. I never thought I'd get through this one. Well, I guess most of us have days like that every once in a while. And haven't you noticed that when you go through one, it frequently leaves you feeling headachy and upset? Well, why feel that way for long? Why ruin the pleasure of the few hours of relaxation you get when a glass of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer can help set you right with the world again in a hurry? You see, Alka-Seltzer contains the analgesic you need to ease a dull headache, and the alkalizing properties necessary to settle an upset acid stomach. Try it the very next time a busy day leaves you feeling pretty down in the mouth. Your druggist has Alka-Seltzer by the glass at his soda fountain, and also sells it by the 60 and 30-cent size package for home and work use. Get wise to Alka-Seltzer, folks. You'll be glad you did. And now, Lady of the Press, and episode 17 in The Picture of Death. After going with a strange man who seems to plague her every move to see Elbert Hogan, Sandra Martin has returned to her apartment. In order to assure her safe return, she had insisted upon the man surrendering his driver's license together with a duplicate thumbprint. This guarantee served its purpose. But after the license was returned to him, the man drew a gun and tried to force Sandra into giving her newspaper a story absolving the black market ring in the murder of Francis Evers. However, Skip Williams, hiding in a closet, interrupted the proceedings and foiled the man's attempt. But neither he nor Sandra were able to prevent the strange man's escape. And now, Lieutenant Hack Taggart has arrived, and Sandra has asked Skip to leave them alone.
You must know how badly I want to believe you, Hack.
Well, there's nothing stopping you.
But there is. The way you've acted in connection with this whole case.
I told you once, Sandra, that I was handling things in the way I thought would prove best for everyone concerned.
Well, I'm concerned. More than I care to be, thanks to you. Is casting suspicion on innocent people the best way of handling it?
Possibly.
I can't understand you, Hack.
I don't expect you to.
But don't you care whether I do or not?
Yes.
Then what is it? Is there something else more important to you?
Right now, there is.
Can you tell me what it is?
No, I can't. I'd like to think you had faith in me. I've told you that I have a reason for doing this the way I have. It's a good reason. But it's a reason that can't be discussed just yet.
And in the meantime, you're asking me to have pure, blind faith.
I'm not asking you. You're the one who brought it up. You want proof of my honesty. I can't give you that. So, if my word isn't good enough, I'm afraid you're out of luck.
But, Hack, your word... It's up against some pretty strong facts. You've done everything in your power to cast suspicion on Skip and me. Every possible bit of evidence you've presented in the most incriminating light. Put that against the fact that you say you're helping me, and it just doesn't add up.
Sometimes you get the right answer by division rather than addition.
I don't follow you.
You will. In the meantime, don't be so sorry for yourself.
I'm not sorry for myself, Hack. I'm sorry for us.
Us?
Yes, for us. For the thing we've lost. There's an acute shortage in the world of the kind of love and beauty we once had. There isn't enough to waste the way we're wasting it.
Beauty isn't very high on the world market at present.
All the more reason we should have held on to what we had.
Sandra, you should learn to face things the way they are, not the way you'd like them to be.
What do you think I'm doing? Do you suppose my heart is breaking because I've turned my back on the way things are? Don't you know that all the pain and anguish in my soul is there because I'm facing the cold, bitter fact that our love is gone?
Sandra, please.
Don't you think it would be easier if I said to myself, well, that's what war does to a man. He's through. We're through. Nothing can be done about it. Forget it and try something new. Wouldn't that be easier than trying to bring it back?
Sometimes it's better to leave the lights off when there isn't anything left to see.
But I don't believe there's nothing but darkness. I remember a glowing beauty, Hack. And somehow I can't accept the premise that there isn't still a tiny flicker left. A flicker that might be fanned into a bright burning fire again.
Sandra, listen to me a moment. I love you.
Hack.
I've never stopped loving you. I love you so much that I can't let you go on loving me.
That's a strange kind of love.
I know. But it's because you're still in love with a memory. And unfortunately, the house that memory lived in isn't the same. You're in love with what I was before I went away. I know that I could still have you on that basis. But I can't be unfair. Until, if ever, I can become again the man you're really in love with, things will have to stay the way they are.
Why, Hack? Why?
Because I like the pre-war Hack Taggart a lot better than I like this one. And I don't intend becoming an imposter in your memory.
That leaves me nothing but ashes, doesn't it?
All I can say is that I hope you won't mistrust me too much until you've seen the end of the play. I know there isn't much solid ground on which to place your trust, but I'm hoping it's enough. Believe me, Sandra.
Come on, will you step on this? Get up.
Skip!
Yes, Ann?
Come into rewrite for a minute, will you?
Okay, coming.
Well, what's up?
Something I want to talk over with you. Alone. Come in.
Well, what is it?
Skip, we've got a job on our hands. And we've got to go to work on it right now.
Yeah, something new come up?
No, it's just that I've gotten straightened out a little.
What do you mean?
Well, the hearing is over, and the case doesn't go to trial for several weeks. In the meantime, we've got to devote every minute to building up evidence against the black market.
Uh-huh. What brought about this sudden recurrence of enthusiasm?
Well, for one thing, I think we'll be able to rely a little more on help from Hack.
No, I need help from him like I need a hole in my head.
It may seem strange to you, but I really believe Hack has our interest at heart.
After all he's done, I knew he'd talk you into it.
Oh, he hasn't really talked me into anything. But I just have a hunch, Skip. We've got to play along with him anyway. Now, here's where we start.
I can tell where we'll finish if we trust him.
We'll have to take a chance. First thing, we're going to check up on those license numbers you got at that service station.
Look, Sandra, I'm in this thing pretty deep with you, right?
Well, sure, Skip. Why?
Then don't you think I ought to know where we stand?
You mean you think you don't?
Not about one thing I don't.
What's that?
Well, you know I overheard the conversation between you and that gunman in your apartment.
Yes.
And I heard you admit you'd seen Hogan.
Yes, I saw him.
Well, then, don't you think I ought to know about it?
Oh, sure, Skip. I forgot. You see, the fellow told me they intended holding Hogan until I took the heat off.
Yeah.
I pretended not to believe they had Hogan. So in order to persuade me, he agreed to let me see him.
Mm-hmm. And he went through with it?
Yes.
Then you know where he is?
No, I don't. This man took me out to Smuggler's Cove.
Smuggler's Cove? Oh, you mean the spot where the rum runners used to land back in the Prohibition days?
Mm-hmm. We waited there for several hours. Finally, another car drove up and parked beside us.
Uh-huh.
They had Hogan tied up in the back seat.
Oh, and you talked to him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what'd he say?
He pleaded with me to follow their advice. He insisted that they had nothing to do with his killing Francis Evers.
What do you know?
He said he wanted to be free, to give himself up and confess.
Confess? But why?
I don't know. Unless they've tortured him so much, he's willing to say anything they want him to say.
Uh-huh. Well, what happened then?
Nothing. They took Hogan away, and the man brought me back. So I didn't really learn anything. I was hoping I'd find out where they were keeping him, but they're too slick for that. So, that's the whole story, Skip.
Oh, okay. Long as I know where we stand, I'm with you all the way.
Good. Now, we've got to start checking the evidence on this ring by beginning with the customers.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I miss my guess, they'll lead us to the operators, and the operators will lead us to the big shots. And when we find the big shots, we'll know who it is that's holding Hogan.
That's a long way around.
I know, but it's the only way. Now, what's the first name we have on the list?
Oh, well, let me see. J. Tully Whitley.
Address?
7765 Portland Drive.
Good neighborhood.
Yeah.
Well, come on, Skip. Let's get out there and have a little talk with J. Tully. Slow down, Skip. This is the 7700 block.
Yeah, won't be long now.
Should be right along here.
Hey, wait a minute. There it is. That big white one, see? 7765.
Okay. Park just beyond the driveway.
Yeah, right.
All right. Come on. Let's have a look.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to tell this guy, Whitley?
can't just bust up there and tell him you suspect him of patronizing a black market.
I know that, silly. But I think I know a way to get what we want.
Yeah, we keep messing with this kind of stuff, and we're going to get something we don't want.
Maybe. But we won't get either if we don't take a chance. Come on.
You know, someday I'm going to buy myself a chicken ranch and settle down to a life of ease.
If you ever owned a chicken, it would lay flash bulbs instead of eggs.
Very funny, Miss Martin.
Okay, let's stop the foolishness and concentrate on the task ahead of us.
Wait a minute. What are we going to tell this guy?
We'll tell him we're from the gas station, and we've come to pick up his card.
Oh, fine. I suppose he'll just up and hand it right over to us, huh?
We'll tell him that we've had to change the code, that we'll bring him back a new one.
Yeah. You know, I think we're skating on pretty thin ice.
Possibly. But do you know a better way to get a hold of one of those cards?
No.
Okay.
You want me to ring?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't mind telling you, this gives me the jitters. How do we know what kind of a trap we might be walking into?
We don't. Ring again, will you?
There don't seem to be anyone here.
There's bound to be. An estate like this wouldn't be left empty.
Duck, Sam, duck! Somebody's shooting at us!
In these busy times, there are few of us who get to enjoy as many evenings of recreation with friends as we used to, right? But if you're looking forward to a good time tonight or some night soon, a movie, a game of cards, or just a good old gab fest with friends, we hope you won't forget to have a package of Alka-Seltzer tablets handy in your home. Then if you happen to have too good a time, stay up late and eat too much of a midnight snack, you'll be prepared with sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer to help yourself to quick relief for the headache or the acid, upset stomach, which may result. So now's the time to check up on your supply of Alka-Seltzer, and if it's running low, get another 60 or 30-cent package from your druggist right away, because it's far better to be safe than sorry. Sandra and Skip seem to have walked into a trap. Could it be that they have been followed once more by the strange man who has caused them so much trouble before? And as the bullets whined past Skip, did they miss Sandra? Listen tomorrow as Our Lady of the Press faces new and increasing danger in episode 18 of The Picture of Death. Lady of the Press is written by Dwight Hauser and produced by Gordon T. Hughes and is brought to you each day, Monday through Friday at this same time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Dick Cutting speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Last Man Out, a series of true stories transcribed and documented from the official files of United States government agencies.
All right, Eric, let me hear you recite the verse you memorized.
Shall I stand up, Papa?
Yes, Eric, stand up. Go ahead.
To free the masses from oppression, to free the spirit from its chains, the red flag waves, the red star shines, capitalism's down, the worker reigns. What are capitalists, Papa?
Capitalists, Eric, are what we are not.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your narrator for Last Man Out, the well-known writer, Mr. Richard English.
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear one of the most important programs in this entire Last Man Out series. There's been a lot of criticism lately directed at government committees which have attempted to expose the communist infiltration of our American schools. Tonight, we're going to prove that communist infiltration did happen here. Our subject tonight is Dorothy K. Funn, a New York City school teacher. Miss Funn joined the Communist Party in 1939, left it in 1946. Her story is not what you'd call a cloak and dagger tale. It happens to be far more important and far deadlier than that. Dorothy Funn actually saw the poison that was being injected into our school systems, the attempt to mold the minds of our children into the communist pattern. Now, the subject report of former Communist Party member Dorothy K. Funn.
I joined the Communist Party in May of 1939. I was recruited by another teacher with whom I'd become friendly.
About a month and a half after the subject was taken into the party, she was sent to a state communist training school for teachers on a farm in upstate New York. It was a 6 weeks course. Among other things, the subject was taught how to indoctrinate the school children in the ways and thinkings of Communist Party principles. She was taught how to slant everyday problems in such a manner that they always favored the thinking of the Soviet Union.
While we were at this school, we weren't allowed to receive mail or to send it, and we were to remain on the grounds of the school at all times. One night during our 6 weeks training period, we were allowed to go into town to a movie, but we all went as a group and loaded on a truck. I'll never forget the ride back to the school. It was a bumpy one. Well, Madge, 2 more weeks and we'll be back in the big city.
I'm really anxious, Dorothy. I haven't seen my little boy for over a month. He probably won't even recognize me.
How old is he, Madge?
6.5, going on 7. Smart one, too. You'd be surprised how progressive he is. And I mean progressive.
That's good. Hey, Howard. Your husband in the party?
Oh, sure. Very active, too. That's why I know our little boy is going to grow up to be a big man in the party someday.
Good.
You know, it's the early training that counts, and we're giving him plenty of that. He knows half the nursery rhymes in The Young Pioneer by heart, and he's only 6.5, going on 7. His favorite is the one that goes, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Workers rob where'er they go. They can stop it if they're not too slow. We young comrades tell them so.
Oh, I remember that one. It was one of the very first ones I ever memorized. Well, your young son sounds like he'll make a brilliant student. What's his name?
Eric.
Eric? That's a good name.
The subject got back to New York just in time to start teaching the fall semester at one of the public schools. This was in 1939. There were approximately 40,000 teachers in New York City at that time. How many were communists?
Oh, about 1,000.
What were some of the ways in which a communist teacher was able to influence her students along party line thinking and principles?
Well, there were various ways. Where possible, the teacher slanted the history lessons. Slanted everyday problems, too.
Oh, gee, man.
All right, students. Students, we'll do our oral reports now. Students, we'll do our oral reports now on world events. First one, Jack Glazer. Please stand and make your report, Jack. Now give us the title and then a 1-minute summary.
Well, my report is called Germany Marches on Poland. Yesterday, the German army marched into Poland and started a war with the people of Poland.
Jack, do you know why?
Because they want more land?
Oh, no, that's not the real reason. The real reason is the Soviet Union. They want to invade the peaceful Soviet Union.
Oh?
Yes, it's very easy to see why they want to invade the Soviet Union. Russia is a real democracy. Well, in a sense, more of a democracy than we are.
See how simple it is? First, you start twisting a kid's thoughts.
Now, let's just look at history. Mr. Lincoln fought a civil war to free the Negroes. And there's still Jim Crowism in this country. In Russia, it's different. In Russia, the Negro is his own master. But that's what I meant when I said, in a sense, Russia's more of a democratic nation than America is.
Well, then we're all really for Russia in this war, because Russia's defending democracy. Is that right, Mrs. Funn?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you might put it that way, but there's more to it than that.
What do you mean, Mrs. Funn?
Now the Communist Party line really comes out.
Well, Germany is a totalitarian state, a dictatorship, a type of tyranny, a nation of persecution and hate and prejudice. While on the other hand, Russia's exactly the opposite. Now, we definitely find some persecution, some hate, and some prejudice in this country. How do we eliminate it? First, by destroying the big enemy. That would be Germany. And then the time will come for us to clean out our own backyard. Do you see what I mean?
I sure do, Mrs. Funn.
Fine. And Jack, for giving us that splendid oral report, I'm going to give you an A.
How were the party line policies that you were to push forward in your classes in the schoolrooms handed down to you, Dorothy?
Well, we attended section meetings every 2 weeks, at which time we were given specific orders about what party line policies were to be pushed in the classrooms.
Slanting history as it happened was one method of pushing communist influence. Were there other methods?
Oh, yes. Yes, America's past history was also slanted. And then another method was the slanting of ordinary discussion groups. Sometimes we'd have the students discuss questions pro and con, and we, the teachers, would act as moderators. All right, students, all right. All right, students, let me have your attention, please. Today, our panel discussion will be on the Civil War. Virginia, you may begin the discussion. It might be a good idea to state first the reasons why the Civil War began.
It began over slavery in the South. President Abraham Lincoln wanted to free the slave in the South. And
I think it might be a good idea for me to inject a thought at this point. Did any of you students know that the South does not recognize President Abraham Lincoln's birthday as a holiday?
Why is that, Mrs. Funn?
Well, Bob, even though a war was fought to free the slaves, there's still a great deal of slavery going on in the South. For example, the textile workers in the factories.
I don't know about them, but my folks said that a lot of the Negroes remained in the South because they were treated very well by their employers. They even said that some of the Negro women practically raised the children of the white folks. That's how much they were respected and loved.
Well, your folks are very wrong, Bob. That's what they call propaganda. Oh, just a moment, boys and girls. Yes?
Are you Mrs. Funn?
Yes.
My name is Eric Norton, Mrs. Funn. I'm a new boy. We just moved to this district, and I transferred over from PS 45.
All right, Eric. Have you been to the principal's office?
Yes, sir.
Students, I'd like to have you meet a new member of your class, Eric Norton.
Hi.
All right, Eric, you may sit down now. Oh, Eric.
Yes, sir?
Is your mother a school teacher?
Yes, sir. She teaches over in the Queens district.
Is her first name Madge?
That's right, Mrs. Funn. Madge.
I'm glad to have you with us, Eric. I think you're going to like this class very much, Eric. Very much.
The subject continued teaching and continued attending the party discussion group meetings every 2 weeks. How were these groups organized?
Well, everyone in the group was a teacher from some public school. We had a chairman, a treasurer, and an educational director.
Let me ask you this. Were school children ever used in communist demonstrations?
Oh, yes, but usually they were children whose parents were already sympathizers or party members. The May Day Parade was one of the best places to employ children for the family effects on those watching the parade. I marched in my first May Day Parade in 1940.
Mrs. Funn.
Well, yes, Miss Aaron.
Are all the children here?
Well, no, there's one missing, Eric Norton. He should be here any moment.
We won't be able to wait much longer. The parade's about to start.
Well, he promised me he'd be here. He's very enthusiastic about the whole thing, Miss Aaron. Well, you know Eric, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know him. All right, students. But don't move out of line and hold those banners up straight when you march. Make sure they can be read. And now remember where you're to march, next to the older people. Form a single line on either side and march next to them. Mrs. Funn, we can't wait much longer for that Norton boy. Well, there it goes. All right, students, march out in the street and take your places, single file.
Mrs. Funn!
Oh, there you are, Eric. I was so afraid you were going to miss it. Why, hello, man.
Hello, Dorothy. It's nice to see you again.
It's been a long time. We better hurry. The parade's just about ready to start. We'll talk later, Madge. Do you have your placard, Eric?
I'm right here.
All right, hold it high, and remember we want everybody to be able to see it and to read it.
Single file. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. March in unison and keep in step. Up, up. March, loyal, weak, high, others wear garments high. March, loyal, weak, high, others wear garments high.
Although we harped on discrimination and prejudice as one thing that communism would do away with, yet we practice certain discriminations right there in the public schools. We discriminated against students and also teachers who were not favorable to the movement.
Mrs. Funn, have you met Mrs. Goodman, the new history teacher?
I met her at lunch in the cafeteria yesterday. Seems like a nice person.
She's not.
Well, what do you mean?
She hasn't got one progressive idea in her stupid head. She's what I call a total loss.
I see.
She might be dangerous. We'll have to keep a close watch on her. She's the kind that runs and talks. I didn't say much to her. I just listened.
What about her family?
Oh, conservative stock. I think I'll give a little party and ask everyone but her.
I see.
I'll also think of some other ways to isolate her. We've definitely got to make her feel she's not wanted around here. Maybe she'll ask for a transfer.
Well, that's probably the best way to handle it.
You see, we've got this school pretty well organized right now. I hate to have anyone come along and mess up all the good we've done. We've got to get rid of her as soon as possible. I know a liberal sub I'd like to see take her place. I'll see what kind of strings I can pull to get her in over here. But in the meantime, Mrs. Funn, pass the word along to the others. Our objective, get rid of Mrs. Goodman.
It wasn't long before Mrs. Goodman was out. The subject continued teaching until 1943, when she resigned from the school system, went to work as an administrative secretary for a Minorities Labor Victory Committee, then as a legislative representative for the National Minorities Congress, and later still as a representative for the New York State Political Action Committee in Washington, D.C. In 1946, the subject, who had slowly been growing fed up, left the Communist Party.
I left Washington and returned to New York and applied for another teaching position with the New York City school systems.
The subject was reinstated, resumed her teaching job the early part of 1947. When the House Committee on Un-American Activities began its investigation of communist infiltration into the school systems, the subject testified before them. naming names and giving any and all information she had of the Communist Party and its working in our schools.
The committee will come to order. Proceed, Mr. Counsel.
Mrs. Funn, you have been a member, or had been a member, for quite some time of the Communist Party here in the city of New York. There was quite an audience in this room this morning, and there is quite an audience here this afternoon. Is it correct you recognize quite a number of the people in the audience as former members of the Communist Party when you were?
Yes.
They are here today in this audience?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you have ever read that provision, have you, under which this committee operates?
No, I have not.
This law says, may I read?
Yes.
The Committee on Un-American Activities, as a whole or by subcommittee, is authorized to make investigations of the extent, the character, the objectives of un-American propaganda activities in the United States, and the diffusion within the United States of subversive and un-American propaganda that is instigated from foreign countries or of a domestic origin and attacks the principle of government as guaranteed by our Constitution. Now, did you hear any question or observe any act by this committee which, in your judgment, was a trespass upon your civil rights in any way, or your rights as an American citizen?
Well, no, you've shown only one thing, that you're interested in getting at the facts. You're interested in helping to eliminate the causes which have made this subversive activity possible. Well, I don't think in any instant you've infringed upon my rights as a citizen. I've been very happy to come here and give any assistance I've given.
Mrs. Funn, speaking for myself, I say you have been a most informative witness. I am sure the information you have given to this committee will be most valuable. You have added a great deal to the information that the committee has already assembled. Unless there is something further, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing further. The committee will stand in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Dorothy Funn still has a tremendous feeling for the rights of the minorities. That was one of the reasons she joined the Communist Party. But she realized in time that the Communist Party wasn't the answer to what she wanted. She realized that the party used the problems of the minority to spread its own gospel. And when she found that out, she quit the party. She has resumed her teaching career, however. And it wasn't an easy road back. At times it was lonesome. But she made it. And Dorothy Funn is another good example that an ex-communist can come back. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. When we'll ask tonight's subject some of the questions that all Americans wanted to ask.
What is being done now, Dorothy, to rid the school systems of communists and communist teachers and communist training? What's being done here in New York, for example?
Well, here in New York, a very fine program has been initiated by Dr. Jansen in weeding out communist school teachers in the New York City school system. And he has received the help of a council here in New York who carries on these investigations.
Would you say that this investigation has been fairly successful?
I would say that it has been very successful.
Did you ever have any reaction from parents when it was learned you had been a communist school teacher?
No direct reaction.
I see.
No.
It wasn't known until 4 years after you broke the party that you had ever been a communist. Is that correct?
I would say yes and no. It wasn't openly known, but I think that many people by that time had considered me a member of the Communist Party.
Well, was your life affected when you broke with the party? Was it like being in a vacuum?
It was very much so. I was sort of on the moon, alone for a while, since I had severed all connections with my former friends and many of my relatives in going into this Communist Party activity, so that upon my return, and of course, I was no longer welcome with those who still were members of the Communist Party, with whom I also did not wish to associate.
I see. All right. Tell me now, what were the Communist Party instructions regarding teachers' relations with members of the PTA?
Their instructions were to, for each teacher to make it a must to attend the Parent-Teacher Association meetings and to guide the actions and policies of that organization. Further, wherever possible, they were to become particularly friendly and close to those members of the PTA who looked like good material for outside work on the political scene, I might say.
Yes.
Looking, of course, toward the last thing of recruiting them into the Communist Party.
Well, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. English will be back in just a moment. For security reasons, certain names in the subject report of Dorothy FUNN were changed. Each week, Last Man Out will expose a different phase of communism. Next week's subject report will be that of a subject who served the communist state behind the Iron Curtain. Now, once again, Mr. English.
Tonight I want to speak to the ex-communists who are listening. I know how tough it is to be on the outside looking in. For 17 years I was deaf. It's only 8 years ago I had my hearing restored in one ear. So I know what it's like to come back, and that's what you want to do. If you've been afraid that your boss and friends might find out that you're an ex-communist and wouldn't understand what took you in and what took you out of the party, why don't you write me? Maybe I can help. Just write Dick English, care of NBC, Hollywood, California, and mark it personal. Good night.
Next week, Richard English will bring to our microphones the true story of another former member of the Communist Party, documented and transcribed from the official files of United States government agencies. Last Man Out is an NBC Radio Network production by Richard English, directed by Andrew C. Love, and written by Richard George Pedicini. Our musical score is composed and conducted by Dmitri Tiomkin, Academy Award winner. December is the month of the joyous holiday season. It's also the month of the highest number of motor vehicle accidents. Take a safe driving tip from the truck drivers who are taught to drive ahead of themselves. Take extra care on the highways during the holiday season. Use courtesy, caution, and common sense. This is the NBC Radio Network. Tonight, as number 11 in the series Let's Face the Facts, the Director of Public Information has the honor to present to the Canadian people the world premiere of the radio adaptation of a great play. The name of the play is There Shall Be No Night. Its stage version is a current Broadway success. The author is Robert Emmett Sherwood, whose notable address in this series you heard on August 25th.
Mr. Sherwood himself has written the radio adaptation of tonight's play. The central characters will be portrayed tonight by Mr. Alfred Lunt and Miss Lynn Fontaine, two of the most distinguished artists of the English-speaking stage. They are co-starring in the Broadway production. Assisting them this evening will be a supporting cast drawn from their Broadway company. Until tonight, Mr. Sherwood has declined many flattering offers to allow this play of his to be performed on the air. For the people of Canada, not only has he prepared tonight's production without charge, but Mr. Lunt, Miss Fontaine, and the fine cast supporting them are giving their services. Early in November, Mr. Lunt and Miss Fontaine will appear in the stage version of this play in Ottawa and Toronto. During their Canadian visit, they will devote their share of the money which the play will earn in the Dominion toward the building of a Spitfire. Mr. Sherwood intends to do the same with all his royalties from Canadian performances. Ladies and gentlemen, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and the Director of Public Information have the honor to present There Shall Be No Night by Robert Sherwood and starring Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontaine. The first voice you hear will be that of Mr. Lunt.
Mr. Sherwood's play, There Shall Be No Night, is about a war. The war between Finland and Soviet Russia, which was fought last winter. When the play begins, the threat of war is still far away. The very thought that war may come is unthinkable. The scene is in the home of Dr. Carlo Valkonen in Helsinki, in Finland. Dr. Valkonen is a neurologist who has won the Nobel Prize for his studies of the human brain. His wife, Miranda, is an American, a New Englander. They have a son, Eric, 19 years old. They have a lovely, quiet, civilized home. They are very happy. They are at peace. Dr. Valkonen is devoted to his work, which he hopes and believes may be of benefit to the whole human race. Miranda Valkonen is devoted to her house and her family. Eric Valkonen is devoted to his own studies and his volunteer military training and to his young sweetheart named Katri. The story of There Shall Be No Night is the story of the human spirit, the free spirit, assailed by the brutal aggression of the makers of war. Naturally, we can bring you but a few random scenes from the play in the half hour that the Canadian Broadcasting Company has so kindly given us tonight, but we are deeply grateful for this opportunity.
The first scene that you will hear is in the living room of the Valkonen house on an evening late in November 1939. On that day, the Red Army has started the invasion of Finland. Helsinki has been savagely bombed and many civilians killed. The Valkonen's son, Eric, has gone to the north to fight for the volunteer ski troops. Dr. Valkonen has been warned by a friend, the German Consul General, to leave Finland, leave Europe at once, before it is too late. The German Consul knows that this Soviet-Finnish war is only one phase of Hitler's vast scheme for world revolution. Dr. Valkonen refuses to go. He must abandon his own experiments and join the Army Medical Corps to do what he can for his suffering country. But he is determined to do anything and everything to persuade his wife to leave Finland. And now a scene from There Shall Be No Night, with Mr. Alfred Lunt as Dr. Carlo Valkonen and Miss Lynn Fontaine as his wife, Miranda.
Carlo.
Yes?
I've made some coffee. I had to make it myself because the cook has gone. Will you have some, Carlo?
No, thank you. I want to talk to you, Miranda.
Why? Do you want to talk about Eric?
No, I don't want to talk about Eric. Miranda, I have to tell you that the time has come when you must go home.
Home? This is my home.
No, I mean to your own country, to America.
Why?
Because I do not wish you to stay here. Mr. Walsh at the American legation can make all the necessary arrangements. You go to Boston and stay with your aunt.
You're not going with me?
Naturally not. I'm needed here. You will stay in America until this business is over.
And when it is over, what then?
Why, then you'll come back and we'll go right on living as we always have. I might even go to America to fetch you.
And supposing you're killed?
Killed. I'm a doctor.
Do you think a Russian in a bombing plane 10,000 feet up can tell the difference between an ordinary person and a winner of the Nobel Prize?
No, it's out of the question that I should go. Freud left Vienna after the Nazi occupation. He went to London, where he was welcomed and honored, but he couldn't speak. He knew that if he told the truth, it would be printed, and that his own people still living in Austria would be made to suffer for it horribly. So Freud was technically free, but he was silenced. What did he then have to live for? Nothing. And so he died. No, I'll not leave. You must go alone.
And if I left, what would I have to live for?
Oh, you will manage very well in your own great, secure, distant country.
Why, Carlo, what is the truth of this? Why do you want me to go?
What can you do here? This is a war for the defense of Finland. And all of us know what he must do or she must do, and we have been trained to do it. Now, what have you been trained for except to wear lovely clothes and be a charming hostess? You are an intelligent woman, Miranda. Reason this out, and you will see that at a time like this, everyone who eats bread must have work to earn it. And God help us, there is only one kind of work that matters now. Resistance. Desperate resistance.
You think it's impossible for me to contribute anything, then? To help in any way?
Why do I have to tell you what you know yourself? This is nothing you should be ashamed of. This is not your country. This is not your war.
The country of my husband and my son?
Do you think that I and Eric want you caught here in these ruins?
Don't speak for Eric. I don't think he'd be particularly happy or proud to think his mother scurried to safety at the first sound of a shot fired.
Eric has American blood in his veins. He'll understand.
So that's it. His American blood will tell him it's perfectly reasonable for me to run away. You evidently share Carter's opinion of me.
Please don't put words into my mouth I haven't uttered.
Well, then why don't you come out and say what you mean? I'm incompetent, a parasite, a non-essential. In all the years we've been together, nothing has happened before to disturb the lovely serenity of our home. And now comes this great calamity, and you suddenly realize you don't want me, you don't need me any longer.
I didn't say that.
What did you say then?
You don't understand why I want you to go.
Maybe I don't understand. But one thing I do know, and you may as well know it too. I'm not going. Probably you don't need me. You have important work to do, and I'm sure that's enough for you. But the time may come when Eric will need me, and when that time comes, I intend to be here.
Please, don't keep on bringing Eric into this. Wasn't it enough seeing him go away like that in that uniform? That poor, hopeful, defenseless boy.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry. You must see that I've been making a desperate attempt to drive you to safety with lies. Well, it's no use. You always can make me tell the truth. The real trouble is you've had too much confidence in me. How could you know that I have been living in a dream, a beautiful, wishful dream, in which you played your own unsubstantial but exciting part? And now there is war, and our own son has to fight.
Oh, don't.
And I wake up to discover that reality itself is a hideous nightmare.
What has happened, Carlo?
I
what have you
suddenly
heard?
realize where I am and what I am. I am a man working in the apparent security of a laboratory. I am working on a theory so tentative that it may take hundreds of years of research and generations of workers to prove it. I am trying to defeat insanity, the degeneration of the human race. And then a band of pyromaniacs enters the building in which I work. And that building is the world, the whole planet, not just Finland. They set fire to it. What can I do? Until that fire is put out, there can be no peace, no freedom from fear, no hope of progress for mankind. And it isn't just us, not just this one little breed that wants to be free. This is a war for everybody. Yes, even for the scientists who thought themselves immune behind their test tubes. Darling, I think I can stand this ordeal if I know it is for myself alone. Yes, I can stand it. If I know that you are safe and beyond their reach. You see, I love you. And that is the only reality left to me.
I can stand it too, darling. Whatever it is. I can stand it so long as I know that you love me, that you need me, that I'm essential. Even if I'm a woman who's nothing but a woman. Even at a time like this when the whole life of the world is marching with men.
I'm sorry, Miranda. I hadn't intended to talk like that.
Why shouldn't you talk to me? You always have. Nothing has changed, my darling. Nothing. Now come and have some coffee. Hmm? Oh, dear. It's not very warm.
Oh, that's all right. It's all right.
The Soviet-Finnish war goes on for 1 month, 2 months. The heroic resistance of little Finland thrills the world. But the Russians are pouring in more and more troops in overwhelming numbers. Dr. Valkonen finds that he must leave his own important work and put on a uniform. He goes to Viipuri, behind the Mannerheim line, as an officer of the Army Medical Corps. The next scene that you will hear is in the little hotel room in Helsinki. It is the room of an American broadcaster, Dave Corwin, played by Mr. Richard Wharf. Dave has come to Finland to report the war over the radio to America. He has become a great friend of the Valkonens.
Come in. Mrs. Valkonen.
Hello, Dave. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Mr. Schumann told me I might come up. I met him in the lobby.
Why, of course, Mrs. Valkonen. I must apologize for the mess here. Would you like anything to drink?
No, thank you, Dave. I've come to ask for some help.
Anything that I can do.
I want to get my daughter-in-law, Cartwright, out of this country. She's going to have a baby.
Can you persuade her to go?
I couldn't have as long as Eric was alive.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
I know you're sorry, Dave. Cartwright and I were with him in the hospital when he died. Poor Cartwright. She's very ill. I've made all arrangements to get her to Norway and then to New York, but she must leave right away. I need some American money, Dave. Could you lend me $50? It'll be paid back.
Will that be enough?
Oh, plenty, plenty. Here's the address of my aunt in Boston. When you get to America, write her and tell her where to send the money. You see, Finnish money is worth very little now in foreign exchange, and by the time Carter gets to New York, it may be completely worthless. That's why I had to have dollars. Now, if this is inconvenient, Dave, say so, because I can surely get it elsewhere.
It's perfectly convenient. I'm very much flattered that you came to me.
Thank you. We had the most awful time persuading Carter to leave. We never could have if she hadn't been too ill to resist. She's a very strong girl, really. But, oh, Dave, there are limits.
I wish you were going with her.
I wish I were. I'd love to be present at the birth of my grandchild. Poor Cartwright. She'll have a bad time of it there all alone. I don't imagine my relatives will be much help. Oh, well, perhaps she'll have a son, and he'll grow up to be a nice, respectable New Englander, and go to Harvard and wonder why he has an odd name like Valkonen. You know, Dave, Eric wasn't badly wounded. He could easily have pulled through if he hadn't been in such a state of terrible exhaustion. It was lucky we found out where he was and got to him. I sent word to Carlo. I don't know where he is. Somewhere around Viipuri, I think. There's terrible fighting at Viipuri, isn't there, Dave?
Yes.
They're getting closer, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, I'm very grateful for that loan. Come and see Uncle Valdemar and me. We're always there.
Thank you, Mrs. Valkonen. I wish to God you'd really let me do something.
Oh, Dave, you've done a lot. That $50.
Well, it's not much satisfaction to know that $50 is the best I can do.
It's all I wanted. All I could use. I had to get her out of this country. It means one little link with the future. Gives us an illusion of survival. And perhaps it isn't just an illusion. Well, goodbye, Dave.
Goodbye, Mrs. Valkonen.
The next scene is in a little country schoolhouse near Viipuri Bay. The Russians are breaking through the Mannerheim line. The characters in this scene, Sergeant Gosden, an English volunteer in the Finnish Army, played by Mr. Claude Horton, two American ambulance drivers, played by Mr. Thomas Gomez and Mr. William Lamasina, and an American aviator, played by Mr. Charles Ansley. The little schoolhouse where they have taken refuge is within sound and range of the Russian guns.
Who are you? Friends. We're not Russians and we're not armed.
Glad to see you. Sorry, but I'm a bit jumpy these days.
Oh, that's all right, pal.
Americans, eh?
That's right. What are you, English?
Yes. The name's Gosden. I don't rightly know what my rank is in this army, but I call myself Sergeant.
Glad to know you, Sergeant. My name's Ben Gitchner. This is Frank Olmsted.
I'm glad to know you.
It's a pleasure to have your company. I was getting the wind up all alone here. You chaps in the medical corps?
Yes, we're ambulance drivers, only we've lost our ambulance. It's frozen stiff as a goat in a snowdrift. When the Russians occupy this territory, they'll come into possession of a Buick.
How far are the Russians from here?
I wish I knew. Nice little schoolhouse, this, eh?
How long have you been in this war?
I joined up in London just after Christmas. My wife and 2 kiddies were sent to Cornwall in the evacuation. Then I lost my job. I was working in the furniture department at Harrods. Who wants to buy furniture in wartime? I couldn't join up with our own army. Too old. All I could do was walk the streets looking at nothing. There was no news to read in the papers except about heroic little Finland. So I thought, why not have a go at heroic little Finland? And here I am. Where I should be tomorrow, I really couldn't say. Who's that?
Oh, it's all right. It's Dr. Volkman.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
I gather that things here are a bit disorganized.
And no wonder, sir. It's a miracle there's any sign of an army left the way they've been pushing us.
Do you think there's a chance we'll get out of here alive?
If you're asking me for the truth, I'll have to say no, I don't.
Well, I asked only out of idle curiosity.
You know, the children must have left this school very quickly, right in the middle of an arithmetic lesson. Children were probably delighted.
How old would the kids be at a school like this, Doctor?
Oh, from 7 to 12, I should judge. It's just a little country school. I wish you could see it when the children are here. The boys on that side, the girls there. When the teacher comes in, the boys all rise and bow stiffly. The girls make their little curtsies. Maybe in their hearts they loathe the teacher, but they are always very polite. And all full of moral preachments. Oh, yes. You see that inscription around the walls? That's from the Kalevala. That is the epic poem of Finland. It had its beginnings in the songs of our minstrels 1,000 years ago. Your poet Longfellow knew the Kalevala and used its rhythm for high water. Let us clasp our hands together. Let us interlock our fingers. Let us sing a cheerful measure. Let us use our best endeavors while our dear ones hearken to us and our loved ones are instructed. While the young are standing round us of the rising generation, let them learn the words of magic and recall our songs and legends. Oh, yes. All Finnish children learn about the Kalevala just as all Americans learn those words about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Dr. Volkinen.
Yes, Frank?
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes?
About your book.
Have you been carrying that around with you?
Yes, I bought it in Viipuri when we first went there.
Frank is more worried about your book, Doctor, than he is about the Russians.
There's a lot of it I don't understand, but what I wanted to ask you about mostly is the very end.
Well, what is at the very end? Read it to me.
How long, O Lord, before we shall hear the sound of the seventh angel of the apocalypse? Have you forgotten the promise of St. John? And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And there shall be no night there, and they need no candle, neither light of the sun. For the Lord giveth them light, and they shall reign forever and ever. How long, O Lord, before we shall be given to see the true revelation? Why did you conclude a scientific work with biblical words? And what do you mean by a true revelation?
It is the revealing to us of ourselves, of what we are and what we may be. Of course, we can all use the book of Revelation to substantiate our own theories. It is an eternally effective device. But there is something profound in those words I quoted. The unknown Jewish mystic who wrote that somehow unconsciously knew that man would find the true name of God in his own forehead, in the mysteries of his own mind. And there shall be no night there. You see, that's the basis of all the work I've done.
How do you feel about that work now, Dr. Volkinen?
Oh, I think I've learned a great deal in the last few months. Research in the field, I never dreamed I'd have such a vast laboratory or so many specimens.
Have you arrived at any new conclusions, Doctor?
No new conclusions, I'm afraid. Just somewhat stronger suspicions. It is very wonderful to see what men are capable of. What courage, what endurance, what an utter lack of selfishness. And what a tragedy it is that all these heroic qualities can only be tested by disease. For that's what this is, you know, disease. All of this reasonless war, this aimless revolution. It is a psychological epidemic. We had seen it coming for a long time, long before 1940 even, but we had no conception of its extent. And now the very belief of men that they can insulate themselves against it is in itself a sign of lunacy. The germs of that disease travel on the airwaves. The only defenses are still here, behind the forehead. I want to apologize for carrying on a conversation which must be extremely boring to you.
Doctor, I'm an ignorant man, sir. I haven't read this book. Didn't even know I was in the presence of anyone who'd written a book. But from what you've said, I have a feeling it's all hopeless. I shouldn't like to die believing that.
Then you won't die believing it's hopeless. That's the point, my friend. You have lived in faith. The light is in you, and it is that light which gives the strength that defeats death. It is only the fearful, the unbelieving, those who have sold themselves to the murderers and the liars. Those are the only ones who will really die.
But how can you deny that the light is going out? It's going fast everywhere.
It is just beginning to burn with a healthy flame. I know this because I have seen it. I have seen it in all kinds of men, of all races, of all varieties of faith. They are coming to consciousness. Look at the millions of men under arms today, and look at all those who are fearful that arms will be thrust upon them. Are there any illusions of glory among any of them? None whatsoever. Well, isn't that progress?
Far be it from me to argue, Doctor, but I can't see what difference it makes whether men go to war because of illusions of glory or just in a spirit of grim resignation.
No, but there is all the difference. Because those illusions, when shattered, leave men hollow. They say, oh, what's the use? What have we got to live for? They are devitalized by a conviction of futility. But grim resignation, as you call it, that makes a man say, this is an evil job, but I have to do it. And when a man says that, he is already beginning to ask, but why do I have to do it? Why must this evil go on forever? And when men start asking questions, they are not satisfied until they find the answers. That is consciousness. And for the first time in history, consciousness is not the privilege of a few secluded philosophers. It is free for all. For the first time, individual man is fighting to know himself. Oh, forgive me, gentlemen, I forget myself. I think I'm still lecturing at the Medical Institute, but the Russians are only 1 kilometer away, and this may be my last lecture, so... Oh, please let me finish. Listen. What you hear now, this terrible sound that fills the earth, is the death rattle. One may say easily and dramatically that it is the death rattle of civilization. I choose to believe differently. I believe it is the long-deferred death rattle of the primordial beast. We can conquer bestiality, not with our muscles and our swords, but with the power of the light that is in our minds. What a thrilling challenge this is to all science. To play its part in the ultimate triumph of evolution. To help speed the day when man shall become genuinely human, instead of that synthetic creature, half bogus angel, half actual brute, that he has always imagined himself to be in the dark past. Is that an aeroplane?
No, that's a motorbike. A dispatch rider, I expect, sir. Maybe it's orders.
Hello, Ben. Hello, Frank.
Joe.
Hello, Dr.
Where did you
Walker.
drop from?
I saw Major Rakowski up the road. He said you were in here.
Mr. Burnett, I'm delighted to see you. Are you flying in his front now?
I was. Up until a half hour ago, I was shot down. It was the first time that ever happened to me. I just managed to make a landing behind our lines. I got a motorcycle, and I'm going back to headquarters to see if they have any more planes.
Have you been in Helsinki lately, Joe?
Yeah, I was there a few days ago. I saw Dave Corwin.
I hope you called at my house, Mr. Burnett. Did you see my wife?
No, I didn't. I don't quite know how to say this, Dr. Volkanen, although God knows I've said it plenty of times before. But I want you to know you have my sympathy.
Your sympathy? Why have I got your sympathy?
You don't know about your son?
No. He's dead.
Yes, sir.
Killed in action.
I believe he died in the hospital of wounds.
When was this?
I don't quite know, sir. I heard it only from Dave. He'd seen Mrs. Volkanen.
Is my wife well?
Oh, yes, Doctor. She told Dave that she'd been with your son in the hospital. Your son's wife has gone to America. I didn't know, Doctor, that I should be the bearer of this news.
I should like, sir, to be permitted to put in my word of sympathy, too.
And mine also, Doctor.
Wouldn't you like us to get out of here, Doctor?
No. No, thank you. I have been expecting that news for a long time. I was prepared for it. My son had a good character. Part Finnish, Part American. He was not afraid. And now, if there's still time, I must write a letter to my wife. If you'll excuse me.
The final scene is again in the Valkonen home. Miranda has received Carlo's letter and the news that he was killed in the fierce fighting around Viipuri. Dave Corwin comes to see her.
I've come to say goodbye, Mrs. Valkonen. I've been ordered home.
Oh, I'm sorry you're going, Dave.
So am I. But I'll never forget you or Dr. Valkonen.
You'll have a great book to write, won't you, Dave? Your own personal history.
Well, I'm afraid it'll be too much for me.
I'd love to read it. Oh, Dave, when you get back to America, will you do me another favor?
Of course, Mrs. Valkonen.
I have a package here that I want you to take, and the letter that Carlo wrote in the little schoolhouse just before he was killed. The package contains photographs of Pavlov, Freud, Carell, the Mayos, all of them signed, you know. Carlo was very proud of those photographs. There's also the Nobel Gold Medal. I want you to take the package and the letter and deliver them to Cartwright to keep for her child. You have that address in Boston. The aunt who's going to pay you the $50 I borrowed?
Yes, I have the address.
Carlo had just heard about Eric when he wrote this. He wanted to comfort me in his curious way. Do you mind if I read it to you, Dave?
Please do.
In this time of our own grief, it's not easy to summon up the philosophy which has been formed from long study of the suffering of others. But I must do it, and you must help me. You see, Dave, he wanted to make me feel that I'm stronger and wiser. I have often read the words which Pericles spoke over the bodies of the dead in the dark hour when the light of Athenian democracy was being extinguished by the Spartans. He told the morning people that he could not give them any of the old words which tell how fair and noble it is to die in battle. Those empty words were old even then, 24 centuries ago. But he urged them to find revival in the memory of the commonwealth which they together had achieved. And he promised them that the story of their commonwealth would never die, but would live on far away, woven into the fabric of other men's lives. I believe that these words can be said now of our own dead and our own commonwealth. I have always believed in the mystic truth of the resurrection. The great leaders of the mind and the spirit, Socrates, Christ, Lincoln, were all done to death that the full measure of their contribution to human experience might never be lost. Now the death of our son is only a fragment in the death of our country, but Eric and the others who give their lives are also giving to mankind a symbol. A little symbol, to be sure, but a clear one of man's unconquerable aspiration to dignity and freedom and purity in the sight of God. When I made that radio speech, you remember? I quoted from St. Paul. I repeat those words to you now, darling. We glory in tribulation, knowing that tribulation worketh patience, and patience, experience, and experience, hope. There are men here from all different countries, fine men, those Americans who were at our house on New Year's Day. They're all here. They're waiting for me now. So I must close with all my love. There it is, Dave. Take good care of it.
I shall, Mrs. Valkonen. But it may be a long time before I can deliver it.
It'll be a long time before my grandchild learns to read. Goodbye, Dave. Oh, my, we shall miss you. Why, you've become quite a part of our life here in Helsinki.
Goodbye, Mrs. Balkanen.
And now, before this program comes to an end, Mr. Lunt has a final message for you.
I cannot possibly tell you what a great privilege it has been for us to read these lines from Mr. Sherwood's play, knowing that they could be heard by you brave and noble people who today are defending the cause of human freedom, human dignity on this earth. We who have had the honor of speaking to you tonight are actors, and therefore like to believe the assurance of William Shakespeare that all the world's of stage and all the men and women merely players. If that is true, then we can say with deepest conviction that never in all the great drama of history has any race of men and women enacted so heroic a role as you of the British Empire today. We, at the moment, are only your audience. We beg to say thank you, and God bless you.
You have been listening to number 11 in the series Let's Face the Facts. Tonight you heard the world radio premiere of the current Broadway success, There Shall Be No Night. The radio adaptation was written by the author of the stage play, Robert Emmett Sherwood, and the principal roles were performed by two of the most distinguished artists of the English-speaking stage, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne. They were supported by a cast drawn from their Broadway production. Copies of tonight's play will not be available to the public. If you have written for printed copies of talks given in this series and have not been receiving them, will you please renew your request? But print your name and address plainly. Illegible writing has prevented the Director of Public Information from fulfilling many requests. All requests should be sent to the Director of Public Information, Ottawa. Let's Face the Facts will be heard again next Sunday night at 9:30 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time or 8:30 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The speaker will be Mr. Lawrence Hunt. This is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. 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 This is the
Log entry, the schooner Black Parrot, Matthew Kincaid, master, 6 May 1950. Position 17 degrees 5 minutes south, 147 degrees west. Course 43 degrees. Fresh breeze, sky overcast. Barometer 310 and falling. Passengers 2, 1 restricted to quarters. Cargo, explosives in number 2 hold. Number 1, trade goods, tractor.
The Log of the Black Parrot, with Elliot Lewis starred as Captain Matthew Kincaid and written by the masters of the sea story, Gil Dowd and Anthony Ellis. The passage of a black schooner, sailing the southern oceans, sailing into adventure with a strange and restless man who is her master, as set down in The Log of the Black Parrot.
Number 1's batting, skipper, and this is the last for number 2. I'll be glad to see the cargo aboard.
Right. It's coming over dirty, Red, but at this rate we'll beat the wind.
Well, that's all right with me. I don't want to run into anything with that stuff aboard. What's a doctor doing with explosives anyway?
He wants to get rid of a reef. Hey, Red.
Yeah?
Do you have any trouble ashore?
Trouble? Me? Skipper.
Take a look. Gendarmes.
Oh, they're coming aboard. I'll be checking the dunnage in number 1.
Commandant Kincaid?
What's the trouble?
Will you come ashore, please?
Why?
Commandant requests your presence.
Why?
I cannot say. I only have my orders.
I got mine from the harbor master. There's weather moving in. I got to clear Papeete in an hour.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You have the papers?
Crowder, tell Mr. Gallagher I've gone ashore.
Come on, you. We walked away from the waterfront through the warm, dull rain, back into Papeete. And I knew I'd been in the place too long. The feeling of being held, being watched was there again. And now the police, always the curious police, who ask too many questions.
Capitaine Kincaid.
Attendez dehors.
Oui, monsieur le commandant.
What's the matter with you?
Captain Kincaid, I'm so sorry to inconvenience you. Please sit down.
No, thanks.
A cigar?
Look, I'm in a hurry. What do you want?
You are sailing for Ivaoa.
Yeah.
Then I have a favor to ask, unofficially.
You make out forms in triplicate for a favor?
I'm sorry, monsieur. It is most important. I know you are anxious to
Come on. I want to get out of here before the wind hits.
I wish you to carry a passenger to the Marquesas. We will pay the passage.
I guess I can take another 2,000 francs.
It is a girl.
Forget it. Not on my ship.
I will pay you 3,000 francs. She is a daughter of a very good friend of mine in Hivaoa. He sent her here to school when she was 15, 3 years ago. Now she must leave.
I can't take an 18-year-old girl on my ship.
She's in a great deal of trouble, and she'll have to go to prison if she stays here.
Why?
She learned too much, but I think not in school. Men, among others, a sailor. She shot him.
Huh?
She's half-caste. Her mother was Marquesan.
That happens. Is the sailor dead?
No. He will recover, and he will prosecute.
You want her to be away before then?
Yes.
What happens if I get caught?
You will not be caught. I shall see to that.
All right, have the girl and her gear aboard in 45 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 3,000, monsieur le capitaine, 3,000 francs. Et merci 1000 fois.
I said 2,000. So long. I didn't see the girl come aboard. I was too busy.
He's away on the bowsprit. Aye.
My first passenger, Dr. John Mitchell, stood near me at the wheel, his thinning blonde hair ruffled by the breeze, the eyes in his scarred face following the movements of the crewmen.
Out there! That's on the stern line! Steady at the helm! We're clear, skipper!
The jagged peaks of Morea fell astern, and we shaped our course to clearing weather in the Tuamotus, sailing full and by. I turned the wheel over to Gallagher and went below to enter our departure in the log.
Are you busy, Matthew?
Oh, nothing important. Come on in, John. Sit down.
Thank you. You wouldn't have... I'm afraid I left the top of my head in Papeete.
You had a good time, huh?
Splendidly depraved. But after all, 2 weeks out of 2 years.
And now back to Mohotani for another 2.
Oh, yes. I obtained some excellent books this trip. One particularly. I hope you have a chance to read it on the way up.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Menninger's Man Against Himself. There's good and bad in it. I think you'll like it. Well, bung up and bilge free. I saw your other passenger, the female.
That's so?
Yes. Her father is Robert Bonet, the government resident in the Marquesas. You haven't seen her yet?
Not yet. Gallagher put her in her cabin.
She's older than when I saw her last. Very nice. Awfully nice.
Hands off, John. She's trouble.
Yes, I heard about it. Amazing what happens to these children when civilization gets its cultured talons into them. It's a shame she couldn't have left her Marquesan blood at home.
Another one, John?
No, thanks. I think I'll go up on deck and say goodbye to Pepita. I'll bring you the book at dinner.
Right.
Yes?
Captain Kincaid.
Come in.
You comfortable?
Comfortable? Yes.
Look, I know about your trouble in Papeete. Let's forget about it. We've got 9 or 10 days ahead of us. Everything will be fine.
I don't want to go back to Hiva Oa.
I'm sorry. I want you to stay in your cabin as much as possible. We eat at 6 in my cabin, okay?
Okay.
I was angry when I left. Because she was the loveliest thing I'd ever seen. And because she knew I couldn't look at her without staring. I didn't want to stare. So I didn't look at her very much. I relieved Gallagher at the wheel. The feel of a ship in deep water again is a good thing, but it wasn't this time. I knew there were too many explosives aboard. I should have turned the wheel back to Tahiti then.
Salt, Skipper?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Of course.
Red, did you check the generator?
Since when did I forget?
I was asking, mate.
I checked it.
You know, Matthew, I don't think Miss Bonet remembers me. I used to see her running on the beach when she was a very little child.
Oh, I remember you, Doctor. You would be so difficult to forget. I mean, those terrible scars on your face.
Have you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Then get back to your cabin.
What's the matter, Skipper? She didn't mean anything, you know that.
Forget it, Red.
Isn't she good enough for your company? She's good enough for mine.
Forget it.
Why don't you let her out of that coop, get her up on deck? You know it's hot in there.
Drink your coffee, mate.
Stay away from her, mister!
I'm sorry, John.
Doesn't matter. No. Really. It doesn't. I've lived with this face for a long time. One gets used to surface scars.
And those inside?
Well, I've got my island, Otani. I don't have to see people for years on end if I don't want to. And you, Matthew, you've got your ship.
That's right.
I've often wondered what you're running...
I picked up some cognac. Let's have a drink.
Love to. I say, I brought you the book. Man Against Himself.
From that first night on, she was fed in her cabin. I didn't want to see her. And I didn't want Gallagher or anybody else to see her. 3 days out, we raised the 2 Omotus and began the dirty business of picking our way through the hundreds of coral reefs and heads, which, with the islands, make up the group. But with those boxes in hold number 2, it was like the first time.
Quarter left. Hi. By the deep. 4.
Port your helm! Steady as she goes!
For 3 years, Gallagher and I had sailed and worked the southern waters.
By the mouth! Hi!
There'd been words before, and women, too. But now, except for ship talk, there weren't any words. And that was bad.
By the mouth! Sit!
By nightfall, we'd cleared the reefs and were sailing free, with the southeast trades on our starboard quarter. I stood the 8 to 12 wheel watch. What are you doing on deck?
Sorry. It was hot. I hope you don't mind the way I dressed. It was so hot.
I don't mind the way you're dressed. What do you want?
I want to go back.
Back?
Anywhere. I don't want to go to Hiva.
We've been through that.
Take me back. Please.
Go on below.
Don't you like me? I'm pretty. I've looked at myself in the mirror, I know. Take me back.
To the sailor in Papeete?
No. I go with you. Anywhere.
Look, you go back to Hiva. You belong there. Papeete is no good for you. Anywhere is no good for you. You belong on your island with your own people.
I have learned what it is to be French. I know what it is to be a French lady. The way I am not. I'm not good for my people in Hiva.
Go below.
Take me back. I want to be a French lady. Why don't you look at me?
Because you're so beautiful, you make me sick. Get away from me or I'll kill you.
Kill me?
You. Get away from me.
It's midnight, Skip. I'll take over.
You are listening to Elliot Lewis as Captain Matthew Kincaid in Gil Dowd and Anthony Ellis's exciting story of the sea, The Log of the Black Parrot.
I turned the wheel over to Red, gave him the course, and he repeated it. But he was looking something else. I went below. The girl was in her cabin, and I locked her there. Went into my own quarters, tried to sleep. And the next night, tried to sleep. And the next. And the morning came. We were one day off the Marquesas. And our cabin door was open.
Matt, wait a moment.
I'm in a hurry.
For what, Matthew?
Get out of my way.
You're too late. She's been out since before dawn. Leave her alone,
It's
Matthew.
not her, it's Gallagher. The ship. What's happening to it? Get out of my way before I finish off what's left of your face. Oh. Get out of my way, will you? Where's the mate, Crowder?
He's up forward, I think.
You think, Crowder?
He's up forward, sir.
Mister! What's that bucket doing on the deck?
I don't know.
It's your business to know. Stow it where it belongs. Are you kidding?
I'm not a deckhand.
Stow it away. You! Get below to your cabin.
All right.
Wait a minute.
We're going back to Papeete.
I got a cargo for Hiva, mister. I'm taking it there.
All right. If she stays on the ship, I'll pay her passage back.
She gets off with the cargo.
She's with me now.
I told you to stay away from her.
You told me. You...
wanted to do this for a long time.
You had your chance, mister.
Feel better now, Matthew?
Shut up! Bring him around. He takes the wheel in a half an hour.
Yeah. What do you want, John? Gallagher won't be able to stand his watch.
Oh?
He'll be all right. But he'll have to stay in his cabin until tomorrow.
Okay. Sure, I'll tell you. Help yourself.
Sit down, Matthew. Want to have a look at you?
Yeah.
Little more work on your face, and you'd have looked like me.
I'm sorry about that.
Turn your head this way.
Yeah.
This is going to hurt.
Yeah, that'll be different. No, John, I wish I was a kid right now.
No? Why?
Yeah. So I could bawl my ears off. I must be a little drunk.
Perhaps we should all be drunk. All the time.
Is she in her cabin?
Yes.
Should I have taken her back to Papiti? What's the matter with her? I don't think it's me, and I don't think it's Red. What does she want?
I don't know. If I knew why she so desperately doesn't want to go home, I could tell you, but I don't know.
I gotta take the wheel.
Just a moment.
Huh?
It's only plaster, but it may hold your ear on.
Thanks, John. There was a difference in the ship. Almost a relief. The crew was easier. I could feel a lightness again in the deck under my feet, a strength in the pulling canvas. Perhaps it was the fight. Whatever it was, there was a difference in the ship. The girl came out on deck later, in the afternoon. I looked at her because I couldn't. I saw for the first time her hair. Her black hair. And how tiny she was. The blackness of her eyes. The gracefulness in her hands. The delicacy of her feet. Her eyes were on me, but I knew she didn't see me as she passed. And moved forward toward the waist of the ship. The crewmen no more than glanced at her and then turned back to their work. She went to the rail.
No! Crowder, stop her! Gordon, take the wheel!
Give me that. Quit it now. Quit it. Take it easy.
All right, I got her.
She went for my deck knife.
Come on. I want the doctor to take care of that cut.
Don't take me back. Please don't make me go home.
Come on. John?
What's the matter? Here, put her over here.
Tried to go overboard. Crowder stopped her, but she got mixed up with his knife.
Move over, let me see.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. Now just hold still. That's right. Just there. There we are. That didn't hurt very much, did it?
No.
Let me see that, may I? That hurt?
No.
That?
No.
Matthew.
Yeah. You knew about this, didn't you?
Now, you won't make me go to Hiva.
How long has it been?
half a year, I think. The native in Papita told me.
It'll be all right. Now, don't worry. I'm going to give you something to make you sleep for a while.
I guess there isn't much choice, is there?
There may be another way.
What do you mean?
She could live on Mohotane. There's nobody else on the island.
Except you.
That's right. Oh, I'd marry her if she wanted to. If not, I'd build her a place.
That's not what I mean, John.
Oh, it's not that bad. There's always a chance.
You know what you're saying?
My dear chap, of course I do. As a matter of fact, I'm being rather selfish about the whole thing. She's quite beautiful. You've noticed it. So is Mr. Gallagher.
I can't let you do it, John.
Then you know what's left. Look here, I'm not very prepossessing to look at, I know that. But in a few years, she may not be either. It would be a great comfort to one another.
Stop it, will you?
You're a strange chap. I think you almost worship beauty. You don't like the idea of her becoming unbeautiful, do you?
Do you?
Surface scars, Matthew. Surface scars. Well, does she stay with me on Mahotane?
I don't know. I'll have to think. The next morning, we anchored off the emerald-shaped island of Mohotane. Hiva-Oa, our final destination, was a cloud-rimmed hump on the northwest horizon. The longboat was put over the side, and loading of John Mitchell's gear and explosives got underway. I looked at the little island, thought of the girl.
Mitchell can go aboard now, Captain.
All right, mate. John, you're ready to go ashore. Here, I'll give you a hand with that.
Thanks. You made up your mind, Matthew?
Yes? Parrish, steady the ladder. He's coming down. Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Matthew. Drop in when you pass this way again.
I'll see you. Gallagher.
Yeah?
Hold the boat for a few minutes. I'm going below.
Right.
We're at Mohotane.
I know.
Dr. Mitchell is ready to go ashore. You want to go with him?
With him?
Yesterday we talked about you. He wants to take care of you on his island. He'll marry you if you like, or build your house. You'll be close to your people on Hiva-Oa.
He wants this?
He wants it. Otherwise, it would mean the island for you. I can't take you back to Papiti or anywhere else.
He's a very kind man, isn't he?
Yeah.
You would tell my father?
Yes, about this. Not about Papiti.
There's a priest on Hiva-Oa. You will send him here.
Sure. I watched the flash of oar blades in the sun as the longboat pulled shoreward. Then I thought of Gallagher. I found him on the port side, looking out at the open sea. She's better off with him, Gallagher.
She would have been better off with me.
Maybe she would if you had an island, lived alone, didn't care.
Didn't care? Are you crazy?
She has leprosy, Red. That's why she didn't want to go home.
Oh, Skip.
Did I do the right thing, Red? It would have meant a leper colony, but he wanted to take care of her, and I let him. Did I do the right thing, Red?
You did the right thing, Skipper.
Sure, Red. Forget it. Forget it.
We'll have a good breeze, Skipper.
Yeah. Yeah, she holds. Come on, let's not waste time. Break out the crew, Red. We'll get the hook off the bottom. And stand by for the longboat under power.
Right, Skipper. Let's get out of here.
The longboat came aboard, and we moved out from the lee of the island and heeled over, close hauled on a starboard tack, under the southeast wind. The bow dipped and rose again in the swell, throwing spray high in the rigging. And then open water, the horizon, and a new course to Port Moresby, island of New Guinea. Log entry. The schooner Black Parrot, 5:30 p.m. Wind fresh. Sky fair. Sea cresting with high cross swell. Main and foresail reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Matthew Kincaid, Master.
You are invited to sail into further adventure with a log of the Black Parrot next week at this same time. Ed Max is heard as Red Gallagher, and featured in the cast were Ted Osborne, Lillian Byoff, Harold Hughes, Jack Crucian, and Ben Wright. Music was conducted by Walter Schumann and composed by Nathan Scott. The Black Parrot was produced by Elliott Lewis and directed by Gil Dowd. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mysteries of the Mind.
Science today is seeking to discover and to understand more and more of the marvelous hidden powers contained in the mind of man, and to explain the different types of psychic phenomena. This afternoon, WOR, with psychic investigator Hugh Lynn Casey and two eminent scientists, Dr. Lucian Warner, psychologist, author, and doctor of philosophy from Columbia University, and Dr. Henry S.W. Hardwick, editor of the Psychic News Clip Letter and organizer of the New York Psychic Forum, continues its exploration of mysteries of the mind. Also present, making a guest appearance, is the noted psychiatrist and hypnotist, Dr. Thomas L. Garrett. You of the radio audience can assist these men of science in discussing these documented psychic happenings. You yourself may have had similar experiences. Listen to the stories about to be presented and the opinions of the experts. Then write and tell us if you agree. What will you think?
The Hypnotic Experience of Dr. Thomas L. Garrett.
In the fall of 1927, Dr. Thomas L. Garrett, hypnotist and psychiatrist, was lecturing in Chicago before an audience of several hundred people. He concluded his lecture by placing a subject, a young man by the name of Jerry Nelson, under hypnosis. While he was in this state, Dr. Garrett offered to demonstrate the unusual powers of the human mind. He explained to his audience,
You can all see that Jerry Nelson is completely hypnotized. He answers now only to my command. His conscious mind is at rest, and his subconscious or inner mind is free to do my bidding. I can send this inner mind of Mr. Nelson's to whatever distant point I wish, and have him bring back to me a report of what is taking place there at the present moment.
Is that so? Think of that.
I don't believe it. It seems incredible. I'd like to see it done.
I know what I've just said seems like an impossible statement. But is there a gentleman or a lady present who would like to put this subject to the test?
Yes, Dr. Garrett. I would.
All right, madam. What is it you wish?
I'm visiting here in Chicago, but I live in Ephraim, Wisconsin. There's no one home at this time, as my husband is on a business trip. But I'd like to see if your hypnotized subject can accurately describe my house and its surroundings.
I'll be glad to have him try. What is your name, please?
My name is Mrs. George Bailey.
Thank you. Now, as I have explained to you, hypnotism is a form of suggestion. Once a person's conscious mind has been put to sleep through suggestion, we can apparently deal with the real self. It is the inner mind which possesses all the actual psychic powers. Notice how I instruct this subject. Jerry, you are to go to the home of Mrs. George Bailey, who lives in Ephraim, Wisconsin. Repeat after me. Mrs. George Bailey, Ephraim, Wisconsin.
Mrs. George Bailey, Ephraim, Wisconsin.
When you get there, you will describe the house and surroundings.
House and surroundings.
You are going Ephraim, Wisconsin. The home of Mrs. George Bailey, Ephraim, Wisconsin.
Yes. Yes, I'm there, Dr. Garrett.
Good. Now tell me, Jerry, what do you see?
The house. Painted brown. There is a fence covered with vines, a big yard, flower gardens, some rustic benches, a large maple tree near the porch.
Is this correct, Mrs. Bailey?
Yes, it's all correct. It's amazing. Can you tell him to go inside the house?
Jerry, go inside the Bailey home. Describe what you see.
I'm inside the Bailey home. It's dark. I'm in the living room. There is a library table in the center and a fireplace. I hear a bird singing. A canary.
Is this right, Mrs. Bailey?
Yes, Dr. Garrett, exactly right.
But if no one is home, who's taking care of your bird?
Oh, I have a neighbor woman. She stops in once a day.
Oh, I see. Jerry, where is this bird?
The canary, it's in the downstairs bedroom.
Go into the bedroom. Tell me what you see.
I see a man asleep in the bed.
What? Oh, that can't be.
Jerry, look again. Are you sure there is a man in that bed?
Yes, a man is in the bed, asleep.
Do you think you can awaken him? Try to impress this man to wake up. Jerry, are you waking this man?
I'm trying. There. He's stirring. Waking. He's sitting up in bed, looking toward the canary. He thinks the canary waked him.
That's fine, Jerry. Now tell us, what is he doing?
He's lying down again.
Who is this man? Have your subject tell us. Who is this man?
Jerry, what is this man's name?
His name is George Bailey.
My husband? Oh, why, that couldn't be. I know he's away from home.
Jerry, tell me, how does this man look? Describe him.
He's fairly tall, rather bald, has ring on the third finger of his right hand. Looks like some lodge ring.
Then it is George. But I don't understand.
All right, Jerry. You may come back now. You are leaving the Bailey home in Ephraim, Wisconsin. You are returning to your body in Chicago.
Why, this is the most uncanny demonstration I've ever witnessed. Dr. Garrett, would you object if I went out right away and sent a telegram to my husband telling him what has happened and asking him to wire me back if he is really home?
Not at all, Mrs. Bailey. I would greatly appreciate your checking what Jerry has just reported. This will afford an excellent test.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Bailey did telegraph her husband and later received a wire in reply. But here is psychic investigator Hugh Lynn Casey to tell you about it. Mr. Casey.
Mrs. Bailey learned that her husband had finished his business trip earlier than he had intended. He had been home and in bed. He had awakened, thinking that the canary had disturbed him, and he sat up in bed. In short, in his wire, Mr. Bailey confirmed everything that Jerry Nelson, Dr. Garrett's hypnotized subject, had reported. This afternoon, Dr. Thomas L. Garrett, the man who hypnotized Jerry Nelson, is in the studio. Our authorities will now discuss this case with him. Dr. Hardwick, do you accept this demonstration as possible under hypnosis?
Possible, Mr. Casey. It is quite evident to me that Jerry Nelson, while hypnotized, released some unused quality of mind. He experienced an expansion of consciousness. Through this, his mind made contact with the Bailey home. He tuned in on or registered events taking place there.
I see. Dr. Warner, do you agree with that?
No, Mr. Casey, I do not. But before I express an opinion, I'd like to ask a question of Dr. Garrett.
Certainly, Dr. Warner.
I'm interested in getting your idea of hypnotism. Tell us, please, just what happens when a person is hypnotized.
It's quite simple. Each person, as you know, has two divisions of mind, like two rooms in a house. His conscious mind is one room. This room contains the five senses: hearing, taste, sight, feeling, and smell. These senses tell the person all he ordinarily knows about the outside world. Then there is an inner room, in which is the subconscious mind. This room is the control center for our involuntary actions like breathing, circulation of the blood, digestion, and other operations of the body. It is also the storehouse for every thought and action of our life. Hypnosis is simply blanking out the conscious mind of the subject and then controlling not only his body, but also his unconscious.
All right, Dr. Garrett. I follow you up to that point, and I'm willing to admit that the physical body can be made to respond to suggestions, and that you can, under hypnosis, exercise control over a subject's pulse or blood, or cause the body to become rigid. You can also give him what's called post-hypnotic suggestions, which may guide him after he wakes. And in the hypnotic state, the sensitivity may be altered by suggestion. It may be decreased or it may be heightened within limits. I've seen an instance of a person who, when hypnotized, could hear the ticking of a watch at a much greater distance than he could in his waking state. Such accomplishments are not due to any supernatural ability, but rather to alteration of the focus of attention. I doubt whether hypnotism facilitates telepathy or other psychic powers.
But, Dr. Warner, it seems to me, admitting the genuineness of hypnotism itself, you've got to concede that it liberates the higher powers of mind. How else can you explain Jerry's ability to tell what was taking place at the Bailey home?
He could tell through the heightened sensitivity of his ordinary senses. In this state of mind, under your suggestion, Jerry may have followed such leads and reactions as Mrs. Bailey herself may have given unconsciously. A nod of her head, for instance, or an exclamation of approval.
Yes, Dr. Warner, this explanation might apply to Jerry's giving a fairly accurate description of the Bailey house and surroundings. But how do you account for the fact that he sensed Mrs. Bailey's husband was home and in bed, something Mrs. Bailey herself didn't know? What he was telling her was news to her. And that's not all. Let me give you another case, Dr. Warner, which will show you even more clearly the working of what I claim to be the higher powers of the mind under hypnosis. In my audience that night in Chicago, when I gave my demonstration for Mrs. Bailey, was Charles T. Hass, head of the Hass Detective Agency. He was greatly impressed and came to me afterward to ask if my subject and I could assist him in solving of a baffling criminal case. I volunteered to try and was told absolutely nothing about the case. Mr. Hass expressed his confidence that based on what he had seen, my hypnotized subject and I could work without any further information. And so the following day I secured a stenographer to take notes of what Jerry would say and placed him again under hypnosis. Then I said to him,
Jerry, this time I want you to contact the mind of Charles T. Hass, head of the Hass Detective Agency. He wishes you to investigate a criminal case. Go to the office of Mr. Hass and report to me what you can learn about this.
I am in the office of Mr. Hass. There are some papers on his desk. They're from a certain bank in Chicago. This is the case he wants me to look into. $6,000 have been lost or stolen from this bank.
All right, Jerry. You can leave Mr. Hass's office now and go to the bank. Did you hear me? Go to the bank and tell me the instant you get there.
Yes, Dr. Garrett. I'm at the bank.
Now, Jerry, I'm going to send you back in time. You will go back to the day that this $6,000 was lost or stolen. You will trace this money. Tell me what you see taking place in the bank concerning this money.
I seem to want to go to the vice president's office. There's a young boy, poorly dressed, shining the vice president's shoes. He finishes. The vice president takes an envelope from his pocket. Envelope contains $6,000 in bills. He's giving it to the bootblack. The boy takes it and leaves the bank.
Follow that boy, Jerry. See what he does with the money.
He hurries out, goes down the street, turns the corner.
Keep after him. Don't let him out of your sight.
I see him now. There's a man who seems to be waiting in the doorway of a building. Steps out, meets the boy, takes the envelope.
Follow that man.
I can't. He's disappeared in the crowd.
Then go back to the bank. See what else you can find out. What is the name of that vice president? Give me his name.
Name on his desk here. Anthony Vittorio.
Anything else? Give me any other facts you can get about him.
He lives in Winnetka suburb. Phone number Winnetka 256J.
Have you got that all down, Miss Stanley?
Yes, Dr. Garrett. I've made notes of everything.
Good. Now, Jerry, tell me, is this the only dishonest act of Mr. Vittorio's?
No, I see. There was another time before this. He took more money.
When was that? Give me the time.
Time. 7 months earlier.
And what was the amount of money?
Amount. Yes, I see now. Handing the boy an envelope filled with bills. $11,000.
$11,000. Go on. What happens?
The boy goes out. Same as before. Same man is waiting. He takes the money. Disappears.
That's fine, Jerry. That's all we need to know. You can come back now. You're going to feel strong and well. When I count 3 and snap my fingers, you will awaken. You will return to your normal consciousness. 1, 2, 3.
This information, ladies and gentlemen, was turned over by Dr. Garrett to Mr. Hass, head of the Hass Detective Agency, who could scarcely believe this story to be true. However, he finally decided to present the report to the president of the bank to let him determine whether to face the vice president with these serious charges.
And so it's up to you, Mr. Sabatini. I realize you couldn't go into court with such evidence, and that we don't have anything but this story to base our charges on.
Mr. Hass, I've seen such a young boy coming in and out of this bank on occasion.
Mm-hmm.
Story seems incredible, but there are several points. I think I'll call Mr. Vittorio in and let you talk to him.
Yes, Mr. Sabatini?
Miss Earle, please have Mr. Vittorio step in to see me at once.
Yes, sir.
Will you permit me to accuse Mr. Vittorio directly as means of testing
Do
his
whatever
reaction?
you like. If he's innocent, why,
good
of
morning,
course...
Mr. Sabatini. You sent for me?
Yes, Mr. Vittorio. You've met Mr. Hass, I believe.
Why, yes, of course. Mr. Hass, how are you making out? Are you any nearer a solution?
I believe I am, Mr. Vittorio.
Well, that's fine. Fine. I hope...
You don't hope anything of the kind. You know.
What?
Come on, Mr. Vittorio. Come clean. We've got the whole story. Your little bootblack friend
What do
there.
you mean?
The boy spilled it all. How you gave him an envelope containing the $6,000 and had him pass it over to your Confederate who was waiting around the corner.
That's a lie.
Oh, yes? He also told us about that $11,000 job, too. The one you pulled 7 months before.
No.
What?
All right. I took the money. I had to have it. I was in a frightful mess, but I'll pay it back. Every cent, just so you keep it quiet. Please give me a chance. I'll make it all up. Give me a chance. Give me a chance.
And this vice president was unusually fortunate. He got his chance. He paid back the money he had taken from the bank, and the matter was closed. But here is psychic investigator Hugh Lynn Casey. Mr. Casey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have here a photostatic copy of a letter addressed to Dr. Garrett. from Charles T. Hass, president of the Hass Detective Agency. It reads, Dear Dr. Garrett, it is with the greatest pleasure that I take this opportunity to thank you for the information you placed in my hands regarding the identity of the one responsible for the shortage of $17,000, which was lost by my client, a bank of Chicago. It was most startling and astounding, the results you obtained, and by means of hypnosis, which certainly gives us something to think about as a new means of detecting criminals. This information, Dr. Garrett, was the means of saving the bank what might have been a greater loss in the future, and I assure you the directors join me in again thanking you for your splendid work. Wishing you every success in your work, and believing me I shall be most anxious to employ your method in the future whenever possible. I remain, yours very truly, Hass Detective Agency, signed, Charles T. Hass. Now, Dr. Hardwick, you've heard the dramatized evidence of this case and this letter confirming it. How do you explain this phenomenon?
Well, Mr. Casey, in the physical world, matter is said to occupy 1/billionth of the space it appears to occupy. The physicist can therefore imagine two worlds as existing in the same space at the same time by visualizing two groups of pulsating electrons pulsating at different rates. So even more easily in the realm of thought, mental worlds could interpenetrate each other. It might be possible that all Jerry had to do was raise his mental wavelength, and he was in a world of events as taking place in the bank. He reported those events at the request of the hypnotist. Jerry could then, without moving from the spot, experience in the present the events recorded in various levels of time. It might not be a matter of memory or distant visits.
What do you say to this, Dr. Warner?
I'm perfectly willing to admit that a person may be much more highly sensitive under hypnosis. What we have to consider here is whether this man, Jerry Nelson, got any impressions outside the range of his normal senses. I say he did not.
But, Dr. Warner, how can you explain Jerry getting information unless you allow that he used more than his five senses to obtain it? In this case, Mr. Hass was not present when Dr. Garrett had his subject secure the information on the bank situation. No muscle reading was therefore possible. There was no physical way of obtaining this knowledge.
It seems not on the surface, but don't forget, Mr. Hass was present the night before at Dr. Garrett's lecture. He may easily have discussed the case with someone in the audience, and the events may have been pieced together in the hypnotized subject's mind.
Even this would be remarkable. But what about the information obtained regarding the $11,000 theft, of which Mr. Hass and his detective agency had nothing?
The hypnotized subject might, in some way, have had previous knowledge of the crime. Perhaps this was in the form of mere scraps of information, apparently meaningless in themselves, which fell into a logical pattern during the release provided by the hypnotic state. We should eliminate such possibilities before accepting a psychic explanation.
Dr. Hardwick, have you given your entire opinion?
I'll just add this, Mr. Casey. Science has used postulates as a means to an end. If you're going to postulate the existence of other things, why not postulate something which is fully adequate to give a rational explanation of these phenomena? Increased sensitivity to ether waves, similar to radio waves, as an assumption would help us here. Our listeners are demonstrating the radio waves by themselves at this moment.
How would you sum this up, Dr. Warner?
Well, this should be said. We must not be deceived by the dramatic aspects of this evidence. It still remains a single, isolated case, selected because it did seem dramatically to prove a point. I am less strongly swayed by cases than by painstaking experimental tests which have been made in psychological laboratories. And these, even including those of Professor J.B. Rhine of Duke University, do not demonstrate that hypnosis increases psychic powers.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the diverse opinions of these two men of science. With whom do you agree? What do you think?
The story of Fred Johnston.
In the fall of 1922, a few days after Thanksgiving, the Johnstons, father and son, started out by car for Crawford County, Pennsylvania on a hunting trip. It was snowing and blowing as they drove along. The storm increased in fury until it became a raging blizzard.
Pretty bad, eh, Dad?
Sure is, son. Getting worse. This snow is going to block the highways.
Yes, and I'm taking no chances.
Oh, you're driving too slow, Fred. There's such a thing as being too careful. We'll get caught in a drift if you don't watch out.
I can't help it. And don't ask me to drive faster, Dad. I've got a strange feeling.
But there's no sense slowing down for these country road crossings, I'm telling you. You'll never get through.
All right, then we won't. But I'd rather get stalled in the snow than get hit.
Hit? Who's going to get hit?
We are, if we don't watch out. For the last while, I've been seeing a red truck crossing our path, crashing into us.
Nonsense, red truck. You're seeing things.
Father.
Huh?
Look. Hey, there it comes.
There, Dad. The red truck. It's turned over on its side. It just missed us. If I hadn't been watching out, if I hadn't known it was coming...
Oh, we'd have been hit. The driver didn't see us. Look, he's hurt. We've got to help him. Come on. I can't understand, son. This red truck. How could you have known?
You've got me, Dad. I can't explain it. But something warned me. I saw this all happening in my mind's eye.
What caused Fred Johnston's hunch or seeming premonition of a possible accident with a red truck? Here is psychic investigator Hugh Lynn Casey once again to talk with our experts.
Ladies and gentlemen, many of you have undoubtedly had feelings like this that you could not explain. Dr. Warner, how do you feel about this case?
Well, Mr. Casey, I don't know as much about this young man as I'd like. If he were a nervous type, highly sensitive or imaginative, he might have remembered the stories of other accidents in snowstorms and started to worry about the possibility of having a similar accident. A collision with a truck is not an uncommon occurrence on the highways today, and if he was fearful of a crash, he naturally would hate to be hit by a truck more than anything else.
I see. Then you don't believe this young man, Fred Johnston, really had a prevision or premonition?
No, I don't.
Dr. Hardwick, what do you think?
I'd like to ask Dr. Warner first how he explains the ability of this young man to have given a description of the truck that he feared was going to hit him. He repeatedly told his father that a red truck was going to cross his path.
I don't attach unusual importance to the fact that he mentioned the color of the truck. Many trucks today are painted red.
Yes, Dr. Warner, but I feel that this was no idle fancy. The accident almost did occur. If Johnson had not had a sense of warning, the truck might have hit him instead of turning over.
On the other hand, Dr. Hardwick, if Fred had driven faster, as his father urged him to do, he'd have passed this road crossing a few minutes earlier, and he would not have seen the truck at all.
Very true, Doctor. Also, the truck driver might have speeded up. My point is, there was a time in evolution when my intuitive sense of instinct was more active than now. Though dominant, I still possess all those self-protective qualities of the soul or psyche. Certain stimuli might start them working. You know, there are those who would say the young man was guided by spirit friends.
I can't accept your spirit theory, Dr. Hardwick. To my mind, this young man almost invited an accident by being apprehensive that he was going to be hit by a red truck. The instant he saw a red truck, he became panic-stricken. And his actions, as he tried to avoid a collision, may even have excited the truck driver and caused him to swerve and turn his truck over. Many accidents have been brought about in just this manner. The belief in hunches is not conducive to safe driving.
Thank you, Dr. Warner, and thank you, Dr. Hardwick, for the expressions of your opinion in these cases. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to thank the large number of you who wrote in, approving and expressing interest in our last week's program, and particularly those of you who sent us records of your personal experiences, some of which are most unusual, and which we hope to present on future programs. For instance, a great many listeners stated that they were always aware or sensed when any member of the family or close friend was in trouble or danger. Others related seeming psychic experiences and asked for their interpretation. These and other widely experienced phenomena will be discussed by Dr. Hardwick and Dr. Warner following the dramatization of typical cases on forthcoming broadcast. Thank you again for your fine expression of interest and appreciation. Please send all stories of psychic experiences to Mysteries of the Mind, care of WOR, Newark, New Jersey. And listen next week to...
The story of Mrs. Mack. Well, Dugan, what is it?
Sergeant, it's that Mrs. Mack. She's back again.
Dugan, haven't you learned how to take care of these things yet? Now go out there and tell that woman we're doing our best we can. Tell her we can't find that man just as much as she does. And tell her the best way she can help us find him is to keep bothering us every day. Now, don't use the word bother, but you know what I mean. Well, what are you standing there for?
Sergeant, I told her that. I've been arguing with her for 15 minutes. But she's very excited like, Sergeant. says she has to see you. Says she won't go without seeing you. And won't say no more about it than that. Sergeant, that's an obstinate woman.
Oh, well, all right. Bring her in here. I'll show you how to dust these things off.
Okay. Come right in here, Mrs. Mack.
Oh, thank you. Sergeant, I'm so glad you
Here now, Mrs. Mack. Surely you must realize we're very busy here. That we have other things to do and other people to catch, more's the pity. Now, we realize the deep interest you have in this, and we're grateful for the way you've been trying to help. But we've reached a point in this where the best way you can help us most is to go home and let us go about this in our own way. Now, we'll call you
but
when...
Sergeant, you don't understand. I know just where to find him. Come with me right now. I'll lead you right to the place where you can catch him.
Fine. What's the address?
Oh, I don't know it by street and number, but I see it plainly in my mind, and I can lead you right to it. I'm sure I can. But hurry, or we may be too late.
Next week, at a new time, a new day, Monday, December 19th at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, over most of these stations, this amazing case of Mrs. Mack's dream and other astounding stories taken from the documented experiences of men and women like yourselves.
The names of the persons having these experiences have been changed to assure them of privacy. The narrator was Henry Morgan. This program was produced by Roger Bauer.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Orrin Vance.
Orrin Vance?
Yeah, you sent me up to Ossining 7 years ago, you remember?
Huh? Oh, yes, I think I do.
You know, I thought a lot about coming out and killing you, Dollar.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, I'm going to do you a favor.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think maybe you and I can work out something.
You know, this sounds like double talk to me.
Don't you give me any routine, Dollar. I heard 'em all. I'm calling you with information about the Todd case.
Todd? I don't remember.
Well, look it up. It cost your company $75,000.
Hey. Hello? Vance?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to 4-State Insurance Company, Wilmington, Delaware. Attention, Mr. Don Freed, Chief Investigator, Claims Division. Since your office authorized me to conduct certain inquiries based on new information supplied by Orrin Vance, I am billing you accordingly. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Todd matter. Expense account item 1, $1.85. One phone call to Don Freed in Wilmington, Delaware to discuss the burglary that had occurred 6 months before in the Long Island home of Norman Todd. The case was a complete stalemate. The police and the insurance investigators had been unable to locate the thieves or trace any of the loot, which included jewelry, silver, and wearing apparel that had been taken from the residence. I requested Don to forward whatever details they had, along with an accurate list of the stolen items and complete descriptions. Expense account item 2, $2, cab fare. To and from the Office of International Adjustment Bureau, where I refreshed my memory concerning Orrin Vance. A good look at the files, and I remembered him well. Back in 1947, he'd been involved in a well-engineered swindle of the Seaman Clothing Company. Almost got away with it. And it was my investigation and testimony that finally put him behind the bars.
Hi.
Huh? Vance?
Yeah. Oh, hello, Dollar. You haven't changed a bit.
You have.
Yeah, sure I have. You took 7 years of my life away from me. Did you do what I told you to on the phone?
People like you don't tell me what to do, Vance. Come on in.
Oh, sure. Thanks. Nice place you got here.
Yeah, I like it. Sit down. Tell me what's on your mind.
Look, Dollar, don't treat me like a con, huh? Even if I am one. I'll sit down, yeah. I'll have a smoke with you. I'll talk with you.
Okay. Okay, have one.
Thanks. It's just that everybody's doing it. Treating me like that. Even my wife. Went over to see her the first day I got out. You know what? She wouldn't let me in the house. She gave me $40 and told me to go out and get a decent job. Work hard, she said, and in 6 months, if everything is okay and you're not in any trouble, you can come home to me and the kids. And if not, she says, I'm going to divorce you.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want me to say?
Offer me a seat. Invite me to sit down. I'm a human being, too.
Sure.
Thanks again.
Well?
Why, I thought about it a lot. You know, if you hadn't been out to get me 8 years ago, I might have had you over to dinner. Maybe we could have been friends.
Yeah, maybe. Now, what's this all about, Vance?
Oh, okay. I can't get a job. I'll have to go in business for myself. I need a stake. That's why I called you.
Go on.
Now, did you do like I asked you to? Look up the Todd case?
I called Wilmington about it. There's nothing new happening.
I'm happening. That's something new. And I can help. For a price.
All right, go on.
But I want my name out of the picture. Could you fix that?
Probably. But I'd have to talk to the police sooner or later.
All I'm asking is your promise to keep my name out of it. Otherwise, it's no go.
Well, tell me something about it before I make any promises, Vance.
Fair enough. You got a list of the stolen items?
Not yet. Won't be here until tomorrow.
Now, when it gets here, you'll find it was a mink coat in that lot. I think most of it was jewelry, but it was a mink coat, labeled from Zellerback Furs in New York. And the inside lining carried this serial number, 27356.
All right. Take it easy, Vance. Expense account item 3, $2.50. Another long-distance phone call to Wilmington and Don Freed, who verified that the serial numbers furnished by Orrin Vance fitted those in the stolen mink coat. I explained how I'd come about the information at hand, leaving out any mention of names. Freed talked with his boss and phoned me back a half an hour later.
You can go ahead and work on it, Dollar. There's a $5,000 reward posted.
$5,000?
We'll split it between you and your friend, if anything worthwhile turns up. Okay?
Suppose it's nothing.
Okay. Swindle sheet 2.
Right. Okay, Vance. You're in business.
How does it work?
You tell me where the coat is and who has it, and I'll handle it from there. If it turns out to be anything, you'll get paid for it. All I've had so far is talk.
I'll tell you where the coat is and who has it. But before I do that, you give me a check.
What?
A check for $2,500. You date it 2 days from now. That'll give you a chance to look into it and see if I know what I'm talking about. And you can stop payment any time within 2 days if my tip doesn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, I'll have the check and bye-bye.
Where to?
Homewood, Indiana. My plane leaves in an hour.
I may want you around for some questions.
No, I'll give you the tip. That's all. You ask somebody else the questions. Well?
Okay. What's the matter? You afraid?
Sure. Haven't you noticed? I'm a stool pitcher.
I noticed, and it worried me. But I arranged for him to have the post-dated check in return, for which he gave me a name and an address. Gloria Tierney, 1231 East 57th Street, New York City. Expense account item 4, $3, cab fare to the airport. I saw Orrin Vance off on a westbound plane to Indiana. 45 minutes later, I boarded Flight 37 for New York. Expense account item 5, $18.85. The cost of getting me from Hartford to New York. I checked in at the New Weston and went directly to the Metropolitan Police Station, where I asked if Gloria Tierney had a record. A check in the police files revealed that she was not listed. About 7 o'clock, I had a bite to eat, and then I walked over to the 57th Street address, a small apartment building.
Yes?
Hello. I'm looking for Gloria Tierney.
Oh, you have the wrong apartments right across the hall.
I was over there. No one answered.
Well, she must be out. I'm the manager here. Would you like to leave your name?
I'm Johnny Dollar, but I wonder if you could tell me where to find her.
No, I can't, but I'll be glad to give her your name and ask her to call you.
Well, that sounds fair enough. I'm at the New Weston Hotel.
Oh? You're from out of town?
Yes.
An old friend of Gloria's?
No, I'm just on business.
Well, I'll tell her you came by.
Good, fine. By the way, how long has Miss Tierney lived here?
About a year. Why?
Oh, I just wondered, thank you.
Johnny Dollar, New Weston Hotel?
Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. Here, take my card.
Insurance?
Sort of. The apartment house manager, it said Ethel Stromberg on the mailbox, smiled politely and closed the door. I went outside the building and took a plant across the street. I waited around for about 3 hours and saw no one go in or out of the building. I went back to my hotel. About midnight, the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
Hello, Mr. Dollar, please.
Hi, Mr. Dollar.
You left word for me. I'm Gloria Tierney.
Oh, yes, Miss Tierney.
I intend to leave town, possibly in the morning, so I thought I'd better call you tonight. I hope it isn't too late.
Not at all, Miss Tierney.
What's it all about, Mr. Dollar?
I'm an insurance investigator. I'd rather tell you about it in person.
As I said, I expect to leave town tomorrow. Is it important?
I think so, yes. Could I see you tonight?
Well, I don't know.
I could be there in 15 minutes.
I don't understand.
I'll come right over.
Well, all right.
I was there in less than 15 minutes, but things weren't all right. As a matter of fact, things looked all wrong. Gloria Tierney's apartment was darkened. She didn't answer when I knocked on the door. I tried it. The door was locked.
You who? Now, look here. I don't think you have any right to bother Gloria. Oh, it's you.
Hello, Mrs. Stromberg.
Well, where's Gloria?
I don't know.
You don't know? She was waiting to meet you.
Huh?
Well, out here in the hallway. She came in tonight, and I gave her your message. And then she went in and called you, and then came back out and said you were coming by.
Yeah, well, she's gone.
Well, that's funny.
Hey, tell me, did you hear anyone out here?
No. Well, maybe she went down to the drugstore.
Drugstore's closed.
Well, yes.
She'll probably show up.
Yes, probably.
You look worried, Mrs. Stromberg.
I am. Gloria didn't seem like herself when she came in.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, she was nervous and upset. I think she'd been crying. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I hope she's all right.
Yeah, so do I.
You're sure she isn't outside waiting for you?
No, I didn't see any. Well, I'll look again.
Do you see her?
Not a soul. Had she been drinking?
No, of course not.
What was she wearing, Mrs. Stromberg?
Oh, she had her coat on.
Her mink coat?
Yes. Well, how'd you know about her mink coat?
A friend of mine. I'll take a look around out here.
All right. Oh, wait a minute. I'll come with you. You know, of course, she might have got...
Wait a second. Look, is that Gloria?
Why, yes, I think so.
Something's wrong with her.
Yes.
The girl crossing the street in the mink coat weaved slightly from side to side. As I got close to her, I could see she was a pretty girl in her late 20s, blonde hair, dark eyes. She hardly looked up as I came up to her, just stopped and stood there, weaving slightly. Miss Tierney?
Yes.
Well, can I help you? I'm Johnny Dollar.
Please.
Oh, come on, we better go inside.
Yes.
What is it?
He struck me.
He what?
He struck me. And Oh, Mr. Dollar.
Here, come on. Careful now.
Sure. Oh.
Easy. Easy now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You okay?
Yes. Look out, that car.
What?
That car, no!
All 3 slugs had hit her and she fell back into my arms. By the time I could reach for it and get my gun out, the black Cadillac and whoever was driving it were out of sight around the corner. And there'd been no light on the rear license plate.
Oh.
Easy now, easy.
Mr. Dollar, those were shots. What? Mr. Dollar.
Call the police, quick.
But yes, right away.
You know, let's see if we can...
Mr. Dollar. Mr. Dollar.
Don't try to talk, Gloria. Don't try to move. We'll have help here in a minute.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Todd matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the same old business of murder, but with a brand new twist. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure and join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dan Mapes, New York Police Department, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, hi.
I just went over your statement to the officers who went to the scene of the shooting. Pretty rough business.
Yeah. How's the girl?
She hasn't regained consciousness. We've got to get on with this, Dollar. There's some questions I want to ask you.
Sure. Glad to do what I can. Where can I meet you?
What's the matter with right here at headquarters?
Okay. Say in about an hour?
Make it a half an hour. I said I want to get on with the case. Room 212, Sergeant Daniel Mapes.
Okay, Sergeant. I'll be there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Four State Insurance Company, Wilmington, Delaware. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Todd matter, a burglary that occurred 6 months ago, but the murder try occurred only a few hours ago. Expense account item 6, $16.40, one telegram. From me to Chief Investigator Don Freed, Four State Insurance. I explained events up to date and requested that Freed contact their New York office and employ counsel for me in the event the New York police chose to hold me as a material witness in the shooting of Gloria Tierney.
We aren't going to hold you. Why should we?
I don't know. Why should you?
Sit down. Take it easy.
Okay, thanks.
So, you're a freelance insurance investigator.
Yeah, that's right.
Working for Four State out of Wilmington, huh?
That's right.
Okay, suppose you give it to me.
Well, you got it right in front of you there in that report. I told it to the investigating officers right after the shooting last night.
Now you tell it to me.
All right. I made an appointment to meet this girl. She called me about 12 o'clock midnight, and I went on over to her apartment. She wasn't around when I got there, so I waited and talked to her landlady. A few minutes later, I saw her coming across the street. I went over to meet her because she looked like she'd been hurt or something. I walked her back across the street. Somebody pulled up in a car just as we got to the curbing.
Says here, Black Caddy, 1955 Coupe de Ville.
Yeah, I didn't pay too much attention.
What was the license number?
Couldn't tell. It was blacked out.
Okay, go on.
There was a man in it. I didn't see his face. Didn't even notice him, really. He just started shooting. The girl was hit 3 times. I was trying to help her, and he got away.
Well, what else?
That's it.
Okay. Tell me why you were in here yesterday afternoon checking to see if this Gloria Tierney had a record.
I was about to contact her. I wanted to know if she'd ever been in trouble.
Now tell me what you're working on.
The Todd case.
Todd?
Yeah, a burglary out in Long Island about 6-7 months ago. I had reason to believe the girl might be able to help me on it.
Because of what?
Because of her mink coat.
Well, I'm glad you answered that way, Dollar. The coat's in the lab now. They're looking it over. We found it listed in our stolen property files. So far, your story is okay, but believe me, it isn't over yet.
Huh?
Tell me more. We know about the coat. We want to know about the girl who was wearing it.
Sorry, I can't help you.
We didn't have her prints on file here, but we sent them off to Washington. She's still unconscious. She's in pretty bad shape. She can't talk. You can. What's her angle?
I don't know.
You don't know who shot her. You didn't get the license number. You just stood there and let it happen. All you were interested in was your mink coat.
Look,
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I might be through trying to tell you anything, pal.
Don't get smarty pants with me, Dollar. I got myself a shooting to straighten out. I'll straighten it out any way I can. What else did she have from the Todd business?
You tell me.
Nothing. A small diamond ring on a little finger. It's not on the stolen property list. Tell me, Dollar, did your insurance company pay off this claim?
Yes, the whole thing. About $75,000.
$75,000?
That's right.
Well, at least you got the coat back. Even if it has got 3 bullet holes in it.
Maybe we'll get a line on the whole job.
If she regains consciousness. Meanwhile, you can sit here and tell me about your tip.
What?
Who put you on to Gloria Tierney?
No, I'm afraid I can't tell you that.
Why not?
Because I promised not to disclose any names.
Oh,
I can tell you this much, though. The man who told me about Gloria Tierney couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the Todd case. He was in prison when it happened.
Let's have his name so I can check it.
He's in Indiana now.
He's got a name in Indiana. What is it?
Sorry.
You going to sit there and tell me he gave you a name to start with and that's all you bought?
Yep.
Suppose I told you I don't believe anything. And then I think I'll hold you for a while until you forget about whatever deal you made with an ex-con.
Well, suppose I told you that a lawyer for my insurance company is on his way down here right now just to see that I get treated right. What's funny?
You insurance guys. You know what? You give me a pain. Right here.
We went on like that a little while. Then I accompanied Sergeant Mapes to Gloria Tierney's apartment. A full crew of technicians were there, giving the premises a complete check. Mapes dispatched 2 sets of detectives to cover the neighborhood for possible witnesses to the shooting. Another pair began to cover the apartment house itself. I went with Mapes to talk to the manager, Mrs. Stromberg. She looked white and shaken.
You remember, Mr. Dollar?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Dollar. How's poor Gloria?
Not very good, Mrs. Stromberg. She's still unconscious.
And we're still pretty much in the dark about all this, Mrs. Stromberg.
Where is she? What hospital? I'd like to go see her. Maybe there's something I can do.
Best thing you can do is try to help us find out who shot her.
She's at the police emergency hospital right now, Mrs. Stromberg. I'll have them phone you when she can see people.
Well, thank you. Oh, what an awful thing. Well, what's it all about? Why would anyone want to shoot Gloria?
We hope we can ask her that question. Right now, we're going to try to find out all we can, and maybe you can help us.
Well, I hope so. What can I tell you?
Where she worked, how she lived, what people she knew.
Oh, dear.
Yesterday, you told me you'd known her for a year.
Yes, ever since she moved in.
All right. Was she a nice girl?
Of course she was a nice girl. Quiet, minded her own business.
Where's she work at?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Gloria doesn't work as far as I know.
Who pays her rent?
She always gave me a check.
Who gave her a check?
Well, I really don't know.
Don't you know anything? What's the matter with you?
Well, I'm trying.
Mapes, why don't you go sit down?
All right, I'll sit down here.
Mrs. Stromberg, what can you tell us about her? Do you know where we can contact her family?
Think about it.
Well, I don't know. I know they live in California somewhere, but that's all I do know. She talked about them now and then.
Uh-huh. How about her friends here in town?
What about them?
Well, for instance, the man who drove the black Cadillac last night.
I never saw that car around here before.
Did she talk about her friends to you?
Why, no.
Well, she's a pretty girl, young. Boyfriends?
Oh, yes, she did talk about them now and then. Do you suppose one of them had something to do with this?
Mrs. Stromberg, some guy pulled up in a black caddy last night and pumped 3 slugs into her. She acted funny before that, according to you. Run out when she was supposed to meet Dollar here. Don't you know if any of her friends drove a car like that?
No.
You know this, but you don't know that. What kind of a friend were you?
What?
What kind of a friend were you? That girl's lying in a hospital right now. She's got a slug here, another one here, and here. They've operated twice. You weep and holler and stand around wringing your hands about her, but you won't open your mouth about helping us find who did it. Now, let's start with that car again. You've got the front apartment here. You can see the street from those two windows. Have you ever seen that black caddy here before?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Whose is it?
I don't know. I don't know his full name.
Well, what do you know about him?
His name is Bill something.
Bill something.
Yes?
That's a big help. What does he look like? Where does he work? What does he do?
I don't know. I really don't know. She never introduced me to him, but she talked about him. She'd say, Bill's coming by tonight, or Bill did this, or Bill did that, but she never mentioned his last name.
But he drove the caddy.
Yes.
Now, what does he look like?
I told you, she never introduced me.
I heard that part. But I know if someone young and fresh and pretty like Gloria Tierney lived across the hall from my wife would be at the window every time she heard the bell ring or heard a car drive up out front. She'd want to see who was buying her the candy and flowers, who was knocking on the door. Isn't that so, Mrs. Stromberg?
Yes. No. Yes.
Well, what do you mean? Now, look. For the third time, what does this guy Bill look like?
Well, he's tall and very dark.
Tall? What does that mean? Tall like me? Tall like Dollar? Tall like what?
Like Mr. Dollar.
How old? How'd he dress? What kind of build?
Easy, Mapes.
Why don't you go through that offering me to sit down part now?
All right. I was wrong about you, Mapes. I admit it.
Well, maybe I was kind of wrong about you, Dollar. Hardly anybody ever admits anything these days. Okay. I'm sorry I'm raising my voice, Mrs. Stromberg. But tell us about the man. All you can remember about Bill.
Heavy? Light?
A husky fella, and he dressed very nicely, too.
What color was his hair?
Dark, I think. He always wore a hat.
How about his eyes?
I don't know.
Uh-huh. About how old would you say?
30, maybe 35. I'm not very good at ages.
How often did he come here to see her?
Once or twice a week.
Gloria's been going with him?
Yes.
Did she ever mention where he works or what he does?
No, she never mentioned that.
Do you have any idea how long she's known him? How long she's been going with him?
Well, I have no idea. I just know he's been coming to see her ever since she moved in here.
This, Bill. Would you say he had money, Mrs. Stromberg?
Yes, I'd say so. He drove that big, expensive car and always dressed so nice. And, of course, he gave Gloria that coat.
The mink coat?
Yes.
Oh. Do you know if he ever gave her any jewelry?
I don't know. I don't think so. Gloria'd usually run across the hall and show me when he gave her something. Mostly they were small gifts, candy, and things like that, but I don't remember if he ever gave her any jewelry.
Did he ever bring any friends here?
I don't know.
All right. Was Gloria going to marry him?
Oh, she never talked about it.
You sure about that?
Yes, she never said, and I never asked.
Why? Why not?
Well, I don't know. I never asked her. I wanted to, but I never asked her. You think right away I've been a busybody watching that girl and so on. Well, yes, I watched her from time to time, and I was her friend here. But there are some things we just didn't talk about.
There sure were.
Well, as you ask me questions, I realize how much we didn't talk about. I can't tell you where she came from or where her family is or who Bill is or what she planned for the future. I just know she was a nice, decent, honest sort of a girl.
Yes, we got that impression, Mrs. Stromberg. Anything you want to ask, Dolly?
No.
My apologies again for raising my voice. Thank you for the information, Mrs. Stromberg. Come on, Dolly.
Okay. Goodbye.
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 Well, you got it out of her.
Yeah, but I don't trust her. Took too much work.
Are you really as tough as you look?
Sure.
You're a good cop, Mapes.
Thanks. I like to have somebody mention that every 5 years. Well, better get out this guy's description.
Yeah. Now, there's a hall phone right there.
Uh-huh. Well, we sure haven't got much to go on. Communications, please. Yes, Dan Mapes. I want an APB out on... What? Oh, I'll give it to you later. Johnny, the hospital phoned in 2 minutes ago.
Gloria.
Yes. They think she's dying.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Todd matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I take some lessons from a good policeman on how to find out what has to be found out. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure and join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Dr. Kane, Police Emergency Hospital. You left word for me to call you, Mr. Dollar?
Yes, sir. I'm with Sergeant Mapes. Has there been any change in Miss Tierney's condition?
No, sir. No, none.
Do you think she'll make it, Doctor?
It's hard to say right now. Sometimes they rally. Sometimes not at all.
Doctor, it's very important that we see her.
I don't know whether it'll do any good, Mr. Dollar.
We want to question her.
Yes, I know. Why don't you and Sergeant Mapes come on over to the hospital?
All right, sir. We'll be right there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to 4 State Insurance Company, Wilmington, Delaware. The following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Todd matter, the burglary that resulted in a shooting. On a tip from an ex-convict named Orrin Vance, I came to New York to question one Gloria Tierney. My information was that she had in her possession an expensive mink coat, part of a $75,000 burglary at the Todd home on Long Island. Gloria Tierney was shot and seriously wounded by an unknown gunman before I was able to question her about the coat. A description of her assailant and how she had obtained the coat were still to be ascertained when Sergeant Dan Mapes and I arrived on the second floor of Emergency Hospital.
Mr. Dollar?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Dr. Kane.
Oh, yes, this is Sergeant Mapes.
How do you do?
Has she managed to talk yet, Doctor?
No, and she may not.
I see.
Now, before we go in, I hope both of you will carefully frame only your most pertinent questions. 2 minutes is about all I can give you with her.
Sure, Doctor.
Better put your cigarettes out in that.
Oh, yeah.
Ego facultate mihi ab apostolia sed tributa indulgentiam plenarium et remissionem omnium peccatorem tibi concedo.
Father Deering wanted
in
his word.
Patris, et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
All right, Father?
Yes.
Is she conscious?
Just a minute. Yes? She can hear you, I'm sure.
You want to go ahead?
I suppose so. Has to be official. Are you Gloria Tierney? Is Gloria Tierney your name? Do you understand that you're seriously hurt? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you came about these injuries, Miss Tierney? Miss Tierney.
Bill.
Bill.
Bill shot you?
Yes.
Well, what is Bill's full name? Where can we find him?
Bill.
Where can we find him? Who is he? Doctor?
Watch out. Nurse, hand me the hypo. Quick. No. This might help. Sorry, fellows. Nothing more I could do.
Gloria Tierney died at 3:35 in the afternoon, without revealing the full name of the man who had shot her the night before. Expense account item 7, $6. Drinks. Myself and Sergeant Mapes.
Well, we're sure of two things.
Are we?
Yeah. His name's Bill. And this is the worst whiskey I ever tasted. There ought to be a law.
I think there is, Sergeant.
I'm going to ask you something, baby. Outside of the fact that that girl up there died a few minutes ago and was wearing a stolen mink worth $11,000 that you've been wanting to get your hands on, what about her? How does it strike you?
She looked like a nice girl.
Yeah. She looked like the best kind of girl ever made. What else?
What would someone like that be doing in a stolen mink coat?
Exactly. What would she be doing with a stolen mink coat? Outside of having herself a time with a guy named Bill who gave it to her.
You call that having herself a time?
I'd like to get drunk. Every bum in town's named Bill.
This is bad.
Terrible.
Worst stuff I ever drank.
You can say that again, baby.
Worst stuff I ever drank. Waiter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bring us 2 more of the same.
Only make them double.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
I'm glad to see you aren't fussy, Dolly.
Not a bit. Not a lousy bit.
You know, I looked at you when you came in my office, and I said to myself, I got a wiseacre on my hands. I got a wheeling, dealing wiseacre who's got himself a little tip, and he's going to keep it all to himself. I said, why do I have to put up with this kind of trouble? Why don't I just toss this bum in the cooler and go about my business? I'm a copper. I got work to do. Why fool with an insurance stick, I said. But I'm very happy to see you aren't a fussy fella, baby. Very happy.
All right, you made a speech, now I'll make one.
Go ahead.
Well, I stood in a hospital room and I watched a human being die. Oh, it's part of my job, part of your job, too. But for myself, I don't like it. If I have to go into why every man's death diminishes me, I'm going to fall all over myself because I never could go into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I'll say this. That girl that died in there was... Well, she was the kind of girl I could have kept right on seeing. Yes, I'd like very much to have knocked on her door almost any old night. Sergeant, I would have liked that more than I can tell you.
She wore a stolen mink coat. Remember?
I remember. But I can sit here and feel bad about it, can I?
You sure can. I'll feel bad with you. Look at them early eaters, Dollar. Coming in to drink their dinners.
Don't change the subject.
I have to. We got work to do, pal.
Yeah.
Here we are, gentlemen.
As long as it's here.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers yourself. Oh, there ought to be a law.
You said that. I remained with Sergeant Mapes the rest of the day as he continued his investigation of the death of Gloria Tierney and the Todd burglary. The apartment where she'd lived finally yielded some information.
Here it is. Letters from a Robert J. Tierney in Riverside, California. Looks like her father, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll have the business office down at headquarters notify him.
Hey, what's this?
Huh?
Picture.
Oh, nice-looking guy.
Yeah. Love Bill.
He loved her, all right.
Anybody identified this yet?
That Mrs. Stromberg's supposed to be here right now. What time you got?
1:30.
She said she'd be here at 6.
Hey, Sergeant, did you get anything on the bullets?
Well, they didn't check with anything in our lab. Ballistic says it was an Army Colt, old model.
Pretty good for killing.
And what gun isn't?
Yeah, you're right.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Stromberg. We've been waiting for you. Come in.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Hi.
Do I have to answer any more questions?
Oh, a couple if you don't mind.
I'm just all worn out. I can't get over this terrible thing happening to Gloria. Did you ever find out about her family?
We're going to contact them right now. Seems they live in Riverside, California.
Yes. Yes, I believe that's what she said.
I want to ask you one question, Mrs. Stromberg. Take a look at this picture.
Yes.
Do you know him?
Oh, yes, that's Bill.
The man Gloria Tierney's been going out with these last few months?
Yes.
The man who drives the black Cadillac?
Yes, the Cadillac. Oh, I wish I could tell you his full name. Did he do this terrible thing?
It looks like it, Mrs. Stromberg.
Oh, dear. Have you arrested him yet?
We haven't found him yet.
Well, I hope you do. I hope you clear this up.
I left word for the office to get me here.
What about her things?
Hello.
Her family will probably take charge as soon as they're contacted.
Oh, that poor girl. That poor girl. So alone now.
Yeah.
Mrs. Stromberg, did Gloria Tierney ever mention to you that she'd been married?
Married? Gloria?
Yeah.
Why, no, she never mentioned it. Was she?
Married in the state of New York in 1951. Divorced in 1953. Routine check of vital statistics.
What was her husband's name?
Bill. Bill Powers.
Sergeant Mapes requested immediate file checks on William B. Powers, the ex-husband of Gloria Tierney. From it, he learned he had no criminal record in the state of New York. His home address was up in Westchester County, one of the suburbs of the big city. I drove out there with Sergeant Mapes.
Oh, what's this all about?
Do you know a woman named Gloria Tierney, Mr. Powers?
Well, sure. We were married once. Why?
She was shot to death last night, Mr. Powers.
Gloria?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
We're sure.
Shot? Oh, what happened? How could a thing like that happen?
That's what we're trying to find out, Mr. Powers.
I can't believe it. Gloria dead.
Have you seen her lately?
What?
Have you?
What? Yes. I saw her last week. We had a drink together. Are you sure it's Gloria?
We'd make sure before we came here with news like that.
That's right. Mr. Dollar here isn't a policeman. He's an insurance investigator. Miss Tierney was wearing a stolen mink coat when it happened.
Stolen? Are you sure?
We're sure. We checked everything,
Well,
Mr.
Gloria
Powers.
would never steal anything. She was a fine girl. A wonderful girl. Fool to ever let our marriage go on the rocks.
Can you come with us, Mr. Powers? We'd like an identification.
What? Oh, yes, of course. I'll get my coat. Excuse me.
Want to smoke, Johnny?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, he isn't the bird in the picture, Johnny.
No, not at all. Still, he...
What is it, Johnny?
You checked the driveway out there?
No.
Take a look, the side window.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
55 Cadillac Coupe de Ville.
Sure is, Sergeant.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Todd matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, you find one killer and you find them all. And then you have to start all over again. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure and join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Long-distance operator, Wilmington, Delaware is calling you.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Johnny?
How do?
Well, this is Don Freed. What's happening there? Your expenses are running way up, and we haven't gotten a report from you.
I've been too busy.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's supposed to mean that the tip I got was good and it was bad. Yes, Gloria Tierney, 1231 East 57th Street, had a mink coat that was stolen from the Todd estate. No, she didn't tell me much about it because she got herself shot down on the street last night. Yes, I'm working with the police here trying to find out how she comes by the coat.
But what I want...
Listen, an hour ago I went out to see an ex-husband of hers. His name's Bill Powers, and he seems to be the bird we're looking for. You know what he did? He cried and blubbered all the way down to the morgue. And he's in there right now making a positive identification. I don't blame him for crying. So what's new with you, Mr. Expense Account?
Boy, you're a real man-eater today, aren't you?
I sure am. Bye.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to 4 State Insurance Company, Wilmington, Delaware. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Todd matter. Expense account item 8, 20 cents, aspirin. I bought them in a drugstore across the street from the morgue. I figure I needed them. On the way down in the police car, the ex-husband of Gloria Tierney gave us very little information about her activities up until the time of her death. After he made the identification, we all walked across the street. Expense account item 9, 30 cents, 3 cups of coffee. Sergeant Mapes, Bill Powers, and myself. Powers cried a while, then straightened out somewhat.
I hope you get whoever did this terrible thing, Sergeant. I hope you'll get him real fast.
You sure want to, Mr. Powers.
Why would anybody do that to Gloria? Why?
Maybe you can help us answer that.
We hope you can, Mr. Powers.
Oh, You're just interested in that coat she was wearing. Well, mister, I don't believe she was wearing a stolen coat. What do you think of that?
I think that's a pretty fair way to think right now. But it's not very practical since we already have proof that it is a stolen fur and that she was wearing it.
Yeah.
How about some more coffee? That's cold.
What? Oh, no.
Look, we're just trying for the facts of the matter, Mr. Powers. I saw Gloria Tierney. I know what kind of a person she was. But we have to start somewhere. You can understand that.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, you told us you saw her last week for a drink.
That's right.
Have you been seeing her right along?
Yeah, sure.
Even though you were divorced a year or so ago?
Yeah.
Did you know she's been going with someone else, too?
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah. Bill Chambers.
That his name, Bill Chambers?
Well, yeah, I don't know him, but she talked about him a lot.
Here. Take a look at this picture. Is this him?
Yeah, that's him. I thought you knew.
You're sure this is him?
Oh, sure. The picture was in her apartment. I've seen it there. One day I asked her who he was, and Gloria told me about him.
Well, what did she tell you about him?
She just said she was going out with him. Oh, she told me that he asked her to marry him. She said he had a lot of money.
Anything else?
Oh, I don't know.
Did she happen to mention where he works?
No.
What kind of work he does?
No.
Do you know where we can get in touch with him?
No, I don't know that either. I can't help you. I only know she's been going out with him.
I don't get this. You and her were divorced, but you kept on seeing her. And she got this new boyfriend. And she told you things like that?
Yeah. Funny, isn't it?
Why'd you bust up?
Oh, this and that. Kid stuff. I suppose. It was spat over this and that. I don't know what exactly. Anyway, we were going to straighten it out. We were going to be married again.
Oh, what about this Bill Chambers?
No, she didn't want to marry him. She wanted to marry me again. She told me.
When?
Day before yesterday. She said she would marry me. Now she's dead.
You know what kind of a car Chambers drives?
A Cadillac.
How do you know that?
Oh, she told me about his car. Another thing, I went out and I bought one myself just like his. I thought it might do me some good with her. We were crazy, weren't we?
Where were you last night?
Home.
Can you prove it?
Oh, yeah. Home. All night. I was home while she was out getting herself killed.
The name William Chambers was checked through the New York police files. 24 persons more or less fit the general description of the suspect. It took 2 days for Sergeant Mapes and his men to track down all the leads. Neither Mrs. Stromberg or Bill Powers could identify any of them. An all-points bulletin was issued describing the suspect in his car. Same results, nothing. On the third day, the pawn shop detail turned up 2 items that had been taken in the Todd burglary.
There they are, Johnny.
Uh-huh. Watch and a ring. Todd lost a watch and a ring with a lot of other stuff.
Case numbers in the watch check out. The ring's engraved.
Uh-huh, yeah. Where were they picked up?
Shop on 3rd Street. The proprietor bought them yesterday. A man who signed the buy book used the name James Agenian.
Phony?
Yeah. Gave an address on Polk Street. That was phony, too. We got a good description from the proprietor. Fits Chambers right down the line.
Oh, then he was still in town yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah. But this stuff's been on the hot sheet for a long time. If he's had any experience at all, he knew he was taking a chance trying to unload it.
Probably trying to raise money to get out of town.
What I was thinking.
Well, if he keeps on trying to raise money and unload all these things, I'll have all the loot back.
If he keeps on trying, we'll keep on trying. Johnny, we're going to get this, baby. Sergeant Mapes. Where? Okay. He does need money.
Huh?
They found his car. Used car lot up in the Bronx. He sold it at 10 o'clock this morning.
At the used car lot, we learned that a man answering the description of William Chambers had driven in that morning and offered a black 55 Cadillac for sale. The used car lot manager had finally settled on a price and made out a check. He reported that Chambers seemed extremely nervous and anxious to make a quick deal. The car was impounded and examined. A full set of fingerprints on the steering wheel and dashboard gave us a positive identification on William Chambers.
Oh, what do you know? William Charles, William Carls, William Charles, Walter Cameron. 1, 2, 3, 7 aliases. Real name, William Charles. Male, Caucasian, age 33. 178, 6'1". Now, let's see. 14 arrests, 2 convictions. Both car thefts.
Quite a boy.
Well, we got a real tag on him now. Shouldn't be long before we pick him up. Doesn't look like a killer, does he, Johnny?
I don't know. What's a killer supposed to look like? The search for William Charles continued. Associates and relatives listed in his criminal file were contacted and questioned. All denied knowledge of his whereabouts. In the meantime, 2 more pieces of stolen property connected with the Todd burglary were recovered by the pawn shop detail. Expense account item 10, $3, 1 telegram to 4 State Insurance in Wilmington, explaining our progress in the case and listing the recovered items. Johnny Dollar.
Are you interested in finding Bill Charles?
Who's this?
My name's... Never mind. Do you want him or don't you?
Sure, I want him.
I'm at Shroff's Restaurant on 42nd off Broadway. Can you meet me?
Yeah.
15 minutes. I'm in a gray suit, pinstripe. I'll be sitting alone. I'll watch for you.
Expense account item 11, 75 cents cab fare. From my hotel to Shroff's Restaurant. A small, pretty brunette woman in nice clothes was seated at a table all alone. She looked more like a housewife on a shopping tour than someone who might be connected with a bandit and a killer.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Okay, sure.
There's a reward posted for William Charles, isn't there? For that Todd matter?
That's right, $5,000.
Well, I get it if I turn him over to the police.
Not all of it. Half of it goes to an ex-convict who tipped me off in the first place.
Half?
Yes.
You don't seem very anxious to get him.
Oh, we're anxious. But that's the way it is. This other half of the $5,000 is spoken for.
I want to get something else straight. What happens to me?
What do you mean?
I've known he had a part in that Todd matter for a long while. I haven't said anything. Does that make me a party to it or something?
I don't know.
Well, this is going to get me in trouble. If I have to spend the money for lawyers to keep out of jail, I don't want any part of it.
All right. My company will cover that part. Now, where's Charles?
Not so fast. I better have something in writing. Something that says your insurance company will pay me a reward and give me help if I get in trouble.
I'll talk to them.
I'm thinking of the future. I'm going to have one once this is over.
Are you?
Yes. Yes, I am. Now, how long will it take you to arrange this?
Oh, about an hour. I can do it by phone, I guess.
That'll be fine.
Who are you?
Melva Charles.
His wife?
Yes, that's right.
$2,500. Not much for a husband.
He's not much of a husband. He was once, but then he had to give away a mink coat and spend time away from me.
I see.
I doubt it. You people hardly ever see anything.
We try.
You make the arrangements. I'll meet you again in, say, 2 hours.
2 hours. I gave her a 50-second start before I left the table. When I got out on the street, I was just in time to see her climb into a cab. I was trying to hail one to follow her when a black coupe pulled up to the curbing.
Come on in, baby.
Hey, Mapes.
Get in, the light's changing. That is Melva Charles in that cab up there.
Yeah, that's who she said she was.
She wants to sell you her husband for the reward, doesn't she?
Yeah.
What's the delay?
She wants to be sure she'll be handled right, the money and all. Say, how did you get in on this?
Very dirty trick, baby. Everybody my men questioned about Charles mentioned your name, where you were staying, and what interest the insurance company had in this matter. Somebody was bound to look you up, especially Mrs. Charles. So we've kept an eye on you.
Now, where are we, Sergeant?
Her name was Melva Thaler before she married Charles. Her old man had a pot of money back in Minnesota. But she couldn't keep out of trouble and got herself disinherited. Money's always been her problem.
Isn't it everybody's problem?
Not the way it is with her. You should see her record. How much you offer her?
Half. The other's spoken for. $2,500.
Well, Charles is no good to her now. If he sticks his head out, he'll get caught. So she might as well cash in what she can on him. Nice people, huh?
Swell. Uh-oh, she's leaving the cab.
Get down to the corner and park. Can you see her?
She went into the apartment building.
Let's go. Which apartment, Johnny?
Here we go.
Right. Now where?
Beats me.
Just a minute. Johnny!
What? Before I went down, I heard it go off a couple more times. It must have been 6 inches from my head. My eyes couldn't see, and my feet couldn't move. But I could hear.
Johnny! Hold on! Hold on, baby!
There'll be another exciting episode in our story of the Todd matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, there are times when $75,000 worth of stealing isn't worth a plug nickel. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure and join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, baby. Dan Mapes. Glad they gave you a telephone in your room.
Yeah, that's the only thing good about it.
Well, hospitals are designed to make a man impatient. You're a pretty lucky fella at that. Let me tell you about your operation.
Yeah, please do.
You stopped 2 slugs. They pried one out of your neck and another one out of your rib cage. Missed your heart by a snake's whisker.
I was luckier than Gloria Tierney.
Yeah. Yes, you were. I'm on my way up to see you. Don't run out on me.
Oh, fat chance.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to 4 State Insurance Company, Wilmington, Delaware. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Todd matter. Expense account item 11, $3.05, breakfast. I got mad at the nurse when she brought in a bowl of hot cereal and a glass of milk. So I bribed an orderly to slip across the street and get me a tray of bacon and eggs. I was just finishing same when up came Sergeant Mapes. He looked haggard and tired and worried.
You nearly got it for good, baby.
I got enough of it.
You sure did. What do you remember, if anything?
Well, we tailed Melva Charles to an apartment house. We stepped inside and somebody began trying to kill me, and that's when I left town.
Yeah, it was quite a mess. Coroner had a real job in his hands.
Yeah. Hey, how about you?
Not a scratch.
Coroner, did you say?
Yeah. Melva Charles got it. Her husband stuffed a butcher knife in her back.
Oh.
That was for trying to sell him out to you.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he thought he was worth more than $2,500.
Maybe. A man named Henderson, who happened to be walking down the hall at the wrong minute, took 3 in the head. He was dead before he hit the floor. Woman on the street got hit, not too bad. 2 people outside, just getting into a car, got cut up pretty bad when bullets smashed their windshield. You keeping track of all this?
I'm trying to. This all happened after we got there, huh?
Yeah. You see, when you and I walked in there, William Charles had just finished killing his wife. He saw us and began pumping. You got hit, and I pumped back at him.
You get him?
Yeah, but not till he had shot up everybody else. He's on the floor above you, hanging on by a hair. He knew his ticket was up, and he just didn't care. It's my fault you're here, baby. I'd have rather cut off my arm than get you in on this.
What do you mean?
Well, tagging you and going after her. I didn't use my head.
You know what?
What?
I still think you're a pretty good copper, Mapes.
Thanks, Johnny. Here, I brought you a book of poetry.
Poetry?
Read. Take it easy. We'll be talking again soon.
I felt awful. Sergeant Mapes dropped in later that afternoon, but I was half asleep. Vaguely, I remember they wheelchaired me down the hall for x-rays and lab tests. Expense account item 12, 10 cents, the morning paper. The story of the shooting was splashed all over page 1, and the solution to the Gloria Tierney killing in part. Slugs from William Charles' gun were matched with those that had killed Gloria Tierney. No mention was made of any loot from the Todd burglary being found in the Charles apartment. Between back rubs and sleeping pills, I worried about that. I didn't worry too much about the fact that William Charles, killer, gunman, burglar, was dying in the room directly above me. About midnight, Mafe showed up with a wheelchair.
There we are. Now, you all ready to go up and see what he has to say?
Yeah, sure, I guess so. I still have to finish my job.
Let's take it easy now.
All right. Hey, weak. Busy.
That won't last long. There. Now, here we go, baby.
It was the second time within a week I'd been in a hospital room with a dying person. The first one had been a young and beautiful woman who had been shot by the man who now lay dying of police bullets.
What'd they say?
You know what they say, Charles. You haven't got a prayer.
I didn't mean to kill Gloria. I didn't mean it at all. I want you to know that.
You took a lot of pains to do it. I was there, remember?
Yeah, I remember. Sorry. Been doing pretty good with those house jobs. Todd Place, another one in St. Louis. Doing all right. Enough to buy a nice car, live in a decent place, get around a little bit. Work all alone. I met her. I liked her, wanted to marry her. I did. Really did.
You already had a wife.
You think I'm kidding? I gave her a mink coat, didn't I? Thought that it'd cinch. She didn't want to take it. Told me she was going to marry some other guy. Some guy she'd been married to before. I got mad. I came back that night, let her have it.
That all?
Yeah, that's all. That's it. That's it, mister. You take it or leave it.
How did you meet her?
Mutual friend.
What friend?
None of your business.
All right, this is my business. Where's the rest of the stuff?
What stuff?
The stuff you took from the Todd place. Where have you got it? Oh, what's funny?
You think I'd tell you that?
Oh, what's the difference now? Come on, what's the difference now?
Oh, it's a laugh, kiddo. You know what? I'd die before I tell you.
He died, and he didn't tell me. Not a word. Later, a private ambulance took me from police emergency hospital to my hotel room. 3 days after that, I was able to get back on my feet. I went right down to Mapes' office at headquarters.
How do you feel?
Better now.
Boy, you sure look lousy. Here, sit down, baby.
All right, thanks.
Should you be out of bed?
Yeah, sure.
You're lying and you know it.
I suppose so. Well, how's it going?
You mean have we located the rest of the stuff? No, not a lick of it. Funny guy, wasn't he?
He had his last laugh.
Well, you shouldn't be worrying about this stuff now. You ought to be taking care of yourself.
I am. I'm sitting here helping you worry.
I'm not worried about anything.
You're worried about the same thing I am. Where's all the rest of the Todd stuff?
Oh, it'll turn up somewhere.
Why, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Stromberg.
I read about what happened to you in the papers. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, well, I'm better now.
Well, come in, please.
Thanks.
Say, you'd better sit down, Mr. Dollar. I'll get you a cup of coffee.
Do you have any bourbon?
Why, yes, I think so.
All right, I'll take that.
Well, all right. Is water okay?
Yeah, sure, fine.
Should you be out of bed, Mr. Dollar?
You know, everybody asks that. No, I shouldn't, and yet I should.
Well, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Well, here's cheers. Remember the night Gloria was shot?
Of course, very well.
You know, I've been worried about that night.
Huh?
Uh-huh. Remember I came over here and I told you I was in the insurance business and you said you'd have her call me when she came in?
Yes.
Well, I remember pretty clearly you said you'd have her call me when she came in, not if you saw her come in.
Yes, did I?
Uh-huh. You saw to it that she called me, Mrs. Stromberg. You also saw to it that she wasn't here to meet me when I got here. She was out there somewhere. Because by then you knew I was an insurance investigator.
I don't understand you, Mr. Dollar. What are you trying to say?
You sent her out so he could take care of her, and you were waiting in the hall for me.
Waiting for you? Why, no, I happened to see you, and I wondered
You wondered what kind of cock and bull story you could give me to get rid of me.
That's silly.
They sound that way. That's a good drink. But not so silly if you knew that coat she was wearing was stolen and that I was after it and her.
How would I possibly know that?
Because you introduced her to one of your friends one night and he went overboard for her? And eventually he gave her that little present?
Are you saying that I had anything to do with Gloria's trouble?
Yeah.
Why, that's silly.
Oh, here's something sillier. A small-time burglar and thief lay on a hospital bed yesterday and wouldn't tell me how he met Gloria Tierney. Oh, he was a real gallant one, this bird. He killed an innocent girl because she was wearing a mink coat and might tell me who gave it to her.
Mr. Dollar.
He shot up 2 or 3 people in an apartment, including me. He got shot himself. He knew he was dying. But a simple thing like telling me how he met her wouldn't come out. He wouldn't tell me that for anything. Now, where could he meet her? Was he her kind? Did he go in the same circles? Did he? Nah. He was introduced by a mutual friend, Mrs. Stromberg. You, the manager of the apartment house.
No.
Something else he wouldn't tell me. What happened to the rest of the loot from the Todd burglary? 2 things he wouldn't tell me. He didn't have to when I sat down and thought it out. You've been working with him right along. You've been keeping all this stuff here.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Not so fantastic at all, Mrs. Stromberg, when you think that his wife, and she was a girl who'd do anything for money, they tell me, was willing to sell him to me for $2,500. $2,500, when there's still over $60,000 worth of loot from the Todd burglary lying around. She didn't know where it was. But you do, Mrs. Stromberg.
Well, if you say I do, I do. Now what?
Let's go down to Sergeant Mapes.
Oh, no,
I'd like a good excuse to use this.
Yes. Suppose you would. If I can't charm you or plead with you, can I buy you?
You could have prevented her death. You practically ordered it.
What is it you want?
You. Behind bars.
You're silly, but I'll go.
For a while it did look silly. Mapes and his men searched the apartment house from top to bottom and found no trace of the Todd loot. That is, until they found a movable cement block in the basement. Well, the Todd matter ended with a 90% recovery of the stolen items. About $70,000 in dollars and cents. In lives, Gloria Tierney, 1 innocent bystander, and William Charles. For me, let's see. Expense account item 14, $162.30. Hotel and board while in New York. Item 15, $17.40. Airfare and incidentals back to Hartford. Item 18, $230. Miscellaneous. Expense account total, $1,095. Remarks, nil. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, a music lesson on a priceless Amati violin. Music and mystery and danger. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Vivi Janis, Barbara Fuller, Shirley Mitchell, Lawrence Dobkin, Frank Gerstle, and Marvin Miller. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Hillary Fuchs, Johnny. How's your time these days?
Time to live, time to die, you know. What's up?
A claim on a $100,000 policy. I want it investigated.
100,000? What kind of policy?
Straight life.
You sound worried.
I am. I think we're going to be taken this time, Johnny.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Continental Insurance and Trust Company, 657 North Spear Boulevard, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the DeSalle matter. I'd heard of Dave DeSalle. I guess everybody in this country's heard of him at one time or another. DeSalle Television, DeSalle Radio, DeSalle Electronics, DeSalle Appliances, racetracks, theaters, DeSalle this and that. But up until the time I talked to Hillary Fuchs about the case, I had never put a man behind the name. Expense account item 1, $2, 2 drinks for Hillary Fuchs and myself. We had them in his office out of my bottle over his desk.
Just plain worn out with it. Stuck.
Ooh, have some water.
Oh. But I'll tell you this. I'm not going to make a present of $100,000 of stockholders' money to anybody.
I wouldn't do that either. Drink your drink.
Here's to war.
Salute. Now, while that's settling, maybe you'll settle down and tell me what it's all about.
Dave DeSalle. Know him?
I've heard the name, yeah.
Well, he's dead. Drowned 4 days ago out on the coast.
So?
Did you ever see our K policy series?
I've heard of it.
Well, the premium's about triple a normal life policy. It's designed only for people with big money.
Sure.
But it's got a feature that makes those people with money look at it a long time.
Uh-huh.
This clause isn't anything more or less than the old accident clause paying double indemnity. Broken down, we aren't taking much of a chance. The incident statistics are with us.
All right, I'll look it up if I need it.
Okay. 3 months ago, we insured Dave DeSalle on one of those K policies. 4 days ago, he fell off the back of a yacht and drowned, and we're hooked for $100,000.
Well, accidents happen.
You betcha, all the time. But I'm not sure it was an accident. At least there's not enough proof in this coroner's report to convince me.
You say it happened 4 days ago?
Yes.
Has a claim been filed yet?
Yes, and the beneficiary is the deceased's widow.
Inquest?
Inquest, burial, everything.
Was there an autopsy?
No, there was not.
Investigation?
Yes, it was handled by the local police in San Ladillo.
San what?
San Ladillo, a little place about 30 miles south of Los Angeles.
4 days ago. Why didn't you put someone on it then?
I did. Bert Kenyon. Here's his last report.
No evidence available to dispute coroner's verdict of accidental drowning. Recommend claim be honored. Kenyon. Sounds like cold turkey to me.
It may sound that way to you, but I still don't like it. I want it warmed up.
Now, look, Bert Kenyon knows his way around.
And he can miss like anyone else. I want you to go out there and work with him. Cover it all again. Get at DeSalle's widow. She stands to gain most by his death. Maybe the two of you can come up with something.
Well, what do you do about the claim?
Deny liability on the grounds that the accident is not proven.
Hillary, you will be sued.
I'll take that chance.
Fuchs was an old chance-taker who had been raised in the insurance business. The kind of man who gave a claim every kind of test, and if it still passed, he sat down and smelled the paper it was written on. And if he didn't like that, he'd take his chance. Expense account item 2, $138, plane fare to Los Angeles. Item 3, $3, a telegram to Bert Kenyon advising him of my arrival, which turned out to be at 1 o'clock in the morning, 10 minutes ahead of a fog that blanked out the whole area at the airport.
Johnny Dollar!
What? Oh, hey, Bert. How are you?
Johnny, good to see you.
Glad to see you.
Come on, I got a card.
Well, have you got a cigarette? I ran out 2 hours ago.
Sure, man. There you go. Good to see you. Good to see you, boy.
The last time I saw Bert Kenyon was July, a year ago, in Dayton, Ohio. He was there working on an arson claim for the National Underwriters. Before that, I'd run into him in Denver, Portland, and Chicago. And we'd worked together for 2 weeks in New Orleans on the San Antonio case. He sent me a Christmas card every year. I sent him one. We were as close and as far apart as two friends can be. When I saw him this time, he looked tired and thinner. And he lit one cigarette after the other.
You'll like San Ladillo, Johnny.
Yeah? How's the hotel?
Oh, old Spanish job. Big rooms, fireplaces, smells kind of damp all the time. You get used to it. Are you tired?
Yeah. Well, tell me about the claim, Bert.
Nothing to tell. Routine so far.
Well, Fuchs was pretty worried about it. He doesn't like the coroner's report.
Ah, you know, Fuchs, worry. That's what he gets paid for.
Oh, that's what we get paid for, too.
Okay. On the face of it, I'd question the claim right away. Just on the 3 months period alone, I'd question it.
You still think it was an accident?
I think we should pay up and shut up. I'd like to have met this DeSalle guy, Johnny. Stocks and bonds and pretty blondes. He sure had them all. Wait till you meet Mrs. DeSalle. Wait till you see the layup. Boy. And Fuchs worrying about a $100,000 claim. Do you know how much DeSalle's widow is worth? $8 million. $100,000 means about that much to her. Not that much. Peanuts. You want to hear something funny? Real funny?
Go on.
DeSalle bought that policy one day at the racetrack at Del Mar. Yeah, because an insurance broker gave him a tip on a horse. Yeah. I can just see Fuchs worrying about his $100,000 and finding out about that part.
How did you find out about it?
Mrs. DeSalle, she told me the story.
What about her?
Now, what about her?
She's the beneficiary.
Well, I told you, $100,000 doesn't mean a thing to her. Why would she kill him for $100,000?
Why not?
Fuchs sent you out here to take over because he thinks I lost stuff, didn't he, Johnny?
He sent me out to see if I could give you a hand. He wants us to cover the whole thing again.
Wouldn't kid an old pal, would you?
I'd never try, Bert.
I bet you wouldn't. I just bet you wouldn't.
In another 10 minutes, we were in San Ladillo, a sprawling little town built around a natural harbor. The houses looked expensive, the boats even more expensive. Kenyon pointed out one house on a hill, a 3-story affair with an acre or so of lawns around it. He explained it was the DeSalle home. I checked into the San Ladillo Hotel and got a good night's sleep. Next morning, Bert Kenyon and I went over to the statements of everyone who had been on the yacht the night DeSalle went overboard. Then we went out and interviewed everybody again, including Mrs. DeSalle.
It's getting awfully dull.
You understand we have to do this.
All right. Dave and I were having drinks with a few friends. He said he felt like getting a little air. He went up on deck. A few minutes later, someone was looking for him.
Mr. Burke.
It might have been.
Well, that's what's on your statement.
All right. Mr. Burke. We couldn't find Dave, and then I remembered he was on deck. We went up there and saw his hat floating on the water. We looked around. We didn't see him. I sent one of the crew to call for help. They fished him out an hour or so later.
You were never on deck until then?
No, I wasn't.
Who were they? You said they fished him out.
Police. Someone. I don't know. There were a lot of men. They tried to give him artificial respiration.
Well, what did you do?
I watched. What else was there to do?
Hard thing to watch, Mrs. DeSalle. Your husband just drowned?
Yes. Yes, it was. Is that all?
Yeah. That's all. Come in.
Hi. What's all this? Thought you'd be in bed.
Just going over the reports again.
Well, what do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to make up my mind, Bert. About Mrs. DeSalle. The way she looks, the way she acts.
I told you she was something.
Yeah, sure. 50 men would sell their souls to be tied up with her one way or another. She had help, Bert.
What?
She had to have help to kill him. A dozen people swear she was below drinking martinis with him, so someone was up on deck waiting for DeSalle.
What have you got to go on?
DeSalle swam the English Channel 20 years ago. He should have been able to swim 20 feet to a gangplank. Drunk or sober, he should have been able to do that.
I knew about that swimming business. Expert swimmers drown all the time. We both know that. What else?
Well, why didn't somebody hear him yell?
Maybe he didn't.
Everybody lets out a yell in a situation like that, falling or in the water. There were a dozen people aboard. One of them should have heard him yell.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
All right, suppose he didn't yell. But suppose this coroner made a mistake about the bruises on the side of his head. Suppose they happened before he went over the side.
It'd be hard to prove now, Johnny.
Oh, look, she's got a boyfriend somewhere, Bert. She had to have one. The servants can be gone over. Somebody at the house has seen him. He's called her, sent her messages. He's our boy. We can bring him out in the open. We'll get help from Los Angeles. We'll call the legal department and get them busy. Get permission to exhume the body and have an autopsy. We'll bring... What?
Let this one go, huh? What? Drop it. It's just lousy enough to get by, Fuchs.
We got a good case, Bert.
I know. I've known it all along, Johnny.
A sellout?
Mrs. DeSalle offered me the whole 100,000. The whole 100,000, Johnny, to let it get by.
Who helped you do it?
I don't know. I wasn't interested anymore when she came up with the offer. Look, what does DeSalle mean to you and me? Nothing. He had a whole life, the best it could give him. We can't bring him back. I'll split the 100,000 with you, Johnny. We'd have a little chance for some things, too. Johnny?
Bert.
No deal?
No deal.
You're a good dick, Johnny. Stand up.
Oh, put that thing away.
I've been looking a long time for a mark like this. Now you've lost it up, and I have to beat it. Turn around.
Bert.
So long, Johnny.
I went down to my knees trying to hold onto the desk. I saw him stand there a minute, like he might want to help me. And then he was gone. I did everything I could to make my feet, but my legs wouldn't work. And then it was all over.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment.
Democracy. What does it mean? The word itself is of Greek origin. Demos meaning the people, and kratos meaning authority. Thus, in a democracy, the people have the authority to rule themselves. But where does the authority come from? The authority comes from the people themselves. They put it in their Constitution, and the Constitution can't be changed by anyone except the people. That puts the supreme power of the government of a democratic country right in the hands of the people, and the people elect their representatives to run the government. In that manner, democracy gives everyone equal representation in the government. Democracy provides mankind with its greatest legacy of freedom.
Now, Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the DeSalle matter.
The light on the desk was the first thing I saw. It was still on. The window was still open. The room was the way it had been before. I kept thinking about every man having a price and how Britt Kenyon had settled for $100,000. It seemed like a fair price. It also seemed too bad there was no way for him to collect it. There were two of them, a heavy-set man about 50 years old and a tall, lean-faced man with dark eyes. They looked me over.
Your name, Dollar?
Yeah.
Police. We want to talk to you. My name's Blair. This is Sergeant LaFrida. You sick or something?
I bumped my head.
How?
Never mind. Well, what do you want?
We'll ask the questions. What are you doing in San Ladillo?
I'm standing around in a hotel room talking to a couple of cops.
Just answer up.
Don't be funny, fella.
I don't feel even a little bit funny.
You got a license to carry this gun?
Hey, what is this?
Have you?
Yes. Your meat-handed friend ought to put it down or it might go off.
Been fired, Tom?
Meat-handed, huh?
That's what I said.
I'll remember that.
Okay. Tell us about it. Tell us what you're doing here. And don't waste a lot of time doing it.
I'm an insurance investigator. Tell this goon to back away and undouble his fist or I'll break a chair over his head.
Are you going to try to be tough, baby?
I'm going to try to find out what this is all about.
You want me to pop him open to see if he's as tough as he sounds?
Behave yourself, Tom. Let's see something that says you're an insurance dick.
Top of the dresser.
Bring it over, Tom.
Sure.
all upset.
Well, wouldn't you be
Yeah.
upset if you had more than $18,000 in back alimony coming?
Okay.
And with them living
Now tell us what you're doing in town.
The DeSalle case. Now, you tell
You
me
know
what
Bert Kenyon?
I know him. I've been working with him.
Well, he's been around town 4 or 5 days. We haven't seen you.
I only got here this morning.
You could prove all that, could you?
Oh, sure. With a plane ticket, with a hotel clerk downstairs, with a bellhop who brought up my luggage, with a dozen people or more I've talked to today.
And tonight? What about tonight?
Right here.
You could prove that, too?
Try the clerk downstairs. There's Kenyon.
Where is Kenyon?
I don't know.
You ought to know.
Why don't you sit down, Tom?
Okay.
Now, when did you see Kenyon last?
A couple of hours ago.
Now, tell us what you talked about, and don't forget anything.
We talked about the DeSalle case.
Kenyon have something new on it?
No.
Don't hold out on me, boy. This is police business. Tom here's pretty edgy for a cop, but I'll turn him loose on you if I have to, because I haven't got a whole lot of time to waste being sweet.
Tom worries me to death.
One more minute. Just one more minute is all I'm going to take off this guy.
Oh, shut up. I'll ask you again, Dollar. What's new on the DeSalle case? What did Kenyon tell you? The way we look at it, you came out here because something new popped up that might take 2 guys to handle it.
Look at it any way you want to.
Blair, you going to take this stuff?
Never mind. Okay. Get your hat and coat, Dollar. We're going to see a fella.
Not unless I know why. And I mean that.
Dollar, your buddy's been killed.
What?
Kenyon. Somebody shot him up an hour ago.
I put on my clothes and we went downstairs and climbed into a battered-looking police car. Tom LaFrida drove. I sat with Blair in the back seat. No one said anything. A half a mile out of San Ladillo, we turned onto the main highway and drove to a spot about 2 miles away, all-night filling station. There were a couple of highway patrol cars there, an ambulance, and men in dark suits who looked the way policemen always look.
Wait here. Keep an eye on him, Tom.
Sure.
Be just a minute.
He's a soft old gink.
I suppose you're hard.
I know how to handle pinballs like you. Before we're through, you and me, we'll have it out.
Okay, Dollar. Get out.
Yeah, sure.
Tom, put the spotlight on him.
Okay.
Good. Now, Posey. Posey, take a good look at this man. You ever seen him before?
No.
Look good. Take your time, boy.
No, man I saw was shorter by this much. He wasn't as husky.
Okay. You go in back of your place there and get some sleep, boy.
That all?
There'll be more by morning. Go along now.
Sure. Night.
What was all that?
Tom, get out. You stick around here with Dick and Wally.
Okay. You're the boss.
You get in the front, Dollar. You're lucky Posey didn't recognize you.
I suppose I am. Why?
An hour ago, Posey's pumping gas. He hears 3 or 4 shots off in the dark. Then a car starts up and gets out of there real fast. Then Posey sees your pal Kenyon stagger out across the highway, full of lead. Kenyon drops dead right in front of the station. That's him they're mopping up now. We had half an idea you might have been the man beaten in the car.
That's a dumb idea.
Well, he was shot close up, like it was somebody we were just standing talking to. An old friend. You're an old friend of his.
Blair, you got it all wrong.
Huh?
We haven't been friends for 3 hours. His full name was George Blair. He'd been on the Los Angeles force 12 years. Then they retired him in half pay when a holdup man shot off part of his right foot. He'd taken the San Ladillo job because it was the only police force he could find that would take a man who limped more than a little. Expense account item 4, 20 cents coffee for Lieutenant Blair and myself.
I don't know. Maybe we went at you the wrong way in that hotel room. That's my fault. But a man's been murdered, and I get excited about things like that.
I don't blame you.
No hard feelings.
No. As long as I don't have to do business with your boy, Tom.
Yeah, I got Tom LaFrida and 3 other boys. None of them worth the press in their pants. I need help, Dollar.
What?
This town's popping open tonight. Your buddy got it. It's tied in with this DeSalle thing somewhere. You're sure he didn't have anything new for you?
No.
You wouldn't want to tell me about that bump in your head, would you?
Not right now, no.
My boys are so green, they tromped all over the boat the night DeSalle drowned. They loused up anything that might have helped me to find out how he went over the side. They banged his head against the dock a few times, bringing him in. I couldn't tell if the bruises were there before or after he was in the water.
You don't think DeSalles was accidental?
I was murdered. She had somebody do it.
Well, why didn't any of that come out in the coroner's report?
My coroner runs a drugstore when he isn't being a coroner. If you feed him enough scotch, he'll tell you whether somebody's dead or not. He don't know from nothing. You know, the thing that kind of got me was this Kenyon. He went along with that coroner's report.
I know that.
We both know that. All right, I'll lay it on the line. I need help, Dollar. If I'm going to get anything done, find out who killed Kenyon, and get at this DeSalle thing, I need help.
All right, I'll help you.
I was hoping you'd say that. More coffee?
No.
Dollar.
What?
You can start by telling me about that bruise in your head.
Kenyon.
He sold out, did he?
Yeah. To Mrs. DeSalle. He covered up for her in the reports he sent in. A man back in Hartford got suspicious and sent me out to make a recheck.
Yeah, I guess something like that. No dummies, those claims men. Look, who'd he say was in on it?
He didn't say. I don't think he really knew. At least not any more than you and me.
No wonder you didn't want to talk up that kind of news. Kind of hurts, doesn't it? Like having a bad cop around.
You should know.
I know. Well, how do you feel?
Mister, I feel lousy. A friend of mine's been shot. What's more, he died a bum.
Well, I'm talking about dropping in on people while the smoke's still hanging around.
Mrs. DeSalle?
Yeah.
Let's go. It was about 6:45 in the morning when we left the diner. By 7:30, we were winding up the driveway to the DeSalle mansion overlooking the ocean. Blair mumbled things about the fog lifting and what a nice day it would be. I smoked cigarettes and looked and watched the contented smile he kept on his face.
Well, what do you know? Tommy LaFrida's car.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, let's find out. Tom was off duty at 6 o'clock, as far as I know. I told you it was going to be a nice day.
Yeah, you did it then.
Nice place.
The only thing nicer is Buckingham Palace.
Mrs. DeSalle picks up all these little knickknacks when they probate that will. The boat down there, everything. Nice.
Yes?
Mrs. DeSalle, please.
At this hour of the morning. She's still asleep.
We kind of guessed she might be in bed. You tell her the police are here and want to talk to her.
Police?
Now, you got it.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
That's you, Blair?
Hello, Tom.
I'm waiting to see her, too. Thought she might have a little something to say that'd help in that Kenyon killing and be willing...
You remember Mr. Dollar?
Mister?
That's what I said, Tom.
What is this?
He's giving me a hand.
You trust him.
Better than I do you.
What kind of a crack is that?
No crack. Just that you're always talking when you ought to be listening. Besides that, you've been drinking again. Come on, get your hat and get out of here.
No,
I just gave you an order. Beat it.
Okay.
Oh, he'd like to kill somebody, that bird.
I'm not so sure he didn't. You got a gun in that coat?
No.
Take mine.
What?
I don't like him being here. It just came to me. He was the first one down at the dock the night DeSalle got it. The first one.
Her boyfriend?
Could be.
I can't awaken Mrs. DeSalle. You'll have to come later.
We'll handle that part. Which room is hers?
But you can't come in here.
Which room?
Top of the stairs, the first door.
Oh, you run along and buy yourself a cup of coffee. Come on, Dollar.
You can't go up there at this hour of the morning and break in on her.
Mrs. DeSalle.
No.
Hey, get the light switch. Yeah.
Come near me, please. Don't come near me, please. Please. Oh, please, I won't tell. I won't tell anyone.
Mrs. DeSalle, I just... Beaten up.
Good Lord.
Please. Oh, please don't.
Look, Mrs. DeSalle, we aren't going to hurt you. Tell us who did this to you. Tell us why. Tom LaFrida? Was it Tom? Tom helped you get rid of your husband, is that right? We know that's right. Now, what about Kenyon?
Tom killed him.
LaFrida killed him. Why?
He wanted money to get away. Tom said it'd be easier to kill him off and let him go.
Tom did this.
Yeah.
Why?
He said people would be around to see me. Not to talk about anything. Not to talk about anything.
This is George Blair. Get an ambulance over to the DeSalles place, fast.
He said he loved me. He never loved anything in his life.
You big, fat pig. Turn around and get it.
I'll warn you, Tom. Dollar's got my gun.
He's next. You look at mine.
You all right?
Okay, his went in the ceiling. You?
Okay. He's gone. What made him, Dollar? What made him?
All these knickknacks. And her. Expense account item 5, $25. One phone call to Hartford. I told Hillary Fuchs the whole story, and he promised to send out the necessary legal aid. Item 6, $10. Flowers for Bert Kenyon. Item 7, $2. One drink. To one good cop with a bad foot. The drink cost $1. The glass cost $1. The drink for the good. The smashed glass for the bad. Oh, yeah, it was hammy, but it made me feel... Expense account total, $416. Remarks, none. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the sweetest old characters I ever met. And with him, one of the cleverest killers. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. It is written by John Dawson and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, John Stevenson, Will Wright, James McCallion, and Ben Wright. Musical supervision is by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Dan Cumberly speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Adventures of the Scarlet Cloak, starring Wendell Niles.
This is a story of the Golden West, as it was more than 100 years ago. A land of mystery and intrigue. A romantic paradise where the dons and senoritas held to their ancient customs while rubbing elbows with rugged American frontiersmen and pioneers. Where lace-trimmed handkerchiefs from Barcelona were carried next to the heart under crude buckskin jackets. The territory was a melting pot, quiet on the surface like the Pacific, but torn with undercurrents and riptides. It was a restless and growing land, where the strong made their own laws and the weak obeyed or perished. This is the saga of Brad Carver, a fabulous man in a fabulous land. Some called him an angel, some called him a devil, and many claimed that he never lived at all. But the story of Brad Carver is as colorful and exciting as were his roaring guns and flashing rapier as he cut a flaming swath through this glorious land. Our story starts in October of 1842, as a dusty and battered wagon train at the end of the Santa Fe Trail paused within sight of a settlement of 200 people.
Oh, hold your teams, hold 'em! Well, we made it, Carver. Los Angeles dead ahead.
So that's Los Angeles. Doesn't look like much, McKeever.
Well, I guess it ain't Boston, Carver. But it's going to be a mighty big city one day. And it looks good to me right now after 3,000 miles of prairie and Indians and mountains and desert.
It still doesn't look like much to me. Well, this is where you and I park, McKeever.
Where you striking for?
North. Monterey.
I'm heading north myself, San Francisco. As soon as I get these folks in and settled. I'll ride along with you if you're willing.
Sure, McKeever. Thought maybe you'd had enough of me.
Look, Carver, when we started out, you was just another Boston tea drinker to me. But back there on the trail, you proved I was wrong when the going got rough, and I'm admitting it. So do we ride together or don't we?
We ride together, McKeever.
Good. We'll hit the trail as soon as we get the train into town. Come on! We're moving! Get up, everybody! Get up! I ain't one for asking a man questions, Carver. But you're in a powerful hurry to get to Monterey.
I haven't been there in 20 years. I've got an old score to settle.
Old score? You couldn't have been more than a kid 20 years ago.
I was old enough to remember my home on fire, my mother and father murdered.
I'm sorry, Carver. It can be a bad country. You're lucky they didn't get you.
They would have, except for the loyalty of a Mexican named Sancho who worked for my family. I don't know what happened to him afterwards, but he got me to San Francisco and put me on a ship that took me to my father's people in Boston.
Know who murdered your folks?
No. They rode in at night with their faces covered. My father wounded the leader through the shoulder with a rapier, and one of the mob stabbed him in the back. I've got to find the leader.
Well, it won't be easy. He may be dead by now.
He may be. But if he isn't, he'll carry a rapier mark on his shoulder. If that man is alive, McKeever, I'm going to find him and kill him.
Now I know why we've been knocking on these ponies.
We'll switch mounts at the next station. I want to stay on the trail all night and make Monterey by dawn.
All right. Get up there, boy.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Well, is that the house? Near that grove of trees?
Yes. What's left of it. My mother and father are buried in the grove down there. That's the only news of them I ever had. Well, goodbye, McKeever.
If I thought I could help.
Thanks. It's my fight. I want to go down into the grove and be alone for a while.
If you ever come up to San Francisco...
I'll look you up. I promise.
Goodbye, and good luck.
Goodbye, McKeever.
Get up there, boy. Take care of yourself, Carver.
J. Carver, 1785, 1822. Priscilla Carver, 1795, 1822. Dear Lord, blessed be their memory.
Senor?
What are you doing here?
I just come to place the flowers on the graves, senor. These people, they were my friends.
Sancho. You must be Sancho.
Sí, senor, I am Sancho. But I do not recall ever seeing this senor before.
Sancho, you remember me? I'm Brad Carver.
Bradito? You are the little Brad Carver? Oh, Senor Brad.
Don't call me Senor, not you, Sancho. I knew I'd find you.
Oh, I prayed this would happen. I have been living in the ruins of the old house, but you should not be near the house. You must go away from here. For a long time they tried to find you. The men used to come at night.
But that was years ago. They wouldn't know me now.
Seeing you near the old house, they might suspect. A stranger come from nowhere. A stranger of your age. No, Bradito, you must go. They would kill you as they killed your father.
That's why I'm back, Sancho. Because they killed my father. And I'm going to stay.
Then you must go into town like any other stranger. Hey, there is an inn. The Inn of San Bonaventure. You must also change your name. You cannot use the name of Carver in Monterrey.
You're right. At the inn, I'll be Senor Bradford.
Bueno, but we must not stand here talking. A rider might pass. Come, Bradito. I lead your horse, eh?
But you said being near the house is dangerous.
No, we do not go to the house. I will show you something that you never saw before. Even when you were a little boy. Through the grove and behind these bushes, huh?
But this is the base of a cliff. It's solid rock.
No, not solid, Bradito. Here, you help me push this big rock here. Huh?
All right. It's a cave.
See, but even without the rock, the bushes hide the entrance. It's best now to leave it open in case you should need shelter, Sally.
Let's go in.
Wait, I strike a light for you. Now you take the torch from the wall.
Sancho, these things. I remember them from the house.
See, Bradito. I say what I could so that one day you could have them. Here, look over here. The portraits of your mother and your father.
I never knew this cave existed. Nobody ever told me.
Your father wished it so. Only he and I knew. See. I see now by the portrait your resemblance to him.
My father.
See.
You know, Sancho, I never believed that anything could happen to him. He was strong, and that gave me faith. And you gave me more faith with your fairy tales.
Oh, I never told you fairy tales, Bradito.
You don't remember. The stories about El Diablo, the devil himself, and the scarlet cloak who came riding at night to punish the wicked. It's too bad your El Diablo wasn't around the night my father was killed, Sancho. A child builds up a lot of hope in a legend.
Bradito, El Diablo was not a legend. He defended the good against the bad.
Perhaps you're right. When stories are told often enough, people begin to believe them.
They were not just stories. I did not deceive you. Turn and look at the wall behind you.
Masks. Masks in the image of the devil.
See, and beneath the masks a trunk. Open it.
Sancho.
Open it, Bradito, and know the truth.
A scarlet cloak, a black sombrero, and a rapier.
Do you remember, Bradito, when you were a little child? Bad men who did bad things in this land. Then one morning they would be found dead wearing the mask of the devil who had come to claim them. That was the work of El Diablo. And he lived in Monterrey while your father lived. Because, Bradito, your father was El Diablo.
El Diablo?
Si.
And that's why he was killed. Because they found out that he stood in the way of their robbing and plundering.
And they were strong enough to destroy him, and they will also destroy you. Bradito, you must go away, please.
No, Sancho. This cave is mine now. And so is my father's rapier.
But you have been raised in Boston. What do you know of such a weapon?
I lived in Europe, too, Sancho. I fenced with the greatest swordsmen in the world. Fenced with them until I could beat them. Because I knew that someday I must come back here to kill a man with a rapier. Now I have to find that man. Sancho, if I need you, I'll come here. But if you ever need me, ask for Senor Bradford at the Inn of St. Bonaventure.
You slept well, Senor Bradford?
Yes, very well. Say, what is that mob doing outside? Some kind of celebration?
No, senor, there is much trouble. American gunboats from your country, they are in the harbor of Monterey, have taken down the Mexican flag and put up the American colors.
Oh, I don't believe it. Not unless there's war.
We have heard nothing of a war, but they say other nations would like to seize California.
Oh, that's no secret. Half the world is after this territory.
I am Mexican, senor. But Mexico is weak, and his land is too big. Many of us would welcome the American flag. It is our hope for peace.
That mob outside doesn't seem to agree with you.
That mob outside is not led by Mexicans, senor. It is led by American.
Oh, really?
Si.
Say, if at times I don't return for the night, think nothing of it. But if I'm ever gone for more than 2 nights, there's a note for one of your countrymen under my pillow. Please deliver it.
Si, senor. Muchas gracias.
The way they are here. I ain't aiming to see them change. They say they brought them gunboats in to protect the country. Protect it from what? I don't see nobody else trying to grab it. They're going to get more than they bargained for. I got men riding in from all over the countryside, men with guts and guns. Are you going to join them? Here comes some of them now. Girl, cross the road. Look out, Ben. I'll get her.
That was fast moving, stranger.
She's fainted. Somebody get some water from the...
Catch it, Charlie. That gal's Maria Alvarez. There'll be the devil to pay for this.
There's always the devil to pay when a mob like this cuts loose.
Yeah, but this just isn't a girl, stranger. This is the niece of Don Raymond de la Torres, the richest man in California.
Thanks. Come on, miss. Drink this.
¿Qué pasó?
A horseman almost ran you down.
Yes, would have, too, if this fella hadn't grabbed you.
Oh, gracias. I will be all right now.
Let my horse through. Let me through. Maria, what has happened?
I was almost trampled, but this gentleman has saved me. My uncle, Don Ramon de la Torres. Senor?
Bradford.
I am most grateful, Senor Bradford. Who were the horsemen?
It isn't the horseman you want. Some madman named Daggett has been inciting this mob, or it wouldn't have happened.
Daggett! I'm here, Don Ramon.
Stand back! Clear a path from our horses. Who gave you the right to endanger the lives of the people of Monterey? Have you appointed yourself governor of this territory?
They changed the flag at the customs house and we don't like
you will let the officials determine what action is to be taken. Disperse this crowd at once, or I shall ask the governor to place you under arrest.
All right. I guess we made a mistake, man. The governor's job.
If you cannot stay in town peacefully, get out. Now move on. Move on, all of you.
You should not have come into town, my dear. Daggett is an impetuous fool.
I am all right, thanks to Senor Bradford. I have invited him to visit with us this evening.
By all means. You will be most welcome, senor. And we shall try to erase this sad impression of Monterey.
It's not Monterey I'm worried about, Don Ramon. It's that man Daggett. He was planning to lead an attack on the customs house tonight.
Oh, please, do not be so concerned. The mob has scattered. They will drink and gamble, and by night they will have forgotten. Now come, Maria. I will take you home. Adios, Senor Bradford.
Adios, senor. Until tonight?
Until tonight.
Sancho. I am here, Bradit.
There's trouble in town.
I know. I was there this morning. Senor Daggett finds their anger.
He was stopped by Don Ramon de la Torres. I think he still plans to go through with an attack.
I do not think there will be an attack. Not in the town. If there is one, it will be out here in the country.
In the country?
See?
I don't understand.
Well, the American ships have cannon. They have also taken the cannon in the customs house. Daggett knows that. An attack would be hopeless.
But why is he bringing in armed men from all over the countryside?
Well, perhaps to leave the countryside itself unprotected. Do you remember Don Castillo and the Senora, your father's old friends and neighbors?
Oh, of course I do.
They have been receiving threats. Somebody wishes to drive them from their land. There has been no open attack against them because they have more than 30 men working on their place. But tonight, Bradito, Daggett will have those men in town. The old couple will be alone.
You're right, Sancho. But they won't be alone.
Oh, Bradito, you are only one man. It will take the devil himself.
That's what I mean. El Diablo, the devil himself. Tonight I wear my father's scarlet cloak, black sombrero, and his rapier. If the Castillo Hacienda is attacked, it will be protected, just as it would have been 20 years ago, by El Diablo.
Let's take just a minute now to mention one or two of the many advantages this program provides for an astute advertiser. It's a Western-type story, utilizing the basic success pattern of galloping horses, gunfights, and high adventure. However, through its authenticity, believability, and imaginative presentation, we have widened its appeal to attract the young and the adult audience. The locale of Monterey 100 years ago, which will be kept historically accurate, revives the romantic flavor of beautiful senoritas, colorful habits and costumes, old-world weapons such as the rapier, and interesting characters of Spanish, English, Mexican, and American origin. It gives you a dramatic, exciting radio program, but is even more suited to a filmed television series. The performers have been selected for their ability and experience, and also for their appearance, so that the television picture will bring you most of the same people you are hearing on this record. Our star for both the radio and television programs probably has talked to more people more often than any man who ever lived. The name of Wendell Niles is familiar to everyone. For 20 years, he has announced and performed several times a week on the highest-rated radio shows. The name is already universally associated with a pleasant, sincere, convincing voice. Through these programs, we now associate that familiar name with a likable, virile, adventurous personality who will quickly spring to life in the hearts of millions of Americans. As you listen to the second act, imagine, if you will, a television screen where you can watch this believable, exciting, romantic man of action, the wearer of the scarlet cloak and rapier, as he rides against the evil to bring hope to the oppressed.
Returning to Monterey after a 20-year absence, Brad Carver has learned that his murdered father was the legendary El Diablo, protector of the weak and helpless. Through his father's old friend and servant, Sancho, he also learns that an attack by night riders is planned against the neighboring hacienda. Donning the scarlet cloak, black sombrero, and rapier that his father wore, Brad and Sancho ride to a hill overlooking the threatened hacienda.
The lamps of the hacienda are out for some time now.
And still no signs of a raid.
They would wait for sleep to come in the house.
I hope you're right.
Oh, Bradito, I bless myself. Here in the moonlight with your father's cloak and sombrero, I feel that once again I ride with El Diablo.
Let's hope the raiders feel the same, Sancho.
There may be many of them.
We'll have help. Come on.
Where do we go?
Down to the corrals to release the livestock.
You have a plan?
Yes. If they expect no resistance, they'll take the easy approach to the hacienda. That means they'll ride in on the road from town and across the bridge that fords the stream down there.
See, that is the way they should come.
Now, we'll herd the oxen and cattle and horses into that blind pass between the hills, just this side of the bridge. When they approach from the other side, I'll charge the bridge. From there on, it's up to you.
Bueno, just tell me what to do.
I want you to stampede the herd behind me. Drive them toward the bridge. In this light, with the sound of the stampede, they won't know what's coming at them. They'll scatter and run.
Here is the main corral.
Move them out as quietly as possible. I'll get the horses from the stables. You drive them into the blind pass, and I'll meet you there.
Horsemen, about 10 of them. Look, coming over the hills. They're carrying torches.
Good. They're on the road to the bridge. Just as they approach the far side, I'll make my ride. Turn the stock toward the bridge and stampede them behind me. Then keep after them and keep them moving.
See, I understand. And Locke ride with you. El Diablo.
Here they come. When you get across the bridge, cut into the hills. I'll double back and meet you near the old missions.
Sí, be careful, Pradito.
Now's the time, Sancho. Adios.
Follow El Diablo. It is El Diablo. They're outnumbered. It's a trap. It is El Diablo. Come back from the dead. Run, get out of here. Wait. No, wait. It's a trick. It's alone. Come back.
Oh, boy. Sancho?
Here, Pradito. I am here.
Are you all right?
See, all but my leg. I was caught for a little while in the stampede. It was just squeezed a little, that's all.
I told you to stay behind the herd.
See, I know, but I wanted to be closer to you in case they made a fight. Oh, but you were just like your father, just like him. They were frightened.
I'll help you back to the cave.
No. You must not go there. Tonight you must be in the company of others, so they will not suspect.
But I can't leave you while you're injured.
Pratito, you have taken your father's place. El Diablo returns on the same day a stranger comes to the town. They could make much of this unless you spend the evening with others.
Yes. Senorita Maria, the niece of Don Ramon de la Torres, invited me to call.
Ah, bueno, then you must go there. He is known and respected. It will be perfect. I will take the cloak and sombrero and the rapier. Now you are once again Senor Bradford, a stranger who stops at the inn of San Bonaventure.
My niece plays that music box incessantly, Senor Bradford. I am afraid we are poor competition.
It is so new and exciting, and has come all the way from Paris.
Yes, I know. I've seen them there.
You have been to Paris?
Our Senor Bradford seems to have seen a great deal of the world.
I was in Europe about 2 years ago.
I thought I noted traces of European culture. Do you fence, Senor?
A little. It's part of a gentleman's training.
Excellent. I enjoy the sport. We must try it someday.
It is fortunate for me I have the music box to entertain me.
Oh, forgive me, my dear. I have been monopolizing the conversation. Now I have some work in my study. I will leave you alone. Why don't you show Senor Bradford the gardens?
Perhaps the senor wouldn't care to.
I'd like to see the gardens.
They are very lovely.
Adios, Senor Bradford. You must honor us again.
My pleasure, sir.
You must find Monterey different from your native Boston, senor.
Different in many ways.
Do you plan to stay here for a time?
Do you think I should?
I'm sure my wishes would not influence a man who has seen so much of the world. Will your family join you here?
No, and aunt and uncle in Boston are the only family I have.
Oh, I have not known many Americans. The man I am engaged to marry is an official of the Mexican government. Our families arranged it when we were both children.
Oh, I see. I hope he isn't riding the horse that's headed this way.
No, he's in Mexico. That is probably some friend of my uncle's coming to play chase.
Good. Because I want to stay here a while longer, Maria. I'm very much taken with this garden.
That is nice to know, senor.
You fool. Why do you come here?
Let me in. I had to see you right away.
Did something go wrong at the Castillo Hacienda?
Did something go wrong? Everything went wrong. We were driven off by El Diablo. He's back.
Taggart, have you been drinking? El Diablo has been dead for 20 years.
Well, he wasn't dead tonight. I saw him as clearly as I'm seeing you.
You let yourself be frightened by an apparition? I tell you the man is dead. You saw him die.
Yeah? Well, maybe we were wrong. Maybe we killed the wrong man, or maybe somebody's taking his place.
That's impossible.
Is it? How about the fellow who tried to make trouble for us in town today?
Don't be an idiot. His name is Bradford. He comes from Boston and he is stopping at the inn. Besides, he is here in the garden with my niece at this moment. And he must not find you here when they come in. Now go. I talk to you tomorrow.
I ain't waiting till tomorrow. I'm going to see what I can find out tonight.
Sancho?
Is that you, Bradito? Is something wrong?
Were you in town looking for me?
I have been waiting here in the cave.
I left De La Torres and rode to the inn. My room had been searched. A note I'd left for you was missing. A note with money for you to get out of California if I were discovered.
Oh, then somebody knows about you now, Bradito.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Sancho. Got to do something about that leg of yours.
It will be all right in a few days.
We haven't got a few days. We've got to get you away from here to a safer place.
No. You are the one who must go. Someday when the Americans really come, then the land will be safe and you may return.
Yeah, the Americans are here now, Sancho.
No. I met men returning from town after I left you at the mission. The raising of the flag was a mistake. The command of the ships had a false report of a war. Mexico again controls California. Shh. Quiet, somebody comes.
Quickly, Sancho. Get down behind that trunk.
All right, Bradford, don't move. Well, this is quite a layout, ain't it? So this was El Diablo's hideout, and you took it over.
How did you find this place?
I had to look through your room at the inn. And I stayed around until you came. I figured you'd run for cover when you found that note was missing, and I was right. So the devil had a son. Might have figured you'd come back, only you're not going to last as long as your father did.
You can drop your gun, Senor Daggett.
All right, Daggett, I'll take that.
Pretty tricky, ain't you? Throwing down on me behind my back. Brave when you got an unarmed man.
Yeah, it didn't bother you when I was unarmed. Take this gun, Sancho. Throw it outside.
What?
And throw your own out, too.
What, Bradito?
Do as I say.
It's still two of you against one, you know.
No, Daggett, just you and me. Sancho won't interfere. Can you use a rapier, Daggett?
Yeah. I can use one.
There's one on the wall behind you, under the devil masks. Take it. You've seen those masks in the past, haven't you, Daggett? My father's mark for men like you.
Yes, I've seen him. But you'll never put one on me.
Here's an excellent swordsman.
He's right, El Diablo. This is your last mistake.
You are good, aren't you, Daggett?
Yeah. Next one, you won't be talking. I had the pleasure of killing your father. And this blade will do for you.
I'm glad to know that, Daggett, because that's going to cost you your life.
This is your finish.
You know, Bradito.
Yes. There's a chance nobody else has seen it. I want to look at his shoulder. There must be a rapier mark there.
Si, Bradito, si.
No mark, Sancho. Daggett was one of the mob that killed my father, but he wasn't the leader.
And so from now on you play a game of death in the dark with a man whose face you do not know?
Yes. But at least I know that the man responsible for the death of my family is still alive.
Bradito, Daggett's men will search for him tomorrow. We must bury him.
No, Sancho, he must be found. With the mark of El Diablo, the mask of the devil. I'll put the mask on him and strap his body to his horse and leave him near the town.
They will put a price on your head.
There's already a price on my head, Sancho. The price of a life for a life. Because men like Daggett must die for every innocent and helpless person they kill. If my father could carry that price on his head and pay it, then so can I. As long as there's injustice, as long as the good people of this country are at the mercy of the lawless, they'll have El Diablo to protect them.
have just heard An Adventure of the Scarlet Cloak, starring Wendell Niles. Music by Lynn Murray, story by Joel Murcott. Produced by Vic Hunter and directed by Dee Engelbach.
The Eskimo Pie Program.
What does everybody eat today when they want to keep the doc away? Oh my, it's Eskimo pie. People like it and it's just because they got the recipe from Santa Claus. Oh my, this Eskimo pie. You can buy it for no matter where you are. Every store you see has got the magic jar. When you smoke, if you crave a sweet, you can't go broke if you will always eat. Oh my, just Eskimo pie.
Once again, the Eskimo Pie Corporation presents that beloved Jenkins family known to every reader of the Liberty magazine. There is more than delicious flavor in ice cream. It is one of the best foods you can eat. And in the form of Eskimo pie, with its luscious coating of pure chocolate, it becomes even more delightful. It is good for you and good for the children. When you ask for Eskimo pie, be certain that you get the genuine. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are Gwendolyn and, of course, Ulysses.
Hello, Gwen. Oh, don't you wish you was me? Why? Well, there's a movie this afternoon about the birds at the South Pole. And Mama says she's going to take me and I don't have to go to school. What kind of birds? Flying birds. They go in airplanes. Oh, what's the matter with them? Ain't they got wings? I guess it's too cold down there for them to use them. I bet it ain't no colder at the South Pole than it's here in our house. I bet it is. It ain't neither. Daddy went to Philadelphia and he didn't fix the furnace right. And Mama said when she got up, it was just like the South Pole. And I guess she knows more than you do.
Come to breakfast, Ulysses.
Now, don't you wish you was me so you wouldn't have to go to school this afternoon? Wait a minute, Gwen. I'll go ask Mama if she'll let me go, too. Come on in with me. All right.
Mama. Now sit down, Ulysses. Eat your oatmeal. Oh, hello, Gwen.
Mama, Gwen's going to see a movie this afternoon. And her Mama said she didn't have to go to school. Can I go, too?
Gwen, dear, I'm sure there's some mistake. Your mother wouldn't keep you out of school for a movie.
Yes, and she's going too, Mrs. Jenkins. See? Now can I go, Mama?
Darling, I'll take you Saturday afternoon, but you can't stay away from school today.
It's just going to be here today. See, Mama? Now I can go, can I?
Darling, you're going to school. Now eat your oatmeal.
I don't want to go to school. I want to go to the movie about the birds.
Quiet, Ulysses. There's somebody at the side door.
I don't want to go to school.
Just a minute. I'm coming. Just a minute. Oh, hello, Mr. Smithers.
Hello, Lil. I came round to see if my kid was here.
Gwen's in the dining room with Ulysses.
Gwen?
Yes, Daddy?
Come on home. You gotta eat your breakfast and get ready to go to school. That kid's been late 3 times out of 4 for the last month, and I'm going to put a stop to it. I had a call from the truant officer, and I'm going to get in Dutch unless I do something about it. Gwen, I'm calling you. Come on home.
All right, Daddy, I'm coming.
Say, it's awful cold in here, ain't it, Lil?
Yes, I just can't make that furnace go. Sandy rushed off this morning without fixing it properly.
So now you let me fix it. I'll have it going for you in 5 minutes.
Oh, no, I couldn't let you go to all that trouble.
No trouble at all. Can't let you and the kid freeze to death here.
But there's no charcoal, and I'm almost afraid there's no kindling.
Well, you got an axe in the cellar, ain't you? I'll break up an old box, and I'll have it going for you in a minute.
Thanks. Now, that's awfully nice of you, Mr. Smithers.
No trouble at all. Just leave it to me. No trouble at all.
Mrs. Jenkins, it's too bad that Ulysses can't go to the movie this afternoon like me. But I want to go. I want to go. Oh, Mama, I don't want to go to school this afternoon.
Oh, darling, that's all been settled. Gwen, now go home at once.
Gwen?
There's your mother calling you, Gwen.
Gwen in there?
Yes, I'm just sending her home.
Gwen, why don't you stay home and eat your breakfast so I can get you off school in time? Do you want your father and me to get another letter from the truant officer? Oh, Lordy, Lil, ain't it cold in here?
I just couldn't start that furnace.
Don't I know what that means, dearie? Smithers goes off every morning and never thinks of fixing the fire. He leaves me without any charcoal or kindling. I went down just this minute and just managed to catch it before it went out. Ain't men the selfish thing?
You said it.
I won't lift a finger to help you out at home. If my leg was broken, he wouldn't do a thing to help me, but he'd carry a piano up 10 flights of stairs if some baby-faced blonde so much as made eyes at him.
Well, Sandy's done this before. I'm getting used to it.
Well, Lil, I've got to go home now and start that jack stove downstairs. Smithers sailed off like he always does and left me with no hot water.
Oh, Lord. Mr. Smithers hasn't gone yet.
Huh?
No, he's down in the cellar.
In our cellar?
No, in my cellar.
What?
That's him now.
You mean he's starting your furnace?
Oh, no, I didn't ask him, really. He just insisted.
Well, ain't that just like a man? Well, Lil, I won't get sore seeing it's you, but ain't I just going to raise the devil with him when he comes upstairs?
Well, Lil, I guess I got the furnace going for you. Just call me any time you have any trouble.
Yeah?
Oh. Hello, dear.
So you're quite a furnace man, ain't you?
All right, now lay off. I wasn't going to let her freeze to death.
Well, you're so clever, you better go home and start that jack stove.
No, listen, I've got an appointment with
you
a guy.
go home and fix that jack stove. And you bank up that furnace so it'll last all day. Because I'm not going to be home all day.
Well, where are you getting to this afternoon?
I'm taking Gwen to a very educational movie. It's about Admiral Byrd at the South Pole. Lil, why don't you let Ulysses stay out of school just this once?
Yes, Mama. Let me stay out of school like Gwen.
What's the big idea? You mean to say you're going to keep Gwen out of school again?
Well, she's been nagging me for the last 2 weeks to go and see this picture, and this afternoon's the last chance.
Now, you listen to me. That kid ain't going to miss any more school. Didn't I get a letter yesterday from the truant officer? She's going to school.
But Smithers,
If she was sick or had a cough or something like that, then I'd say keep her out of school. But she ain't got a cough and...
Breakfast. Ulysses, it's too bad you gotta go to school this afternoon while I'm going to the movies. Hi, Smarty. You gotta go to school this afternoon. You ain't gonna see the birds either. I am too. Mama said so, didn't you, Mama? Your daddy says you can't go.
I should say not. You're going to school all day, Gwen. Now go on home and get ready or you'll be late again.
But Mama said I could go. Mama said I could go.
And I say you can't.
Now who's gotta go to school? You gotta go too. Well, you gotta go.
And so Ulysses had the last laugh that morning, and both children went off to school with the prospect of staying there for both sessions. Gwen was broken-hearted all morning, but Ulysses, instead of weeping, was doing a little thinking. A plan was developing in his mind, which reached maturity as he and Gwen stood on the doorstep of Ulysses' house after the morning session.
Say, Gwen, I bet you I don't have to go to school this afternoon. You will, too. Your Mama said so. She said so, but I've been thinking this morning instead of crying like you. What you been thinking? Did you see that kid the teacher sent home this morning just before recess? Oh, you mean Johnny? Sure. But he was coughing. They always send you home when you cough. Well, I'm gonna cough and they're gonna send me home, too. You can't cough unless you got a cold. Can, too. I can cough good. Let's hear you. All right. How's that? Well, it sounds just like Johnny did. I bet I can do it, too, and then we'll both go to the movies. Well, let's hear you. That ain't no good. No, you can't do it. You'll have to go to school, I guess. Cough again and show me how you do it. Why, you do it like this.
Ulysses, darling, what's the matter?
I'm coughing, Mama.
Oh, it's that cold house this morning. I know you're going to get your death of cold. Oh, come in the house at once, darling. Oh, Gwen, run home and ask your Mama to give me that heating pad she gave me when Sandy was sick.
Yes, Jenkins. I'm sending you.
Oh, darling, that's a terrible cough. Does it hurt you?
Mama, do I have to go to school this afternoon?
With a cough like that, I should say not.
All right, Mama.
Oh, that's terrible. I've got to do something. I'll make him a mustard plaster.
What's a mustard plaster, Mama?
It's something to cure your cough.
Does it taste bad?
No, dear, you don't have to eat it. I just put it on your chest.
Oh, that's all right, then.
Oh, darling, lie down here, and Mother will cover you up with a blanket while she makes the plaster.
Will the mustard plaster get me well in time to go back to school?
Oh, Ulysses, dearest, I'm so glad you like to go to school. But today, Mother can't let you go.
That's all right, Mama.
Oh, where did I put that mustard? Where did I put it?
Lil, dearie, what's the matter?
Listen to that, Mrs. Smithers.
Well, Lordy, ain't that a graveyard call? I just knew something terrible was going to happen after I felt how cold this house was this morning.
Oh, why did this have to happen while Sandy was away?
Oh, dearie, just keep your courage up. Put a mustard plaster on him and use this heating pad. It probably ain't nothing but a cold anyhow.
Oh, Mrs. Smithers, Mama says I can't go to school.
Well, of course you can't, darling.
The poor child is worried to death. He's going to miss school.
No, don't you worry, Ulysses. I'll have Gwen bring your lessons. We ain't going to let you fall behind. But now you've got to get over this awful cough.
Yes, Mrs. Smithers.
Well, that seems to have worked. At any rate, here it is an hour later. Gwen has gone back to school for the afternoon, but Ulysses is all wrapped up in a blanket in the living room, with his mother hovering over him. Apparently, her maternal care has effected a very speedy recovery.
How are you feeling now, darling?
What time is it?
It's 1:30.
I'm all right, Mama.
I notice you haven't been coughing for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, of course, all gone. Mama, can I get up now?
No, darling, no. Mama's not going to take any chances. We're going to do just what the doctor told me over the phone.
Huh? Another mustard plaster?
No, dear. The doctor told me to give you a fine big tablespoonful of that nice castor oil.
I don't want castor oil.
Now, dear, Mama has it all fixed up in orange juice and it's going to taste fine.
I don't want castor oil.
But you've got to take it to cure your cold.
But, Mama, I ain't got no cold.
But of course you have, darling. Now don't be foolish. Come on, open your mouth. Oh, darling, just a little orange juice.
I take it, can I go to the movie?
Movie? I should say not.
But, Mama, I ain't going to school. Why can't I go to the movie if I take my castor oil?
Little boys don't go to movies when they've colds. They don't let them in.
Oh, that's all right, Mama. They'll let me in.
You?
Sure, Mama. Well, I just coughed so I wouldn't have to go to school.
What?
I'll take the castor oil if you let me go to the movie.
Ulysses Jenkins, do you mean to sit there and tell me that you scared your mother half to death when there wasn't a thing the matter with you except that you wanted to go to a movie?
Yes, Mama.
Well, you're not going to the movie. And what's more, you're not going out of the house this afternoon. You're going to stay right in here and be punished. Well, Gwen, what are you doing home from school?
Well, there ain't no school this afternoon. Huh? No school? No, there ain't, Smarty. They let our grade out and we're all going to the Flying Birds movie together. And we got free tickets. And Smarty, you're in there and you can't go. I want to go. Mommy, you gotta let me go.
Now stop yelling or I'll make you take that castor oil anyway.
You let me go, I'll yell all afternoon.
Go ahead, young man. Howl all you want. I'm going to go into my room and close the door. Your father's not here today, and for once, believe it or not, we're going to have a little discipline.
Smarty. Now who's going to see the picture? Oh, that's all right. I never did like birds anyway. Say, Gwen, you like orange juice? Yeah, I love it. Well, here's a nice glass of it. You can have it if you want it. All of it? Sure, all of it. Here's a glass. Thanks. That's it. I'll drink it all down. Oh. You had a funny kind of a taste at the end. Well, goodbye. Gotta go to the movies now. Well, she drank it all, and she's going to the movies. Ha, 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 ha.
Here's a rumor that I lately heard. The favorite dish of our commander bird, oh my, is Eskimo pie. So paste this message in your old tin hat. If you're skinny, it'll make you fat. Oh my, this Eskimo pie. Take some creamy chocolate, a pinch of snow. Add some flavored sugar and some cream and all put together in an icy pot. Stir it up and then what have you got? Oh my, it's Eskimo pie.
When Bing Crosby begins his show Wednesday night, he'd better roll out a plush welcome mat, for his guest is that dapper man of fashion, screen favorite, Adolphe Menjou. Now, could it be that Bing is thinking of trading in his sport clothes for soup and fish? In any event, there ought to be some pretty good discussions on what constitutes high or low fashion when the groaner meets the well-groomed man. And Bing also sings a couple of your favorites, Galway Bay, Until, and Buttons and Bows. Another guest who will warble a few notes is Kay Starr, who zoomed to stardom with her torchy version of I'm the Lonesomest Gal in Town. Kay will repeat the same song for Bing and you listeners. The Rhythmaires and John Scott Trotter's orchestra will also be on hand to supply the musical background when the Bing Crosby Show comes your way Wednesday night. So join the gala goings-on when Adolphe Menjou and Kay Starr guest star on the Bing Crosby Show. Remember, it's heard at 10 in the East and 9 elsewhere.
Good evening, sports fans. This is Joe Hassel with the up-to-the-minute roundup of sports. A little later on in the program, you'll hear Bill Kirby's interview with the head coach of Duluth Junior College, Frank Butch Larson. But first in horse racing, Carson City. A conspiracy suit has been filed against Tom Kelly of Chicago and the millionaire owner of the Cleveland Browns, Arthur McBride. The charge is that they violated the Sherman Antitrust Act in the nationwide distribution of horse race results. Harrisburg, the Pennsylvania Federation of Labor, claimed it would back a bill next year which would put horse racing and pari-mutuel betting on a legal basis in the state. The proposal will have heavy going since it comes up every session but never comes close to passing. All 6 states which touch Pennsylvania have legalized betting. Church groups have united in opposing racing in Pennsylvania. New York, Citation is the unanimous selection as the horse of the year. He's the best 3-year-old, the best 3-year-old colt, and the best handicap horse of 1948. Miss Request is the best 3-year-old filly. Blue Peter, the best 2-year-old colt, and Myrtle Charm, the top 2-year-old filly. The best steeplechaser is American Way, top handicap mare is Conniver, and best sprinter, Coal Town. In Billiards, London, world snooker champ Joe Davis offered a $200 reward for the return of a cue. The cue is one he bought 35 years ago second-hand for $1.50. He's never used any other since. In baseball, Kansas City, Billy Skiff is the new manager of the Blues, replacing Dick Bartell. Skiff managed Newark last year. Baltimore, Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees underwent an operation for the removal of a small bone spur from his right heel. DiMaggio was on the table 40 minutes, and it will take 10 days to determine if the operation is a success. His condition is excellent. Chicago, the White Sox sold Taft Wright, the veteran outfielder, to the Philadelphia Athletics. Wright is 35 years old and hit .279 last season. Detroit, Red Ralph is the new manager of the Tigers. Ralph joined the Detroit organization as director of their 12 farm clubs in 1946. He ended his playing career in 1942, and he's 40 years old. Mobile, Al Todd has resigned as manager of the Bears. He's leaving the Brooklyn organization to accept a job with another major league chain. His team won the first Southern Association pennant in 25 years for Mobile. In football, South Bend, Notre Dame has a new play, the whisper play. The quarterback pretends he forgot the play and whispers to the left half. While that's going on, the ball is snapped to the right half, who gets going. Ann Arbor, on comparative scores, Michigan tops Notre Dame. The Irish beat Purdue by 1 point. Michigan did it by 40. Notre Dame beat Northwestern by 5. Michigan did it by 28. Notre Dame beat Indiana 42-6. Michigan did it 54-0. Notre Dame beat Navy 41-7, a difference of 34 points. Michigan did it 35-0. However, Notre Dame beat Michigan State 26-7, 19-point difference. Michigan won 13-7, a difference of 6. Reno quarterback Stan Heath of Nevada has been invited to play in the annual East-West game. Heath will play in the game unless Nevada gets a bowl bid. Kingsport, Regan Keller, a 16-year-old guard, was killed on the first play in which he participated the other night against Johnson City. He was rushed to the hospital but was dead on arrival. He suffered a broken neck. Liberty, Missouri Valley set a new all-time college record for consecutive football victories by beating William Jewell 46-0. It was their 40th in a row. Washington held the previous record made in 1908. Los Angeles, American Legion officials have offered Oregon a tentative invitation to a postseason game on December 18th. The Legion would like to get Nevada as an opponent. Baltimore, Mayor Thomas D. Alessandro has invited Notre Dame and Michigan to play a postseason game for the benefit of the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund. Medford, Professor Clarence Houston claims that most of the nation's 375 colleges are generally Simon Pure. During the first year of the Sanity Code, 20 complaints were made and reviewed. Most of them were groundless and based on rumor. In boxing, Trenton. In the future, referees in New Jersey will carry a small, clean hand towel to wipe off boxers' gloves. It's another step to protect the boxers, since in the past, referees used to wipe the gloves off on their shirts, which were often soaked with perspiration. Savannah, Billy Conn will try another step on his comeback trail when he meets Whitey Burlier in a 10-rounder Thursday night. Cleveland heavyweight champ Joe Louis said he will fight Jimmy Bivens in New York next June for the title if Bivens gives him a good battle in their 6-round exhibition, which is scheduled for Wednesday night. Buenos Aires, a group of fighters in Argentina, are on strike against a local club. They want more money. They decided to do some promoting of their own and drew a crowd of 15,000, so they're going to go on promoting. In track and field, New York, Michigan State won the IC4A team cross-country championship. Bob Black of Rhode Island won the individual title. And that brings us to our guest of the evening. Our guest this evening is the head coach of Duluth Junior College, Coach Frank Butch Larson. For a transcribed interview with him, we take you to Duluth. Here's Bill Kirby.
This is Bill Kirby of WDSM, Duluth, Minnesota. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to bring to our microphone Coach Frank Butch Larson of the Duluth Junior College Blue Jays. Duluth Junior College is very much in the running for a bid to the Little Rose Bowl game, which will be played in Pasadena, California on December 11th. Coach Butch Larson is a former All-American end at the University of Minnesota in the golden years of 1933 and 1934, Minnesota being the national champions in 1934. And just as Coach Larson's record was good as an All-American football player, his coaching record is just as outstanding. For the last 3 years, his Duluth Junior College football team has won the Northern Junior College Conference Championship. The Blue Jays have the enviable record of being unbeaten and untied in the Northern Conference in these last 3 years. Well, Butch, I suppose the fellas have their hearts set on getting the bid to the Little Rose Bowl in Pasadena on December 11th. How do you feel about that?
Bill, as you know, we came very close to being selected to play in the Little Rose Bowl game last year. And this season we set out to establish a record so outstanding that we would get the bid.
Well, Butch, looking at your season's record, which I have here before me, I see that you fellas certainly won some outstanding games. And looking at the record, I see your closest game was with Virginia Junior College, and your club won the football game 21-0. Here's another one that interests me. Your victory over the Minnesota B team, 26-6, merits mentioning too. Was that your toughest game?
Yes, Bill, I think it was. The University of Minnesota B team is composed of 3rd, 4th, and 5th string players from the Minnesota varsity team, and were unbeaten for 3 years prior to our game with them this season. Inasmuch as our junior college is a 2-year school, our victory was quite an accomplishment, I think. The Minnesota B team normally competes against 4-year schools around the Big 9 Conference and elsewhere in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Our kids figured they wanted to win that ball game, and they did just that.
Do you think that your Duluth Junior College team would be as good a representative from the Midwest here for the Little Rose Bowl game as Illinois and Michigan have been for the Big Rose Bowl game, Butch?
Well, Bill, for the last 3 years, we've defeated the best junior college teams from Michigan, Minnesota, and the Northwest area. As you know, Michigan has turned out some great football teams, and Minnesota and Wisconsin have done pretty well, too. I think this record speaks for itself.
These Duluth Junior College teams of yours, Butch, have established excellent records in the last 3 years. Is this your best team?
Yes, I believe it is, Bill. We've scored 46 touchdowns, and our opponents have scored only 5. With our extra points and field goals, our total point score for the season is 305. Our opponents have tallied 31. As regards our total yardage gained, we have gained over 2 miles on the ground and in the air.
In following your team, Butch, I've been very much impressed with the aggressive open style of football played. It definitely is very entertaining to watch. Will you tell us a little bit about this Little Rose Bowl game that will be played in Pasadena on December 11th?
Well, Bill, it looks like the West Coast representative will be either Compton Junior College or San Francisco Junior College. We of the Duluth Junior College hope we will be their opponents. These teams are selected by a committee of men from Southern California who will meet in Pasadena on November 26th. Their decision will be announced November 26th or thereabouts. Bill, I understand that this is quite a game out on the West Coast. They get crowds of from 65 to 75,000 people.
Well, I certainly hope you fellas receive the bid for the Little Rose Bowl game, Butch, and I know your team will play a great game of football. I imagine that great band and marching unit of yours, which is the best in the state, is all ready to accompany you and put on a dazzling exhibition. Folks, you've just heard Coach Frank Butch Larson, former All-American end at the University of Minnesota, who is now head coach and athletic director of the Duluth Junior College Blue Jays. The Blue Jays being rated by many experts as the #1 junior college football team in the country. Thank you very much, Coach Larson, for transcribing this interview. This is Bill Kirby in Duluth, Minnesota, returning you back to Joe Hassel.
And here's the roundup in football Bloomsburg. Bloomsburg state teachers charge that California teachers is a Penn State football farm. Penn State admitted it, pointing out that because of crowded conditions, there are no freshmen on their campus. Tyler, Kilgore, and Duluth have been invited to play in the Texas Rose Bowl on Thanksgiving Day. Both are undefeated. Duluth has rejected the bid, hoping to go to the Little Rose Bowl at Pasadena. Eugene, Oregon issued an official challenge to California for a Pacific Coast Conference playoff. Oregon offered to play the game at Berkeley November 27th or December 4th. California turned down the challenge, saying it was against conference rules, but Oregon points out that conference rules make it perfectly legal. San Diego, Jeff Cravath, coach at Southern Cal, believes that Oregon would have a slight edge over California. Los Angeles, the football writers got into the act by voting 21-6 that Oregon should get the Rose Bowl bid. They've been out of the bowl the longest, and the Coast ruling says that the team out of the bowl the longest should get the bid. Actually, Oregon can finish the season a half game ahead of California. They will have won 7 games, Cal 6. Waco, Cheetah, the bear mascot of Baylor, got a fractured leg when her trailer overturned on the way back from New Orleans. Pittsburgh, club owners of the National League supposedly held a secret meeting and reportedly discussed plans for a 12-team league on the assumption that the All-America Conference will fold. It's reported they're willing to accept the Cleveland and San Francisco teams and that the Boston Yanks would be moved to the Yankee Stadium. Ann Arbor, Michigan is again ranked as the nation's #1 team. As a matter of fact, they've bettered their standing over Notre Dame. Army is 3rd, California 4th, and North Carolina 5th. Syracuse, a double investigation is underway on the football situation. Both the Board of Trustees and the Varsity Club have appointed fact-finding committees to find out what's wrong. Clinton, Earl Svensson has resigned as head coach at Hamilton. Pekin Grove, the pastor of the Baptist Church, played left guard against Tulane Saturday. He's Ray Mayfield of Baylor. Olean, football coach Huey DeVore's contract comes up for renewal soon, and the Franciscan Fathers are afraid he may be attracted to another post by an offer they can't match. Miami, 6 teams are in the running for the Orange Bowl. Georgia, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Tulane, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Georgia and Oklahoma are favored. Minneapolis, Minnesota still hasn't given up on its chances of getting into the Rose Bowl. Coach Bierman is sending scouts to cover Oregon and California next Saturday. Bierman, incidentally, was non-committal on a report that he would never again take a team to Iowa because of the poor sportsmanship of the fans. In basketball, Troy, a franchise was granted to Troy, making the New York State Pro League a 7-club circuit. In hockey, New York, extension of the American League to include Rochester and Syracuse is not too far off. In horse racing, Tijuana, 1 horse was killed and 3 jockeys injured in a 3-horse spill that happened after the finish line was crossed. Sweet Mix-Up apparently was stricken with a heart attack a few yards past the finish line, breaking a leg as she dropped dead. In hunting Montreal, deers in Canada are using new tactics. They're fighting back. Harold Allard got in the way of a big buck that was chasing a doe. The buck kicked the rifle out of Allard's hands, knocked him down, and went at him with horns and hooves. Allard escaped by rolling under a fallen tree. In soccer, Saarbrücken, 17 players were killed, 16 injured, and 4 are missing, the result of a highway accident. A truck in which they were riding to a game turned upside down and went into the river. In wrestling, Washington, 5 members of the North Carolina wrestling team were injured when their automobile crashed into a tree. In baseball, Boston, the Red Sox released veteran outfielder Wally Moses. Moses, who is 37, hit .261 last season. New York, the New York Giants signed Herman Franks as their bullpen coach. Frank, who is 35, was with the Phils last year. St. Louis, Mrs. Stella Reeser, mother of Pete Reeser, died. She was 62. And that just about rounds out the roundup. This is Joe Hassel inviting you to be with us tomorrow night for another up-to-the-minute session on sports. Our guest tomorrow night is going to be the head football coach at Villanova, Jordan Oliver. Until tomorrow night, then, good night.
Joe Hassel came to you from New York. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
CNF Radio Productions present Michael Raffetto as Jonathan Brixton.
Mr. Blixton, wake up. You go office.
I'm tired, Fong. I got to bed very late.
Me know. Here, you drink this coffee.
Yes, but I'm not well.
You say that every morning. You get up.
Jonathan Brixton, criminal lawyer of San Francisco, bachelor of uncertain habits, brilliant in court, yet capable of amazing indolence. But then he has Fung to feed him and to get him out of bed, and James to do all the tedious work of looking up the law. Yes, James is the studious type, but don't let his quiet way deceive you. He's a brawny fellow with a mean wallop.
Put up that gun, do you hear? Firearms make me nervous.
Yeah? Well, it's too bad. You and Brixton here better say your prayers, because this is your finish, see?
James, I'm afraid he means business. Do you suppose...
Hey, stand still. What do you think you're...
All right, James.
Yes, sir.
Oh, very thorough, James. Very thorough.
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to hit him so hard.
Yes, James, your punches aren't gentle.
Jonathan Brixton. His business is crime. A sordid life, but never dull.
because you never know what to expect next. For example, who would dream that there was murder in the offing at the home of Miss Effie Blacklock? Wealthy, old, eccentric Miss Blacklock, maiden lady of San Francisco.
I do hereby further bequeath and devise all my property, both real and personal, to my grandniece, Miss Ruby Jo Bovard, provided that said grandniece... Miss Ruby, are you listening?
Yes, Aunt Effie.
Very well. I can't tolerate inattention when I'm speaking. Now, where was I? Miss Ruby Jo Bovard. Oh, yes. Provided. Now, this is important, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Aunt Effie.
Provided that said grandniece continues to live with me, Miss Effingham Blacklock, so long as I remain alive, and that she continues to be guided by my advice and serves as my companion. Is that clear?
Yes.
There's a great deal more of legal falderall, but I've read you the essential provisions. I might add, however, that should you take it into your pretty head to forsake me in my old age, I have provided in the will that everything, mind you, will go to the university. Now, have you anything to say?
No, Aunt Effie.
You're thinking of that young man, aren't you? Of Roger.
Well,
He's not worthy of you. I've told you that repeatedly. No connections. Such an indifferent family. But then I shan't live forever.
Oh, please don't say things like that, Aunt Effie.
Well, we'll not go into it again tonight. It's past 9. Call Winters to help me to my room.
All right. Winters?
Yes?
Auntie's ready.
Yes, Miss Ruby, coming.
She'll be right in.
Yes. You'll lock up these papers for me?
Yes, Auntie.
Yes. Tidy up the desk. It's a relief to have that will drawn up. It's been worrying me of late. I'm getting old, Miss Ruby. Very old.
Oh, but you...
Don't interrupt. I know I'm getting old. I tire so easily. Oh, where is Winters? What does she mean by keeping me waiting? Winters!
Yes, Miss Blacklock. I'm right here.
You've kept me waiting. Take my arm.
Yes, Miss Blacklock.
Careful. Careful. You know how my back pains me.
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry. You've been getting out of hand lately. And put down that sewing basket. Always sewing. What's the matter with you foreigners?
I am not foreigner. I am American.
When you finish there, it'll be time to go to your room, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Auntie.
Oh, can't you be more careful, Winters? You support me as if you were handling a side of beef. Once this war is over, a person will be able to get to himself.
Roger.
I've been standing out here waiting for her to leave. Give me a hand. I'll climb in the window.
Oh, but she's forbidden you.
Give me a hand. There. That's a girl. It's cold out there. I thought she'd never leave.
Quiet. Let's close this window.
Oh, yeah. What's she doing? Giving another lecture on what a bum I am?
Oh, Roger, I don't know what we're going to do.
We're going to get married. That's what we're going to do. And your old Aunt Effie or nobody else is going to stop us.
But she's made everything so difficult.
We care. We'll run away. Or is money more important to you?
Oh, of course not. It isn't that. But she is old, and I feel so sorry for her sometimes.
Sorry. She's a mean old... I hate her.
Oh, don't say those things.
Give me a kiss.
Oh, Roger. Oh, Roger.
Look, darling. Go get some clothes together. We'll run away tonight.
Oh, but I can't just run off without a word. It'd kill her.
Look at me. Do you love me?
You know I do.
Then do what I say. I'll wait for you here in the library.
All right. I'll hurry.
Right. Hey.
Yes?
Your aunt's bedroom is the one at the top of the stairs, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, be quiet when you go by her door.
I will.
I'll see you later.
All right. I love you.
And I love you.
Who is it? Is that you, Winters? pages. Turn on the light. Miss Ruby? Oh, turn on the light. You know I can't reach my light with this back of mine. Is there someone in this room? I'll scream at... You're talking me. Oh.
Final one on the house, Mr. Brixton?
Why, that's an intriguing proposition, Steve, but why final?
Midnight in 2 minutes. 12 o'clock deadline for serving drinks. But why should I be telling you what the law is, eh? It's a good one, ain't it? A bartender telling Jonathan Brixton what the law is.
I could have a worse tutor, Steve.
Hey, ain't got much of that 20-year-old stuff left. Keep it for special customers.
It ascends me to the brain, makes it quick, apprehensive.
How's that?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Falstaff.
Oh.
Hey, Stephen, how much do you think it would cost to induce that piano player to take a rest?
Oh, you want him to stop? Why, sure, I'll tell him.
Well, we don't want to hurt his feelings. I'm sure he's doing his best.
Oh, you can't hurt Charlie's feelings.
Well, he must have read our thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brixton. Glad you like it.
Oh, nice and quiet.
Paper. Morning paper. Rich old lady murdered. Paper, mister?
No, thank you. I like my paper with my coffee. Not that I eat it. Don't misunderstand me.
Rich old lady murdered. Read about the latest...
Always somebody getting killed. But makes business for you lawyers, don't it?
Stephen, the human race is depraved.
Sure is, yeah. Sure is. Hey, Bob, you with the paper. Come here.
Yeah?
Who was killed? Somebody here in San Francisco?
Here you are. Picture of her on the front page.
Okay, here's a dime. Now screw.
Paper. Morning paper.
Well, the maestro is now turned to the classics.
Look at this, Mr. Brixton. Old Lady Blacklock killed. That rich old dame in a big house on Nob Hill. You know?
Effie Blacklock?
Yes, strangled about 9 o'clock tonight. Got the guy, though. Young fella who was in love with her niece or something.
Him not been there tonight, huh? All right. If he come in there, you tell him call home. It's a FUNN. Goodbye.
Not there either.
No.
We've simply got to get hold of him, Fawn.
I don't know where he go. He don't tell me. I think you better go home. Too late to do anything tonight. Look, 1 o'clock.
I know, but I promised this Miss Blacklock's niece I'd get Mr. Brixton on it tonight. Oh, I'd better call my wife. She'll be getting worried. Hand me the phone, will you? Thanks.
Niece killed old lady?
No phone. It's her boyfriend. They got him locked up. She's frantic. She wants... Oh, hello. Hello, dear. This is James again. You went to sleep, were you? Well, I'm still at Mr. Brixton's house. No, we haven't located him yet. Yes, but, darling, as long as I'm working for him, I've got to do my job. Well, I know, but... Well, yes, dear, but... Well, just because he does those things, it doesn't mean I'm going to. I think you're all right. Yeah. Yes, well, I think if you... Well, yeah, I will. Yes, I will. Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Your wife, she don't like him, Mr. Brixton. She think he bad. She lied.
Well, she's upset. You can't think of any other place he might be, huh?
Let's see. No. Oh, him come now.
Fong, you should be in bed.
It's a lie here.
Oh, James.
Mr. Brixton, I've been trying to get in touch with you for hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been doing a little research.
Research.
It's the Blacklock case. You knew she was killed early this evening.
Yes, I did hear something about it.
Well, the niece is frantic. See, the boy she's in love with is involved, and she tried to get hold of you right away. Seems she called here several times, and Fong finally told her to call me.
Uh-huh. You told her we'd take the case?
Well, no, not exactly. I told you were kind of funny about taking cases, but I'd talk to you.
Yeah. Where is she now?
Home. She's waiting to hear from you.
The body at the morgue?
I don't know. You see, I haven't really done anything much except look for you.
Yeah. I'm hardly in the mood for work.
She seems quite young and very desperate. I felt sorry for her.
What about the boy?
His name is Roger Murray. They've locked him up. Seems he's confessed to the murder.
Confessed? Then our work is cut out for us, James. Let's go. I see. Now tell us this, Miss Bovard. Who discovered the body?
I did.
Mm-hmm. Go on. Tell us about it.
After I'd packed my bag and I was coming down to meet Roger in the library here, well, as I passed down his room, I had a feeling of, a kind of guilty feeling came over me. And
What do you mean, a guilty feeling?
Running off without a word. After all, she had raised me, and in a way, she'd done a lot for me.
So you decided to go in and tell her, is that it?
Yes. I opened her door. The room was dark, and I called to her. She didn't answer. I went over to her bed and spoke to her. She seemed so still, it frightened me. Oh, it was awful.
Yes. Take your time.
Well, I turned on the light. When I saw her face, I knew something terrible had happened. I ran to the head of the stairs and called Roger. He came up, and Winters rushed in from her room.
Yes, about this Winters. She the only servant in the house?
The only one that lives in the house, yes. The cook and the chauffeur have quarters over the garage.
Uh-huh. And Winters is a sort of personal maid for your aunt?
Yes, she acts as housekeeper and as Auntie's maid. Sort of like a nurse in a way, too. You see, Auntie hasn't been awfully well lately. Well, that's one reason why I hated running off without...
Yes?
Well, where is Winters now?
She's in the sewing room right across the hall here. Poor thing, she's frightened to death. She said she was going to sew to try to get her mind off things. She's a foreigner, and they take death awfully hard.
What nationality is she?
I don't know, but she has some funny name that Auntie couldn't pronounce, so she decided to call her Winters.
We ought to have a talk with her, don't you think, Mr. Brixton?
Yes, James. Now, what did Roger say when he saw your aunt?
We all rushed into the room. We were all so... Well, I don't really know what happened. Somebody called the doctor and...
Your own doctor?
Yes, Dr. Jackson.
Oh, yes.
He came right over. But of course it was too late to do anything. When he said she'd been strangled, well, then Roger said yes, she had been. And that he had done it.
Oh, he'd gone into her room while you were in your room packing, is that it?
Yes. And then the doctor called the police. And...
Yes, it's a terrible ordeal for you, I know. Now, suppose you take us in to see this Winters for a moment, and then we'll let you get to bed. Ring that night bell again, James. Mac must be asleep in there.
Yeah. The morgue always depresses me. And that weird light up there. Seems like they try to make it just as ghoulish as they can.
Yeah?
Hello, Mac.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Brixton. How are you?
Hope we didn't disturb you. You know my assistant, James, here.
Sure.
Hello, Mac.
How are you? Come on in.
Go ahead, James.
What's on your mind, Mr. Brixton? Kind of late, ain't you?
Yes, it's a little late at that.
Hey, Mac, I want you to do me a little favor.
Yeah? Well, I ain't never failed you yet, have I?
That's right. I'd like to take a gander at a body you got in here.
Well, we got plenty of them. All sizes and shapes. Young, old, medium. Take your choice.
Well, the one we're interested in happens to be old. Miss Blacklock.
Oh, yeah, the old dame that was killed early tonight, huh? I was just working on her. The doc's going to perform an autopsy first thing in the morning. Say, you got on this case pretty fast, didn't you, Mr. Brixton?
Well, sort of peculiar set of circumstances, Mac. You mind if we take a look?
Come on. Of course, you know I wouldn't do this for everybody.
Oh, I know. Just a little bit ago, I was saying to James here that I'm always in your debt.
Oh, no, I was just kidding. I haven't forgot all the things you've done for me. Here we are.
Oh.
Can you imagine anybody strangling an old lady like that?
Lovely white hair. It's horrible, isn't it?
Get some people looking at stiffs. Did me at first. You see, Mr. Brixton? You can see she was choked all right.
Strange.
What, Mr. Brixton?
That mark there on her neck. I wonder how... James.
What is it?
James, we've got to get back to the Blacklock house.
What for?
Before somebody else is murdered.
But they've got the murderer in jail.
That's just the point. They haven't.
Yes?
It's Winters, Miss Ruby.
Oh, yes, Winters, come in. What is it, Winters? I was just going to bed.
I'm sorry I bother you. I'm so scared. I'm afraid in my room alone.
I know how you feel. Sit down.
I brought my sewing basket. Let me stay here, please.
Of course. I'm glad you came in.
You go to bed. I'll be quiet. I just turn on this one little lamp over there so to see a little bit to sew.
No, I can't go to sleep. We'll talk.
All right. We talk.
Yes, we'll... Oh, Winters, what are we going to do?
Do not cry.
No, I mustn't. I know Auntie was mean to you, but you must forgive her. We can't hate her now.
She's dead, yes. But I still hate her.
Oh, no, don't. Don't say that.
I hate her. She mean to me.
I know. She was mean to me, too, but she was old and sick.
Always she called me foreigner. I am not foreigner. I am American.
Please, she knew that. It was just her way.
I'm glad. I'm glad she's dead.
Winters, don't look like that. You frighten me.
Always she say, do this, do that, you clumsy foreigner. I try be good to her. But no. Do this, do that.
The doorbell?
Oh, come now. So late.
I don't know.
Police?
But what could the police want now? They've been here. You'd better answer it, Winters.
Police.
Hurry, Winters. It must be important, or they... Winters? What are you going to do? Oh, no. No, Winters! Stop! Oh! Oh! She seems to be getting weaker, Mr. Brixton.
Yeah, she lost too much blood. I'm afraid there's no hope.
Oh, poor Winters. I tried to stop her, but before I could get to her, she had those big scissors in both hands.
Yes, right into her neck. She's a strong woman. She made a good job of it.
How's she coming, Mr. Brixton?
She's pretty weak. Did you get the doctor on the phone?
Yes, he's coming right over. I called the police, too, while I was at it.
Good. See if I can get her to make a statement. Winters. Winters, can you hear me?
Yes.
You killed Miss Blacklock?
Yes. I killed her.
Write down what she says, James.
She's dying, isn't she?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You better go away.
No, I'll stay.
Winters. Winters, why did you kill Miss Blacklock?
I hate her. Where is Miss Ruby?
I'm right here, Winters. What is it?
Roger is good boy. He loves you.
Yes, Winters. I know.
He lied to police when he say he killed Miss Blacklock.
Yes, Winters. He's only trying to protect Miss Ruby.
He think she do it. I was going to tell them I do it, but I get scared.
Why did you do it, Winters?
I want to tell Miss Ruby something.
Yes, I'm right here.
I'm happy now because I go to find my boys. My 2 boys.
What does she mean by that?
I don't know. I didn't know she had any children.
Come close.
Hurry. She hasn't much more time.
What is it, Winters? Yes? Oh, you poor, poor woman.
What is it?
She said she wasn't a foreigner. She said, how could she be a foreigner when she'd lost 2 boys at Corregidor?
Yes, one more little sip of tea, Fong, and then we'll get some sleep, eh? You realize I haven't been to bed yet?
Yeah, me know. Crazy.
Yes, but think what I've accomplished this night. Solved a crime.
No like it's a job. Losing too much sleep.
Why, Fong, you wouldn't leave me for the world. Ah, that's excellent tea. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. You know the thing that told me that Winters was a guilty person?
No, I don't know.
It was this. When I saw that peculiar mark on old Effie Blacklock's neck. It was a strange indented mark, sort of strawberry-like, you know?
No.
Well, I'm telling you. Now, what could have made a mark like that? And then, like a flash, you'll forgive the platitude, Fong, it came to me. A thimble. Well, that boy didn't wear thimbles. Who did? Winters. Huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, is that all you've got to say? Don't you think that was a pretty clever solution to a mystery?
Me no likey mystery.
That is your introduction to Jonathan Brixton, starring Michael Raffetto, with Barton Yarborough as James. We must confess that Brixton is not a model man. He doesn't lead a pretty life, and he's no knight in shining armor. No, if you're looking for a conventional hero, Jonathan Brixton is not your man.
Wait a minute now. Mr. Brixton's done a lot of mighty fine things that people never hear about. Take the time he defended that fellow Bert Fielding. Why, even my wife said that he...
James, let's not go into that, huh? The evidence is in. Let's rest our case.
Jonathan Brixton is a C&F radio production.
Gaines Dog Food presents Juvenile Jury. Yes, it's Juvenile Jury, brought to you by GAI-NES Gaines Complete Meal, a meal that nourishes every inch of your dog. We invite you to spend 30 minutes with the children of America as they attempt to solve the problems which you, the listeners, send in. Of course, if your problem concerns the feeding of your dog, our jurors will give you just one answer. They'll tell you to feed Gaines Complete Meal. Gaines is more economical to feed than any other type of dog food. Gaines is a meal dogs love. Gaines is America's largest selling dog food. And now to introduce the jurors, here's the originator of Juvenile Jury and our program moderator, Jack Ferry.
Thank you very much, and hello again, everyone. Waiting to prove that children should be heard as well as seen are 5 average alert youngsters. Their ages ranging from 5 to 11. Reading from left to right, meet
Dickie Orland, age 8.5. Elizabeth Watson, age 6.5. Charlie Hamilton, age 8. Peggy Bruder, age 11. John Arthur McBride III, age 5.
Thank you very much, kids. Now we'll dip into our mailbag for the first question. As you know, for each question put before the jury, the sender receives a modern and efficient Underwood universal portable typewriter with a smartly appointed carrying case. The Underwood will make your writing easier and speed your homework. Our first letter came to us from Jacksonville, Florida, from a Miss A.C. She'll receive a smart-looking portable typewriter. 11-year-old Miss A.C. writes, "My birthday is on March 15th. And the trouble is that my father is in a bad humor because of income tax, and I never get to have a birthday party. The presents I get aren't so good either because my father says the family has to save money somewhere. I want to change my birthday to 1 week later, March 22nd, because by then Daddy will be feeling better and he won't be upset anymore. It's too late now, but I want to get ready for next year. What do you think about this?" Charlie?
Nobody can change their birthday, but there's something else she can do.
Something else what?
Ask the government to change income tax day. Make sure
Wait a while, Charles. Wait a while. The government said can't do that.
Make it. What do you mean? The government will like that because they'll get their money earlier.
Oh, quite true. That may be a good suggestion at that. John Arthur McBride III.
You know what? He shouldn't change his birthday. You know why?
No.
Because if he gets a new birthday, I guess that birthday and he might have been ahead of the other one, and now if he had their birthday and he wanted maybe when he had when all the other boys had their birthday, maybe his would have been first.
You know, I've been sitting here trying to figure out what you've been saying, and I'm about 3 sentences behind you. What did you say?
I said if he changes his birthday,
Thank you very much. Dickie Earlham?
Well, if she changes the birthday, how old will it make her?
Well, she'll be about a week younger, I guess.
A week younger?
Sure.
That girl ain't so dumb.
What do you
If she
mean?
keeps going at this rate, by the time she gets to be 20, she'll only be 15.
You're right, she isn't dumb at all. And there is Elizabeth Watson.
My birthday's at a good time because then income tax day is gone. Everything's gone. All there is plain hot sun to make a good birthday. So my birthday's the right way.
When is your birthday?
August 27th.
Oh, that's a good. In case I don't see you, happy birthday. Peggy?
At the wrong time. Well, if she's going to change her birthday, then why doesn't she change it for a week before Christmas when everyone's in a giving mood?
A very, very good suggestion. Charlie?
Well, if the father's trying to save money by not buying his little girl a present. Yeah, but look at all the money in taxes. He would have to pay if he remained a bachelor.
Unfortunately, Charlie, I know what you mean. Dickie Earlham?
It ain't the gift that counts.
What's that?
It ain't the gift that counts, it's the thought. And I always say, you can keep the thoughts, just give me the gift.
Well, the thought, of course, is very important, but perhaps plans can be made for the celebration of this girl's birthday well in advance so that any business or outside difficulties which may arise won't interfere with her birthday party each year. Incidentally, at the end of today's program, I'm going to announce the winners of the Juvenile Jury Art Contest, so all you kids and parents who had the kids send in some of those wonderful drawings and paintings, keep on listening. That'll be at the end of the show. Here's a letter from Akron, Ohio, sent by a Master PH who will receive an Underwood Universal Portable Typewriter for putting this problem before you kids. In his letter, 8-year-old Master PH writes that my mother wants me to go to a dancing school. But when I go to school, I gotta wear shiny black shoes with bows on them and those velvet pants. There's no place to change in this school, so I have to have these clothes on me when I go for my lessons. I know that the boys will all tease me and say I'm a sissy when they see me wearing those shoes and velvet pants, and they'll find out I go to dancing school, and it's going to be very embarrassing. What should I do about this? John Arthur McBride III.
Well, what kind of pants are they?
Velvet pants.
Well, are they boys' pants? Do they look like boys' pants?
Yeah, but they look like boys' pants, but they're velvet.
Well, anyway, why should the boy bother her? Maybe her mother thinks that they look nice on her, but maybe
It's
the
a
boy
boy. What's
thinks...
this her? It's a boy, an 8-year-old boy that wears the pants.
Well, why don't the boys shouldn't make fun of him either, because maybe his mother thinks that they're nice of him. Maybe the mother thinks that they're nice, and maybe the mother thinks that he should wear that.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Thank you. Dick, to your lad?
Well, why don't he take his dancing clothes along in a suitcase and change there in the bathroom? They have a bathroom there, don't they?
I don't know. Wait a while. It says there's no place to change in the school, so I guess there is none.
No bathroom?
I don't know why. What's the matter?
Boy, that kid has a bigger problem than he thinks he has.
Well, maybe you can run downstairs to the corner delicatessens. Charlie Hankinson?
Well, he's not... Sissy, he shouldn't think he's a sissy because he wears those velvet pants and bows on his shoes. Look at cowboys. They're not sissies and they wear high heels.
That's right. Very good thinking, Charlie. Peggy Bird?
Well, there's nothing wrong with being a dancer. Ask Rita Hayworth.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I don't think I can ask her, but Allie can. Charlie Hankinson?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Johnny, what are you looking at, John Arthur McBride III? The what?
The light.
You like the lights here?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I like the colors of them.
You want to take them home?
Yeah.
Fine. After the show, we'll take all the lights down on the stage here, and you can take them home. Yes, Peggy, Elizabeth Watson?
They used to make fun of me because of the kind of dancing I took. But I didn't mind it. I still took dancing.
Is that right? You didn't mind, huh? Neither did my friend Lil Mo. She's a wonderful dancer. Yes, Charlie?
Well, if it's the bows he's worried about, why doesn't he just untie him and let him drag? Then everybody will think that he's a goddess.
That might get to look a little bit sloppy. Vicky?
Well, once I wore velvet pants and shiny black shoes in my neighborhood. And you know what happened?
No, what happened?
Shiny black eyes.
So they'll never do it again. Peggy?
Well, boys don't need dancing schools. They just have to be sure that they're strong enough to hold girls up.
You're very right. Well, perhaps they could arrange to go back and forth in dancing school with some of the other boys who go there, and then this boy's friends would see that the clothes go with what he's doing, and they won't make fun of him at all. Now here's our popular feature, Gaines Dog Guest of the Week. Each week we bring a live, purebred dog on stage for the juvenile jury to identify, and here he comes now.
This is John Scott speaking off stage. The jurors can't hear me, but our dog guest today is an English toy spaniel. Now back to Jack Barry.
Well, kids, I don't know if you ever saw a dog like this before. Look at that pug nose. It's almost like a bulldog's. Bet you could hide a marble in the stop between his eyes and nose. He's a little fellow, though. Stands about 12 inches at the shoulders, weighs about 10 pounds. His ears hang down very long, and his coat is long, silky soft, and he's red with a white chest. Anybody want to guess what breed of dog he is? John Arthur McBride?
I think it's a collie.
Pretty small collie, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I know. Some collies are small when they're babies.
Oh, you think?
You know when they're babies, those dogs are small when they're babies.
Yeah. Did you ever see a baby elephant?
Yeah, I saw a load of them in the circus.
Uh-huh. Okay. Charlie, what breed of dog do you think this is?
Maybe a Pekingese?
Nope. Elizabeth?
Let me think.
Sure. Dickie?
I think it's a Spitz.
You do. I hope you take your handkerchief out. We'll call on our dog expert, Peggy Bruder. What kind of dog do you think it is?
I think it's an English toy spaniel, the Blenheim type.
I don't know about Blenheim type, but it certainly is an English toy spaniel, and his
I
name
think
is
it is
Jerry.
Blenheim.
You're right. Anybody, we missed you last week, Peggy. Anybody have any idea where these dogs originated? And I don't mean England. Elizabeth?
France?
Nope. Peggy?
Well, I'll say Scotland because Mayor of Scotland had them. And in fact, they stayed at her scaffold when she was killed.
Well, no, you're on the right track, but according to the Toy Spaniel Club of America, they probably came from China in very ancient times, but they may have originated in Spain and been taken to the Orient, because some very early dogs of this breed were given to King Go ahead, Peggy.
Well, Captain Sarris took them across to they were a gift of Japan, from the Emperor of Japan, to China.
No, it was King James I of England that they gave the gift to. But Mary, Queen of Scots, as you said before, had one of these dogs almost a century earlier, which she had brought with her from France. It was believed, however, if the original ancestors of this breed did come from China, that they've been crossed with cockers and springers and reduced to their present size by selective breeding. But even though we don't know exactly what blood flows in their veins, we do know they make wonderful pets and companions. And after all, that's the important thing.
Well, Jack, isn't that true also of the food we feed our dogs? What the food will do for them is more important than what's in the food.
More important, yes, but we like to know both.
Well, in that case, I'll tell the folks what's in Gaines dog food that enables it to nourish every inch of a dog. Every 5-pound package of Gaines contains as much protein as in 7.5 pounds of fresh beef, as much carbohydrate as in 2.5 gallons of cooked oatmeal, and the fats that would be provided by 6.25 ounces of pure creamery butter. That, and all the minerals and vitamins a dog is known to need.
I have a line here, Scotty. I'm not going to forget it like I did last week. You might also mention why Gaines contains these particular food elements.
Yes, I might. You see, it's because the people who make Gaines have spent an awful lot of money and time finding out just what a dog requires for good health. They've not only had 19 years of experience in making dog food, but they maintain research kennels where hundreds of purebred dogs have been fed Gaines regularly. And that's also why every 5-pound package of Gaines provides nourishment equal to 15 1-pound cans of canned dog food, yet costs less than half as much to feed. So folks, let your dog speak. Speak for Gaines. It's America's largest selling dog food.
Thanks, Scotty, and thanks to our Gaines Dog Guest of the Week. Take a bow, Jerry. Once again, our regular feature on Juvenile Jury, where we invite our younger listeners to present their problems in person. This week we have with us 4.5-year-old Joyce Donheiser of New York City, and Joyce is wearing a great big flower. Joyce, tell us what your problem is. What's your problem, Joyce?
Every night when I go to sleep, my brother cries. And should he sleep in my bed or no? Now my problem is, should he sleep in my bed or not?
I think you need a bed right now. You look pretty tired. So your problem is whether or not your brother should sleep in your bed. Well, kids, you got some questions, Peggy?
Well, does he want to sleep in your bed?
Yes.
Well, why does he want to?
Why do you want to sleep in your bed, Joyce?
'Cause I don't know.
He just likes to, huh? Well, I think probably is a nice, comfortable bed. Yes, Peggy?
Well, where is he supposed to sleep? Where is he supposed to sleep?
In his crib.
Oh, that's it. He doesn't like to sleep in his crib. That explains it.
Why not?
Well, a crib's uncomfortable, probably, Peggy. Dickie?
You have any other brothers?
Only one.
Well, you're lucky that he's not twins. Otherwise, if they both got in your bed, you feel like a sandwich.
And if I were between them, it would be a ham sandwich, yeah. Elizabeth?
How old is your brother?
2 years old.
Tell me, what do you want to be when you get older, Joyce?
What?
What do you want to be when you get older, when you grow up?
I want to be a dancer.
A dancer? Oh, uh-huh. And what did your daddy do?
He works in the hospital.
In the what?
In the hospital.
Oh, yeah, I know a surgeon that works there, too. Peggy, you have some more questions?
Well, if your brother would sleep in your bed, then where would you sleep?
I had a great big bed.
Oh.
It's a great big
bed.
bed.
Both could sleep in there.
Oh, you mean you sleep together?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, oh, I see.
Johnny, did you have an important question to ask, I'm sure?
Well, why does her little brother want to go in a bed for no reason?
No.
He can't go in a bed for no reason. My mother tries to make me stay in my own bed.
For no reason.
Yeah, for no reason, too. If I want to sleep in her bed, and she won't let me.
Why do you want to sleep in her bed for no reason?
Because does. Because it's more wider, and I like to spread my feet when my bed isn't wide enough.
Peggy?
Well, you said that your brother cries. Why does he cry?
Cause he wants to sleep in my bed.
Well, kids, let's take a rundown here. Now, this little fellow wants to sleep in her bed, and she wants to find out whether you think he should or not. You think so, Johnny?
I think the little brother should learn to sleep in his own bed, because that's what I have to try to do now too.
Yeah, and for no reason
She's
either.
gonna try to force me now when after all that she heard to see a problem. Now I know that she's gonna force me.
I can see now why you got that wonderful telegram from Mayor John Kenny over in Jersey City congratulating you on your work here on the program. For all these wonderful answers you give for no reason, Johnny. Peggy?
Well, your mother should get your brother a big bed just like your own, and then not only will he have a night's sleep, but the rest of your family will get a night's sleep.
Say, tell me, Joyce, are you interested here? Joyce is looking way out in the audience. I think Charlie Hankin's got a good answer for you. You listen to him, Joyce. Do you think that her brother should sleep in the bed or not, Charlie?
Well, you know, when when your brother goes into bed at night, you lose a lot of sleep. And before you know it, you get bags under your eyes, and you look like an old hag.
Well, maybe she could replace Fred Allen for next year. He's got a few bags himself. Elizabeth?
I think he should learn to sleep in his own bed.
All right. What do you think, Dickie?
Well, you see, I don't think that he should sleep in your bed either, because it's too crowded. Because your mother might get all mixed up and stick the bottle in your mouth instead of him. She might change you instead of changing him.
The whole thing might be very confusing. So if you do have enough room to be comfortable and you want to do it, Joyce, perhaps you could let your little brother stay with you for a little while until he gets sleepy, and then your mother could move him back to his own bed. Thank you so much for being with us, Joyce Donheisen. Mrs. M.M. of Washington, D.C. will receive an Underwood portable typewriter for this problem, kids. Mrs. M.M.'s letter reads as follows. She says, my backyard garden has a picket fence around it, and whenever my neighbor's children come to play in the garden, they climb over the fence, but they get stuck on it and start yelling for me to come and rescue them. I told them that they must come in through the gate, otherwise they're not to come in at all. Well, they still climb the fence, but now when they get stuck, they don't call for me. They just sit there, and my fence is about ready to collapse. What should I do about this? Charlie?
It's a good thing they don't try to squeeze through the fence, or else the lady will have to have their head shrunk.
Their heads shrunk?
Yeah.
You sound like you've been studying an African tribe or something. John Arthur McBride III?
The mother just should put a gate up and has those things on it, and has those pinch things like, and pinch it like, we have a gate like that, and nobody climbs over it because it has those things.
What thing?
Things like,
Does anybody here know what thing? Go ahead, Johnny. Everybody knows.
Well, they're crisscross, just like the car wheels are, and they're little things that hang up on the gate.
They are?
Yeah. We have one of them, and nobody climbs over our fence. You know why? Because if you get stuck on one of them things, boy.
Thank you, Red Skelton. Peggy?
Well, she should tell the children that if they want to come and visit her, they'll just have to climb over the fence. And you just wait and see. They'll insist on going through the gate.
Oh, sort of reverse child psychology, huh? Yes, Dickie?
Well, how can they sit on a picket fence without hollering? Don't they feel it?
Well, it's probably pretty tough kids, why?
Boy, getting a spanking must mean nothing to those kids.
Elizabeth?
Same thing with us. People climb over our picket fence, but what do? They stay there. Now we don't have any picket fence.
Gee, that's a shame. Charlie?
Why doesn't the lady put cactus on the fence? That won't tickle them.
That's pretty rough treatment, Charlie. I don't know that you'd want to do that. Peggy?
Well, she should just let the fence collapse, because otherwise she's just going to get exhausted from picking them all up, and she'll collapse first.
Oh, all right. Dickie?
Well, don't they tear their pants on the fence?
They probably do sometimes, I suppose.
Well, maybe it's easier to climb over the fence and walk through the gate. But it certainly must be drafty going home.
Well, I suppose it would be, that wouldn't deter them too much. But I think they ought to explain to the children that for their own safety, they've got to stay off the fence. Otherwise, you'll have to ask them not to play in the garden. I'm sure they'll understand and cooperate with you and appreciate having a nice place to play. Our jurors will be back in just a moment with more questions and answers. Now, here's John Scott and Gaines Talking Dog.
Well, hiya, Gainesy. Come on over here. Say, what's this I hear about you're having 20 food bowls in your kennel? Why do you need so many? Running a restaurant. Well, what's on your menu? Gaines Crunch On. Is that all? Dogs all crunch on. Well, I'm not surprised to hear that. Is that the only reason you serve it? It's convenient? Well, how do you mean? No dishes to wash. Oh, I see. No cans to open. Well, that would be quite a job for you to do. Doesn't spoil. That's right, it doesn't. Crunch-On's economical, too. That's quite a point when you're feeding hungry dogs. Now, tell me, King, do you have many regular customers? All regular. I say, I suppose that's because, Crunch-On's nourishing. That's right, it sure is. You see, folks, Crunch-On is Gaines' meal compressed into bite-sized chunks. So, it provides all the balanced nourishment of Gaines. Looks like you have the perfect setup, Gainesy. You certainly do. And the same thing goes for you dog owners who have only 1 or 2 dogs to feed. Gaines Crunch-On provides scientific nourishment. It's convenient and it's economical. So, Gainesy, come on and speak. Speak for Gaines. America's largest selling dog.
Thank you, Gainesy and Scotty. Here comes our second in-person guest this week. He's Joseph Sestar, and he is 6 years old. He lives in Brooklyn, New York. Joe, come right out up to that microphone and tell the kids and the jury what your problem is.
My problem is when every time we have a play, I always have a part to say.
You always have something to recite, a part to say, and you don't like that? Uh-huh. Well, that's kind of a problem. Yes, Peggy?
Well, why don't you like to recite? I like to recite, but I want to save my voice. Why do you want to save your voice?
Why do you want to save your voice?
Because when my father asks me questions, I won't be able to answer him back.
That's if you lose your voice, huh?
Yes.
Maybe you ought to recite something for us here so that we have an idea of just how you recite. What would you like to... Would you recite something for us, Joe?
Yes.
Go ahead. You're right into the microphone, though. You looked out in the audience. Go ahead.
Choosing your nest. If you were a baby bird and could choose your kind of nest, which do you think would be nicest? Which kind would suit you best?
I'm still waiting for the punchline. That's the end of the poem, huh?
Yes.
Well, that was short and sweet, wasn't it? Elizabeth?
In our school, when it was Memorial Day, our class the girls were dressed in a costume, and we had to stand up and recite. We didn't mind it. We still have voices.
That's good. Dickie?
Well, your problem is that you don't want to recite because you're afraid you'll lose your voice, right?
That's it.
So why don't you go ahead and recite and lose your voice? Then you won't have any more problems.
Right, Dickie. John Arthur McBride, now I guess we'll have to take a run down here. Johnny, do you think that he should recite that much in school or not? What do you think?
I think he should do what the teacher said, because my teacher already lost the voice from yelling already.
Probably yelling at you. Peggy?
Well, when you get a little older, your voice is going to change anyway. So why should you save it? You might as well use it all up now.
Very good, Charlie.
I had that same problem. But you know, some people ask me to do this and recite that. But
But you know, you have to be patient with them, and then they'll leave you alone. But you know, you gotta be patient.
Thank you very much. Dickie?
Well, all I can say is that I'm sorry that you're not in my class, because the teacher would keep calling on you to recite, and she'd forget all about me.
No, forget about you. I think if you're called upon to recite a great deal in school, because you do it so well, Joe, and you keep right on doing it because you're doing a swell job. Thank you so much for being with us, Joe. Sit there. Well, friends, after several weeks of study and judging, I have before me the final results of the Juvenile Jury Art Contest. And I'd like to say that we were all overwhelmed by the tremendous number of paintings and drawings which were submitted. And it was really a tough job for the judges to decide which were the best 5 and the 200 runners-up. But careful decisions were made, and here are the results. The names of the 5 children whose entries were considered to be the top winners of the Juvenile Jury Art Contest. Richard Buchanan of 24 Ascan Avenue, Forest Hills, New York. Elizabeth Hulsman of 11 Baymuth Road, Newton Highlands, Massachusetts. Dickie A. Ford, 4142 East Wilton Street, Long Beach, California. Emily Sherrill of 108 North Salem Avenue, Arlington Heights, Illinois. And Ted Hoffner of 259 Raymond Street, Rockville Center, Long Island. Juvenile Jury sends its warmest congratulations to all of you. Each of these 5 winners will receive a complete art outfit made by M. Grumbacher Incorporated. And in addition, each of the children's schools will each receive $250 worth of colors, brushes, and artist materials made by M. Grumbacher, makers of the world's finest paints. The 200 runners-up will receive especially prepared scrolls personally signed by each of our judges. For their efforts on behalf of this important contest, I'd like to thank our judges, John Groth, Ralph Ellsworth, art director of Parents Magazine, and the distinguished artist, Mr. Norman Rockwell. Also, our thanks to M. Grumbacher for their advice, counsel, and cooperation. But above all, our thanks to the thousands and thousands of children who participated in this Juvenile Jury Art Contest. These children make us feel ever so confident of our country's future. For only with creative people can a country progress and grow. Now, here's John Scott to tell you how you may win a typewriter.
If you have a question, send it to Juvenile Jury Box 148, New York 46, New York. All questions become our property. If your question is used, you receive a trim, modern Underwood portable typewriter and carrying case made by the typewriter leader of the world for your personal writing.
Our time's up, so until next week. Good luck from...
Dickie Orland, Elizabeth Watson, Tony Hankinson, Peggy Bruder, Donna Master McBride Day.
And from me, Jack Perry, with his closing thought. Out of the mouths of babes, oft times come gems. Goodbye.
Cabin syrup for that real maple flavor. For log cabin syrup does your pancakes a favor. A delicate blend of maple and cane. Serve it once, you'll want it again and again. You bet you will. What a wonderful breakfast thrill is log cabin syrup on your pancakes.
Yes, Log Cabin is a syrup with that delicious Northwoods maple flavor. It's America's most popular quality table syrup. Enjoy it on waffles or pancakes for Sunday night suppers as well as at breakfast.
Log cabin syrup on your pancakes.
Juvenile Jury is presented each week at the same time by Gaines Complete Meal, a meal that nourishes every inch of your dog. Gaines is a product of General Foods. This is John Scott speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System.
June's my girl. And fellas, what a girl. We present a brand new comedy show entitled June's My Girl. And as her boyfriend Jimmy just said, what a girl. Our June is played by the lovely young screen star whom you'll all remember for her roles in Our Hearts Were Young and Gay, Miracle of Morgan's Creek, and her newest picture, Ruthless, Diana Lynn. And now let's settle back, relax, and listen to June's My Girl. June Morgan works at the Nichols Employment Agency for Mr. Nichols, who is a school-day chum of her mother's. Unfortunately for Mr. Nichols, the agency isn't doing too well and is at present in the hands of a receiver, the Second National Bank. But this isn't too unfortunate from June's point of view, since the bank has sent in Jimmy Crane to look after its interests. And after all, there's no reason why a good-looking young fellow can't look after the interests of a bank and also the interests of a girl named June. Huh?
Good morning, Nichols Employment Agency. I beg your pardon. A college girl to give the baby his bottle? Oh, not a college girl, a chorus girl. Well, how old is the baby? Going on 37? Better take away his bottle. He's had too much already. Goodbye.
Good morning, Uni.
Oh, good morning, Ole.
Well, that's 12.
What's 12?
That's just 12 times today that I said good morning. I said it to Mr. Johnson up on the 8th floor, and he jumped all over me. Last night he had a party in his office after I cleaned up, and this morning there was yin and ginger ale all over the desks. Then I said good morning to Mr. Thomas in 1202, and he yelled at me, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Fowler, Uni, there's something I've been trying to figure out ever since you got me this job. Why does everybody jump on janitors?
Well, cheer up, Ole. After all, you might have said good morning 14 times.
I never thought of that. After all, every cloud has got a silver-plated lining.
You mean old is not gold-filled that glitters?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes.
Is it okay if I sweep up in her now?
Oh, sure, go ahead. Good morning, Nichols Employment Agency. Oh, hello, Wilbur. Yes, this is June. No, Mr. Nichols isn't in yet. What? Oh, no, Wilbur, not again. Yes, Wilbur, I'm sure it wasn't your fault. I'll tell Mr. Nichols you called. Goodbye. Only Wilbur's out of work again.
How long did he last this time?
3 days.
Well, that's a long time for Wilbur.
Well, it's a record, but it really shouldn't count. He was working for the post office, and the first day he fell down a mail chute. He just got back from Chicago this morning, special delivery.
Well, if you ask me, Uni, he's just a yerk. It's a lucky thing for Wilbur that his uncle is president of the bank.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Baby, if you can't, nobody can.
Well, I'm afraid you're in the wrong office. This is an employment agency. Smart Saying magazine is down the hall.
Ouch. I go clean up Jimmy's office before he comes in, but if you want me, Uni, just holler.
Well, I'll be able to manage. Thank you, Ole.
Well, now that you've whittled me down, I'd like to see Mr. Crane.
Oh, Mr. Crane isn't in, but I can take your application. Name, please.
Ned Taylor. What's yours?
Address and telephone.
672 West 83rd Street, and I never give my telephone number to strange girls on account of I don't have a telephone.
Education?
College, the Army, and a few items picked up here and there. Let's go off alone somewhere. I'll tell you all about it, huh?
Past experience.
Some, but not with a girl like you.
I'm asking for past employment experience, and you can either answer or please go away and let me do my work.
Okay.
Excuse me. Good morning. Nichols Employment Agency. Who? Oh, Mother. Oh, I'm fine. How are you? Excuse me, Mr. Taylor. I miss you too, Mother, but golly, you shouldn't be calling me all the time from Little Falls. It costs money. Yes, dear, of course I wear galoshes when it rains. Is that why you called? Tell me, how's Daddy? Good. And Victor? How's Twinkle? Puppies? How many? Oh, shame on her. Oh, I'd love to have one, but they never let me have a dog in the Dolly Madison Hotel.
They won't even let you have a man.
Please, this is a personal conversation. What's that, Mother? No, that wasn't Jimmy. It was just Oh, you'll love Jimmy when you meet him. All right, dear, I'll write every day. Goodbye.
I bet I'll love Jimmy, too.
Why do you keep trying so hard to act fresh? Don't you see we can't help you unless you'll tell us something about your experience?
Well, let me see. I'm the steady type. My last position was flat on my back in an Army hospital. I stuck with that for 2 years, and before that I had 3 years as a chauffeur in a B-29.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be nosy.
No. Don't give it a thought. I want you to know all about me. Before the Army, I was in school. I studied mathematics, ancient history, and Latin. Do you know of a job where that would come in handy?
Ancient history and Latin? Sure, you're equipped to be a Roman emperor.
You know, that sounds like a good job. I'll take it.
Hiya, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Jimmy. This is Jimmy Crane. Jimmy, Mr. Ned Taylor.
Well, Jimmy.
Ned.
I told you I'd come in and see you. I went down to the bank, and they told me to come up here. What's up?
Oh, I still work at the bank, but we're the receivers for this outfit. The bank sent me over here.
It seems you two know each other.
Why, sure, June. Ned was in my outfit. He was flying B-29.
Yes, I know.
Oh. Say, Ned, June and I have been... well...
Yes, I know.
Oh, you do? Well, you know, June, this guy was a great flyer, but there was one time he forgot to duck. 2 years in the hospital.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you know that, too?
Yes.
Well, anyhow, Ned, June is from Little Falls. She's only been in New York 11 months.
And she has a brother named Victor, a father and mother in good health, and her dog Twinkle just had puppies.
Are there any other interesting facts you'd care to tell me?
Yes. Indeed, old boy. She lives at the Dolly Madison Hotel.
You like to be alone?
Jimmy, those pretty blue eyes of yours are turning green. Ned came in for a job, and I took his application.
Well, don't get me wrong. Ned's my pal. I trust him. Like I trust Tommy Manville.
Isn't that strange? Every time I meet a man under 84, Jimmy trusts him like he trusts Tommy Manville.
Look, June, Ned's a sweet guy and all that, but I know him. He's a wolf. No, believe me. When we were in basic at Tallahassee, there was this blonde. And at Pearl, there were 2 brunettes. What happened in Sydney, I can't even tell you about. I know this guy chased dames from one end of the globe to the other because we were bunkmates.
And while he was chasing dames, you were sitting up nights studying the infantry drill regulations.
Well, that's beside the point. Suppose I tell you that Ned doesn't even want a job.
Well, suppose you tell me about Little Red Riding Hood instead. You make the part about the wolf so realistic.
No, on the level. He admitted to me that he was conning you along because he thought you were cute.
Yes, but he's not working.
He's got a few bucks, so he's looking for laughs. Now, will you admit you were wrong about him?
No.
No?
No, he needs a job, a steadying influence, even if he doesn't realize it himself. That would straighten him out.
But, June...
Oh, anybody can get a job for somebody who wants it. This is more important. Don't you see, to help a nice boy like that get on his feet even
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Nichols.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Standing around. Everybody is standing around. Just tell me, why is everybody standing around? Well, say something, somebody.
Yesterday you were mad because we were sitting down.
Why must I do all the work around here myself? Why don't I get any cooperation? I try to be nice. I want us to be one big happy family. I'm the soul of generosity. When we work nights, don't I always supply the Benzedrine?
You know, Mr. Nichols, I've been wondering why it's necessary to do so much night work. It seems to me with a little reorganization...
Not at all, my boy. If you want to get ahead in this world, you can't be a clock watcher. Now, take me, for instance. Out first thing in the morning, busy all day making contacts. By the way, Jimmy, I hope you'll make a note of that in your monthly report to the bank. Yes, sir, if you don't work, you'll never get to first base.
You're so right, Mr. Nichols. Incidentally, who won the ball game yesterday?
The Yanks, 4-3. What a game. Greatest ninth-inning rally I ever saw. Heard, read about. June.
Yes, Mr. Nichols.
Why are these 2 3-cent stamps and all these letters when airmail is only 5 cents?
Oh, well, you said rush, and there were no airmail stamps in the petty cash box.
How many times must I tell you not to call it petty cash? No cash is petty. I know you're new on the job, but there are some things you should have learned by now.
Well, I've been here 11 months, Mr. Nichols, and the only thing I haven't learned is how to get along with the salary you pay me.
Your salary is well above... Any messages for me?
Yes. Prepare yourself for a shock, Mr. Nichols.
A shock? June, not Wilbur.
Wilbur.
Oh, no. Now the president of the bank will be on my neck again.
Oh, poor Wilbur. I might have known there'd be politics in the post office. Well, we've got to find him another job, that's all. What are we waiting for? This is a crisis. On your toes, everybody. You can't just sit around on your Mr. and Mrs. Van Cleve. What a pleasure to see you.
Is it really?
Mr. Nichols, I'm in a positive tizzy. You must help me.
Nothing gives me greater pleasure than helping valued old clients like yourself, my dear lady.
Oh, I was in a dither yesterday, but today's tizzy makes yesterday's dither look like an absolute flippet today. That's silly, isn't it?
Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Please step into my office, Mrs. Tizzy. Mrs. Silly.
The name is Flibbit.
And I don't know when I've been in such a dither. Poor little Cabot. The dear boy is having such a difficult time.
My dear, Cabot never has a difficult time. But the people around him find life virtually impossible.
Mr. Van Cleve, my entire organization will devote itself single-mindedly to the task of finding a suitable companion for little Cabot. Morgan, make a note of that.
Yes, Mr. Nichols.
Oh, and you be sure to let Cabot meet him by noon, so there'll be time to catch the boat.
Yes, for the love of heaven, don't let him miss that boat.
You don't have to worry, Mr. Van Cleve. You have the word of a Nichols.
I trust you won't be shocked if I continue to worry.
Well, I feel enormously relieved. Good day, Mr. Nichols.
Your servant, Mrs. Diver. Mrs. Van Cleve. Good Cleve, Mr. Van Day.
Good day.
June, get Wilbur on the phone.
I can't, Mr. Nichols. He told me he was going to the park.
The park?
Yes, he said he had to take his dog for a walk.
Walking his dog? This is the chance of a lifetime for Wilbur. The Van Cleve's 10-year-old son, little Cabot Van Cleve, going on a world cruise. Needs a companion.
Oh, but Mr. Nichols, Wilbur's all wrong for that job.
That's beside the point. He'll be hired. I'll see to that. And an hour later, little Cabot will be sailing away and all our troubles will be over. Where's Jimmy?
In his office, interviewing applicants.
Oh, well, then I'll go find Wilbur. If he calls, tell him I'm looking through the park near his apartment on 81st Street. He can meet me there.
Yes, Mr. Nichols.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Ole, can't you watch where you're going?
Excuse me, Mr. Nichols. I was just coming in and you was just coming out.
Oh, you was just... Well, just get out of my way.
You see, Uni, everybody is always jumping on the janitor.
Darn it, Ole, the whole world has to stop dead in its tracks while we find a job for Wilbur, just because his uncle is the president of the bank.
That's the truth. And this is no time for Mr. Nichols to put all his eggs in one basket.
Don't you mean too many cookies spoil the broth?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You remember that nice young veteran who was in here this morning? Well, Mr. Nichols has found just the thing, a trip around the world, and he's going to give it to that useless Wilbur. He's tearing up to 81st Street right now to catch him. Oh, Ole, what am I going to do?
You just got too big a heart. You take on everybody's troubles. It's too much for you. We all got our own. I wanted to become a famous painter, and instead I became a famous janitor. Yeah, but do I worry? No, I still make my living with a brush.
Good morning, Nichols Employment Agency. Wilbur. No, Mr. Nichols just left. He's looking for you. Yes. Where? Oh, at 91st in the park. Yes, if you stand right there, he'll find you. And he's got a job for you. That's right, 91st Street. Goodbye.
You told me 81st, and you told Wilbur 91st.
I did? Oh, that's terrible. Well, Mr. Nichols has to get Wilbur to the Van Cleves no later than noon. If he wanders around 81st Street while Wilbur moons around 90th Street, they'll never make it.
But what are you going to do,
Only you've got to help us.
Just tell me how,
Well, now, look, it's almost 10 o'clock. Now, here's the address. Run up and get Mr. Ned Taylor down to the Van Cleves at 16 East 64th, not later than noon.
I think maybe...
Now, don't argue, Ole. It's like you always say. A rolling stone gathers no moss.
Did I say that?
Yes. Now get rolling.
And now back to Diana Lynn and June's My Girl. Right now, June is paying a call on Mr. Van Cleve.
Mr. Van Cleve, I have good news for you. The agency has found just the man to be a companion for your son. A little, Cabot, isn't it?
Yes, but you know, young lady, Mrs. Van Cleve's instructions are that Cabot is to approve the companion.
Oh, I know he'll like Ned. But maybe I could talk to Cabot before Ned arrives, to sort of smooth the way.
Smoothing the way where Cabot is concerned requires the tact of an Iranian diplomat plus the leveling power of a steamroller.
Oh, I have a little brother at home, and I never had any trouble with him. After all, Cabot's just a child.
It has never been proved to my entire satisfaction that Cabot is a child.
But you said he was only 10.
May I point out that age is relative? The atomic bomb is only 3 years old. By the time the bomb is 10, it may attain the destructive powers of my son, Cabot.
Don't you think, Mr. Van Cleve, that when a child behaves badly, it's because his training has been wrong? With a little kindness...
From bitter experience, my dear, let me urge you to disregard kindness and do any training of Cabot with a chair and whip.
Golly, Mr. Van Cleve, you make him sound awful.
I am given to understatement.
Oh, well, he can't be as bad as you say. May I see him?
Since we are fully covered by insurance, I presume it's all right. You will find the little monster in his lair down the hall.
Hello. You must be Cabot. My name is June.
I'm very pleased to meet you. Won't you come in?
Thank you. My, you have a lovely room here.
I try to keep my things put away so it's neat.
I can't understand why your father's... you certainly seem to be a nice boy.
What did the old man... What did Pater say?
Well, it was nothing important. I came here because I want to make friends with you.
Oh, goody. I like friends. June... Would you like to see my stamp collection?
Of course.
Right through this door.
Oh, why, Ouch!
Boy, did you take a flop.
Why, you little devil, you strung that rope there so I'd trip, didn't you?
Had you going there for a while.
Look, Cabot, I'm willing to call this a joke, since my arm is only broken in a couple of places. But now that you've had your laugh, let's talk, huh?
Okay. Better close that door so we can talk alone.
No, I'm sure we... Ouch! You little fiend, you even wired the doorknob.
Don't worry, nobody's been electrocuted on there yet. My old man won't let me buy enough batteries.
How could you learn to be such a miserable child in only 10 years?
It was easy. My teacher says I got a natural aptitude for it.
Anyway, you're going to like Ned.
Who's Ned?
He's the fellow who's going to be your companion. I know you'll like him if you'll only give yourself a chance. And after all, you do want to take this trip, and you can't very well go alone.
My old lady is sold on the trip. She got the idea from some goon she takes me to. He has me lie down on a couch and ask me dumb questions. So I give him dumb answers. Going?
Out on the side to wait for Ned.
Why don't you stick around? I got a trick I want to show you with a baseball bat.
Cabot, I've fallen over the rope you strung for me. I got a shock from that wire doorknob, but I'll be darned if I'll risk being clubbed to death by a 10-year-old with a ball bat.
Sissy!
Jimmy, what are you doing here?
Oh, for heaven's sake, June, you've really gone and done it this time.
How did you know I was at the Van Cleve?
Ole came back and told me what you'd done, so I guessed you were here. You know you'll probably get fired.
Fired? Oh, Jimmy, you wouldn't fire me because I tried to help Ned get this job.
Of course not, but Nichols will fire you because you didn't help Wilbur, and I can't stop him.
Well, then I'll get fired. It's happened to people before.
June, look,
Didn't you tell me your mother won't let you live in New York unless you're working for someone she knows?
Yes.
Does she know anyone in New York but Mr. Nichols?
No, but... Well, okay, then. I'll go back to Bowles rather than work in a place where an idiot like Wilbur has a better chance than a deserving guy like Ned.
Oh, now I get it. It's Ned you're worrying about.
Oh, shh. Now, here comes Ned now. Now, look, Jimmy. As long as it's too late to get Wilbur, don't spoil the job for Ned.
Well,
I'm getting real service in this agency.
Listen, Ned, you may be jeopardizing
now,
my...
please, Jimmy. Ned, little Cabot Van Cleve needs a companion to take him around the world. You'd be just right for it.
I've been around the world, baby. If I ever go again, it's not going to be with a little boy.
Not enough laughs.
Well, you haven't met this little boy.
Okay, so I'm not interested, Ned. Now take a walk.
Jimmy, keep out of this.
That's Jimmy. June and I have things to talk about alone.
Right now, you'll do all your talking to Cabot, or you can forget about talking to me. And don't think you can soft-soap me or Cabot.
Oh, now, Joan, honey, please.
Listen, you through that door and second on the left, and don't argue.
Okay, if you're steamed up, I'll talk to Small Fry, but I'd much rather be with you.
The way he's acting, he deserves to take a trip with Cabot.
Now, what did you accomplish? He won't take the job, and even if he does, you'll be fired.
Well, I tried. At least I went down swinging.
Uh-oh. Take a look down the street.
Mr. Nichols.
And Mrs. Van Cleve.
Oh, brother.
Young lady, I've just come from the office where Ole told me this whole dastardly plot. You're fired. You understand? Discharge.
Now, listen here, Mr. Nichols. June was absolutely right.
Shut up! June, I'm sending you back to your mother as soon as I can get you on the trail.
Please, Mr. Nichols, couldn't we discuss this inside? The neighbors...
I don't care who... Oh, of course, my dear Mrs. Van Cleve. Forgive me. Now then, June, what's this I hear about your sending someone here to fill this job?
You're darn right I did. It's someone who could handle Cabot, and it's not Wilbur.
Now, look here. I've had more experience at this...
You got squared away with Cabot. Say, that kid's good for a lot of laughs.
Really? Oh, Ned, this is Mrs. Van Cleve. Mrs. Van Cleve, Mr. Taylor.
How do you do? Where is my baby?
Your baby is right there in his room, madam, and for a change, he's quiet.
Cabot! Angel baby, you're all tied up.
And there's a gag in his mouth.
Oh, Mr. Nichols, help me untie poor Cabot.
Let me get at that knot.
He tied me up.
You're darn right I tied him up. Now I'll tell them why. Angel baby here cracked me in the shins with a baseball bat. Bless his furry little heart.
Oh, dear. I can feel my dither becoming a tizzy again.
My dear Mrs. Tizzy, I fired the person responsible for this.
Maybe it's just as well I am fired. Now I can speak freely. I should think, Mrs. Van Cleve, that you'd be interested in hiring a capable companion for your son.
Are you suggesting?
Yes, I am. Maybe if Cabot didn't get his way all the time, he wouldn't be the way he is. And if that gives you a tizzy, I'm sorry.
June!
I don't believe in breaking a child's spirit. Maybe Cabot is a little headstrong.
Just for the record, it would seem that my wife is given to understatement, too.
Dear Mr. Van Cleve, this is a pleasure.
Young man, you, what's your name?
Ned Taylor, sir?
You have an interesting approach to child raising.
He has no connection with my agency, Mr. Van Cleve. Believe me,
Nichols, you are a windbag, and I prefer to ignore you. Now, Mr. Taylor, Ned, my boy.
Oh, really, Henry, it seems to me that while this girl has some merit in what she says, Miss Nichols has a man in mind.
Ignore my wife, Ned. It's not difficult. I've been doing it years.
Oh.
I ignore her, she ignores Cabot, and that accounts for the position we're in now.
Oh, really, Henry?
What I mean to say, Ned, is that I like your work. It's the best job I've ever seen done on Cabot, and you're hired.
Well, thank you, sir.
Well, you see, Mr. Van Cleve, the Nichols Employment Agency always gets its man. I know you'd be pleased with this young man that I was able to... Yes, Mr. Van Cleve?
I shall state my feelings for you in a language which you should be able to comprehend.
Yes?
You are a jerk. And in future, I shall do no more business with your agency.
But...
Mr. Van Cleve, I don't think that's quite fair. You see, the man Mr. Nichols was trying to get this job for is the nephew of a bank president.
Yes, and what's so important about that?
Well, nothing, except that the president of the Second National Bank will probably close down the employment agency.
I see.
Yes, and Jimmy will be a second assistant teller again.
Well, no, I don't see why that should be necessary. You see, I happen to be the largest stockholder in that bank.
Mr. Van Cleve, you'll never regret this as long as you live. Never. You have the word of a nickel.
And, Mr. Van Cleve, you know what a nickel's word is worth.
Indeed I do. Precisely 5 cents.
In a moment, Diana Lynn will return as June, but first we'll tell you about June's My Girl and the people who make it possible. As you know, June is played by Diana Lynn, Jimmy by Harry Bartell. Ned is played by Tony Barrett and Bobby Ellis is Cabot. Mr. and Mrs. Van Cleve are played by Parley Bear and Lois Corbett. Mr. Nichols, as you probably already guessed, is played by Alan Reed. Oh yes, and Parley Bear also played Ole. The music was composed and directed by Felix Mills. June's My Girl was conceived and written by Howard Dimsdale and produced by Thomas A. McAvity. We hope you like the show and you'll find an important spot for it in your future radio plans. And now back to June's My Girl.
Yes, we have just the man for you. Yes, we'll have him there first thing in the morning. Thanks for calling. Oh, Jimmy, this is wonderful.
What's wonderful?
I've got a job for Wilbur.
Oh, it's great, June. You think he can handle it?
I don't know why not. All he has to do is stand still.
Stand still? What kind of a job is that?
A man wants him to test a bulletproof vest.
Well, anyway, it's a job. Solves a big problem, and from now on, Junie, we'll have smooth sailing.
Hiya, slaves.
Ned.
Why, Ned, I thought you were on your way to Europe.
I've been to Europe. I guess Cavity wouldn't like an ocean voyage.
Well, how did you do that?
Oh, it was simple. Cavity and I get along beautifully. Of course, this means I'll be seeing a lot of you, baby.
Did I say smooth sailing? I feel seasick already.
Hey, Ned, I thought we were going bowling.
Yeah, sure thing, Cabot. With you in a minute.
Okay, I'll wait in the hall.
Ned, I'm so glad to see you getting on so well with Cabot. Only there's one thing.
Oh, what's that, honey?
Oh, while Cabot's bowling, I really think you should take off his handcuffs.
You've just heard June's My Girl, starring Diana Lynn. This is Jay Stewart saying thanks for listening. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Once upon a time, the year being 1951, a young man walked down the streets of an island, the island called Manhattan. And if some of the feats he performed had the feeling of magic, is that surprising? His name was Aladdin. Mr. Aladdin, a wonderful new adventure series starring Paul Frees. Tonight, Mr. Aladdin performs transcribed The Miracle of the Four-Legged Husband. It started out as a dull day at the office. One of those days when you can only make things happen by going out for coffee. I went out for coffee. Nothing happened. Not one to give up easily, I went out again. About to play my system for the third time, I got a lifted eyebrow from my secretary.
Going out again, Mr. Aladdin? I didn't know the coffee was that good.
I've had better coffee made by a mess sergeant, Jeannie.
But there's a new girl on the counter.
Well, apparently I have no secrets at all.
Oh, she's not your type, Mr. Aladdin.
These matters require full investigation, Jeannie. Snap judgments are not only unfair to both parties, but what...
Hello. Are you Mr. Aladdin, the man who can do anything?
Well, putting it as modestly as I can, yes. And this is my secretary, Miss Mobley. Miss,
Dutton, Eloise Dutton. It's Mrs.
This is Miss Mobley, Mrs. Dutton.
How do you do? Mr. Aladdin. How do you do? Mr. Aladdin, if we could discuss in private, please.
Certainly, if you'll just step into my office, Mrs. Dutton. No calls, please, Jeannie.
Mr. Aladdin. She's not your type either.
Time, Jeannie, will tell. Well, I'm sure a beautiful young matron like yourself couldn't have a very serious problem, Mrs. Dutton.
Oh, it's serious, all right. But I'm sure you can handle it.
Thank you. Now, what do you want me to do?
Get rid of my husband.
I beg your pardon?
I said get rid of my husband. His name's Arthur.
Yes. Mrs. Dutton...
What's the matter? You can do anything, but you can't get rid of Arthur? It's like I'm asking for the planet Neptune.
Mrs. Dutton...
Advertising. You can't believe a thing you hear these days. You advertise you can do anything. Just the other day over the radio, they advertised a vacuum cleaner. And when it came, it wasn't at all what they
Mrs.
said it
Dutton,
was going to be.
just so I'm sure there's no misunderstanding, what exactly do you want me to do to Arthur?
Oh, you mean you thought I wanted you to put him out of the way completely? Oh, no, it's nothing like that.
Oh, that's a relief.
No, just find a nice home for him someplace where he won't come back.
You're still talking about your husband.
Mr. Aladdin, you look to me like a Scorpio, right?
A Scorpio?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my birth sign. No, I'm a Libra.
Good. I'm a Pisces, and there's always a rapport between Libra and Pisces. So I know you'll understand about Arthur.
Oh, I'm sure.
You see, my husband died 3 years ago. Fell downstairs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, don't be too sorry. He was very wealthy.
Oh, I see.
But now, you see, Arthur is very jealous. From the other side, of course.
Spiritualism.
Yes, of course. And you have no idea how annoying it is, Mr. Aladdin, to be just in the prime of life, as you might say, and have Arthur watching day and night from the other side.
I can imagine.
Fine for him, of course. He's got nothing better to do.
You say he watches you night and day?
Yes, through the dog. That's his spirit control. The dog's name used to be Bosco, but it just got too complicated. Now I call him Arthur. It's the same thing anyhow.
I think I've got it. You want me to take the dog Arthur and find a new home for him so that you can, well...
Well, you just get rid of Arthur, Mr. Aladdin. I'll take it from there.
Well, it doesn't sound too difficult, Mrs. Dutton.
You don't know Arthur, either one of them.
True.
But you'll find out. Here's my card, Mr. Aladdin. Come this evening, around 8.
I'll be there.
See you then, Libra.
The same to you, Pisces. Ooh. Eight that evening found me ringing a doorbell in Upper Manhattan. A large house, but apparently not large enough for both Arthur and Eloise.
Yeah?
My name's Aladdin, Robert Aladdin. I came to see Mrs. Dutton about Arthur.
Oh, sure. Well, come in, Aladdin. Come in. Sit down. Eloise will be down in a minute.
Thank you.
I'm Bernie Cap, friend of Eloise's.
Glad to know you. Friend of Arthur, too?
That little... Listen, Aladdin, if you can get rid of that nasty little creep, get him out of my hair for good, well, you write your own ticket with Bernie Cap. Any day.
I take it you and Arthur don't hit it off.
Look, you're trying to make a little time with the dame. With Eloise. And her dead husband comes snarling around with his teeth hanging out. Only it's a dog. Only the way he looks at you, it ain't a dog. What are you going to do?
Well, that's tough competition.
Yeah. You should try it.
Well, Mr. Aladdin, you've met Mr. Cap?
We were just discussing Arthur, Mrs. Dutton. This is Arthur?
Hold on, Eloise. Now, if I took all the bites I'm going to take from him... Shut up, you!
You see, it's like I said, Mr. Aladdin. Arthur's wildly jealous.
Well, there, Arthur, old horse. You've got no cause to be jealous of me now, have you?
Why, Mr. Aladdin.
Hey, what's with the why, Mr. Aladdin?
Arthur's jealous, and he can always tell. Oh, why, Mr. Aladdin.
You in business, Mr. Cap?
Yeah, I'm a butcher.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, you see the way I figure, Aladdin. People are always going to have feed, right? You take any other business, you never know when you're going to...
Save it. You better take Arthur, Mr. Aladdin, before the professor gets here. He's not going to like Arthur being gone.
The professor? There's still another delightful personality I don't know about?
Yes, my spiritual advisor. He's a medium. Arthur is his control with the other side.
I see. Well, come on, Arthur.
Just take hold of his leash. If you kind of halfway choke him a little bit, he's not so apt to bite you.
Easy there, Arthur. Easy now.
Mr. Aladdin, I've been thinking. I want Arthur to feel at home, you understand?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, so I was thinking, if you could take him to the bar about 8 blocks over, the Taj Mahal Bar and Grill. You can't see the Mahal on account of a big sign saying unemployment checks cashed.
Know the place well.
Yes, well, I think Arthur would like that. The other Arthur, the two-legged one, spent all his time there when he was alive. That's why he fell downstairs.
Consider it done, Mrs. Dutton.
And here's the address of my lawyer. He'll pay you. Stick 'em good.
I shall do my best.
Hey, you mean, honey, that we can actually, we can actually hold hands without Arthur sinking his fangs into me?
We sure can, Bernie.
Well, not that I have anything against the other side, but I figure when they get there, they should stay there. Know what I mean, Aladdin?
I know what you mean, Bernie. Come on, Arthur. Arthur, let go.
Hey, look at him. He's just a jealous fool.
Arthur and I wended a bloody 8 blocks to the Taj Mahal Bar and Grill, and it was with a certain lack of sincerity that I extolled his virtues to the Taj Mahal's owner, an Indian potentate named Sam.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Aladdin. I gotta look at it from a business angle. A customer gets bit 3 or 4 times by this dog, he gets alienated like as not.
Sam, you got a wrong picture entirely of this dog's personality. Why, he's almost human.
That's the source of my complaint.
A shrewd answer. Look, Sam, remember your old friend and former customer, Mr. Dutton? Think of him.
You know, this dog kind of reminds me of Dutton, the expression sort of.
Of course he does, Sam. Of course he does.
Wouldn't have him around on a bet.
Sam, I have every reason to believe that Mrs. Dutton will make a substantial financial settlement on the lucky man who provides a new home for lovable little Arthur.
Well,
don't look at him as a dog, Sam. Look at him as a shaggy stack of dollar bills.
How many?
100?
Arthur, you have found yourself a loving home. Hey, Mr. Aladdin, what do I feed him?
Don't worry about that, Sam. Arthur looks out for himself.
Arthur, let go!
Well, must be feeding time. Next day, I presented my bill to H. Allen Steinmetz, trustee of the estate of the late Mr. Dutton. It included $100 for Sam, an item for anti-rabies shots for me, and miscellaneous padding. H. Allen protested each item as a matter of course, as lawyers do when paying out other people's money, but his heart wasn't in it.
There's your check, Mr. Aladdin, although I must say that it's...
Don't.
What? Oh, all right. Mr. Aladdin, I have a message for you from my client, Mrs. Dutton.
Spiritual or otherwise?
Telephone. She would like you at her house this evening. The professor will be there, and they will be testing to find if the spirit of the late Mr. Dutton has indeed departed.
Mr. Steinmetz, just who is the professor?
Professor Ramasades, a student of the occult, head of the Ramasades Foundation of Yoga and Slate Writing. His foundation is the principal beneficiary in Mr. Dutton's will.
Interesting.
Oh, yes. The money is in trust in Mrs. Dutton's lifetime. After that, it passes to the foundation, unless Mrs. Dutton should remarry.
In which case?
The money goes immediately to Arthur. That is, Bosco, the dog.
Then it's very much in the professor's interest to keep Mrs. Dutton from remarrying.
Speaking strictly from the legal point of view, I could not attach any such inference to his conduct. However,
2 and 2 make 4, even at law.
Upon offer of sufficient proof, yes.
Looking forward to meeting the professor.
I believe you will find him a rather determined and resourceful man, Mr. Aladdin.
Well, I have that reputation myself, Mr. Steinmetz. After all, I'm a Libra, you know, and you know what they say about Libras.
What?
What? Come to think of it, I don't know. All these years, and I've never known the real me. Oh, well. Before entering the Dutton house that evening, I cased the joint rather carefully. Arthur was nowhere to be found, and he remained only a twinge in my right side. Bernie let me in, and we conversed for a while in dynamic fashion on how to dissect a steer.
Now, you see the way I figure, Aladdin, people are always going to have to eat, right? No matter what else happens, people are going to have to
Bernie,
eat.
will you take your thumb off the scale? Nobody cares but you on the romance of being a butcher. Hello, Mr. Aladdin.
Good evening, Mrs. Dutton. Ravishing, as usual.
Well, thank you. I thought maybe this dress was a little extreme for the seance, but then Mr. Dutton never noticed when he was alive. I guess he's not going to start now.
You're expecting Arthur?
No, not really. I just can't get used to not having him around snarling at me. It's been sheer heaven, huh, Bernie?
Yeah, sheer heaven.
Oh, that's the professor. Let him in, Bernie.
Oh, sure.
You know, he's a very interesting type, the professor. Spiritual, but with a little... well, you know.
I'm looking forward to finding out.
Ah, good evening, dear lady. You're simply blooming. But then this is an excellent day for all Pisces, a day of important decisions and discoveries.
Really? Professor, this is Mr. Aladdin, Professor Ramazades.
How are you, Professor?
I seem to be receiving an unfavorable vibration, Mrs. Dutton.
Well, that's just the subway. It runs right underneath.
I hardly think it was the subway. Well, shall we go on with the work? Arthur's here.
Well, Professor, maybe I should have told you this before. Arthur won't be back. He found a new home.
What? You have cut off our contact with the other side? Aladdin, you are responsible for this?
Well, let's just say I helped.
Huh. Well, shall we prepare for the seance room?
Well, it won't do any good, will it, with Arthur gone?
Oh, we shall see. We shall see. After you, my dear lady. Now, lines drawn? Good. Now, with your permission, I shall place this shade over this candle. Take places around the table, please.
Oh, not there, Mr. Aladdin. You can't sit in the north side of the room.
Oh, silly of me.
Is there anyone present wearing a garment of silk? If there is, I shall have to ask.
I've got some silk. No, they're rayon.
Oh, most fortunate. Now, we shall join the mystic circle. If you will all join your hand to the one next to you.
Oh, it's exciting, isn't it, Mr. Aladdin? I mean, the dark and holding hands and all.
Yes, it certainly is. Bernie, not so hard on my hand.
Just don't try nothing.
I must ask now for silence. We shall meditate.
We meditated. Eloise on my left and a watchful Bernie on my right. I had my eye on the professor, but he never moved. Until...
Is there a visitor here from behind the veil? Is there such a one present?
Mr. Aladdin.
I pronounce the traditional words of greeting. Hari Om. Is our visitor Arthur Dutton?
Oh, it can't be. Arthur, we gave you away to the Taj Mahal Bar and Grill.
I shall try to penetrate behind the veil to convey our visitor through so that we may all view his beloved figure.
What'd he say?
Next time, perhaps. You have a message, Spirit? Speak it. I am now using the temporal body of another. Whatever you do, I will be watching you.
Oh, that's a mean, dirty trick, Arthur. Who are you now?
I am using the body of Robert Aladdin.
Foul! Put on the lights. You can't do this to me. Lights.
There, did you hear that, Professor?
I fear I was in a trance-like state. Was there a message?
Was there? Arthur's in Mr. Aladdin. That makes Mr. Aladdin like he was my husband.
He's worse than the dog. Aladdin, you planned this. I know your type.
Libra possesses wonderful qualities that make him ideal for a life partner.
Robert, it was written in the stars.
Professor, I hate you.
See,
CBS Radio invites you to a full schedule of comprehensive news programs throughout the day and evening on most of these stations. In addition, whenever last-minute news of high importance breaks, the CBS newsroom is geared to interrupt all programming to bring it to you, the public. Brilliant reporters plus eyewitness observers in all strategic news capitals. That's the combined batting power that makes CBS Radio News unbeatable when it comes to news beats. And now, Mr. Aladdin continues to perform The Miracle of the Four-Legged Husband. It was several days later, and I, guided by what astral force I knew not, wandered into the Taj Mahal Bar and Grill. My reception was not of the warmest.
I've been trying to get in touch with you, Mr. Aladdin. You've got to do something.
Sammy, we all have problems.
Well, I got one that I'm giving back to you. Arthur.
Sam, boy, did I ever tell you about the dog?
What?
Dog. The one true and unselfish friend that man can have in this selfish world. The one who remains faithful when all others have deserted. And then, after that final curtain has fallen, will stand guard over your lifeless body.
Look, Mr. Aladdin, I don't want to be a lifeless body. For a small dog, Arthur's got a bite like a saber-toothed tiger.
Playful.
He's driving away customers. You know, this dog's got a personality just like the former Mr. Dutton. He's an argumentative drunk.
Arthur's turned to drink?
The customers feed him beer. Those that don't know. 2 swallows, and he wants to clean out the joint.
Sam.
Mr. Aladdin, Arthur has got to go.
That's final?
Final.
All right, but on one condition. You carry him. A small but noisy cavalcade, Sam, Arthur, and myself, retraced the 8 bloody blocks back to the Dutton residence. I thought it was charitable of Sam to place Arthur's troubles on drink. I'd seen him sober, and it was pretty much the same, Arthur.
Why, Robert, you know I knew it was you the minute I heard the bell. I got a definite psychic flash.
Sandy, Mrs. Dutton.
Eloise,
this is Sam from the Taj Mahal, and little Arthur.
Robert, Mr. Dutton has definite control over you. You're spending your time at the Taj Mahal.
Maybe we better go in and talk this thing over, huh? It might take a little time, Sam.
Mrs. Dutton, I just want to say that while many's the night I had to eject the late Mr. Dutton forcibly, had I known what kind of a woman his fine wife was, I would have been considerably more gentle.
Well, thank you very much.
Sam.
Sam.
There seems to be a problem with Arthur, Eloise.
Yes?
Sam feels that the mortality rate at his place has soared alarmingly since the advent of Arthur.
Oh, I can handle him myself, Mrs. Dutton. I just get the same grip on his collar I used on the late Mr. Dutton, like this.
In a word, Eloise, Arthur is home again.
Well, I guess that kind of makes me a bigamist, huh?
Mrs. Dutton, I hope you'll pardon my seeming crudity, but we live in a fast-moving world. What I want to know is, Mrs. Dutton, speaking as a bachelor gentleman myself, are you at the moment unattached?
Sam, Mrs. Dutton's ties are more with the spiritual world.
Yes, communications from the other side.
Oh, well, I guess I can compete with the communication.
Hi, Eloise.
Who's this?
This is Sam, Bernie. Bernie, Sam.
A cabaret owner, Bernie.
Who has thrown his hat into the ring.
And he brought Arthur home.
Things aren't complicated enough already.
I beg your pardon, my friend, but do you have something against the cabaret business?
The meat business is over it like a tenth. Supposing a man's down to his last quarter. Is he going to eat or drink?
If it was the late Mr. Dutton, he'd drink.
Very well put, Eloise.
You keep out of this.
Bernie Cap, you can't talk to my spiritual mate like that.
Hey, Mr. Aladdin, you've been holding out on me?
Sam, Bernie.
Look, Arthur's jealous of Mr. Aladdin. Arthur, it's all in the family.
Sam, grab him. The grip, Sam, the grip.
I wouldn't move a muscle.
Mr. Aladdin.
Yes, Jeannie?
Mr. Aladdin, accustomed as I am to your being involved in things, shall we say, a little out of the ordinary,
I think we can.
I still don't think I quite follow your current case.
Very simple, Jeannie. You see, at the present, Professor Ramasades is the heir of the estate held in trust for Mrs. Dutton.
Yes.
Now, If she remarries, the money goes immediately to Arthur, the dog. Therefore, she'll continue to get messages from the other side advising her strongly against marriage.
Through you?
It would seem that way.
Mr. Aladdin, there isn't any danger of your becoming... I suppose she would seem attractive to certain men.
Not my type, Jeannie.
Oh, well, then why are you reading up on seances and how the spirits communicate?
A shopping list for you, Jeannie. 2 plastic hands, a spirit trumpet, and a good sturdy blackjack.
A blackjack?
Jeannie, you never know what you might encounter on the other side. There was a meeting of the smart young seance crowd arranged for the Dutton home that evening. Professor Ramazzotti, Eloise, Sam, Bernie, me, and Arthur. The canine Arthur, that is. The Arthur behind the veil had not yet put in an appearance.
My friends, we have been developing quite satisfactorily up to now, having excellent voice manifestations from beyond. First, through our friend Arthur, and latterly with our friend Mr. Aladdin.
Thank you very much.
Tonight, who knows? If the conditions are right, if no poltergeist disturbances intrude, we might even hope to secure a complete materialization of the late Arthur Dutton. If the urge to break through the curtain is on his part strong enough.
Hey, it might help to have a bottle of gin handy.
Sam.
Oh, sorry, Eloise. I was just trying to be... sorry.
I shall have to ask that the shades be drawn and all lights extinguished, save the single candle.
I'll get him, Eloise. I can get him just as well as you can, ground round.
Now, don't fight, boys. It sends out bad vibrations. You sit next to me, Mr. Aladdin.
I'm vibrating already.
I'm receiving you, Robert.
Maybe you'd like me to pull you down with the shade, Aladdin.
Bernie.
And I'm just as anti as he is, Mr. Aladdin.
Sit down, Sam. Prepare to meditate.
Now, I shall ask for silence. Is the mystic circle joined? I extinguish the candle. Our moment of meditation.
Once again, we meditated. Eloise's warm hand clasped in my plastic one on the right, and Sam grabbing the one on my left. Finally, the professor broke the silence.
I seem to feel the spirit wind blowing. Is there a presence here, not of earth?
He's here. Arthur.
Will the presence identify himself? Are you Arthur Dutton? I shall try to penetrate behind the veil to convey our visitor through, so that we may all view his beloved.
The professor was due for a journey behind the veil, all right, but sooner than he thought. I got up and moved over to where I thought his head would be. It was a good guess.
Professor, you haven't left us.
Hey, it's a trumpet. Luminous.
Nothing's holding it up.
Be not alarmed, my friend. I speak once again to you through Robert Aladdin. Ah, my faithful little dog.
How'd you like a kick in the teeth, Arthur?
My good friend, the professor, is in pain. You shall never know the terrible cost of bringing me through.
Well, Arthur, meaning no disrespect, but could you kind of give me an idea how long you're going to be keeping an eye on me? Not that it isn't swell having you, you understand?
Dear Eloise, with the wisdom now given me, I see I've done you an injustice. I want you to have in this life the man destined for you.
Who?
Who? Yeah, who?
The one who is and will always be attuned to your spiritual wavelength. The one who will sacrifice all thought of money to make you his.
You mean?
The professor. I have spoken. You will see me no more. Wash day.
Hey, the trumpet fell down. Hey, get the light, somebody.
I'll get it.
Professor! Professor, wake up! Wake up, Professor!
Was there a message?
Was there? Professor, you and I are soulmates. We've been paired up from another world.
And, Professor, I'm here to see you do right by the little lady. I admit I had hopes myself, but a voice from the other side, well, it's a voice from the other side. Right, Bernie?
Professor, you're going to make a little girl happy, or I'm going to break every bone in your body.
And to think, Professor, I never even knew you felt that way.
But Will, you mustn't marry. I can't let you give up everything just...
I'm a woman, Professor, and I'm giving up nothing, but gaining everything.
Aladdin.
It was written in the stars, Professor. Either. Hey, quick.
Pull it off, Mr. Aladdin, somebody.
I got him. Hey, get your bad, Mr. Aladdin.
I don't know, maybe I deserved it. And anyway, how often do you get bitten by a millionaire? Mr. Aladdin was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Marlon Skiles. Tonight's transcribed Minor Miracle was constructed by Richard Powell. Paul Frees is starred as Mr. Aladdin, with Sylvia Sims as Jeannie Mobley. They were assisted tonight by Mary Jane Croft, Jack Crucian, Sidney Miller, Joe Granby, Peter Leeds, and Junius Matthews. Bill Anders speaking. Mr. Aladdin was suggested by a book by Carlos Drake. Tonight's program concludes the present series of Mr. Aladdin. We thank you for listening and hope to return in the near future. Lucille Ball and Bob Hope are the co-stars when Lux Radio Theater brings you the comedy hit Fancy Pants on CBS Radio tomorrow night. It's a riot of fun, 1 solid hour of same, as Lucille and Bob team up for one of the most sparkling comedy shows of this or any season. Don't miss Fancy Pants on CBS Radio. That's Lux Radio Theater's laugh hit tomorrow night. And say, Jeanette Davis is back from vacation, and the redhead himself will return before long. Meantime, Robert Q. Lewis is still holding the helm for the fun-loving Godfrey gang every weekday on most of these same CBS radio stations. Listen in for all the fun that you can carry away with you, served up by Robert Q., Jeanette Davis, Marion Marlowe, Tony Marvin, the Blyer Music Man, and the rest of Godfrey's daytime pals. It's a Monday through Friday favorite on CBS Radio. And remember, your news is always accurately reported when it comes from the CBS Radio Network.